How many are we talking?
I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We gotta talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we gotta talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our lifetime?
I think if we're gonna cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but over the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song. So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna be using a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before.
MSCs.
We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done-
no...
We
no
also
eliminations.
done no eliminations at the group
Exactly.
stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good
Yeah.
times.
Hate that.
This time it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward, lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 meets 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
Every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot
suffered.
draw
We know.
anymore.
So,
So now it's Gideon's turn.
exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players,
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've
you
had
took us
enough.
out?
They change their minds right now.
just
cut
with
us
you
out.
giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
How do they think
yeah, for Swiss
format's
format,
gonna play
yeah.
out?
No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Weezy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition. So you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it, and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games. So that after this, you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right? Think about it. The people that lose to, yeah, I mean,
It's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
now that won't happen. Like imagine, if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab People Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Who is the most broken hero?
Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL queue. They need to nerf this hero turret.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I was come.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushi, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? You one shot me every time.
Okay, what phobia?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why is it?
I hate to fight against it.
Can basically one give as long
A crispier Chicken McCrispy? So much. A crispier Chicken McCrispy? So
MPLSG is powered by Moontan and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Our official partner, Roto. And our partners in esports, JD Sports. Up your game with JD.
All right, and a very good morning to each and every one of you out there. Welcome to MPL SG Season 8. My name is Abstract. I'm going to be your host for today. Not vertically challenged Cheryl Yao, but just Abstract himself. All right, so we are going to be looking at a jam-packed day once again. We did have a total of 5 matches yesterday, but fortunately, we're back to 4 matches for today. All right, so of course, with the conclusion of that 5 games yesterday, I think that we're gonna have to wrap things up a little bit about yesterday and kind of take a look at what has happened thus far with the standings. So let's pull it up real quickly and take a look at who's at the top, with NIP Flash leading the pack with a total of 6 match wins with a total of 18 points. Shortly afterwards, we have Evil with a total of 5 match wins with a total of 14 points to their name. And of course, Rift Esports climbed up to the top 3. The podium finishes for now with 3 series wins at a total of 9 points. Vanguard Esports shortly afterwards at 4th place with a total of 7 points in their name, neck and neck together with Bleed Esports. Frontierdigans joins into the mix and stayed at 6th place with 1 match won with a total of 3 points, while RSG would share the same point with them after gaining their very first match win yesterday. HomeBois SG, though, they did manage to get 1 match win before. However, because of the games that they have played, they have only gotten a total of 2 points, and that will set them back at 8th place thus far. With all of that standings planted right in front of you, and with today being week 3, day 1, or rather week 3, day 2, it pretty much tells us that every single one of these teams, especially on the lower half of the standings, gotta have to work up their magic in order to keep them away from being relegated. As such, let's take a look at the games of today and see exactly who are going up against whom. With the very first game that we have got for today, this morning, 10 a.m., we've got Bleed Esports that will be going up against Vanguard. Well, for the second game of the day, 12:30 p.m., we have RSG going up against HomeBois SG. The third match at 3 p.m., we've got Evil that will go up against Frontierdigans, and to wrap the day up, match number 4 at 5:30 p.m. we have the Rift Esports going up against NIP Flash. Once again, with all of these games being lined up for you, it is tough for you to miss all of these actions, as we are getting down to the nail-biter situations where we really needed to know how each of these games are going to pan out in order for us to have a final understanding of how the standings would go, right? Because at this point in time, any one of these teams are in contention for relegation, and one of these teams, or rather 2 of these teams, unfortunately would not be able to see the light of the day when it comes down to going over to the playoffs. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce the very first match of the day by having our first team up onto the podium, Bleed Esports. Bleed Esports, they came in yesterday with right after the transfer window, putting Deck into the jungle role. They had a very strong skirmish out against RSGSG, but unfortunately fell short. However, with this new lineup, we are pretty sure that they will be able to give us quite a bit of a show. On the other hand, though, we do have yet another team that is, of course, ready for us. And, of course, one of the teams that have got the best player interviews when it comes down to the pre-match setup. So we're going to have to watch that video real soon, all right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us introduce to you Vanguard. Vanguard's lineup stays constant from yesterday, and they will still have got the same player to work as to where they have been playing, right? Vanguard, they definitely did manage to show their mettle, and of course, understanding the odds of their games, they come in today to go up against Bleed Esports. How exactly would they fare? Well, the main thing that I really want to watch is what exactly Nick Stain will have to say later on in the pre-recorded video. But before that, we're gonna have to pass the time over to our casters for the morning. Off to you, casters.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to week number 3, I believe, right? Week number 3
week 3, day 2.
Week 3, day 2, guys. I'm Kwasong, your host for today, and together with me, we've got Scrubby Cheeks as well as yours.
It's a bakery we have over here.
It's true. It's really true. We have the two baked goods, right? And the person
I
eating
changed
it.
my name.
She looked like she just popped out of the oven too.
Hey.
Hey. Okay. Let's get down to it.
All right, let's get down to it. All right, so this match, Bleed versus Vanguard, right, guys? This is battle for the 4th place. 4th and 5th place currently in standings, right? So I think that today's match is going to be really, really heated. Church, thoughts on, and are you favoring any team right now?
To be honest, both of these teams, they're on equal standings, not really favoring anyone. Like, on an unbiased opinion, I think both these teams have a lot of changes after the transfer window. Vanguard has really proven themselves to hold themselves well against yesterday's game against Team Evil. Bleed, on the other hand, they have quite a few changes. They're still adjusting, and I bet that today's game will be one of the more bigger ones.
Yeah, for sure, man. But let's take a look at Bleed's lineup right now. Bring us through, Churus.
Yep, Dominic, Deck, Kiwi, J, FMM. After transfer window, Deck has stepped in as well. He actually was really, really nutty with the Nolan yesterday in the first game. But I think there was still a little bit of communication issues or synergistic issues that they need to sort out.
Yeah, but I think Bleed overall has proven that, you know, they're here to win, right? They're here to stay. And, you know, I think even with Deck coming in and, you know, a bit of communication issues yesterday, or what seems like communication issues, I think they're going to be completely fine going in today if they had ironed that out. But on the other side, we have Vanguard Esports. Take us through, Shrubby.
Yeah, we have Ding on EXP, Ashrid on the jungle, Freerun mid, and Nick, Stain Brothers, right? Gold, and on the roam as well, Lakshan Stain. You know, they've been doing okay so far, and, you know, like Abstract said, you know, very spicy in the interviews always, but it's really how they're gonna bring the performance to live up to, you know, the words that they say. I think Ashrid, we know, has been bringing absolutely stellar performance on that jungle role, but whether or not, you know, the rest of the team can also match to that, I think we've also been hearing things like, you know, the duo in the gold, Lakshan Stain as well, seems pretty uncomfortable on some of the heroes he's been playing, like the Lunox, like the Roger that he played recently as well. So whether he can kind of get up to speed and look a little bit better on the heroes he's playing.
But we have to remember, ding, man.
Ding, you are right.
Glue and his glue
true,
from last week
yes.
was absolutely phenomenal, you know. So I think Vanguard has been performing well. But let's take a look at some of the stats from Bleed Esports. Guys, anything catch your attention? I mean, we talked about Deck a little bit. Look at the number of 4s, man.
Yeah, that's just only one game yesterday where Deck has played, because that was his debut yesterday for Season 8. I like Jay's
Dr.
stats.
J.
Yeah, Dr.
Dr.
J
J.
stats right here because his average assist is always there in the midst of battle. He knows what to do. He knows how to set up. He knows how to shot call. And yesterday when he was playing that Kufra, he knows how to identify the areas where enemies might be in, and he's always very open to getting his old team on it as well. So I'm looking forward to how they play it out. But that being said, I think Kiwi and FMM really needs to step up together with Jay. I think these are the trios that really need to push, especially in the late game. That's pivotal to closing out games.
Yeah, for sure. But, I think on the side of Vanguard for a bit, let's take a look at the stats. I think the Stain brothers, as you mentioned, Scrubs, I think was, they play really, really well, and they have really good synergy with each other. Question is whether Astrid, I think Astrid has been pretty phenomenal in certain games, but in some of the games he's kind of fallen off a little bit.
Yeah, interesting that the turtle control rate percentage here is pretty much lower, 15%. I think earlier on we saw Deck at the 44% as well. If I recall correctly, he's the one that doesn't take the Season Hunter emblem as well. So it's as if he doesn't, really want to play around damaging the objectives a lot in Turtle, just going for the kills instead and tries to do a bit more damage to the enemy teams.
Yeah, I think both these junglers is really one of the more exciting kind of matchups right here. Deck versus Ashrit, both very, very well-known junglers or assassin junglers, and this is their meta. Want to really see how they really perform. Yesterday was a really, really spicy matchup with Flash as well as Evil. So this time around, Vanguard versus Bleed, really, really very tight teams, very close by, equal in the standings. Want to see what they are up to.
Yeah, man, I'm really, really excited to see today's match. 4 versus 5 once again, and the stakes are ever so high for these two teams. But let's take a look at what they have to say about each other.
I mean, during the past seasons for Vanguard, I think there are some internal issues, so it's quite hard for me to say anything as it's their second season only. Yeah. If we have to retain one player from Vanguard, it will probably be Nick Stain, as he has the most experience and he has been in Vanguard the longest. Yeah.
I think after he moved to Vanguard, he became a leader in Vanguard. And I think it's quite impressive lah. I saw the growth in him. Yeah, and he really leads the team quite well.
For Jay changing into Rome, I don't think that's much of a surprise. We have seen it work out with Gear, FMM. They have done the successful role switch. So I won't be surprised if he can actually adapt in time, make it work. But we shall see against Nick whether who's going to be the better roamer. Like I say, many role switches for their roster, so that will include J and FMM. So you'll have to show whether they are actually able to switch back to their current role, whether they are able to solidify their current role when it comes to this season.
I think Jay turning from a mid laner to roam, there's no big difference because if I'm not wrong, he's their main shot caller in their team from last time. So from mage to roam, it just enables him even more So yeah, I think it won't be a big change. I think FMM is the owner of Lakshan Stain also yeah. So there's no difference Confirm Lakshan will get clapped again So I'm quite worried about my goal lane. And as for Kiwi, I don't know, maybe Joe good on that day, feeling good, then he if not, then get clapped yeah.
So much clapping, man. I mean,
yeah. No, it's interesting. I want to point out that he said FMM is the owner of Lakshan Stain, so he's actually worried for his gold lane. So this might affect the strategies that is going in because he's really aware that FMM is one of the stronger links within the entirety of Bleed, and I think Jay enables him along with FMM, along with Kiwi being the mid duo. So I want to see how this plays out. Really exciting stuff.
I just want to point out this is actually one of the more tame videos that that we've seen from coming out from Nick Stain.
Disrespect from Nick Stain.
And he said he's worried.
Yes.
I don't think I've heard him say he's worried.
Yeah. Well, let's see, guys. What do you guys think? Who do you think is gonna win, guys?
Okay.
We have a little.
This was just the predictions was based on before the transfer window stats, before we saw the games that were played yesterday.
So you have a lot of faith
by all
in Deck.
metrics, I didn't know that Deck was coming in.
That's a game changer for you. Okay, why?
Not really much of a game changer, but it might change up their strategy because having 4 Singaporeans and 1 import, usually you'll see 3 Singaporeans, 1 or 2 imports.
Yeah.
And right now, the 4 Singaporeans, maybe they play together a long time. They have a lot of synergy, they have a lot of that composition going on. Maybe they will play better. But yesterday was just warm up. This one might be the actual one.
That's true, but let's take a look at what the audience agrees with us and
Let's bleed.
Yeah, 68% to bleed.
Actually, if I
man.
remember correctly, out of all the talents, I'm the only one that voted for Vanguard. Everyone else is bleed.
But you know,
yeah, you never know.
Hey,
yeah, and I was gonna say, I don't think you're too far off the mark. I was really close to giving it to Vanguard as well.
Really.
Because I mean, look, I always put it. If you noticed, right, I've always done like the 2-0, 2-0, and I've always felt that things were really one-sided.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Bleed versus Vanguard, especially with how Vanguard has been looking this season, right?
Yep.
They've been performing like stellar. They've been really looking really good. So honestly speaking, 2-1. To Bleed it was a bit of a coin flip for me. I think it could go any way today.
And it reflects in the standings as well, right? 4th and 5th place. I think that's precisely how it shows how much of a tight battle is going to be between these two teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like I mentioned before, I think Vanguard actually remained in the top 4 for quite a bit of time as well, this season. So super excited to see how they're going to perform. But let's take a look at the 2 gold laners, Luxian Stain and FNN.
There's a lot of things that we can pick out from this. Like for the side of Vanguard, Luxian Stain actually has around 8 GPM more than FMM. This is pretty much average gold laner statistics. We see the side of Vanix with 800, that is on the high end.
Yep.
These are roughly around the average rate. So FMM and Luxian Stain pretty equal, not much of a difference. The only difference is the hero picks that they have.
Yeah, and we can see that FMM is definitely a lot more flexible with his gold laner choices, right? And picking up the Harif as well as the Lunox. And we've seen these 2 picks rise in popularity this season just due to the damage output that they're able to do, right? And if the opposing team picks up the Harif, well, Lunox is there for him to pick up. But I do want to give a little bit of credit to Luxian Stain, right? We do see the slightly higher GPM, but we also see the higher tower damage. And if you notice his games, he's always on the side lanes pushing.
That's right.
He's always farming up a storm because that's Vanguard's strategy. Get Luxian fed, get him to carry the game later on in the game. But yes, if he doesn't get his Nathan, he doesn't get his carry, he doesn't get his Roger to a certain extent, it looks like a slightly different gold laner.
It's also a very different play style. FMM is a little bit more aggressive, but he's like patient aggressive. He knows when to jump in, especially when he gets his Lunox. He knows he assesses the situation before he makes any move. But for the side of Luxian Stain, he's very held back. He's very like how to say, passive in a way. Doesn't want to engage in team fights in the early game. He just wants to farm up, just leave him alone, and that's what Nick Stain, his bro, is gonna make him do. We're gonna jump into the draft.
Yeah, man. All right. So we see from the side of Vanguard, we see the fan respect Deck with the fanning ban as well as the chip and the Harif, not wanting to deal with some AoE damage I see and some mobility from the side of Vanguard. And on the side of Bleed, we've got Roger as well as a Phoveus ban. Roger ban, I'm not sure. I mean, especially he's been nerfed recently as well this patch, I believe.
Still viable.
100%.
You get your power spec to level 2. That's like five skills unlocked. That's really good in a lane.
Oh yeah, it is 5.
Because like you have your
It's
ultimate
2 in
unlocked
each.
in level 1 already.
Yeah, that's
changed
right.
into a wolf form and human. So that's why Roger has been so well liked by the gold laners, especially like in the early game. You have access to so much skills. You have escape mechanisms. You have a lot of burst damage. This will be a high loss ban. Pretty interesting. So they're locking down on Ding actually. So in this case, 2 bans over to Ding. One might be, undoubtedly over to Luxian Stain, trying to not let him get the marksman that he's comfortable with. For the side of Vanguard though, still pretty open. 1 ban to FMM, 1 ban to J, 1 ban to Deck. I think they really respect Deck a lot. I think the Hayabusa is open. They could very well go for the Hayabusa. I know Ashford plays that very well. One of the strongest assassins around, but they go for the Ruby instead. So Bleed might actually pick up either the Hayabusa in this case.
Lane's open as well, don't forget.
Zask and Jusin.
Zask and Jusin are up. Zask, once again, also got nerfed.
Nerfed, but still viable. It's like, there's still
is he
a
really
little
that
bit early.
high of a priority of a pick right now?
Well, zonal control, yes.
Okay, yeah,
I think
zonal control,
Zask
100%.
is definitely viable in the zonal control. Once you lay down the level 4, the Dominator's Descent, especially on the total takes and objectives, you're able to just provide a lot of time. But they go for the Nolan instead. This is a very early game farm, but it's only a it's sort of like a gamble. Early to mid game, if you're doing well, you win. If you are unable to get kills in the early game, mid game you suffer a little bit. You're slowed down in terms of level, in terms of gold. You're not gonna pop off well in the late game because your enemies, you're gonna build up a lot more defensive items. You're unable to one-shot. And Nick Stain actually gets his signature Tigreal as well. Tigreal, Ruby, if I'm not wrong, this might be an R-lot as well. So Luxon Stain on the Ruby on the side.
That's going to be very, very, very interesting. And there's going to be so much crowd control just within the first 3 picks. But they are opting to lock in the Valentina. Really good ultimates to steal right now, actually.
Denying Bleed from taking up the Valentina as well. This is very, very smart coming off from Vanguard. Riston actually putting in some work, man.
Riston doing some cooking in the kitchen.
I do like what you're going for. The mid lane duo clears the lane very, very fast. It's a quicker rotation than what Bleed currently has right now with the Aurora pick coming up. If I would hazard a guess, I think the Edith will definitely go into the roam. They might want to open up a little bit more high mobility EXP laners down for Bleed. So Hayabusa definitely banned out. No one wants to pick it up in first phase. Let's take it out forever. Vanguard though, I think what they're missing is the marksman. They might hunker down on banning out the carries, as well as the Lunox might be a huge threat to them.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, I reckon, I want to see some gold lane bans coming off the side of Bleed. Actually, it was a surprise that they actually banned out the Haya instead of 2 gold laners, because I mean, the thing is that they already know that one of the potentially weak points for for Vanguard is going to be Luxon Stain, right? So I was hoping to see something like, there we go, actually a carry ban, and also want to see the Natan ban potentially. Just to target ban Luxon, just completely eliminate out of the game, because we've seen how awkward he kind of looks when he's playing one of his non-main, I guess, gold laners, right? So the thing
I see
is,
what you're going at, but like I think Ruby might be better played in the gold lane. Right now, the Joy has been banned up because Ashrit actually put it out twice in this entire season. So this is just Bleed being respectful of the assassin. So now 2 assassin bans in the second phase. You want to just limit Ashrit's pool down to now maybe an Amon, maybe
Ling is still
yeah, Ling is still open, yeah.
Oh, Ling.
Yeah, that's what I was
Why would you ban out the...
I was thinking it's really strange that
Yeah.
they're leaving out the Ling, and I don't know if it's because DJ has some sort of a plan in mind, forcing them into the Ling with the last 2 picks here.
Very difficult because like no one's gonna play catch up to that Ling. We see how that played out last night with the Flash Evil game.
Exactly, it was
There's
these
the
2
1v1s.
exact.
It's the same too, yeah.
Like, I thought Ling would be a priority ban, so I was leading up to if they're not banning out the gold laners, that they should be banning out the assassins, right? And the thing is that Ling is wide open, and we know Asher can play Ling very, very well. And on the side of Bleed, we see a Gatto picked up for them.
Yeah. Very tanky lineup, but not a lot of damage.
Yeah,
That's
they're
my
lacking a
biggest
lot of
fear.
damage.
Yeah, a lot of tankiness, a lot of CCs. Nolan has a lot of burst, but no DPS. I think that's what they're looking for, is just saving it to the last one. It might go in even into a Claude, because I think FMM might go back to that Claude as well. As long as you keep yourself safe, you're able to farm up. That late game, you're going to be a monster. Right now, Vanguard, though, maybe potentially the Ling. That's it. That's a Ling.
That's a Natan.
No, that's a Natan. I heard. Yeah, there's a Ling. The Ling and the Natan, like you called it. Then where do you think the Ruby's gonna go to the EXP?
Yeah, Ruby's 100% EXP if this is the case. Alright, so it's gonna be Tigreal roam, Ruby EXP, Valentina mid, Ling.
Oh, the Alice once again for the gold lane.
Alright, break it down for me. Why is Alice good in the gold lane?
Well, she received a couple of adjustments. I wouldn't say buffs, because the Clock of Destiny has been nerfed a little bit, or adjusted a little bit because of the mana regeneration capabilities and the mana growth of the Clock of Destiny. So Alice mana regen is actually increased quite significantly.
Alright.
So you're able to just spam your ultimate a little bit longer, but every second counts in a very, very long drawn out fight.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, right, that I think Claude was actually a really, really good call because I mean, Claude with if he pairs his ultimate up with all the other ultimates, it's a lockdown and burst, right? But Alice fulfills a very similar role in this case.
Yeah.
They have a lot of magic damage, but I'm wondering they're lacking a little bit of physical damage, don't you think?
A lot of sustain coming out from the side of Bleed. I want to see their battle spells. There's Jay with the Revitalize. Typically for Gato Gacha, you want to get the Vengeance or the Revitalize.
Yep.
We've seen how yesterday JPR actually played the Gato with the Revitalize, but you cannot tank a lot of DPS's damage. Luxion Stain will be one of the main targets in win conditions for the side of Vanguard, but for the side of Bleed, though, Deck needs to have a very, very good early game. FMM needs to stack up those passives. Remember, Alice has passives, and it stacks up infinitely. So as long as he gets those stacks, in a late game, you become... Basically, she's already a monster.
Yeah, and she becomes even more of a monster, right? But look, I think the game-wise is going to be really, really close as we dive into game number 1 of Vanguard versus Bleed, day number 2 of week 3. Super, super excited. Once again, this is the battle for the 4th place, right? Battle whether you're upper or lower brackets. And it matters. It matters in the playoffs, right? Because it determines whether you have a single elimination or a double elimination. So stakes extremely high.
I gotta say this. All hands on deck for this game. It's game number 1 of, today, day 2. And they're fighting it out between 4th and 5th place here. Come on.
Oh, man. If I could cringe in a voice, what would it be? Oh, actually.
There we go. First blood laid onto Luxion Stain here, and actually kill taken by FMN. That's gonna help him out.
Yeah,
Blink, can you miss it, man?
That's the early game.
This is Nolan.
Early game Nolan.
And he's hit 4 as well, so that's beautiful. But we do see him use his Retry actually. But I think there should be plenty of time before the turtle spawns.
I don't think he's too much worried of the turtle because right now, as an assassin versus assassin, what you need to do is just buy a lot of time, try to prolong the turtle dance, and we see that quite a bit in other games all across the region as well. The turtle dance isn't very, very fast. You can wait till the retry's up.
Oh, Ashrit pops himself. Does not get it. Deck still secures that one for himself, but lands a kill onto Deck as well. That's absolutely great for him. Not only does he get the objective, he also puts down Ashrit. Taunt here by Jay and Nick Stain, trying to harass out the jungle and stop Deck from, snowballing too much in this early game. Delaying him enough for Drink to come in. The stun comes through, pulls him in. Deck still gets out. So actually, it is Deck managing to steal that buff away from Vanguard.
There's just an extending a gold lead masterclass. After the turtle, immediately once you take down the jungle, let's go for the next big objective. Ashrit should have taken the purple buff before the turtle because it was already up back then. And then he sacrificed himself just to try to get a steal on the turtle where your buff could have gotten you a little bit more levels, a little bit more speed and rotations around the map so you can go for easy kills. But picking up that Ling, this is interesting. Now I see why Bleed wants Ashrit to pick the Ling up because there's no one that you could really hyper-focus and hunt down and assassinate with that one shot. You could try for Deck, but that's only in the mid to late game area. You could try for Kiwi, but there's a second life. And the rest of it is just tanky boys. And FMM already got the Clock of Destiny very, very quick. I saw it was like 2 minutes-ish with the Clock of Destiny. So very, very quick, very fast. Core item for FMM, and that's all he needs.
So I guess Emma DJ kind of baited them into picking up the Ling, and they got everything they wanted. So this is the answer to why they let the Ling go through, and it's working out for them so far, So right now, I think with the gold extension, right now Bleed is actually up ahead, 1.7k gold. But let's take a look at the emblems. Pretty stock standard. Edith actually going for
a little bit more attack speed.
Yeah, going a little bit more attack speed.
And the war cry.
Yes, the war cry. There we go.
Yeah, I think that's more towards like when you jump in your Primal Wrath, and then you got the Thunderbelt as well. So this is just a scaling Edith. So you want to have a lot of pokes coming down.
Oh, Turtle already taken here by Deck. Frozen. The stun comes through onto Bleed here, but Tempest of Blade is going in backline. It's going to be Ashray that gets taken down first. Also, Jay clocking up another one. Nick Stain, so 2 for nothing.
Jay actually got the Revitalize. I think it was a graphic issue. We never see the Revitalize actually popped up, but they were so low on health. A third with the Revitalize itself brings them up again, giving them a second lease of life, taking down the Turtle as well as just everyone else within those team fights.
Yeah, it seems like they're going for more than just the Turtle. The top tower is going to go down right here. This is such a good push for the side of Bleed. 3.2k gold lead up right now. And it's only 5 minutes in the game. But this is what we kind of expected from Bleed's lineup, right? They have Deck, they have the Nolan, which is extremely early game, and they also have the late game insurance in FMM. But Deck showcasing why he's been pulled in for this transfer window. I mean, pulling his weight, man.
Yeah. I think he brings a lot to the table, especially with the aggressiveness. This is a new Bleed that I've seen. Apart from yesterday's game against RSG, I think that woke them up, and they're playing the aggressiveness that they know that they can play, but also disciplined enough to know, okay, can I prolong this team fight? Am I able to stay this? Am I able to take this team fight? Conceal play from Nick Stain coming in strong, but just for retreat.
Just for repositioning, I reckon. We do see... Oh,
they know they're setting up something here. Whole of Bleed is here to assist. Luxian Stain, the stun, the knockup. Dingles. Oh, Jay actually pulls him right in here. It's going to be Luxian Stain that still goes down after all that. Deck clinches that one.
Deck with a beautiful, beautiful flank directly onto Luxian Stain. I think taking him down would be mainly the core. That's the win condition. If Luxian Stain doesn't get that farm, and I want to see, like, for the next item build, like, is he enough farm? How much items does he have as compared to FMM? Is Alice doing a huge job trying to delay the Nathan's farm? This would be a huge factor rolling into the mid game.
Yeah, and that third Turtle just taken down for the side of Bleed. But you're right, you know, I think Alice also, now that I think about it, has really, really good wave clear as well. So Natan has, like, no opportunities to hit. And, you know, in the early game, his shots are literally pea shooters, right? You're barely doing any kind of damage. And Alice is just going to be able to have so much lane presence, lane pressure, as we see that both teams actually grouping up.
But there is one Achilles heel for Bleed, and that's just taking out Kiwi, then you don't really have a lot of damage. Yes, you got that sustain going in, you can deal a lot of DPS, but Luxian Stain really needs that farm. He's desperately trying to pick up all the scraps that Bleed has left behind. So lead steady at 4k. This would be a full item build for, you know, almost everyone else on the team. At this point, Bleed looking to ramp up that tempo, get the aggression going. Playing against the Ling, you also know where the purple buff is going to be spawning up. So whether they rotate towards and just disrupting the jungles as well is yet to be seen.
Yep, we do see Luxian Stain picking up the Starling's life right now, so that's probably one. That's probably the only core items he's picked up at this point in time. This Lord is going to be spawning in about 46 seconds, but we do see both teams getting start of the fight.
Yep, Ashray forced to use a Tempest of Blades there just to deter any advances here from Bleed. But you can see them hovering over, trying to, you know, play the macro game as well, getting the turret. It's always Ashray having to respond to these cross-map plays and making sure that they're pushed up in terms of the map control.
Taking a look at the items and taking a look at the gold lead. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, the flicker there. Nick Stain Implosion. Sacred Hammer forces the flicker, but FMM terrified. It's 3 against 1. This is unfair, but still, he manages. Oh, just not yet. Freeran lands that last hit and puts him in the dirt. The rest of the team here, Bleed to assist. Virgin Glacier lands the CC as well. Luxian Stain in trouble again. Here comes Ashray. Does not manage to save them, but disengages the fight for now. Bleed hanging on here, taking the turret. Will they manage to? Not just yet. This outer turret stands on its last legs.
Well, Lord's up. They don't really have Nick Stain. Nick doesn't have the ulti anymore. They could just blitz this Lord down and take it from themselves as the first Lord of the game.
Yeah, it shows how far ahead Bleed is ahead of Vanguard right now, you know? I mean, it took, what, 3 people to take down FMM, and even then FMM almost escaped with, you know, a sliver of HP. And it was a trade in actually Bleed's favor. In the end of the day, it was a 2-for-1 trade.
That's the beauty of the Alice. All you need to do is just buy time for the rest of your goon squad to come in, just clean up shop. You know what I mean?
everybody get in here, you know, is what FMM was trying to say. We do see...
The fact that the Festival of Blood actually procced as well, just getting him additional spell vamp on top of his ultimate. He's healing everything back up, and that's not a revitalize on him. It has the same effect, though. Like, when you are an Alice, you like to fight within really, really crowded places. So, base rushes, you're going into, like, a lot of minions. That's where FMM really thrives, because heal everything back up. It's like single target, single minion heals.
Oh, you know, even fighting in the jungle, right? You would like to fight in close quarters, which is exactly the reason why Bleed picked this kind of lineup, right? You have Aurora to use the Frigid Glacier to just lock up the whole team. You have the Gatto with his ultimate comes in, locks everyone up, and in the meantime, Alice is just chilling in the middle with her ultimate. And
yeah, actually, she's like in the middle, she's like in the midst, she's outside, because the skill 1...
It's true, repositioning.
It repositions, and the cooldown's so low that you could just spam it just willy-nilly. In this case, though, it's really interesting to see how Bleed tries to strategize in the late game, because the traditional way is like you have the mid lane duo protect your goat laner. This time around, it's sort of like, yes, people are still protecting FMM, but FMM is still doing his own thing.
Yeah, and I feel like it's really a trigger call from the side of Jay, right? When Jay goes, everybody just, you know, pile onto Natan. And they have the triggers and the tools to do that, right? Dominic just picking up the Dom Ice, and that's once again, it's just all out to stop Natan from farming. Natan's almost at his, just completed his version of the Holy Trinity right now, which is actually almost one step up from Alice.
Taking a look at items, though, yeah, Alice a little bit slower on that, just because you don't really have the basic attack, you don't really have a lot of as much wave clear, but just give her time. That's a lot of damage coming through from that Alice alone. So my eyes is on how FMM tries to pull this off, especially in the late game team fights, where the gold lead or economy doesn't really matter anymore, and then you have to just really dance around the engages.
Yeah, but look, I think FMM really needs to complete his Holy Crystal before the Lord spawns up, right? Because if the Lord respawns in 30 seconds and he doesn't have his Holy Crystal, he's going to be down quite a significant amount of damage, right, coming into that team fight, which could make or break the game, rather. It's a 4.7k gold lead towards the side of Bleed, but anything can happen. One good implosion is all it takes.
Yeah, as patient as everyone is, pin drop silence. Everyone's just waiting till the Lord spawns up. No one's making a first move as of yet. Kiwi already has the Blood Wings, so that's going to be a very, very huge help, especially in the defense. He knows that he is one of the main damage dealers, especially for the when it comes down to a lot of these team fights. Holy Crystal already built up for FMM. It's a power spike there.
Yeah, look, I think Vanguard's making the right call here, right? They know that they can't take a 5v5 team fight for the side of Bleed, so what did they just do? They decided to split push, right? They have Ashrid up there split pushing. They're having a 4-1 team composition right now. Ling manages to get down the one turret, but I think they have to answer the bot lane, right? Bot lane turret pushing it really, really hard right now. And just looking at the turrets on the board, you know, I think top lane is completely gone. If Bleed wants to do a hard push on top side, they can opt to do so, but they also have the option to shove down the bot side of the wave, right? We see FMM shoving the bot side, and we do see Ashred as well trying to match that fight at bot potentially.
They are rotating down now. I mean, FMM probably already getting this, deciding to back out just for now. The Lord is coming through on the top side as well. So Vanguard, I think, has to gear up for a fight that's coming through from Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, this is really smart, right? Using the Lord as a pressure point for the top side, which alleviates some of the pressure that comes out from the bot side, enabling Bleed to push through.
Avatar off the Guardian goes deep in, but Jay gets stunned out. Frigid Glacier as well in the backline. Luckenstain has to back out. FMM does get free run there, though. Goes in the back again. The sustain keeping him alive for now, but still nails that double onto Luckenstain, and he gets away with murder.
I was going to say FMM's damage and his sustain is just off the charts right now. And he comes in from that flank, so you have to watch out for Deck as well as FMM. So the way that he plays this, the way that he rotates around and skirts around the engages and the skirmishes is just top notch right here. I was gonna say maybe this is Vanguard's plan all along. Just be very, very passive, be very defensive, because they do have high ground advantage with their hero picks. You got a decent wave clear coming in from Luxenstein, decent damage as well with the turret defense buff. You're able to just stay behind that turret, deal as much damage as you can, but then Bleed is just constantly hammering onto Vanguard.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick look at what the action that happened just now. As you take a
Look
look at
at
the instant replay.
FMM just went in from that side, and he deals so much damage. Everyone's just popping off. He's healing everything back up as well. I think the main damage coming in from Luxenstein's S1, so that's gonna be one of the main contributing factors for FMM.
Yeah, all right. Let's go back into the game. We see Bleed actually positioning to hopefully maybe catch out someone. You see the Lord spawning in 24 seconds. If they're able to make it at 4v5, it's almost guaranteed to go to the side of Bleed, I believe.
It's been so difficult, right? I mean, Nick Stain on this Tigreal as well. You know, picking that up early in the draft, you expect to be able to, you know, land some implosions as well, set up something for the team fights. But if, you know, Churros, you were saying, FMM comes in for the flank, how exactly is he going to set that up?
So FMM is a very, very patient aggressor. So he just waits out till Nick Stain pops the implosion, if he even does, and then Jay's job is just to tank every single brunt of the crowd control. So this is going to be a true test of whether Vanguard is able to break Bleed down, because right now, when it comes down to damage, when it comes down to crowd control, Bleed looks like they have the upper hand. Deck is starting to charge, trying to bait them out of the way, and Ding, no one wants to make a move, man. It's like Vanguard's playing checkers, Bleed is playing chess. No one dares to make a move. No one dares to make a first move, and it's just a different game.
I mean, I can't blame the side of Vanguard, right?
Oh, Lord
maybe.
already taken here. Dominic pops the flicker. Doesn't quite engage there, though. Ashrid, in the meantime, has to be back at the base, defending from that bottom lane that has been totally cleared of all its defenses.
I think there was a miscommunication coming in from the rest of the team and Ashrid, because Ashrid was at the bottom side and just taking his buff, just clearing out the waves. But then the Lord, they don't have vision on the Lord health. So I don't know why they were there in the first place. Maybe just to source out some information, maybe just get Ashrid ready. But I think there was some kind of miscomms right there. They wanted to go for that Lord fight or Lord steal at the very least. And this is going to be a very crucial Lord, because it's the 16-minute Lord, the Evolved Lord.
The Evolved Lord is marching down the bot side.
Right?
Enhanced Lord.
Enhanced Lord, yeah.
Enhanced Lord. You see, I'm just following you, man. But yeah, we do see the Enhanced Lord marching down the bot side. This could be a potential game-ending push from the side of Bleed.
They might be looking for it. I mean, taking the top base turret down already, left with the mid here. Lord comes down on the bottom, not just yet cracking open the base of Vanguard. Like you said, Bleed playing it patient.
Yeah, well, they did manage to crack the top side. Mid turret left standing, base turret left standing. But there's so much gold in the jungles right now for Vanguard, which is going to the side of Bleed. Gold lead is ever extending right now, you know, and at this point, I feel that whatever fight Vanguard tries to take from Bleed, Bleed is just going to use their wall to slap them in the face, man.
This is actually really, really smart because of the composition that Bleed has. They don't really have a designated turret taker.
Yeah.
Not like Luxenstein, which if they manage to clear them out inside their base, they're able to turn it around and take all T2s. Like at the very least, right? So that's what Bleed is trying to prevent themselves from doing. Very, very disciplined gameplay. But they're also waiting for the gold lead to extend just a little bit more, because they know at the peak of the late game, Bleed might have a much better chance. FMM still farming up. Every single time that's wasted, FMM is gaining those stacks.
Yeah, that is really true, because they have infinite scaling, right? So whenever you reach the end game, it's never truly the end game for the side of Bleed. I see a little bit of a dance going on between Ding and Jay. They've just been showing the skill ones at each other. You love to see it when the game state goes to this.
Hey, that looks like me on that emote.
They made it just for you,
They made it just for me.
Of course, sure is. All right, let's go back into the state of the game right now. You see the lanes actually from the top and bot side, both kind of meeting in the middle and evening out. We'd likely see, I think, Bleed trying to do a rotate, right? We see actually the two teams potentially clashing in Vanguard's jungle, but
Bleed is able to push this. Nick Stain actually conceal play. He wants to go for a flank.
Dominic with the flicker in onward, but gets one back on himself. Ding in the front line, trying to sustain as much as possible. In the meantime, FMM dives deep there. Deck as well, but gets bursted down here by Vanguard. And it's going to be 2 down, traded out for 1 deck on the side of Bleed. FMM still in the back line. Luxian lands the last hit onto him. This time, actually, Vanguard looking good, getting the trade.
No deck, no Ashret. Lord is still standing strong. They have to wait out this 30 long seconds. But Bleed, though, they do have that damage. FMM being such a nuisance in the back line. It was Nick Stain who set up perfectly over Kiwi, over Jay, but there was just no follow-up because it was just way too far away. FMM just opening up and widening the gap between the main damage dealers of the team.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. I mean, that's when the mobility actually plays against you, right? But we do see Vanguard actually starting to lord even without the jungler. They know that Ashrit is going to spawn back before deck, or rather they're going to spawn back similar timing. So I think they opted to take the potential 50-50 here. But no, both teams decided to back off a little bit. Bleed having a advantageous position coming into this evolved Lord.
There's the evolved Lord coming in, the 18-minute. Luxian Stain's a huge threat to Bleed right now, and I think the gameplay is just protect Luxian Stain. He's already got the immortality. He might be able to sell it for winter just to get a little bit more time and sustain on that. And this will be a very, very big fight. If Luxian Stain doesn't go down, Vanguard might be able to turn this around.
Protect, detect, attack. That is the plan from Vanguard. As we see the Lord dance. Actually, we haven't seen the Lord dance in quite a while since the changes, hey.
Yeah, actually, Assassin Lord dances are incredibly long because, like, you notice Deck doesn't pull the Lord anymore because he doesn't have the sustain that maybe the tanks have. So you're either here as a blitzer, or you get your EXP laner, your tanks, just to try to tank it for you and bait the Lord out. And you always try to pull it out to reset, try to get them to start the engage.
Yeah, but look at the positioning for Vanguard. Ashrit is nowhere to be seen, but Bleed doesn't know that.
Oh, Dominic with the flicker throws him back. Nick Stain in trouble, but he gets pushed. The Sacred Hammer comes through, and there he is. The FMM taken down by Ashrit here. It is 2 down on the side of Bleed. Already made that 3. Luxian knocks up a double, and it's not looking good for Bleed.
Oh, Luxian doing so much damage right now. That's what I told. What did I tell you? If Luxian is still alive, Vanguard has a chance. Bleed, at this point, they're always having this problem. They have issues or trouble closing out games. Yes, they want to be disciplined. I get that, but to what extent? Because your longest gold lead was around 8,000, 9,000 gold.
And now it's gone.
And now it's gone. It's basically virtually nothing. Favoring the side of Vanguard. They can't blitz this down. Deck is pretty far away. With 5 members, they are able to just zone him out effectively. So this is just Vanguard's plot twist.
It's okay. For a moment I saw Alice there, and I was like, wait, FMM took that, but he's dead. No, okay. So yes, Freerun manages to pick that up. The evolved Lord goes towards the side of Vanguard, and now things are looking extremely dire for the side of Bleed. And I want to go back to that Lord fight earlier, right? They had the chance to take the Lord. They were just too careful, and that's exactly what you're trying to get at, right? They were playing too safe. Like, they should have seen Ashrit at the top side and just taken the Lord. If they focused the Lord, go back and reset, that fight didn't need to happen.
The issue was Luxian Stain has the immortality, so FMM went in, purposely popped the immortality on Luxian. Luxian used the entropy after, or used his ulti after he popped the immortality, because he knows he is able to reposition, is the only one who can deal a lot of damage.
And then so much damage is coming out from the side of Luxian right now. This is a late game Natan that they have, and I don't think Alice actually is going to be able to sustain too much from here, right? She needs to build a defensive item. They need the immortality, or maybe even Win of Nature.
Yeah.
Actually, no, Win of Nature wouldn't even work. It would have to be a immortality.
I think even for Deck, for the side of Bleed, right? You don't really have a lot of damage because your power window is over. It's long gone. You're unable to one-shot almost anyone in this entire lineup already.
It's looking especially difficult, I think, for Bleed. in the team fight earlier. I mean, yes, oh, here's the 1v1.
Here's
No
the
Tempest
1v1.
of Blades. Jack in trouble. Immortality,
no.
Pop Ashrid. Oh, it's gonna be with the crowd as well, just trying to get away. Jack! 1 HP manages to get away. In the meantime, Base of Bleed takes down the Lord, but the base is cracked open. Vanguard, they want to push through onto this. They're missing Deck though. Ashrid making his way back to the team fight here as well. The minions are crashing in. They're looking to end this one. Blade of Heptases picked up by Blade again. It's difficult. They're already starting to crash down on the base. Looking for an opening. Finds Deck. Tempest of Blades. Last hit. It doesn't matter. They take that one on the base and cleans that up. Vanguard. Wow.
The patience paid off for Vanguard. And honestly, though, in the early game, really suffering. But then it's all according to plan. I said this in the game. It was just, okay, it doesn't really matter because we know Deck's Power Spike is in the early game. It's a mid game. Let's go late game. Let's get Luxionstein online because they know their win condition. They know they just need to get Luxionstein up to speed, up to damage, and then just clear up the waves.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say patience is key for
And it's
both
also
teams.
a virtue.
No, it's not a virtue. It's key for both teams, right? It was patience. The Vanguard needed the patience to drag it out to the late game, but patience actually stabbed Bleed in the heart because
That is true.
Because they were too patient. They were too safe. I think
Yeah.
they had such a huge gold lead, and at any point from maybe like the 10-minute to 15-minute mark, they had the opportunity to close the game. They had. They were in the they were in the enemy's base for so long, but they couldn't finish the game, which is such a shame.
Yeah,
And
I
that
think
rhymes.
it was the biggest factor for their downfall is okay. I got to this position. I've got the gold lead. Who do I send to die first? And then who do I send to take out the turrets? Because they don't really have a necessary turret taker. Yes, you got a split push in the form of Nolan, but who do you send to take down the turrets before the fight goes south? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but also something else which I realized actually now that I reflect on that game, right? I didn't see a lot of snap engages. And what I mean by that, right, is usually when you see a team like Gatto, you see a team playing the Aurora as well, we see, the Gatto dive in and then layers the CC of the Frigid Glacier, right? So we see a whole team stun. We didn't actually see a lot of that in the team fights that we saw in that game.
I think it was difficult for Bleed to find an entry point once Luxionstein was up, right? Because, yeah, you try to go in, you get hit in the face with, Implosion, Sacred Hammer, and then you have Valentina with the Terrify. You also can steal the Frigid Glacier for yourself, and not to mention Ruby.
Yeah, for sure. But all right, let's take a look at the MVP, guys. Luxionstein, next name?
I think Luxionstein.
Yeah.
Luxionstein. Very patient guy. Very patient. He has a lot of work cut out for him, especially in the early game. But it was a little bit too patient in the early game. Very slow in terms of the farm, but it all works out. It all works out well. He knows his game plan. He knows the way he plays. He knows how to win games, and that's just it.
Yeah, but look, I mean, the thing is, this is the team's win con, right? We mentioned it from the start, right? You detect to see where the enemy team is. You defend, Luxionstein, and then you attack.
Yeah. This is basically just
Vanguard's
their MO. 4 men
protect the president.
360 defend onto 1 Luxionstein. That's it.
Yeah, and look, I think a hero like Natan, right, suits Luxionstein's MO so well, because I mean that's what he is. He is a time traveler. He is a guy that stays at the back and just dishes out all the damage, and he's like, y'all can't touch me because I'm just gonna go back in time.
Fair. Yep.
All right, so looking at, I think his item build, that's pretty standard. Nothing much to address there. Actually,
but
more
I have to say
tactics than
though,
emblems there.
it was not an easy game for Luxion at all. Especially like to get to the late game. FMM was always behind him. It was always on him. It was trying to disrupt him from getting into the main team fights. But I think FMM also has he doesn't really have a lot of backups coming in together with the rest of his team. I think that was the main downfall of Bleed. But Luxionstein actually took advantage of this and has that damage onto FMM. So this was really well played from Luxionstein. Talking about the items, nothing really speaks out to me that much. It's just very well disciplined, just textbook foundational plays from him.
Yeah, actually, I do notice that he actually picked up the Blood Wings He picked up the Blood Wings,
Yeah,
which is not super common, I think, for Natan, especially.
You could
But
pick
that's
up
like
the
the last
Blood Wings.
item, right?
You could pick it up as like 4th after maybe your Feather, your Starlium, and then Holy Crystal, and then you can go for the Blood Wings. It's just a little bit more shields.
Sustain as well, yeah. All right, so we did see the gold lead swing in the direction of Vanguard, and the graphic here is not representative of what happened in game, you know? In game, we saw Bleed actually taking the lead for majority of the game, and it'd be interesting to see like a gold graph or something. As we see the objectives as well, most of the objectives went towards the side of Bleed. It was just that last push which Vanguard had, which actually managed to seal the deal on Bleed's fate.
Unfortunate.
Yes, it's super unfortunate, you know, and I don't know. I want to talk about the future. Is that okay? Let's talk a little bit about next game.
What's about next game?
So for Bleed, right? I think they played the early game and the middle game really well.
Yeah.
Right.
It's up to their composition. Yes.
They played it to the composition, but the thing is they weren't able to close the game. What I want to see from Bleed is I actually want to see more, I guess, decisive calls coming up from Jay. You know, we talked about how Jay was the shot caller, how Jay makes the plays, and you know, the past games that we've seen that we've casted of Jay's, he has always been the playmaker.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not sure if it's a pick issue or if it's a team comp issue, but if he felt very muted this game.
I don't know. We have to check out the mic checks, but like, yeah, it's hard to say because Kiwi has not dead at all this entire game, so that's a win in these books. But the fact of the matter is, Jay always goes in. FMM is very far away from Jay. I think FMM is doing his own thing. They might have their own playstyle in their head. I think everything went south on one of the purple buffs take. And then they lost 2 members on each side, and that's where Vanguard actually knows, like, hey, we can actually win team fights. And look at Ding, 1-0-4 on a Ruby, someone who's able to tank damage and get into the midst of the battle.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, and actually, now that's actually taking a look at the gold once again. I said it twice, but the Luxian Stain actually having 5k gold ahead of FMM. FMM actually not be able to even finish his basic 6 item build with the boots, you know.
I think he did with the Immortality.
He saw the Immortality? I didn't see the Immortality.
Yeah, that's like a half build, right? So
yeah, which is strange.
Pretty strange, yeah.
It's very strange. And I also noticed just now on the side of Vanguard, no one actually got any kind of healing reduction item, so they weren't actually super concerned about gimping Alice's.
Because if you're able to shred them down before they heal everything back up, what's the point? What's the point? That's basically Luxian Stain, right? He might be saying to them like, hey, there's no point getting just get full defense. We don't really need to shred anything down. I think there was a Dom Ice in Ding. I think that's the only one.
That's the only thing, yeah.
So Ding, Nick Stain, enough crowd control to be the front line for Luxian Stain. But going to the next game though, will they be able to pull this strat off? And will Bleed be able to understand, okay, this is what they're gonna do. Let's double down, hunker down on Luxian Stain because they're always playing this kind of strategy.
Oh, you know, dude, just ban out the Natan, man. I mean, look, you ban out the Natan and Luxian Stain is just, he's half the man he is, right?
Those big words.
I mean, but looking at the emblems, you know, the war cry on the Edith, are you a fan or you're not a fan?
A fan of it in the early game because if you soak them a lot of damage and then you fill up your passive, you pop your Primal Wrath, that's a lot of damage reflected onto the rest of your opponents. And Gato Gacha as well as Edith, they sort of have the same kind of mechanics. You try to soak in a lot of damage and then you dish everything back out. It's sort of like a Fredrin as well. But the fact of the matter is Dominic was unable to sustain himself long enough in the late game just because they were unexpecting. They didn't expect Luxian Stain to come in with so much more damage than anticipated. FMM jumps in, always jumps in first, and he's the main damage dealer. And I know that, like I said this in the past, like he's very patient, but he's an aggressor. So he wants to join in team fights, but he waits up for it. I think the last team fight, he made a huge mistake because the Immortality once popped up. Luxian Stain, that was a perfect entropy to the back to just increase that space to deal that damage that he needs to.
Yeah, for sure.
Even Stevens on both sides for most of it.
This is probably the most even draft I've seen in a while, you know, and this is testament to, I think, how close these two teams are. And like I mentioned at the start of the day, right, this is a very, very good matchup. I feel that both teams have been performing better than at least what I expected coming in from the last season, or coming into this season, sorry. So I'm very, like I said, this was, we called it.
Yeah.
We called it, guys, that this is going to be a really even game. Wow, actually, now I'm noticing Furin actually having a 100% kill participation rate.
Ooh, actually.
Valentina, showing that he is, you know, actually maneuvering around the map efficiently. FMM, on the other hand, though, having only 36%.
This is interesting because I thought like he was in a lot of team fights, but he was always on the back of the team fights. So he's always giving a lot of space from the damage dealers and the frontline tanks, and he himself is soaking up so much damage as well. I think for the side of FMM, he's always like in that back line. He's always taking up 2 members. Ding is always together with Luxenstain, buying him time, buying him space, clock controlling whoever comes near him. Nick Stain is leading the charge because that's what he is. And I think it just played out beautifully. What I want to see though is Astrid actually, you know, stepping up to the plate. I think he had a very, very tough time this game.
Yeah, that's true. You know, all 3 turtles went all over to the side of Bleed, and they kind of just gave that away. Yes, I have to give credit to Vanguard, though, for, you know, identifying that, hey, look, early mid-game, you know, we can't fight this.
Yeah.
So we're gonna play cross maps, right? We're gonna take a tower on the other side of the turtle. We're gonna, you know, push out the lane a little bit more. So I do have to give credit to Astrid, and, you know, this is, I think, the reason why he's only got 15% capture rate, I think, on the turtle.
Yeah,
kill rate on the turtle, which is very, very low from what we normally see from the side from junglers. But you know, I think this is the reason why, is because they take the cross maps, they take the cross trades.
Yeah, it's one of the changes of the turtle dances that we see so far in the meta as well. Because assassins don't necessarily have to prioritize the turtle; they prioritize the buff, then the turtle, because you wanna make sure that you have as much resources, as much utility as you have before going into the major fights. Because as you can see, Exhibit A, in the first ever turtle of this entire game, they took out the turtle and went directly into the purple buff. Astrid is just done for at that point.
Yeah, man, that's for sure. All right, looking at the top 4.
Dr. J and 2 of them. Sandbag and Best Wingman.
Of them. Yeah, but I mean, look, he's playing the Gatto, right?
Yeah.
So Gatto is meant to do exactly what this is.
Gatto things.
Exactly. This is just Gatto things, you know. And Luxenstain.
Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I know. I was gonna say
yeah.
that. I was like, only if he did like what, 20? No, not even 20. It's like
less than like 15 damage.
15 damage less. It would have been perfect. Then we have to forever immortalize this graphic, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 next time, maybe?
Maybe next time. Maybe next game.
Maybe next game. And Astrid, highest goal per minute. You know, I think this is normal. He was split pushing.
This is actually interesting to me because I didn't notice that because I was just taken away aback by Jay being 2 of them. But Astrid, actually, the early start of the game, he was super underfarmed because Deck was always like pummeling his purple buff. He wasn't able to get his resources, wasn't able to get his farm, wasn't able to get anything at all. But to be the highest goal per minute at that point meant that he had to step up in the mid game to the late game.
No, but I mean, that's like he was split pushing the entire time of the game, right? If you notice, where was he on the map when you know people were contesting for objectives? He was on the other side of the map. He was pushing. When there's a team fight breaking out, you know, we'll push on the other side. Yeah, exactly. But anyways, let's take a look at the highlights from the previous game. We saw, this is the turtle fight I think we're talking about, right? The first turtle that spawned, the second turtle
The second turtle, yeah. This was, after the fight, you see the Revitalize actually popped up from Jay, buying them a lot of time. The Revitalize is very big in the early game, but in the late game though, it's not enough to heal all the damage that's coming in, especially from that. That's Dex with the nice flank onto Luxian. I do like to see that, like, even coming in from after taking the orange buff, Astrid's orange buff, and then into the fray. So this kind of looks like Bleed's highlight instead of Vanguard's.
But I mean, that's the thing, right?
That's the early game.
For majority of this game, Bleed was in the driver's seat, and this is extremely unfortunate, right? Because I mean, they were leading this entire game, and look at this point. of the game, right? Honestly, Bleed should have just done a final push.
That was I know Bleed is the losers of this game, but FMM, that I have to point out, that was a beautiful, beautiful flicker kill onto Luxian Stain. He didn't even expect it. Didn't pop his Purify back then.
Yeah. And like I said, you know,
and then this was the turning point. Luxian Stain, he knows he's a lot of damage. And there he goes, and then he just starts scaling up the 1v1 fight that never ended in a death. Sort of like the anime battle, I'll see you again next time, friend.
The walk away with the cloak.
Yeah, walk away with the cloak. Yeah, that's the first phase of any boss fight ever.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, we just see the rest of the game.
Oh, okay,
you know?
this is the fight. Okay, so Dominic goes down, and then Jay takes the brunt damage. FMM already goes down, and then yeah, it's just Luxian Stain. He heals everything back up as well, because I think you have the Feather of Heaven as well as the Starlium Scythe, so that gives you enough Hybrid Lifesteal to heal everything that you lost down. And then you have like so much crowd control. You don't want to be fighting into sort of like that focal point. You need to be able to split up those fights if you want to win, if you're a Bleed.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and I think for Bleed, you know, going into next game, right? Like I said, you have two solutions, man. You either ban out the Natan and then just, you know, hard focus Luxian, because I mean that's Vanguard's plan, right? To be a Vanguard for Luxian, or just pick a dive comp.
That was sort of like
a full-on dive comp.
Full-on dive comp, but that's all in. That's all in. I don't think it will work with their team play style, because they're very held back. But it would be a really, really crispy kind of composition, if I could say so myself.
Yeah, for sure. But do you know what else is crispy, man?
I don't.
The McCrispy from McDonald's, man.
Oh, you don't say.
Well, look, the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's, guys. Catch all the MPL Season 8 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved McCrispy. With McDelivery as well.
I mean, not just that, right? You don't just get the McCrispy. If you get that, you stand to win thousands of in-game diamonds. I think that's the catch here, right? Not just the McCrispy, but you buy food that you need and are gonna eat anyway, and then you get diamonds.
But what if I'm on a diet?
Then you can have a crunch.
I can buy food for you, and I get the diamonds for myself.
I was gonna say you can taste the crunch of diamonds.
Or you buy the food for yourself, and then you give the diamonds to me, because I'm on a diet. That's my food.
How about you buy the McCrispy for me, and you get to keep the diamonds? I think it's a good trade, fair trade, right?
Wasn't that what he said, though?
Yeah, exactly.
100,000 for 20.
It's all good back.
100,000 for 20%.
What?
Exactly.
What?
Exactly. I can't wait for the next game, though. I don't know. It kind of seems like Bleed is trying to experiment in the first game. So all of us are still like, our predictions are still on par. But like, I'm closer to you guys. I'm closer than to my predictions than you guys. So
no, but
one more game away.
This is what I said earlier, right? This is so close between these two teams, and I keep going back to this because I think this is probably the closest one of the closer matches that we've seen all season. You know, I've been looking forward to this game for quite a while.
We have huge stakes for the fifth and sixth place, because 6 teams are going into the playoffs and 2 teams are going to be relegated. Obviously, these 2 teams are pretty safe. But there are still stakes.
Yeah.
Like if you're 5th and 6th, it's single elimination. So you're going down to the lower brackets. You only have 1 life. And then on to the top 4 teams are going on to double elimination. So that means even if you lose, you still get to fight the single elimination teams in the lower brackets.
Yeah, and I think that's important, right? Especially if you're in the midfield, kind of in the standings, you really never know where it can swing sometimes, and you need that extra life just to make sure that you still stay in the competition.
That's right. Extra life is always important. Exhibit A, Luxian Stain. He's got the immortality. Give himself alive for another fight. And there we go. That was the first win for Vanguard. But I think we're ready for the draft. We're going to be jumping soon, pretty soon. I don't know what I'm saying right now. My brain is operating in the morning. You know what I need? I need a Mac breakfast.
You need coffee. You need my breakfast.
In a Mac Cafe.
Mac Cafe breakfast.
I need a Mac Cafe
coffee.
Yes. Can you get it for me?
I thought you were going to buy it.
I don't know what I'm saying. My brain is operating sometimes.
Weren't you supposed to place the order?
I get the diamonds, you get the food.
Yeah,
'cause
exactly.
I'm
So
on a
you place,
diet.
so you place the order.
So anyways, we got the Fanny and the Hylos being banned out by Imba DJ. Risten's banning out the Harrod. There's the Chip being banned out as well. Pretty standard, typical bans all across the board, similar to the previous game.
Ton.
If I remember correctly, the last ban for Bleed was, I think it was a Hayabusa.
No. The Hayabusa is the fourth ban.
It was
the fourth ban. But look, just ban on the Tan. Get rid of that.
They took out
There's a
the
Ruby.
Roger
Ruby.
and the Fovia, so both of these are actually open this time.
Oh, okay, but their first pick. So they want to give the Phovius over to Dominic. That's going to be the first pick advantage. Risten obviously might not want to have that happen. That is the Phovius. That's right, it's the Phovius.
I wonder, can FMM play in the Tan? Sorry, look, like I said.
Yeah, he can.
I mean, the thing is, I'm still not convinced that, that Luxury Stain can perform extremely well on anything but the carry and the Tan. I mean, he can perform really well on these two, but they're both the very similar type of hero. Late game, DPS, that's it. Right? So put him in something uncomfortable. He is going to be the priority. He should be the priority for the side of Bleed.
But there's only so many sort of like marksmen that you can pick up. I mean, he could go back to the Roger. That is a very, very safe pick. Flex it towards the jungle as well. That might be a possibility. But I know Bleed likes to prioritize Dex heroes. So first pick go over to Edith is might be an EXP Edith. This time around,
Kufra.
that is a Kufra
And a
Nolan
Nolan.
immediately off the bat. So taking out the Nolan away from deck.
No, but I think that's fine, right? Because the thing is that Bleed, and the reason why I think they don't first pick Nolan is because Nolan can get countered, right? We saw Nolan get countered by stuff like the Ling, especially in the late game, Hayabusa as well on the board. So they want to put him in a position where he gets kind of like the quote-unquote counter pick for the side of Bleed, or for the side of deck, right? And Deck's Hayabusa is really, really good as well.
It's all down to positioning because Hayabusa takes a little bit more time to come online. First item or second item, Sky Piercer, you get your pure damage items before you can get any kills whatsoever. So that's going to be a very, very huge hurdle over for Hayabusa. But you can clear waves pretty decently. You can clear jungle camps very decently as well. But the Kufra being second pick, I think it's just a counter towards the Edith. You want to check that brush? Nah, I'm going to go into my bouncing ball. I'm going to deny you.
Boing.
Yeah, and just deny you. And then try to get in for the re-engage. I think that is the plan for Vanguard. Typically at this point, okay, Aurora's being picked up. It might be wise to pick up Valentina over here.
Yeah, and we saw how Freeran actually played the Valentina very, very well just now. 100% kill participation rate, let me remind you.
Or if you want to go a little bit crazy, you could go for the, okay, that's a Valentina. No, carry.
That's carry, yeah.
I'm trying to hear the voice lines before the hero actually comes up.
But you see, this is what I mean, right? Like, you just now that Luxury Stain is able to pick his heroes carry, it's hard to pin the carry down, especially with this first draft trio that just got picked up, right?
Yeah. It's sort of like Vanguard is pulling like a full Vanguard is pulling like a fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me kind of situation. They don't want to use the same strategy 2 times in a row. They're trying to switch things up with the carry and the Kufra combo. So this is going to be a very, very late game kind of composition again. But it's very, very Vanguard-like. So banning out the Cho, banning out the Tigro, that's an homage over to Jay, respecting all of his setup heroes. There's still a Grok that's available and open as well on the side of Bleed, but Jay could very well flex into Edith as well. It could go for the Jawhead if you're Bleed in the room.
Actually, though,
Minotaur might be possible. If you go for a Jawhead if you're Bleed, it's super early game. It's a lot of damage,
but the thing is that they need to, right? Because right now it's very hard to go up against in a team fight Vanguard's lineup, because Vanguard's lineup is super late game, right? Is that a glue?
That's a glue. It's actually very, very popular in a lot of other regions as well. NACT has been using it. You've got MPL, ID, and PH. They're bringing the glue back just because of the sustain. Right now, EXP, in the last meta, EXP used to be like, okay, I'm gonna be damage,
Yeah.
the third damage dealer. But right now it's like tank, because right now you're gonna put a lot of your focus onto the assassins in the jungle. So you need another role to step up. What better role than the EXP? So that is, that's the Valentina going to the hands of Fredrin. Fredrin.
I know Fredrin's like your favorite hero, man. I mean, you know, similar build and all that, but
Thank you.
You need to chill off
You're
a little.
welcome.
Alright, no, but Glue ban, super interesting. Terizla ban as well. Terizla would actually put a little bit of a
Arlot's open. You could have a really nice setup, but then you lose out on a lot of tanks, a lot of tankiness. But then you have sort of like a pseudo sustain with the vengeance pops. What are they missing out here? Scrubby, what do you think?
I think if they go into an Arlot, it might be the same as the last game, right? I guess like not, like you said, not super beefy frontline.
Gatot?
Like, oh,
Moskov.
Gatot again.
Yeah, that's very interesting. They are, but this time around, the key difference is that they have a late game gold laner to deal with, and well, to work around with, right?
Yeah.
If not, the lineup is actually very, very, very similar. Change the Nolan for the Haya.
But it gives them a lot of contingency as well, right? Like if all else fails in the late game, they could also still play across the map, which they couldn't do
That's
the last
right.
time with the Moskov this time.
That's right. I think Moskov here is decent. You hold yourself pretty well against a carry, but then it's all down to scalability. Who scales up better in the late game? But based on Bleed's, Belleric. Belleric XP.
Really rough.
That is hard for FMM. That's gonna be so dirty for FMM.
Oh, that's so rough.
Oh man. The Roots are gonna just taunt Moskov. He's gonna deal damage to himself because of the reflex. And you can see the stresses or the focus on Bleed's face. I don't know which one I see more.
Oh, that's definitely throws a gear in the works, right? I mean, who plays Belleric?
Hey, actually, I think it was, if I'm not wrong, Chaknu from MPL PH that brought it up, but it was a Belleric in the roam position. He brought it back to counter specific heroes for attack speed, and it's a beautiful hero to counter attack speed heroes, but then you lose out on the flicker because you have to build the vengeance on yourself, unless Ding wants to fool us again and go for a flicker.
I mean, we're gonna see it really, really soon as we go into game number 2 of this extremely important match, decided Bleed versus Vanguard. We do see Ding pick up the Revitalize.
Oh, he's actually he's pulled us twice this time around.
He's never gonna die.
He's never gonna die.
He's never gonna die.
And then he might be able to build up the Oracle as well.
And he's got the Concussive Blast.
Wave clear, yeah, you need that because if you're EXP, you need that wave clear. If not, you're just gonna suffer. You don't really have a lot of skills to wave clear, and he's wave clearing very, very effectively with the help of the Concussive Blast. But Dominic's just letting the minion push in once they have wave priority. But dang, how he plays that Belleric is just cutting those waves, and he's joining in the team fights. That's actually pretty fast. I'm excited to see the battle emblems and the battle spells. The battle emblems.
Emblems, yeah.
Yeah, because like I don't know if he's like going for damage, but like typically you go direct for tank. So this is really interesting for us. It's the first time I'm seeing like Belleric in the EXP.
Can I say this is very, very interesting to me personally because I love what Ding has brought to Vanguard.
Yeah, the
if you
glue
notice,
bring in
exactly
the new metas. It's sort of like a new age Diablo kind of situation where he's bringing in new tanky metas coming in.
Yeah, and he's picking heroes which other MPL SG players don't usually pick up, and whether it's innovation or whether he's copying. Like the other matters from MPL PH or MPL ID, this is super, super key.
Flicker in the knockup onto Ashray, gets blown up there. Kiwi takes the credit for first blood, and again, Bleed nails, the first kill of the game.
I love the flicker from Dom. This is what perfect communication looks like. He's like, guys, I got this. Flicker, bam, Earthshatter, and that's it.
Now that's an easy turtle over the side of deck with Ashray just being spawned up. No contest right there. Vanguard doesn't really have a lot of wave clear that they did in the previous game, but now Bleed, they have the upper hand in terms of the mid lane wave clear.
I'm still stunned by the pick of the Belleric, man. I mean, he's a bane to my existence in normal like ranked matches, right? But I never thought I'd get to see him in professional play.
Yeah, I'm not too worried now that there's any kills onto Vanguard, because that's basically the MO for a lot of the series that we've casted so far, right? Like Vanguard's very patient, but hold on.
Luxenstain in trouble, pops Luigi Shadow Kill, one hit. Dominic will be the one to land it here. Nixstain also forced to back out from the lane.
So, but I mean, look, this is really good for the side of Bleed, but this is also very similar to what happened during game number 1, right? Nixstain getting a little bit caught out here. We see 4 members of the side of Bleed.
They're pushing the momentum. Bleed 1k gold lead in a very, very early 3-minute mark, but Nixstain actually taking a brunt of the damage off screen. He gets taken out.
He's still fighting though. Here is the Raffle Dry. The taunts come through. The CCs, like you said, you know, forcing them to just stop in their tracks. They can't really do much there. And I think earlier on with the Turtle, they didn't have those ultimates up yet. But now, you know, Nixstain, Ding, both at level 5. They have that for the next team fight.
Well, I love to see it. I love to see how EXP, now the rotation for EXP is like, okay, I not only have to settle my own lane, I have to go over all the way to the cross map, try to take down that gold lane as well. So Ding and Dominic doing the Lord's work.
As a really like, you know, big hulking tree just like stomping across the map really slowly, but he still makes it to the fight.
He still makes it. He still makes it back. It's so interesting. I don't know if he. I think we missed the battle emblems.
No, it wasn't shown yet. Wasn't shown yet.
We didn't show.
Okay,
Okay,
no, we didn't. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right, so we're seeing the second turtle spawn in. Ding already in position, being the vanguard for Vanguard. Pun fully intended there. As we see Dominic also trying to get into position, trying to scout out some vision for the side of Bleed. We see a stare down right now. Mexican standoff right now, basically.
It's a very crucial.
Yep. Oh, there you go.
There you go, Jay initiating Avatar of the Guardian in the backline as well. Nixstain Deck still secures that with the referee battle. Jay's up to Ruffle trying. The damage comes through from Bleed though. They take down 2. And now Jay is down for the trade. It's going to be 3 in favor of 1. Free run! Kiwi lands that killing blow onto him.
It's 4 members.
1.
Bleed.
Absolutely taking that turtle. And if you notice, Astrid actually used Red Tree as well, but used it way too early. So actually missed out on securing the turtle because the turtle is actually regenning when he used the Red Tree. It was just
he went like the turtle was resetting. He used the Red Tree and then he was like, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh damn. I need to get in and use my fracture, but then Deck was just right there already.
Like, oh no, I missed it. Oh well.
That would have been a very, very crucial turtle take. And the reason for Bleed winning on that team fight is because Vanguard actually had a lot of damage, especially from the Wrath of Thorns coming in from Ding as well, right? But the fact is, once you take down the turtle, you have a little bit of shields for all of your teammates or all of your players, especially for Bleed, and then you're able to just sustain a lot of damage that comes through, especially your own damage from basic attacks that reflects in. Now the T1 mid is down for Vanguard's count. Bleed 3k up ahead. It is kind of looking dire for Vanguard, but at this point I'm not too worried because this is how they like to play it. Like to play it low, like to play it slow, like to play it to the late game.
And also, it's a bit of a numbers disadvantage for Vanguard, right? Because earlier on, FMM actually did nail the Spear of Destruction, and he joined the fight later. This is something that Luxian cannot do at this stage, but he will be more relevant later on once he gets his farm, as always, you know, being patient. And he did also take that tier 1, the outer turret on the top side for that trade.
Yep. So Kerry and Moscow, fun fact, they are the shortest range marksmen in the entirety of the game. Moscow being the shortest range, but he has the passive going on, so he's able to extend that range. So Luxenstein, his positioning really needs to be watched very, very carefully. Now, third turtle of the game. I can't believe we're already so fast in. But Ding's leading the charge, trying to pull the turtle towards their side. This will be a very, very crucial turtle take because they're not too far ahead in terms of gold right now.
And look at where FMM is, by the way. He's at the top side looking for a push, looking for an angle to enter the fight. Turtle down to 50 HP right now. Vanguard having advantage in numbers, but that will change shortly as we see FMM actually creating an additional pressure from the top side. Bleed actually being very happy with this. Had the Sun Luxion Stain at the top side. Turtle down to 25% HP right now. It seems like he's going to side of Blade.
With the taunt, Terrify, yeah, and they take the turtle.
Smart call, very disciplined. Prioritizing the purple buff instead of the turtle. They know that they can't win in these big team fights. You got the top wave pushing down by FMM. They just, let's ditch it and we'll go for our buffs instead.
Very, very well played for the side of Bleed. FMM especially, you know, identifying that, look, I have this split pushing power. I'm able to join into the Spear of Destruction much later on in the fight. Which is actually advantages for them, right? Because the thing is that with the Moskov, you need to enter from an angle which they do not expect.
Yeah.
Right? So I think it's super, super well played from the side of Bleed, showcasing why people play Moskov, because split pushing equals good.
Focusing on farm. You just focus on farm, but even if SOD falls and your team is wiped out, at least you can get a trade, a very decent
Cross-map trade, yep. We see FMM actually having a... well, he was at level advantage earlier on Luxion. Second turret already going down 8 minutes into the game for the top side of the map. So honestly, Bleed really securing the objectives very well this early in the game. But the question is, can they close out?
Well, it's the question I ask myself every day when I wake up. Can I close out? I don't know where I'm going with this. But yes, I think this will be a very, very crucial situation for Bleed because they've been in this situation many a times. Very aggressive in the early game, very proficient in clearing out the T1s and maybe some might say the T2s, but they can't clear out once they're in the base because they're a little bit more held back and they're a bit more passive when it comes down to base rushes.
Yeah, this is super spicy, this match. Super, super spicy. Oh, they found Nick Stain.
Yep, in the brushes, the onward throws him back, forces them back. In the meantime, FMM just taking towers and pushing them at super speed.
Rat-a-tat-tat, man. FMM already has his his Holy Trinity built up. For the side of Carry, she's down one of the items. She's actually down 1k gold, which is pretty significant, I think. Right now, as we see the Lord spawning in, not having a Holy Trinity right now, I don't think Vanguard can afford to fight this.
No, Luxion needs a little bit more time. That's an easy Lord take by the side of the deck. Vanguard still not in terms of damage. Luxion Stain still doesn't have as much as he needs as of now. So they're just, okay, let them take everything. We'll just get that defense. And they do have very, very good defense in the form of Frerin and the form of Ding. With the Wrath of Thorns, and he needs to be able to build up those Thunderbelt stacks as well. Because if you build Thunderbelt and you don't build up your stacks, it's a very, very particularly weak item.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just right there. It's just like, you know, it's in my space. I can't really sell it because like I got a certain amount of investment into it. But like when it comes down to investment, if you have like 5 stacks on Thunderbelt or like maybe like 8 stacks, but you need another defensive item to cover for the losses that Thunderbelt would have, what do you do? Like, would you sell it?
Buy another item, man. Keep it.
Sell it?
Yeah, no. Because the thing is that they, for Vanguard especially, right, they have a late game plan. So
Oh, Nick Stain with the Tyrant's Rage goes right in, and the Frigid Glacier as well freezes everyone in place. In the meantime, though, J Dominic goes down. It's Vanguard now. Oh, Spear of Destruction misses by just a hair. Could have gotten that, but it's 2 for 2 as Bleed come crashing down top side with the Lord here. Not able to take it down just yet, but they do get the mid inner turret.
Look,
that was a whiff.
Deck and FMM looking hella crazy with their damage though at this point, but still it's pretty mid-game so far. Once we hit the 12-minute mark, that's where, you know, it starts to seep into the late game, and that's where the power spikes are coming in. Let's watch the replay really, really quickly. Ding Luxion Stain, Nick Stain jumps in, then Ding follows up with the Wrath of Thorns, but FMM's damage from that sidelines was just way, way too much, and Kiwi just responded with the Frigid Glacier, just locking everyone down. I think that was a very, very good response. Jay goes down, no problem, because he's the sacrificial self.
Yeah, I love how Nick Stain just went, hey boys, I got this, let's go! You're just straight in and actually manages to cause a chink in the armor of Bleed right now. Showcasing that Bleed is actually not unkillable at this point, even though it is a...
Oh, that's me.
Okay, gold lead.
Well, I love it. I actually have this
recall.
Recall, yeah.
Of course you do.
It's available now in store, so please get it while it lasts. And it's permanent, so like.
Wait,
get
is
it
it actually?
Yeah, it's permanent. It's permanent. Not like that 90-day
Yeah.
emote thing that I
All
bought,
right,
and then
all
90
right.
days later I'm like, dang it.
I didn't even. You only used it for like 3 days.
Yeah, but I haven't played it yet because like after the cast, like 5 games yesterday,
Yeah,
it's just
so
crazy.
tired.
Yeah.
Man. All right.
Oh.
See if I.
Yep. Critic Laser already used, but Vanguard full retreat. Avatar the Guardian misses as well. Freerun on the run. Here comes the damage. Does not connect. Stain with the flicker. It gets to Luxon. Stay in the back line. Goes down. FMM doing so much damage.
So much work.
Ding goes down. Double knocked up for him. It's 4 on the side of Vanguard. Clean. Only Ashrid left standing. This is trouble for Vanguard. I'm not sure they might be able to defend this, but the creeps are still coming down the mid lane.
They want to take down the T3 down mid. They might be able to cycle this.
I think
They're
they do.
pushing
They
the
go
aggression.
right in. Ashray to go for the base instead. FMM just chunking down, sealing themselves. Game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves our first Game 3 of the day for match 1.
Yeah.
So you guys are back in on the predictions.
What do you mean back in? We've always been in, bro.
And
We've
you're
locked
out.
it down.
I'm out. I'm
You're
out.
out.
I have to say, yeah. So it could go either ways. Could go either ways.
No. I'm convinced at this point, man. This Bleed game looked very similar to the first one, but you know what's the key difference, guys?
FMM's in.
Moskov!
He's not experimenting anymore. I could say that.
Moskov is the key difference here. I mean, the thing is that, you know, FMM FMM on the Moskov looks so much different from FMM on the Alice. And the key difference is that, you know, the later the game goes, just now, for the first game, Alice is not able to keep up with the damage that Natan was able to dish out. In theory, yes, infinite scaling, but the thing is, you're going to get bursted down before you can actually deal out enough damage. But this game, Moskov, from the back lines, with the front lines of your team, you're fine. You can just keep throwing those spears and rat-a-tat-tat. That's all you need to do, man.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the items because like I want to see how they itemize around Belleric. So the Wrath of Thorns isn't really as effective if you don't have the Vengeance. Yes, you got to revitalize. It helps you in the early game, but it's not too much. Let's take a look at the MVP for today. That's FMM on the board. 305 with actually just decent item builds with the Warrior Boots as well. Because it's interesting to me because the reflect damage coming in from the Wrath of Thorns is actually magic. So building in the Warrior Boots is actually just defending against the Nolan pick coming in from a Shrit. So he's just defending himself from the assassins, any threats that come his way. So he's got the Holy Trinity. That's all he needs to build with the defensive Wind Talker, the Wind of Nature.
Yeah. You know, so yeah, defensive Wind of Nature, that's all you need. And I think he was probably building up into the Malefic Roar, I believe. I mean, that's potentially one of the items, but it makes sense, right? If you're fighting against Baloric, Malefic Roar is going to make your life that much easier. But other than that, he also has to Purify, by the way. So even the Belleric, now that I think about it, it's slightly questionable. It makes sense, but it's slightly questionable because the thing is that even with the Wrath of the Dryad, you know, the Purify just allows you to get rid of the taunt and you can target someone else. So I don't think you actually have to necessarily itemize any differently from what you normally would do, because you're still kind of a jack of all trades, right? You dish damage out, and that's it.
Yeah, 803 GPM, that's on the really, really high range. The emblem's still a common emblem with the Master Assassin as well. The common emblem, actually, I heard from the advanced server that a lot of the heroes are going to have their mana removed. So Claude is just an experimentation down the official server without the mana. So it'll be interesting to see if Moskov actually doesn't have any mana at all. Then you can itemize a little bit differently. You build a little bit different in terms of battle emblems coming in. So the items here, taking a look here, Ding actually going for the Dom Eyes, but he doesn't really have a lot of defenses. I think the biggest threat is just FMM's damage, like that split damage, and as well as Kiwi. I think Kiwi's always like the forgotten one. We always like, he's always there, he's always disengaging, especially like protecting FMM from any harm that might come his way. He's also got the flicker out, so engaging tools would be very, very vital from the form of Kiwi.
Wingman, I mean, we've always known him to be the support, right? Best rookie of Season 7 as well.
Yeah.
And I think he's been playing all these mages to very, very high level of utility. The way that he supports, uses the crowd control to, like you said, force a fight or help to set that up also for people like FMM to do the damage.
Yeah, man. I want to also point out that, you know, the Thunder Belt actually on Dominic being finished at the third item is actually extremely late. I personally feel for an Edith. Usually you want to rush the Thunder Belt, right, in order for you to build up the stacks. So it's really interesting that he went down that route specifically, and still actually with the War Cry on the Edith.
Yeah, but you would prioritize like really steady defensive items instead of the Thunderbelt first.
Yeah.
Because the Thunderbelt right now has a little bit of a nerf in terms of damage. So the extra damage proc is the additional stacks that you have. The additional stacks that you build through your basic. Yeah, is extra attack damage. So it doesn't really help as much when you buy it in the first item. So you get you build up other items first, and then you slowly have that Thunderbelt, because it's sort of like a very weak item on its own. It gets stronger as it grows, but that's the investment that you have to make.
For sure, but I believe Ding actually opted to go for the Thunderbelt first just now, which was really interesting, right? To see kind of like the opposing group of thoughts, I think, with such an item.
Yeah. I want to see this page. So it's still standard battle emblems all across the board. You've got the Swift, or the high mobility movement emblem over here, Tenacity, as well as the Concussive Blast. But he was clearing lanes relatively quickly. I think it is due to the fact that Concussive Blast scales with HP, so he's got that going on for him.
For sure, for sure. All right, looking at the in-game stats right now. Actually, damage dealt from the side of Vanguard is slightly higher than I thought, to be honest. And besides turret damage, the graph is fairly even. You know, it's once again very, very similar to even Stevens. I think if his game went on for another 5 minutes, it would look
a bit different.
Very similar, actually, to the first game. You know, this Vanguard, you know, they have one strategy.
Yeah, just funnel Luxion Stain, right? I think Ashrit needs to step up. I think the same thing that I said in the previous game, the previous match that I have, Ashrit really needs to step up this time around. Because in the early game, yes, they had a very, very decent kill, or they attempted to go for a decent kill, but after that first turtle, it all went south for the side of Vanguard, because Ashrit needs that snowball, needs that momentum. Here we see Jay again on the top 4, Sandbag and Best Wingman. Kiwi with the carry. Actually, Kiwi does a lot of damage, more than FMM, just because he's like in all of these team fights, he's always engaging, disengaging, and he's getting his items faster. The fact of the matter is, they have decent mid-lane wave clear, which causes the high rotation speed cross map and towards the side lanes as well. FMM, of course, the rich guy, we know him, 803.
Yeah, man. I mean, this team, the fact that they're able to get all the top 4 this time around, is a testament to, I guess, our beliefs in Bleed. At least, you know, Scrubby and my beliefs in Bleed.
Hey! To my defense, it was like before the transfer window, I did the thing, and then they announced it, and I was like, dang, I can't change it no more.
Well, I mean, before the transfer window, I still have my faith in Bleed, man. It wasn't like I had foresight or anything like
that's
that.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's
but
right,
hey, man, we all need a vertigo. We all need a vertigo in this one. Scrubby would understand.
It's true. I mean, someone was saying that I think our predictions were all very one-sided.
One-sided. We all need a vertigo.
But we like to be proven wrong, right? I
Yes.
mean, if it seems one-sided but it's not, that's great. That means we have a good fight on our hands.
It's true, it's true.
But it's turning out to be a really exciting series, because these two teams, like Vanguard, really started from the bottom. Now we're here, and like Bleed is like, I can't say it.
I guess your heart is bleeding out a little bit for there.
I'm actually, I have a lot of high hopes for Bleed too as well. Because like right now with the changes that they've made, show a lot of aggressions, and we can see in the highlights MVP how many times like they have a 4-man engage on the side lanes, all 4 of them, Deck leading the charge.
Beautiful.
Jay comes back in, Dominic walking over from the cross map on the EXP lane towards the gold side to be present for his team. That's what family is for.
He has 100% kill participation, by the way.
Ding?
Dominic.
Yeah, Dominic. Yeah.
Oh, actually.
Yeah, he just walks
so he's
up
just
everywhere. Like, hi guys, I'm here, I'm present.
So that's why like he opted to go for the Thunderbelt as well, because like he's just using his basic attacks, just poking and stuff like that. This was the biggest fight. I think Nick Stain always has the right understanding of like, okay, let's just go in for FMM, but FMM pops that Purify, get themselves out, and then Kiwi with the re-engage with the Frigid Glacier. And FMM's been hitting the crucial SODs, joining in those team fights as well.
And you see Ding kind of just walking up to the fight, right? Yes, even though the Belleric pick might have been good against the Moskov, but he was not able to find FMM in these fights.
Right.
Yeah, no, I was going to mention as well, you know, I think I really like the way that Jay uses his ultimate as Gatto, right? If you notice just now in almost all the fights, right, he was using it to seal off zones, preventing Vanguard from heading in that direction. So if you saw just now, you were talking about the deck fight where, you know, I think we saw Lakshan Stain trying to escape up from the top, right? And then we see that, you know, Jay just uses the ultimate to seal off a zone, so it doesn't, it leads, basically, it herds, it shepherds.
Yeah, it splits off the main damage dealers from the tanks of the team so that the tanks can't even deal any damage, you know. But yeah.
Or to catch up in the fight as well. I think in that last fight over there, he was quite behind, but he used that to catch up all the way to the top lane.
Yeah, so honestly speaking, Gatto, we saw picks at the start, but then now we see the usage of the Gatto. But anyways, we're going to throw it over to Jay. Take it away, man.
Definitely taking away. Thank you very much, Costas. My name is Jace. We'll be doing a little bit of a after that segment, which is slightly different, Kwasang. I'm not too sure what you're up to right there. But let's break down, before going into this fight, let's break down the kind of roster that Bleed wants to go for. Because if you're looking at how Bleed's drafting, this is really standard. But what Vanguard has been drafting, oh boy. This Belleric is really, really the one that's really throwing me off, because in my head, the Belleric is supposed to be able to counteract against the Moskov, right? Because that's where what he wants to do in terms of making sure that he gets all these auto attacks going in and also reflecting all these auto attacks away. But what you also realize is that there's a lot of zone denial that's created, especially from the side of Kiwi, because Kiwi here on this Aurora is really strong in terms of making these zone denials. Same could be said over to Ding as well, but what I feel like Kiwi's zone denial is the one that really keeps away the likes of Luxian Stain, and even to a certain extent the likes of Fearon, and even to a certain extent the likes of Astrid as well. So there's a lot of things that you really have to look out for in the next few team fights that I'm about to show you. So as we go in, if you notice right here, Ding popping the ultimate right here just denies the zone as well, but all eyes on Kiwi, right? What he does next is holding on to the ultimate, the Frigid Glacier right there, waiting for the BIM members, Astrid and everybody to come in at this certain little zone, and that's where he really popped out his ultimate right here. As you can see, all of a sudden there's no way, you know, for the side of Vanguard to really continue on to fight, because as you guys also know that Aurora is really good at making sure that you don't dive me. This is the perfect anti-dive, but if you notice what Vanguard does, it's a lot of dives. Luxian Stain instantly cannot react, and also instantly cannot just step forward to basically do the damage against the likes of Kiwi, the likes of Dominic, or Jay as well. And if you notice this next sequence right here, Nick Stain's actually just jumping onto the members of Bleed, and after that, you know, immediately stun people towards the wall. But if you notice where Kiwi is right again, once again, it's still the same thing. It's basically saving and making sure that he's out of the team fight, finding a nice angle, and then just freeze everybody to death. So it's really well done for the side of, you know, Kiwi in terms of his positioning, and of course, you know, FMM just dishing out the most of the damage all across the board. And if you go to the next sequence, I believe, right, there's another good team fight all the way up top, where it is just all about the flanks. Just look at where Deck is positioning right now as he stepped forward to this particular bush. Kiwi as well on the other side. Nick Stain finds an engage onto, you know, two members. But the problem is, if you notice, FMM and also Kiwi is actually still alive and kicking, right? So, and also Deck coming in for a nice juicy flank on this side. Let's continue playing on this segment as well, and just instantly tags onto Luxian Stain. So once Deck is jumping onto Luxian Stain with the Shadow Q, look at how low his HP is. Look at how Kiwi is setting up a really nice ultimate as well to really set it off as well, and Ding as well. You know, there's just no response coming out from the side of Vanguard in order to really counteract this. I feel like really Aurora is a really strong pick-off hero right now, and hopefully we get to see more coming out from Bleed, because I personally predicted 2-1. With that said, ladies and gents, we're going to throw it back to Kwasang and the rest of the gang on the caster desk. Take it away, boys.
Thanks for that breakdown, Jays. Really, really, really good analysis, and you're right, Kiwi really utilizing the Frigid Glacier to buy his team so much more space. Kiwi hidden MVP maybe?
He's always he's the MVP, the regular season MVP. No, rookie. Best rookie last season.
Yeah.
For a reason, and
That's
and that's why FMM wants to bring him over to Bleed from Asterisk from last season. So his play style really synergizes well with FMM, and that's why he's always making right calls. He's always protecting FMM to the best of his abilities. He's always using himself as sort of like that meat shield that he so desperately is.
And I think with the addition of Deck as well, it seems like, it's really upping the level of synergy that they have. In the fight that Jace pointed out earlier, Deck coming in with the flank targeting Luxenstein. Yesterday with the Nolan, today with the Hayabusa as well. His target prioritization has been so on point to take out these key targets, and especially deadly for Vanguard, who likes to be the Vanguard for Luxenstein.
Yeah, it kind of seems to me like the first game was just like a warm-up. Let's just try to experiment, and then this game, they're going all out. There's no time for games. Let's just win this.
And that's the beauty of a best of 3, right? You don't go in and win it, right? Because the thing is that it gives you one game to fix any kind of mistakes that you feel like you have. But you need, for teams to utilize the best of 3, they need to be able to change their strategy drastically, right?
Right.
So let's go, I want to talk a little bit about that, because Vanguard, we've seen their strategy work once in the first game. In the second game, we saw chinks, we saw gaps in the armor, and the Vanguard was broken apart by Bleed. I managed to, I guess you could say, bleed them out. But the thing is, for next game, right, can Vanguard switch up the strategy?
I think Ashford just needs to step up. Like, he needs to be able to
Dude,
make
you
the
said
right
that
calls.
like 4 times.
3 times. I say it 3 times because I really meant it. Like, for the mid duo to get some work done, like Frerin and Nick Stain, Ashford needs to be present. He needs to be always like there whenever there's a team fight, whenever defensively he has to watch his position. But hey, we're going to the draft. Let's see how this plays out based on what hero he picks up. So similar bans coming in from Riston, no changes right there. It's a lot of respect over to Jay's Chip and as well as FMM's Harith. For the side of Imba DJ, there's a Phobius and the High Laws being banned out. This is critical for the side of Bleed.
I still want to see it in the time, man. I'm still adamant on that. I mean, we saw the carry. The carry, he needs to be in the right position for him to use carry. And once again, it's no shade to Luxian, right? I'm not trying to show any shade whatsoever to Luxian. Luxian is really, really good, which I personally believe, he deserves to have a target ban. I think for the side of Vanguard. Or rather, for the side of Bleed, but Bleed banning out the Ruby, feeling that the Ruby was way more of a, I guess, threat, and they could actually deal with whatever that Luxenstein is going to throw at them, whether it's with the Natan or the carry.
Also interesting that Vanguard this time on the first ban is choosing to take out Edith, because Edith has been a really, high priority pick for Bleed here. Dominic been playing that for the last 2 games.
Yep.
And now Vanguard also taking this Hayabusa away from the hands of Deck.
I think it's also Riston's sort of let's try to prioritize Ashford's heroes. He needs to be something he's comfortable with. It's no time for experimentation anymore because we're both 1 game away. Anyone could take this one. The Hayabusa is his strongest hero. Bleed is leaving it open. I'm going to snap pick it up. So Bleed has to find themselves trying to deny that Hayabusa, especially in the jungle. They could go for their aggressive kind of Nolan and Edith again. Oh no, Edith is taken off. Nolan again. Terizla is getting picked up. That's the Valentina. Interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's really, really interesting. 0% win rate on the Valentina right now.
For the first pick, Terizla, we don't see that as often as we used to. Just last meta, which was like a couple of days ago.
Pre-nerf.
Pre-nerf Terizla.
No, I agree with you. I mean, the thing is, Terizla, we don't usually see him as such an early pick because he's also able to get countered, right? And this is Ding that we're talking about. Glue is up for the picking,
Maybe Dominic is comfortable and he wants to go for the Terizla. The glue comes out.
That's what I said. That's literally what I said.
They're pulling out all the stops. You want to see the Nathan? Oh no, that's not Nathan.
No, but this
It's
is
a Vexana. Okay.
this is what I said, right? Glue being picked up is gonna be so natural for the side of Vanguard. It feels really weird that Imba DJ picked up Terizla as the first pick for the side of Bleed because they know Ding can play Glue.
Yeah.
They know Ding plays Glue, so it's asking for trouble unless for whatever weird reason we see Terizla in the mid lane.
They're going through this draft relatively fast. They kind of know, like, okay, what's the entire draft that we want to go for? And for the side of Vanguard as well, they are trying to synergize, okay, what goes well with the Hayabusa. Right now, the Fanny's being picked up by Deck. The Fanny's main targets will be the Vexana for now. They need to be able to put Luxionstein in a very positive position to be able to kite out Fanny's advances towards that. So that's going to be a huge problem for Vanguard, because I think right now Bleed is... They know, they understand, okay, all we need to do is just take out Luxionstein and we win the games. And that's pretty much what they're attempting to do. We get Terizla, try to start the initiation, Valentina to try to pick up anything. And right now, there's a free Eternal Guard from Vanguard coming in as well. So the Gato being banned out right here. So Jace Heroes definitely going to be banned out.
Tigro ban, maybe?
I think even... Yeah, Tigro.
All right, Tigro would potentially be a really good ban. I mean, Nick Stain loves that as well. So I'm not surprised to see Tigro ban from the side of Bleed. Even Grok also available. Grok's effectiveness maybe is slightly questionable, I think, for the side of Bleed. But if you put Grok in the hands of Vanguard, that could spell a bit of trouble, I think.
For Bleed, yeah. Because the Fanny needs the walls to be able to just, like, kite around.
Exactly. So actually, Grok ban maybe even better than the Tigro ban in this case. You know, kind of give up the Tigro to the side of Vanguard. Challenge them. Challenge Nick Stain.
There's a Tigro.
This is a Tigro, yeah. So it's either or. I mean, honestly speaking, I don't think Tigro is a bad ban per se. It's definitely one of the two premier, I think, roamers right now.
Yeah. They could go back to basics, go for the Minotaur again. And there's a little bit of sustain coming in. So yeah, there's a lot of tanks on the ban pool right now.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Get rid of the tanks, don't have to deal with the beefy boys, and then just burst everyone down with the Fanny.
Is that a Matilda?
That's a Matilda ban.
Interesting. Okay, so Jay used to play Matilda back in the day. So that's Moskov once again. FMM very comfortable. He knows they can win with the Moskov. Right now, Vanguard might be the Nathan versus Moskov once again.
I think the Natan makes sense, right?
Signature versus signature pick for the gold laners at least.
Natan makes so much sense.
Natan, difficult to kite around the Fanny. Carry has a little bit more defense. I was going to say the Cho, but on the side of Bleed though. But actually, Vanguard picks it up. So Nick Stain is going to be piloting the Cho.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him do it earlier in the season, and it didn't actually look too bad, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm actually a fan of a Terizla. Sorry, of a Tigro.
The Tigro.
The Tigro. The Tigro here would be really, really beneficial for the side of...
But it's banned out.
All right, but it's banned out. What am I talking about? I am Grok.
If they pull something out, it could go for the Atlas. We haven't seen that in a while.
Dude, you give me flashbacks. I played 2 games yesterday. I just saw Atlas pop up in every game, and I'm like,
yeah. But it's Akai. Okay.
Akai is actually one of the picks that we kind of were talking about off the screen, right?
Yeah. It's been popularized or being a lot more popular in other regions like PH, ID, and even in like Vietnam when they're playing it as well, or Myanmar. So
okay, so what does Akai bring to the table for the side of Bleed?
The Akai actually counters a lot of the assassins because you need to be within your purple buff, and that's where you want to take that fight. So expect a lot of fights down on the opposing jungle's buff dens. Sort of like the orange buff around the purple buff, and then you have the Akai right there. You wait for Hayabusa to come in, or you wait for Fanny to come. You wait for Hayabusa to come in, and then you pop the heavy spin, and then you just lock him down because, like, hey man, that's like pretty much a semi-circle for you.
Yeah, true. But don't you think that the Akai and the Terizla has a little bit of
anti-synergy,
right? Because you with the penalty zone, you want to keep everyone together, but with the heavy spin, you're like, get out of here. So it's gonna be interesting whether they're able to create effectively 2 different zones. Right. If you think about it, instead of stacking it on top of each other, but you create 2 different zones where maybe potentially you heavy spin your the opponents into the penalty zone. But I don't know. We'll have to see how Bleed is able to communicate this through. We see a little bit of a wet noodle fight with Nick Stain as well as Jay.
Yeah.
But other than that, nothing too out of the ordinary.
Yeah, Nick Stain just giving a lot of information because of the high mobility that Cho has. You have high wave clear as well, so Vanguard might be able to move a little bit faster. Jay just giving a lot more information as well. I think one of the main reasons why you want to pick up the Akai is to protect FMM. So if you're in a team fight skirmish, you're within like sort of like that death ball situation, anyone comes into FMM, you got to purify. You don't have to purify. Daddy J's right there to pop the heavy spin for you and get everyone out of the way.
So many names, Jay, Dr. J,
Dr.
Daddy J. This guy. Do you have a crush on Jay?
Jaddy.
Jaddy.
I'm gonna stop you there, mate. I'm gonna stop you there. Astrid manages to escape with his life. Deck actually being a slight level advantage right now. Astrid should be able to cover that in a bit. Actually, if you noticed, I really like that Deck actually did an invade in Astrid's jungle, which is the reason why Astrid is slightly behind in terms of levels right now.
Yeah, I think we call it Ricky, the little bear thing next to the orange buff.
Ricky?
Yeah, it's Ricky. So Ricky
Have you
actually
heard
has
of
a lot
this?
of
Really?
has a lot of EXP for the jungles. It's very crucial for that level 4.
And
so
he's very
typically-
useful because you use Ricky to see if they have taken the
That's
the
right.
buff.
That's right. That's right. Or
Ricky's
like
an
if they're in
important
that dot bush.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm learning things every day, guys. I love this. This is.
You mean you don't know Ricky?
No, I don't know Ricky.
How dare you?
Ricky
dare
isn't
you.
used to me. I mean, look, I'm
He is love. He is life.
He has love and life. You know what I do love to see though? Turtle spawning in and the team's not being there.
No, this is typical for an assassin. I think they have their work cut out for them. You want to go for the purple buff or the orange buff first. I think Deck's definitely going to rotate down towards his own purple buff before just really committing down on the turtle. But it does look like Vanguard has the upper hand. Ding's already in position. So is Nick Stain as well as Frerin. Taking control of the entirety of that jungle. Dominic?
Oh, Nick gets the kick here. Heavy spin popped by Jay as well, but he gets terrified. Goes to the back line. Deck though, first blood lands on Freerun. Astrid steals this turtle away, so it's the first time he gets this first objective split. Split used on Dominic. Will take him down. Jay trying to back out, but the damage is enough. Astrid secures that one. It's gonna be 1 for 1.
2 for 1.
No, 2 for 1. Yeah, that looks more like it.
Well, Dr. J just calculated the trajectory, used the second skill to dash in between the way of the dragon and Dominic to just protect him and push him out of harm's way. So buying so much time for them. Then Deck, cable management. Oh man, I need him in my house. Just like fix my computer cables for me.
Yeah, man, that was clean.
It was clean.
That was very, very, very clean and tidy. Unfortunately, not clean enough to actually secure the kill. But I want to talk a little bit about Deck. You know, you talked about how he's been really, really good with target prioritization, and we see yet again, you know, even though the fight was really scrappy and messy, but he was still able to target down Freerun.
Yeah, I think it's just the way that Bleed is very aggressive in the early game. But as of this point, Vanguard is still up ahead in terms of goal lead and economy. This is really interesting to me because, like, even though Bleed secured that turtle, but hold on with Dragon.
Nick with the flicker kick here. Dominic in the fray of everyone and Astrid again. This time they're stepping up the pace. Churros, you asked for it. Here is Astrid stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, Astrid with his signature Hayabusa, just getting the zone, committing all.
Deck, his buff in danger, so is he. Has to back out. It looks like Vanguard has got the aggressive position over this Kiwi. CC immunity gets him away, pops that Purify just to run away, and Vanguard again emerges with that advantage.
That's very difficult, but you see where I'm going with Jay with the heavy spin inside the purple buff pit. So that's pretty much the defensive maneuver that Jay wants to achieve when you pick up the Akai. You wait for the assassin to come in, but unfortunately you don't have a lot of team members around the vicinity to be able to follow up with your pin downs.
Yeah, all right. We see the second turtle spotting in right now. Vanguard actually having a priority in terms of positioning at this point in time, but you know, Deck is a fanny, right? So she should be able to come up really quickly. Turtle being taken out to 20%, 10%. Yep, free turtle for the side of Vanguard. We see a fight potentially breaking out.
They go top immediately after this objective. Jay jumps in, knock up onto next time heavy spin as well, just to try to get them out of this zone. Ashred dives in for FMM. It's Jade. It's gonna go down. 3 down on the side. The damage comes through for Vanguard to take them out.
Hey, Vanguard going for kills and Bleed going for the objectives. They traded down for that bottom side turret. Deck was doing the Lord's work downside.
Well, the tower work, I guess you could say, in this kind of case, but that was such a clean fight coming out from Vanguard. Luxury Stain just throwing the light wheels in Jay's face, and everyone was brought super low. Vanguard actually having a ton of AoE damage.
The biggest difference is the glue. The glue made the biggest change.
Split.
Because you use your split. Yes, you get the heavy spin and push everyone out, but the split is able to mitigate a little bit of those knockbacks coming in from the heavy spin. You go directly into the face of FMM, try to deny him his farm. So now the turrets are even. Everything is still even Stevens, except the economy, and Vanguard has the first early game lead of this series.
Yeah. And honestly speaking, Bleed not actually looking too good. Dude, I'm still questioning, man. Why did they first pick Terizla if they know that Ding plays as mean glue? It's asking for it. They're asking for trouble.
Well, on paper, it kind of seems like Terizla can hold himself against the lane, but you don't really see Ding and Dominic in their lanes as much, but hold on.
Oh, the Terrify, the kick onto Jay here. Pops the heavy spin just to counter that in the backline. Jay, again, Luxian Stain!
Oh, let's go,
Gets taken down by Deck here, the cables.
That was so beautiful. I have a tear in my eye.
Luxian Stain got absolutely decked by Deck, went down, and that's target prioritization 101 as an assassin. Do you want assassins like Deck on your team, man? They're able to identify who to take down, when to take him down. You see him going in first.
Deck!
Amazing plays! My goodness, Deck.
Oh,
he actually,
man.
in the previous fight, even skipped through Freerin, going right straight for Luxian Stain, and now he comes back for Freerin to take him down.
It's whoops, I missed the spot. He's coming back for the cleanup, man. Oh, man.
Dude, it's drive-through 101, man.
Hey, I said that Ashred should, step up. Deck stepping up as well. Both of these jungles, this is their game to win.
All right, the third turtle of the game is going to the side of Vanguard. Ding doing a really good job of zoning out the entirety of Bleed. Bleed not being able to step in, but that's fine. The gold lead's only 1.5k gold right now, 1.7k gold. But that was a fight that Bleed needed to find, Beautiful, beautiful things coming out from the side of Bleed.
It was just Deck. Deck just minimized the economy lead from like 4,000 all the way down to like 1,500. Now we see the Assassin 1v1s. Oh, actually off the map, Ashred. Oh, I would love to see that.
Yeah. All right, no, but I have to say though, that Bleed has a slight problem now. Okay, so Deck has 3 kills. But Bleed also only has 3 kills.
Yeah.
So all the gold is in Deck's pocket, and it puts additional pressure onto Deck because Deck now needs to be able to secure the kill properly. It needs to be able to secure the kill properly without dying, because if he dies, that's all of Bleed's gold, right?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a problem in the long run. FMM, props to him for being able to take down the top tier 2 turret. Nick saying conceal plate maybe.
Yep, the knock up here. Has to dash in though. He has to make his way out, but Deck puts the damage onto him. It's enough to take him down. In the meantime, Dominic zoning out the rest of Vanguard so they don't have any way into this. Now Bleed backing out. Eternal Guard on the chase here. Both Eternal Guards just going at each other here. Dominic in the backline with the split. Oh, FMM gets blown up. Luxian Stain also takes down Dominic. Here comes Deck.
Let's go! Deck, beautiful!
Goodness. This man is on fire today, man. Deck with the cables coming in. Cleanup crew, beautiful.
You gotta look at it. You gotta look at like when Deck comes on screen. Look at how he plays Fanny. He's got like 5 fingers on that phone, man. That was so beautiful. I don't know how Jace is going to
break that down.
But it's just beauty at its best.
Kick from Nick Stain manages to land on Deck, and finally they take this man down. That's his first death after 5 kills, but an important one because now Vanguard gets the Lord all to themselves.
But you see, this is the problem. Like I said, all of the 5 kills. It's all the kills that Bleed has. That's all their gold. Yes, FMM has some gold, you know, from the side lanes, but you know, with Deck out of the picture, Vanguard is just gonna absolutely stomp on the rest of Bleed, you know, because Bleed is just not doing. The rest of Team Bleed isn't doing too well.
As much as Deck has that damage, Deck has that the high mechanics on that Fanny. You have the Blade of the Seas, you have the Malefic Roar. You need a front line. You need Dominic or Jay to engage first to prevent yourself from being kicked by Nick Stain, because as messy as it gets increasingly harder for Nick Stain to land a perfect Way of the Dragon onto you.
Exactly, you know, and now the Lord is pushing in from the top side as well. You know, Bleed is actually slightly on a timer. You know, I believe. Sorry, the thing is that if Vanguard manages to kill Bleed, if Vanguard manages to kill Deck, or at least knock him out of the fight, it's going to be extremely difficult for Bleed to actually navigate through a team fight like this. They need to wait for FMM, but if they wait for FMM, there's Luxon Stain there.
Yeah.
Who's ahead, by the way.
Yeah, Luxon Stain already has the Holy Trinity. Dominic getting a really shadow kill on him.
Yeah, in the backline, Ding now. Split, distracting them, zoning them for them to take this inner turret here on the mid side and clear the buff from the jungles as well. So Bleed now being forced to back and starve the way of some of these resources. That being said though, FMM now has the Demon Hunter Sword as well, so his Trinity is up. He's going to start to pack a punch.
Yeah. It's just Bleed really has to layer in those team fights. But you talked about the anti-synergy. We've seen that from Dominic landing the penalty zone and Jay pushing everyone away from the penalty zone. So the layering needs to be improved just a little bit more. But Vanguard, 4,000 gold ahead of Bleed. If they manage to just extend this, Vanguard would take this game easy. Just have to watch out for Deck, though. It's like a kamikaze warrior.
It's like Bleed goes... hello, guys. I need cleanup on aisle jungle, please. All right, and then that comes in, you know, with like a mop. Actually, they should make a skin for that, man.
Yeah.
Like a mop.
Yeah, janitor Fanny.
You know.
That's a beautiful concept. Just right in.
Exactly, right in, and then cleans up on carry, cleans up on, cleans up
Then what would
Vexana.
the cables be? Like the mop hairs?
No,
the hairs of the mop.
The cables would be cleaning utensils, no? Like clothespins.
Clothespins?
I don't know. Just thinking like a
Or
maid.
Oh, okay, heavy
Jake
spin.
with the drag forces that heavy spin pop onto him as well, but they're not getting distracted here. They do manage to take down Jay, actually isolating him.
I'm so confused.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, Jay locks down the heavy spin. Dominic can't use the penalty zone because he will just knock him out of the penalty zone. And then no one's making the move. Deck swung in, but he swings out in the process. He's trying to go for the split push away from the Lord Pit. Now, without Jay, I don't think Bleed will be able to take this Lord. Vanguard's just going to blitz this down.
Yeah, well, Deck has identified this correctly, right? Trying to clear out the bot wave. Manages to get the turret, so at least there's some sort of cross-map play there for the side of Bleed. But yeah, things are looking extremely dire. Bleed needs to find a good angle, actually. I honestly don't even think it's a good fight that they need. They just need a really good angle, either to shut Ashrid down or get Nick State out of the picture as soon as they can. And like I said, I think I want to see Dominic actually utilizing the penalty zone to deny zones away from Vanguard to close off that kind of like escape patterns that escape routes that Vanguard could have and kind of like choke them out from like a pincer kind of angle.
Yeah, Luxon Stain should pretty much be building towards a win of nature at this point. The concealed play being popped up. Nick Stain looking for an angle.
Does not find it, but he gets stunned out instead by the Spear of Aura there. Look, still hanging back though, creating a zone there for the Lord to take down, well, clear a bit of the creep since the mid as well as the top base turrets have been taken down. So Bleed on the last legs of their defenses here.
Yeah, Deck is looking for an angle in. He is literally on the back lines and trying to find...
Jay with the flicker goes in the back line, a heavy spin as well. Ding jumps in also. It's going to be just trying to zone each other out, and now Jay forced to back. They still preserve the bottom base turret. In the meantime, though, they're still trying to fend off Vanguard. That goes...
Oh,
no! In the back! Ashrid bursts him down. He does not manage to pull that one off.
It's a shadow kill in midair. Oh, that was so beautiful once again.
This is not looking good for Bleed. They're looking for the end. Dominic with the penalty zone goes in the back line, but it's going to be them zoning each other. Ashford puts out that damage to nail those kills. Bleed have to fend them off somehow. Eternal Guard does the work for now. Nick Stain goes down. Vanguard retreats out of their base.
They're alive! Bleed's
still
alive!
Yeah, not able to cycle through. The Lord lost its health before entering the base, but hey, it's still a little bit early in Vanguard's books. They can play late. Just needs to take a little bit of time. Let's take a look at the replay with Eternal Guard being popped up again. I think the backline, the damage from Luxion Stain is just a little bit too much. And every single time Jay goes in, it's like he pops a nice heavy spin, but there was just no follow-up. And you can't follow up with Dominic because, like, there's no point. You want to put the penalty zone down, it's just going to spin everyone out of the way. So there's the anti-synergy that we're talking about. It doesn't really merge well with how they want to play this.
I'll be honest, I haven't actually seen a penalty zone. Maybe they probably used it, but I haven't seen like an impactful penalty zone this entire game coming out from the side of Dominic. It could just be me tripping, but they find
the conceal. Jay in the bushes again pops the heavy spin, finds Luxion Stain, but it's just gonna back off on FMM. The Wind of Nature saves him from that shadow kill. Almost there though.
Dominic
Nick Stain, gets hit by Dominic, pops penalty zone in defense. It's gonna be one down, numbers disadvantage on Bleed.
Oh man.
This game's giving me a heart attack, man.
This is a very, very messy, scrappy fight, but Dominic down, Vanguard gonna blitz up this Lord. This is gonna be the pre-evolved Lord and third Lord of the game coming in.
You mean pre-Luminous Lord?
Pre-Luminous Lord. Oh, ding. Actually on that bush to prevent SOD from coming in and hitting them, stealing those Lords. So that was a very, very nice prediction coming in from Ding as well.
Bleed literally hanging in with the nails on the edge of the cliff, man. They are looking, begging for an angle to come in for this. I really like how, you know, FMM kind of just left that last minion there so that it prevents, I guess, the waves from pushing out.
Yeah, we're holding on to dear life right now. If you're a Bleed fan, there's 3 waves pushing in, 3 waves of really thick, beefy minions coming in. You got a very, very strong Luxion Stain with a hell of a lot of damage. And Lord marching in mid.
It's looking bleak for Bleed now. Deck trying to find an angle, but it's 3 ways. The minions coming through, penalty zone through the back line. Does it nail though? Pin onto Luxion Stain. He comes through. It's gonna be Dominic that goes down first. Traded out for Ding here in the back line. The core is half health though. They're still trying to pin it down, clear the Lord away, and they live to see another day. Bleed!
It's just so low. Jay with the perfect heavy spin onto Luxion Stain. Deck identifies it, goes straight into Luxion. Unfortunately, though, Luxion Stain pops the Wind of Nature and just keeps himself alive. This is going to be a huge, huge fight. Let's take a look at the replay, especially on that back line. You saw Dominic with the penalty zone, and then Jay follows up, pinning him to the wall. Deck, quick to follow, but FMM just free hitting from that backside, desperately trying to defend, taking down that Lord first. And this was just a beautiful, beautiful base defense. So, so close, but they're still hanging on by cables.
Literally by cables. It's like not even cables, it's just cable, right?
Cables.
I mean, this is an intense match. This is 18 minutes and 40 plus seconds into the game. It's going into the extremely late game. Anything can happen at this point.
Look, Bleed is coming back, right? Like from 6,000, 7,000 gold lead right now, whittled down to 2,000, 2K. Bleed can win. This is going to be a very, very crucial Lord. Where do they want to take this fight? Deck works best in the jungles. You can use the cables, pop those cables around, but he doesn't. He has the 2 buffs in his hand. He's able to make plays right now, but finding Luxion Stain is going to be a huge problem because he has his immortality, so that second life is going to be really, really helpful for him now.
Yeah, they need to be able to catch out Luxion Stain, right? If they manage to catch out Luxion Stain, it's gonna be very, very easy for them. But look, Vanguard, look at the way that they're positioning around Luxion, right? They're literally the shield, they're the phalanx, right? Preventing Bleed from actually piercing through. Nick Stain being such a good human ward at this point in time.
The gameplay is
Look at the
okay.
angle.
With the dragon onto deck.
Stain starts to fight here, finds Zek, already gets blown up, is Jay, and now Bleed, one man short, they have to retreat. This is not looking good. They needed that heavy spin in the last fight to pin down Luxian Stain.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of these teams, they like to take pre-Lord fights, so this is going to be the Evolved Lord, 20 minutes in.
Luminous Lord, no?
Luminous, the Evolved, right?
Is it evolved
It's
still?
evolved.
It's evolved,
It's
okay.
evolved. It's enhanced, then evolved, then there's the regular Lord. But yeah, that being said though, without Jay, this is going to be a very, very fast Lord for them. No way that Bleed is going to be able to steal this unless...
Oh, that's so
Deck,
risky.
so close, but yet so far. Deck running for his life, no energy. He pops that final cable to get out of there. But Vanguard though, oh man, the jungles. It's sort of like, you know, you're in like an action movie and like the minions are like chasing after you. And like all you have is like that one bit of cable left to get out of there. So Evolved Lord marching down the mid side, can still play.
Oh, stunned out though. Ding already damage put out to him. Still has no immortality though. It's gonna be the Lord coming down. This is the defense of a lifetime. Nick goes in, gets terrified, has to back out of this fight. In the meantime, Deck trying to go to the back line. Dominic with the penalty zone in the back line gets two, but they crash onto him now. The Lord though on the core, is it enough? Dominic goes down. Vanguard looking for the end here. Ashrid double kill. It's gonna be enough to clean up Bleed, and they seal this 2-1. Vanguard, what was that?
Vanguard going over to the other side. Nick Stain, Nicholas, so happy. They've played a very fantastic job. It's a good game. Man, what a play. His Cho finding the right targets, buying so much time for Luxian to deal that damage. And Ashrid stepping up for the final time, for the final game in this match.
Just the one that counts.
The one that counts.
Look, I guess Ashrid can work under pressure. You know, we saw him with the Hayabusa coming in with his pocket pick, probably his best pick.
Yeah, but now I have a question for both of you guys. This is going to be a very tough question, who the MVP is. Because everyone played so well. Everyone knows their roles,
Okay.
they know their jobs.
My personal MVP would be Nick Stain.
Would be Nicholas?
It would be Nicholas.
Nicholas Stain.
Nicholas Stain.
I love it. I love it.
No, but I mean, it makes sense, right? Because the thing is that Nick managed to find the angles and pick off key targets. We saw how many times people like Jay got kicked out of his team and put in such a weird angle, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is that when he was able to get that, the fight just went to the side of Vanguard.
Yeah. I think Jay has a plan. He needs to use the heavy spin to be an aggressor. He's always using the heavy spin and the flicker in just to pin Luxian Stain down, but there was just no follow-up from the team, so I don't know if it's a communication breakdown. Unfortunately, we won't get to see their side of the mic check. We will be able to see Vanguard's side of the mic check, but I think, yes, I do agree with you. I think Nicholas Stain should be the MVP. Finding right targets, crucial targets like Deck. What do you think?
Well, I think we're gonna see the MVP right
Predictions,
on the
Scrubby!
screen.
That's Nicholas.
There you go.
Nicholas
Stain is the MVP. But yes, concussive blast. Cho being able to clear out the lanes, being able to maneuver, gives him the space, gives him the freedom, I think, to maneuver around the map. And we saw him everywhere. He was the human ward for the side of Vanguard. And I have to say, Nick Stain has been... He stepped up, man. I mean, he wasn't playing a lot of Cho from the previous season, but we see him playing Cho quite a bit now this season. So props goes to Nicholas Stain. Nick Stain. And it just rolls off the tongue. I blame you for
Nicholas
that, man.
Stain. Yeah. It's like Nicolas Cage, you know what I'm saying? But like,
I get it.
No, I love it. But like, the fact of the matter is, like, this team has gone through so much, and for this match alone was so crucial, putting them up ahead in terms of the standings from the side of V. But before we get more into that, let's take a look at the itemizations. Does anything speak out to you guys?
The House Claws actually has what looks like the second item.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Right?
He probably sold his boots for it.
He sold the one for the House Claws, I think, in the end.
But he has the immortality as well as the...
Hey man,
oh, the one,
never be too careful. The best defense, the best offense is the best defense.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, the positioning of the items is throwing me off a little bit, but The fact that he has the Rose Gold Meteor, he has the Hearth Claws, as well as the Immortality. That guy's nigh unkillable at that point, no?
Yeah, he is. I saw the Rose Gold somewhere within the really, really late game, but all you need, honestly, is that 3 items. For the side of FMM, though, I was quite curious. The entirety of the base defense, there wasn't a lot of damage. Like, every single damage he hits onto that Lord, and like FMM and Luxionstein was just way far ahead. Jay and Dominic, they were fighting their own battles, trying to push Luxionstein away from the rest of the team fight to buy some space for FMM and Deck to just clear up. But it was just not enough damage. I don't know what the problem is, because everyone was nigh about full builds.
I'm wondering if it's got something to do with the anti-synergistic pick of the Terizla as well as the Kai.
074, 064.
Yeah, like, I mean, J074 as a Roam Akai, it makes
Very shocking.
Really?
Yeah, honestly, very shocking, because like I don't think Jay is one of those players that really throw his bodies into all these team fights. He's more calculated. That's why like he's dubbed like Dr. J, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm just wondering, because I mean, you mentioned a lot of times, right, where Jay was able to go in, but there was no follow-up.
Yes,
right?
that's right.
So I think for me, I agree with that sentiment, right? But the thing is, and the reason why I'm I'm kind of attributing the lack of follow-up is the Terizla pick.
Yeah.
Right. They started off with Terizla. Keep in mind that was their first pick. And once again, I want to reiterate that, you know, they picked it knowing that Ding plays the glue, which it spells trouble for Terizla in the laning phase. Yes, you can kind of sustain a little bit, but it's a little bit. And in MPL Season 8, we've always, like, Ding picks up glue when he sees the Terizla.
Yeah.
And if you're
he's
going
not scared.
He's not scared.
Yeah.
He's not scared because he knows how to deal with it.
Yeah, and one thing that you said as well is like in the early game, Deck has been taking all those kills, he's funneling up, he's basically got all the golds in his basket, right? So if he dies, basically the shutdown gold or the bounty will go over to the side of Vanguard, and that's a hefty amount of economy going over to them as well. And the fact of the matter is, Kiwi and FMM was not able to catch up to the speed that Deck was playing in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, Deck was the one that he was making all the plays, right? He was going into the faces of Luxion as well as Freeran and just killing them and being like, look, you guys can't do anything. But yeah. So do you have anything to add, Scrubs?
Yeah, no, I think definitely difficult for, you know, Dominic to handle that lane pressure coming from Ding. But I guess what I would have wanted to see was how they then made use of that first pick after having picked up that Terizla, right? Maybe in the team fights and the way that they played it made like maximize the value of the penalty zone so that they can set up. But I think, like I said, maybe they only found it in the later stages where, you know, you could use that penalty zone together with the heavy spin to find Luxionstein in the backline of those fights.
Yeah. The fact that Eternal Guard was also picked up, yes, I like the Valentina and the Terizla because you have the Eternal Guard on top of the penalty zone. But then I think in the late game, it was a little bit too late, but they found their groove because you land down the penalty zone and then it comes in with the heavy spin or vice versa.
But they found it too late, too little and too late, man. I mean, look at this, right? Asher, 808 gold per minute. The rich guy played a phenomenal game of Hayabusa.
Wow, that's 175k. 175k.
A ton of damage, but this is also a long game, right? I think we were approaching like the 19-20 minute mark of the game.
It's more than 20 minutes. I think it's like 23.
22 minutes? Yeah. So this is a long game.
Yeah, it is.
By our descendants of Mobile Legends Vanguard.
And that Nicholas Stain, the best wingman, he's always there for every single fight. Like he's like that dad that's always present. You know what I mean?
Hi guys.
I'm always here.
That's the purpose of the Cho, right?
Yeah.
He needs to be in the face of the enemy. He needs to be in the face of kicking key targets into his own team. So it's absolutely beautiful. But I want to check out the communications of Vanguard and the mic check.
Watch.
KO. Reversing ah. Come. That's right. Tangin na ako pa nahuli. Careful bro, they can... They go me. Ay, they made bursting the Lord ah.
They're bursting the Lord.
Come guys, TJ. Come guys. Go. Patay. Nolan ah.
Eh, gato.
Nice. Dula. Watch me guys. Watch you.
Nolan. Okay.
Fight. Nice. Ay,
Go,
go, go. Ay, I did go. Out, bro.
Watch me, watch me.
GG.
Oh my god.
Get back.
Careful lang.
One door. Yeah, back. Actually, just back.
I'm there. I get the third.
Come, Teresa. I'm there.
Go, here.
Watch thing.
Ding.
Can try the kill.
Nice ding. You want? Thank you.
GG, watch out. No,
Go, Emiro.
Fight.
Nice!
Watch out. This is Teresa, bro.
Yeah.
Teresa.
Nice. Million. Hey, watch out.
Wow. Okay. Okay, no space.
Go.
Hey, careful.
Hello.
Go bot.
Can come.
I have immortality, bro. GG.
Okay,
Pass.
we can learn now.
No.
Bloopers.
Come, guys.
Watch you. Nice.
Nice, Lord.
No Teresa. No more scope.
Third off us.
Careful bro.
Can we continue?
Okay.
Bawal sa akin yung mga ganyan.
Very
Actually,
tame.
sorry?
Very tame.
Very tame, yeah. I
Yeah.
usually would hear Nick kind of in the front lines, kind of making comments or making calling for the team to go and identify certain people, but we don't really hear that too much. It was actually a lot of it felt like a democracy instead of a.
Yeah. I think the fact of the matter is, like, a lot of the imports, they had to learn a new language as well. So, like, to be able to think of a new language and communicate and play the game at the same time is really difficult.
But they keep it simple, right? I mean, we can hear still Nick Stain's like, okay, he's still making the calls,
Yeah.
like, watch me. And they even, acknowledge it. I'm watching you. Yeah, I'm watching you. Go make the play.
Oh, that's such a nice team spirit, It's like, hey, look, guys, watch me. And then everyone's like, yeah, I'm watching you. Don't worry. We've got your back.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, we're going to throw it over to Off the Desk with Jay. So take it away, my man.
Thank you very much, ladies and gents. I think in this particular game, you have to talk about the fact that Vanguard has one plan and they play it really well. And that is, of course, once again, protect Liechtenstein. Legit. In order to really make this work, Liechtenstein needs to have a very good positioning and also making sure that everybody creates space for Liechtenstein. For the next few sequences that you will see later on is just the fact that, you've got Ding to basically help him out with that. You also got Nick Stain helping out to that a certain extent. Fieren on this Vexana also does that job as well with the Eternal Guard. Astrid on the other side comes in for the flank for the clean up. So I'm going to continue on playing the sequence. This is actually the first turtle fight, but if you notice, it's about how Ding creates that space right inside the turtle pit, forcing Deck in order to really come in to contest for this turtle. He needs to basically go this way instead. And apart from that, Fieren has already level 4, so he's ready to throw down the Eternal Guard, as we needed also a very good play coming up from Dominic, a nice penalty zone to really try to find Vanguard right there. I think you can start to feel like some of these teams are starting to realize how Vanguard likes to play, and I think teams should really try to draft around it. You really cannot fight front to back against Vanguard. You really don't need to fight from the side, but in fact, Vanguard also can play that particular game as well. We're gonna go on and skip to this top part. You can start to see, right, Liechtenstein, as long as he have a good game, you'll be able to find that, he's gonna have a very fun time, especially in this one. And if you notice how Jay tried to attempt to catch onto him, but the fact is, you're a carry, right? You're always instantly getting, you're immediately canceling out Jay using the HP Shred. So that's why it's really hard for him to enter. And then after that, you have Astrid coming in to just find FMM right there. It's just way too beautiful. This dive is really hard for the side of Bleed to basically hold on. And we're gonna just go straight on a little bit down. Yes, around here, it's like you can see time and time again, Jay tried to really create space for his team, but as an archive, you're constantly getting shredded. If you're not able to catch Liechtenstein, if you're not able to pin him to the wall, it's really hard to do. But if you notice as well, Ding is also doing that, drawing this line in the sand to kind of split up the fight. Fieren tagging onto Liechtenstein and making sure that,
the rest of the members from the side of Bleed weren't able to touch Liechtenstein at all. Ding, going to split, just drawing this line perfect. So while Kiwi and FMM and Dominic is really busy focusing down Ding, Jay is just left there to hang for the side of Bleed as well. Just look at Liechtenstein just shredding. And don't forget, I think this particular sequence also highlights, I think Bleed also knows how to play this game in order to find Liechtenstein on the back line, but Deck, I'm not sure why he's actually waiting for a wonderful opportunity. He's all the way at the far end, unable to join the fight, unfortunately. And by the time when he decides to join the fight, it's a bit too late because Astrid just managed to find him and do as well. Shadow Kill in the air, and he's immediately deleted. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is also where, once again, this line that Vanguard is able to draw makes it really hard for the side of FMM, for the side of Kiwi to really step forward to do the damage, especially when Kiwi is on the Valentina. You're really short range, right? So it's a wonderful job by the side of Vanguard just to really draw lots of lines all across the board and make sure that Liechtenstein has a fun time. If you notice, Liechtenstein is untargetable most of these times. I think it all goes down to making sure that, especially right now in Assassin Emra, it's very important for you to really find the damage dealers, to really try to target this down. And by the time when late game comes, it's really hard because right now, if you notice, Jay is going to walk right into Liechtenstein again, try to pin him, and unable to find so as well. Dak should have actually go in and tried to do so, even though, yes, the Archive mechanic, the heavy spin, I think it's more, I think the idea that Bleed wants to go is to really try to, try to secure this objective, but with Liechtenstein on his carry, I think it's just immediately getting all that plan just goes out a window. And of course, Astrid walks right into FMM. So I think right now it's just all about, I want to see how teams really tackle Vanguard, because Vanguard right here, they play this protect comp way too well. With that said, ladies and gents, going to throw a bit over to Sherstrek. I think the beautiful Sherstrek will be talking to one of the players. Take it away, Sherstrek.
You guys with your name, Sherstrek, what the hell is that? Well, anyways, my name's Astrek, and here we have with me is, of course, none other than Liechtenstein from Vanguard. Now, Luxian, now, of course, we gotta make things a little bit spicy, knowing that Vanguard is a very spicy team. Nick likes to kind of throw all these spicy things going around. So, we'll start with the first things first, right? Vanguard versus Bleed. Coming into to this game, before this game even started, were you guys expecting a 2-1 or 2-0? Or 0-2 or what?
Expecting a 2-0.
Okay, what backed you up with that? What's the reason that you guys think that you can 2-0? Because you see audience prediction, all that, right? The prediction goes over to Bleed. So what have you got to counter against the audience?
Yeah, goal in and jungler is weak.
Goal in! Okay, so let's get this straight. Goal in as in FMM. Weak. FMM weak. I thought Nick said that FMM your master, is it now changed already?
Nick and I think my ex-coach Yang Yin like to say that all these goal laner better than me, but until we fight, then the result always different. So always like talk. I also know how to talk.
I see. Okay, so this is another occasion whereby I need you to repeat after me again. Okay? Okay, repeat after me. FMM.
FMM.
Who's your daddy now?
Who's your daddy now?
Okay, steady. FMM got anything right? You look for him, okay? Okay, so when it comes down to the entire game itself, right? Especially when it comes down to game 2. Okay, we talk about game 2 because you guys were expecting a 2-0 victory, right? So what happened in game 2 that led to that loss?
My jungler and roam are idiots, so.
Hey, push blame already. Jungle and Rome not doing well today, a little bit rocky and all. But then you, what do you think about yourself?
Definitely doing very well. Need to carry them.
Now, of course, when we come down to like the player interview, notably when Nick say, okay, FMM versus you, you are definitely gonna get clapped, right? So Nick is just right there, steady. He's just right in the line of fire. Okay, this is now you gotta have to make it official. You tell him how you feel about him saying that you are gonna get clapped by FMM, who you say is weak. Like, what do you got to say to him?
Nothing to say to a noob, so.
Hey! Wow! Okay, wow, Vanguard really steady. Okay, finally, right, since we are done with the transfer window, right, your team, absolutely no changes. as of now when it comes down to the playing members. But for Bleed, we have got Deck that replaced Folkmar, right? If we had Deck or Folkmar on the side of Bleed, is that going to change anything at all? Like if Folkmar is playing or if Deck is playing, is anything going to change?
I think Folkmar better, but they never learned from us last season. We wanted to replace Lamb with Deck also, but it don't make sense.
Oh, okay. So exactly what is it that you think that, Bleed is lacking as of now? Because we see that Bleed, they have got big names. We got Kiwi that was like best rookie. We've got FMM. We've got Jay as well. They all came from different organizations with a lot of experience. But what is lacking?
I think 258 Scream not enough for them. They need to play 12 also.
That is one way to look at it, all right? So with that all said and done, is there any other message that you want to say? Especially, okay, anything at all, whack.
Deck, I heard you say I cannot carry, so what's the score? Sorry.
Okay, so we've got the rivalry match that has happened already, and we've got Vanguard coming up with 2-1 victory. So thank you so much for coming up, Lakshan. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your victory, and thank you to every one of you that have watched this very first series. After all, a full 3-game series is kind of like a morning curse thing going on about, huh? But of course, now everyone wake up already. So when it comes down to the next few games, I expect that we'll be able to have the players more awoken and, give us an even better game. All right, so without further ado, we're gonna go off for a really short break, and once we are back, we'll be once again giving you more MPLSG action.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the Land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab People Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh? Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost today's hero in MPL queue. They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I must go.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushin, so it's pretty broken for me.
Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? And one shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why to see?
I hate to fight against it.
Can basically one give. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
They are the curse breakers, the two-time world champions!
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's gotta be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking? I don't know, but more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, I'm kind of dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals? North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We gotta talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we gotta talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story.
because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming MSEC. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're gonna cover story, what about something documentary style, you know? Like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's kinda
forwards.
cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song. So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done-
no.
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is?
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody. You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute. Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
we've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've
you
had
took us
enough.
out?
They changed their minds right now. Just
cut
with
us
you
out?
giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even on the group stage, you know
who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy, but in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think
yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizi, like what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to everyone online and everyone here on live. Wow, that was good. Anyways, welcome back to MPL SG Season 8. My name is Abstract, your host of today. We've just concluded the very first series of the day where we managed to see Vanguard that takes a 2-1 victory on top of Bleed Esports. Definitely defying all odds and definitely rewriting our scripts and definitely changed quite a little bit of people's opinions about which team may actually be better when it comes down to the standings. However, not only that, we managed to see quite a bit of an upset. We might be able to see something a little bit more interesting for this upcoming match between RSGSG versus HomeBois SG. With the both of them currently at the bottom of the leaderboards, only one of these teams will be able to add one additional win to their matches. So, which team is going to be the one that will be able to climb back up over to the top of the leaderboard and avoid relegation? Or, you know, what's that gonna look like or what's that gonna sound like? So, without further ado, let us just invite the first team up over to the podium and onto the stage to prepare over to their battle stations. Let's invite and have RSGSG. And there we have it, RSGSG coming into and after the transfer window with gear that will be playing over onto the Rome role. And that has managed to net them with a single series win yesterday, and that was against Bleed SG, or the Bleed Esports as well. Now, of course, we're gonna have to focus on this series that we have on hand. So without further ado, let us invite HomeBois SG! HomeBois SG roaring with competition with their games yesterday against Rift. We definitely managed to see quite a bit of a performance from HomeBois SG themselves. We do have Lord Zul that will be able to change himself into the Rome role for Kazuya, and we have Sub that will be coming in as the jungler as well. We definitely did manage to find ourselves a little bit of a surprise looking at a Lethal Ignition Cho that actually worked out pretty well. The question is if whether they're going to be pulling that strat again for this match against RSGSG. Without further ado, let us just pass our time over to the casters above. Let us, of course, once again have got the casters grace the event. Let's have Scrubby Cheeks. We've got churros as well as croissant.
Hey guys, welcome back. Thank you so much down below for your introduction for the three of us. I really appreciate it. So once again, guys, I'm Croissant, this is Scrubby Cheeks, and we've got churros as well, guys.
The bakery.
The bakery trio. Or the bakery duo?
I gotta find like
Just
another name for myself.
Just because Scrubby Cheeks has nice buns. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on. Going back to it.
Wait, what? You know this is live, right?
Well, we have to move on, man. We have to move on. We're live.
Okay, so we're going into RSG versus HomeBois SG. Alright, RSG has looked as if they've had a whole new lease of life.
Yes.
Right? They have got gear now inside. Let's take a look at the official lineup. Bring us through, Churros.
Closer, Jan, Roy, Gear, and CS. Gear taking over Yunski in the Rome. I think this is a huge change for RSG. Showed and proven to us yesterday against the game with Bleed that they can do it. They just need some time to adapt to that synergy. This is the one and only team of MPL SG that is fully Singaporean as well. I mean, maybe apart from Gear, because like he's like Indonesian, so like I guess pseudo right now.
I suppose, but Gears, like I said, Gear really has come in and shown that RSG is still good. They shouldn't be at the bottom two of the scoreboard. In fact, this is probably the first time that we've seen RSG so far down the leaderboards, which is hugely surprising. But let's throw it over to HomeBois SG's lineup. Scrubby Cheeks, it's all yours.
Yeah, whole new lineup, right? Hazard on the EXP, Sap on the jungle, Ryzen still there, Lord Zul on the roam, and All Marcus also still on the gold lane. I mean, they also have had some changes through the transfer window. People that have left, Lord Zul and Sap coming in. And the thing is, throughout this entire season so far, they have had many changes, not just during this transfer window, right? We've seen even Nakra come through the roam role playing himself during the game as well. So I don't know if this kind of helps their synergy if you keep changing it up, but so far they haven't been winning their games. And, I think as a player, it must really take a toll on your morale as well.
Yeah, since the first week, right? We talked about this before the cast. I think HomeBois, the only team that they were able to win was FYG in the first week, and then after that, it's just lost all the way. Next week is going to be really difficult for them, but before we get into this, these are the player stats for RSG. I'm looking at Yon's turtle control rate at 22.22%. I think this is really interesting because like for a lot of the jungles that we've seen today, the turtle control rate hasn't been excruciatingly high at like the 80s and stuff like that. So I think the changes in the meta, especially the assassin meta, changes the way the Lord or Turtle dance is being played out. Usually the assassins don't go and pull the turtle away from the opposing team. It's the EXP's job, and so I want to look at the EXP. KDA 1.79, 26k damage taken per death. So I think Closer has been putting in the work. He's been playing a lot of more tanky EXP heroes and rotating around the map, but he has to be able to play well with Gear. I talked about this yesterday during my analysis, that Closer is always very far away from where the rest of the team fights are happening. He needs to be there. He needs to be omnipresent.
Yeah, for sure. But let's take a look at the stats on the HomeBois side of the field. Turtle control, sorry, I'm just looking straight at the jungle. Yeah, I think this is only for one game.
Only for one game yesterday.
50% control rate. Also not super high, honestly, coming up. Considering there's only been 3 games, right? It's a coin flip. It's a coin flip. Exactly like you said. But you're right, the shifts in the meta, actually the Akai that Sap was playing yesterday was interesting. Usually you see Akai more likely to be in the roam versus the jungle nowadays. So interesting that he picked that up. But looking at Ryzen, actually, Ryzen being one of the stays, one of the common factors through this, well, I guess, the season, 78% participation rate. That's fairly high.
Yeah, slightly higher than Roy, I think at 77 point something percent. I think the key differences also is just, in terms of the damage that they've dealt, the assists, but I think that just points to how much they get done in the game. Also, having lost a lot of the games, they don't, get a lot of kills, obviously, or get a lot of, damage being taken out on the enemies as well. Yeah. So, I mean, overall though, some things are still similar, and I think that points to how they are at the 7th and 8th place in the standings respectively. So we saw earlier on 4th and 5th, and now we see a 7th and 8th.
Yeah. I think it's a really tough game for either of these teams, but before we get into that, we want to go check out the head-to-head video for what the teams have to say about each other.
Yeah, so HomeBois SG is a totally new team that nobody expected them to make out of qualifiers. Even when I was streaming the qualifiers, I wasn't aware of this team at all. Like, the names were new to me. So, and then when I watched them play, it was quite surprising because I wasn't expecting them to, mechanically at least, for them to be at this level. So eventually, I'm happy that they actually make it into MPL, and I'm actually happy to see what the new generation is made up of, right? Because I think, apart from Kazuya, I think the rest of the roster is pretty new. I mean, excluding Zexuan, of course. But for the rest of the new Singapore MPL players, I'm always happy to see new talent coming into the scene and prove themselves, right? And then this time around, hopefully they're able to survive the drop.
I was not surprised when HomeBois qualified to the qualifier, as this qualifier was much easier compared to the other qualifiers. so it wasn't a difficulty for them. I think HomeBois will be at the bottom side of the table, as they have too many new players coming in, and the inexperience will cost them quite a bit, which will lead them to being on the weaker team.
I think the loss of Bray on the roster might affect them because as a veteran like Bray, he controls the team movements and the shot calls every time. So with the loss of him, they might struggle at the start for a while. But I think with Roy at the mid lane and of course Yon a veteran with Closer and CS still in the roster, I think everything will be okay and they can develop Yoonski also since he has played for a while. I would expect them to struggle for a while, but I think as they have been playing for a while and outside of MPL, I think they will do pretty well still.
Okay, I think for Yumski, he's a very good player from attitude and in game, but I don't think so he will shine at RSG because he not perform with HomeBois. But I trust him. He will perform with new team with RSG. But for us, for HomeBois, we more confident with our roamer is Lotus from PH. So for Yumski, get ready for to face our roamer.
Well, I guess that aged pretty poorly.
Yeah. We don't see Kazuya there anymore, but
No, I mean we don't see either Yoonski or Lotus.
That's right.
None of them are around anywhere, so unfortunately, yeah.
But still, if we're talking about the roamers, Gear, yes, I get from RSGSG. Lord Zool, he's actually an influencer. He has a lot of views on TikTok, a lot of following on TikTok as well. Yeah, he's quite popular around the community. That's why he brings out his Cho, because that's one of his signature picks. He does like top 10 plays for Chos, that kind of stuff. Does like TikTok Cho moments. That's why like he's so well versed with this. It was so interesting. Before we get into more of that, let's take a look at the predictions from what we are thinking of.
Okay, look, I kind of regret. Wait.
You're doing it again. Like
this aged poorly. This aged poorly. This was before the transfer window.
Would you like to change it now?
I mean, I would just add a 1, maybe a 2-1.
Really?
Yeah, as much as like I do believe like RSG does have like more experience, more synergy because they've been playing together for a while. HomeBois, they're stepping up to the plate as well. Like they've got Sup back into the mix. They're moving up as well.
All right, but let's take a look at what the audience agrees with you, and they do not agree with you, but they agree with us. That's for sure. 80 to 20%. This is the kind of metric I was expecting. I put a 2-1. I am slightly regretting my decision. I would have done a 2-0. Because I think it's just going to be a one-sided stomp, especially now that Gear is back in the mix.
Whoa,
I have
incinerating something?
I have so much respect for Gear coming into this game. Like, honestly, he is the game changer. I mean, you're thinking back from Season 7, right?
Yeah.
It was Gear that was putting in the work for Bleed, right? But let's take a look at the mid lane. The mid lane, very, very close teamfight participation. Literally a 0.36 difference.
But the average damage dealt for the side of Roy is huge. There's like a little bit, maybe half? It's like around half.
Around 50%, you know?
Around 50% more favoring Roy. But the hero picks are pretty much similar, but we have been seeing resurgences.
Actually, no. It's just the Aurora, dude.
Pretty similar in terms of players. Let me change that. But we have been seeing like the Yves coming back and stuff like that yesterday. So like, will Roy be able to pull that out? I remember he used to be one of the stronger in the Farsa, stronger in the Yves, and stronger in the artillery mages. I want to see those kinds of plays. I think they can afford to do this, especially if we have a 3-game series.
And you can't even forget that Roy's Loy Roy's as well as Roy's Kadita.
Kadita, yes,
are also extremely phenomenal picks, for the side of Roy. Roy is extremely flexible, and I think he can adapt to what his team needs. Speaking of which, we're going straight into the drafting phase. Once again, HomeBois versus RSG with very different lineups on both sides. HomeBois SG starts us off with a ban on the Hayabusa.
Yep. Youngin banging out the chip, I think would be wise to just ban out Sup's hero pools, try to limit him just a little bit, because I think and just try to hyper focus on Yon, but they do share similar hero pools. HomeBois SG actually pulled out a sort of like the Kai jungle yesterday as well, if I remember correctly.
The Kai jungle.
Just because you have that Cho being the off-lane factor as well as a little bit more damagey. Will they pull it out this time? RSG might want to tease it out of HomeBois. That's going to be the Phobius because of Hazard and the Ruby being banned out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think RSG as well also has the choice to ban out a Cho.
If they're smart though, HomeBois would ban out the R-Lot. Don't give it to Gear. Because that is, Gear made his debut as a EXP laner. And if you give him the R-Lot, he's like, this is in his element, just a different like rotation.
Yeah, I mean, he also played R-Lot in the Roam last season as well. I think he picked it up at least 2 to 3 times, and he was performing phenomenal on the R-Lit. So honestly, not surprised if that gets picked up for the side of Gear as like first or second pick, because as a first, second pick R-Lit, there isn't really much answers as well, because you don't know whether he's going to EXP or in the Roam role. But HomeBois actually not identifying that, actually chooses to ban out the Nolan, and RSG kind of handshaking the Fanny across as well. So Assassin Pool's getting pinched out slightly, but that still leaves the Ling right open.
There's the Hylos. Hylos getting picked up over here.
Hylos being a priority. Tanky boy.
Tanky boy. RSG could very well pick up the Harith as well as the Ling over here if they want to secure it for... Yep, that's the Ling.
But there you go, that's the Ling Harith as you predicted, man. So what does your foresight tell you for the side of HomeBois SG?
HomeBois...
Cho?
Man, risky for a first phase pick.
Especially with the Harith on the other side dashing and chrono dashing all over the place.
You know, Sub could go in for, I think, maybe even a Joy if you want to force out the Assassin, but you don't have to. You could very well go back into the Kai.
Yeah, the Kai works, right? Because it just knocks knocks Harith away from his ultimate.
From his Xayman Force.
Xayman Force, yeah. There you go.
The Xayman Forces. So there's Aurora getting picked up over here.
Actually, Aurora works well as well, you know, layering the Frigid Glacier over the Xayman Force, preventing Harith from moving around too much, but they are locking in the Moskov. Wow, HomeBois SG's feeling a little bit confident to lock in the Moskov into the Harith.
Yeah, this is interesting because HomeBois, remember last season they played the Moskov, albeit it was a different player. All Marcus needs to just be a little bit more passive, farm to the late game, get your power spikes, but Harith is going to get a faster power spike because you have very, very high early game magic damage, so to speak. With that, RSG going to solidify their first phase with the Edith. This provides a lot of map awareness, especially with your the tankiness in your forms. So, second phase draft, I think RSG could just double down. Let's just ban out all of Hazard and all of Sap's heroes. Right now, that's the only one left.
Oh, well, no, I mean, Hylos can go, Hylos can be used by Hazard, right? Doesn't necessarily have to be Lord Zul's one.
Yeah. Maybe the Cho might be possible as well. Alpha, very, very smart. Ban over here by Youngin. Because the true damage coming in from the Alpha makes the wave clear, makes the jungle clear just crazy strong.
Yeah.
Peeling everyone out. I think this time around, it's a very tricky situation because now you're left with a lot of the mages. I think Roy is actually really, really strong with that. So try to ban out the Vexanas, try to ban out the Valentinas.
But it's just so many options for the side of RSG. Yeah, Juicing as well.
You could go back to the Zask as well. Creates a lot of space for Harith, especially zone control. The Bauman. This is a first.
Is it a wrong ban, maybe?
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's still like viable because like of the adjustments and the buffs that Belmont has in this patch, right? So it creates like a little bit more damage with the spins.
Interesting.
So, wave clear in the jungle a little bit faster. You're going back to the previous meta. It's gonna be the Loyi ban specifically for Roy.
Yeah, I don't think. I was gonna say I don't think this is really like a Kadita angle either. But Roy still has the Zuzing. Zuzing is still very, very strong, even though some adjustments were made towards her. Zuzing would work well for the Aurora as well as the Hylos.
Yeah. I think HomeBois could pick up the jaw hit here. this would be good for them, just because like you can disrupt Ling. There's going to be the Yves. Yep, we talked about this in the pre.
Yves, very, very strong with her real world
manipulation,
RWM, right?
Yeah, and then you're basically playing like zone versus zone and zone combo with the Harith Zaman Force as well.
But this is gonna be tricky, right? I think this is gonna be executional, or rather, the game's going down to executional rate, because the thing is that if Roy uses his real manipulation first, Aurora can just frigid glacier over that, and that cancels it out, right? So it's gonna be a skill difference, a skill check.
Actually, the freeze does count as a sort of like a pseudo suppress, so like it does.
Yeah, so it stops
RWM. It's gonna be the Fredrin. What? Fredrin debut in the new meta. So he's going back to basics again. Not really surprised, and then the Cho for Lord Zul yet again. Is gonna be his signature pick. I don't want to say it's one trick, but Lord Zul seems the most confident in Cho. And like we'll see Fredrin in the jungle yet again. Very, very slow farming speed as compared to the Ling. But it provides a lot of late game tankiness and wall-like, beefy boys just to protect yourself and to protect all Marcus from any harm. Because you know how this is going to play out. Either's going to start the charge, Ling's going to dive straight to that back line, you're going to have Aurora and Moskov just being themselves, Fredrin can always pull back.
Yeah, I like that. I like it. I want to see like a Grok or maybe there we go, Terizla, inside for RSG, because the thing is that they're lacking a lot of hard engaged, right? They've got the Earth Shatter from the Edith, but they need something to start up the layers of CC rather, right? Whether it's the Zaman Force slow down, and then they need some hard CC to lock them down before RWM can come up. But RSG's team fighting composition looking extremely deadly. Especially with Yon on the Ling. Ling can just dive onto the backlines of Moskov, and if Fredrin or Sub is not able to kind of answer that, they've got a dead Moskov and a win on their hands.
Yeah, it's gonna be super hard, especially in the early game for HomeBois SG, because Fredrin does need a little bit of farm to really come online, and I think with the changes of the Thunderbelt might be a core item for Fredrin, but we'll see. We're jumping into game number 1 of RSG versus HomeBois.
Week number 3, guys. This is the bottom of the table fighting out for scraps. Who is gonna come on top?
Super, super important match here. This is the battle against relegation, because they want to get as many points as possible. RSG definitely wants this. They don't want to be at the bottom. They want to play in the playoffs. They've been at the top before. So it's super high stakes for them both. We're going to see how this game 1 pans out, setting the pace for this entire series.
So next week is going to be a little bit rough for HomeBois SG, because they're going to be facing up against Vanguard Esports, and then RSG going to be facing up FYG. So this is going to be a very, very crucial game, especially for HomeBois.
Especially for RSG, because they need to face up for Yardigans next week.
Yeah.
So they need the double win to stay in, and guess what? I'm just taking a look at the emblems, and we do see Lord Zul still in the Lethal Ignition.
Oh.
Assassin Cho, baby!
Assassin Cho. There you go. The knock-up onto Yon.
Hey.
Uses Shunpo as well to get away.
On the top side though, CS actually just zoning out all Marcus, just pushing him under the turret. Oh, Ryzen actually popped the passive already. Super fast.
Lord Zul looking for CS. The knockup is there. The damage isn't enough though. You doubted the Lethal Ignition. There's Assassin Cho for you.
Assassin Cho was back.
Only for Lord Zul, because like remember he makes content out of this, so he's super, super confident of all of this kinds of picks, especially for the high damage kind of one-shot Cho. Let's take a look at the emblems: the Assassin, the Thrill, Wilderness Blessing, as well as the Lethal Ignition for that Cho itself. We see a lot of Ediths actually with the War Cry as well. I think this is more towards the Primal Wrath and try to get that online, the damage as well. Concussive Blast and the Firmness actually for Fredrin, so a little bit slower on the farm. Lord Zul being a nuisance towards Gear in the mid lane. Now Turtle has spawned up. Sob's the first one to it.
Already leashing it towards their side. Yon comes in though, looking for something to stun onto Hazard. Lord Zul getting a number onto Gear here, pulling him back. It's going to be Yon that steals it away. Here comes the real manipulation, creating the zone here, and the damage to push HomeBois SG back out. Sup and Hazard go down as well.
Everything went right until it didn't. 2-for-1 trade for the side of RSG, and the turtle is cherry on the top of that.
Yeah, it's a little bit slower, especially in the jungle, because now the jungle creeps don't take damage, or the tank jungles don't deal damage based on their HP anymore towards the jungle creeps. So it's a little bit slower. You don't really get as much. Yon's already level 5, but on the top side, Lord Zul trying to make a play happen onto her CS. Zayman Force being popped out just for defense.
That's still, I mean, look, honestly, I have to give credit to HomeBois SG, right? They were the first ones to the turtle rotation. They actually managed to establish a parameter around the turtle. However, they just, with a tank jungle, they just weren't able to have the damage to kind of outpace RSG for that fight.
Here comes the rest of RSG. Yon goes in. Tempest of Blades gets Marcus, puts him down. And HomeBois SG just forced to back out here. There's nothing they can do to defend it at the moment.
Yeah, it's just high mobility from RSG all throughout the board. You got the Harith, you got the Ling to deal with. How do you outskirt them when you don't really have iframes as sort of like a Fredrin or a High Loss? When you come in, it's all in. You don't really have any escape mechanisms.
I think also on the side of HomeBois SG, they're very single target based, right? You have the Fredrin, you have the Cho as well. You can pick off somebody, but at the same time, you have so much AoE and zoning potential coming up from RSG. Knock up onto Zap here by Gear. In the backline, Lord Zul trying to go for Roy there, but CS, one more hit will nail Sap in the ground.
There's the Zayman dance. Lord Zul running for his life. Roy and Gear chasing him. And Ryzen, just for good measure, chases them away. But now RSG 3,000 gold up ahead.
Oh, wow.
4 kills to 1, favoring the side of RSG. Turtle spawned up in the gold side. It's going to be super, super heavily favored towards RSG, even with a Fredrin. Taking a look at itemizations, it does look like CS already has a lot of cooldown reductions, enough for a Zayman Force to really, really pop up. The SOD lands, but no follow-up just yet.
Lands on Gear, and I mean, Gear is basically saying, sure, I mean, you can teleport to me if you want to. And Yon gets another turtle to his name. CS now pressuring the top turret. Ooh, the combo there freezes him in place. Flicker in Gear! Does not land it. He does get out to Ryzen. Closer nails that one. It's going to be Lord Zul now trying to disengage the fight, and they do so successfully, so no more casualties for HomeBois.
Playmaker Gear coming in, and he actually does connect with Ryzen, proccing Ryzen's passive. Just being able to come back from that, but comes back just to die yet again. Really, really good shot calling from the side of RSG. I'm wondering who's actually making the calls here, but the shot calling is paramount. As they snap their fingers, they go right in and for the kills as well.
The rotations from RSG is just unparalleled. Closer, clearing up the waves, moving up towards that top side, being present in the team fights. That's what we're asking for of him. But in the meantime,
Roy goes down. The kick onto Closer here. They do manage to put him down. Tempest of Blades onto Ryzen. Yon. Payback time. Gets taunted. Stunned out. Knockout. Lord Zul shuts him down. And now Gear in some trouble. 3 chasing after him. The taunt stops him in his tracks. Oh my goodness. The CC though. The shield is enough from the Primal Wrap. But Lord Zul dives into the turret for him. Oh, Marcus is the one to send him to the death pit.
2 for 2, but they get crack open the T1. That's a huge, huge turret take over the side of HomeBois. They're coming back to life. But what you saw there, Yon 1v3, he couldn't move at all. Sob just locking him down. Hazard as well.
He was knocked up, frozen, knocked down, and just unable to move. His Yon's wings got clipped right there like the bird. He wishes he was just...
Well, he is a finch, right? Like, Ling is based on a finch, so I guess.
Yeah, that's where the analogy came from, man. Come on, catch up to speed, bro.
You show speed.
A third turtle of the game's getting started up right now.
Solo kill up top onto all Marcus here. Turtle though, Hazard with the Glorious Pathway, Zone CS out of here. Turtle is still alive, and they're breaking out fight into 3 here. Gear, no, Lord Zul has to flicker out. Sub gets the Turtle. It's gonna be HomeBois trying to retreat now. Closer doing so much work, zoning them out. Hazard, they have him dead to rights. Roy, gonna be the one to nail him down. Ryzen as well. Double kill for Yon, and that's 3 members of HomeBois down. They lose the Turtle. The RSG lose the Turtle, but they get 3 kills and this turret at the bottom.
That was this very, very smart move by Yon, going for the purple buff instead of the turtle, knowing that, okay, I don't really need to go into that turtle fight. I don't want to dance around that Fredrin, but all Marcus.
Oh my goodness, Tempest of Blades. Damage is enough to zone him out. They're going to take another turret here, mid-inner turret. And now, picking up the pace is RSG, but HomeBois, they want payback! Going right in there, Lordzu goes down, Gear deep there in the midst of HomeBois SG. Gets up, Yon comes in for the cleanup, picks up our Marcus as well. They trade out 2 for 3.
Looking like
Hazard?
a one-sided fight. Hazard slowly chasing up the CS. They're still going for it. Hazard tries to make a U-turn, delaying his inevitable doom.
Too little, too late. RSG did. This is the RSG that I am so much more familiar with. I mean, the whole season they looked so off point and so off form, but this RSG is one that we are way more familiar with, right? And this is starting to be a very one-sided fight. Yes, HomeBois SG has some signs of life, but it may be a little bit too little too late, and you know, Assassin Cho falls off, right?
Yeah, when you're playing a Cho, you want to go a little bit more tanky because when you're in, you're all in. It's very, very difficult to get the iframes out. He's already got the Thunder Belt as well. Try to build up some of those stacks for a little bit more defense as well as the Fredrin from SOP. So that's going to be a little bit more difficult from them. Speaking about the gold laners on both sides, that's 2k more gold lead in terms of for CS from the Harith.
And CS is already building into this Holy Crystal, right? Like, honestly speaking, it's going to be very, very hard for our Marcus to come back from this. 1-3-2 and the Harith can just blow you up. It's not looking super good for the side of the Moskov.
Oh, Lord Zul,
that was
unfortunate.
so free.
It's so fast. This the problem with like damaged Cho.
Knocking down on this base turret here. CS goes all the way in through the wall here. Pops Zaman Force takes down Sap as well. And that's 1 base turret down as well as 1 kill. HomeBois actually don't look like they haven't any answers to this.
Yeah, knock knock. RSG is slamming the doors down on HomeBois SG as they go for the last, for the bottom base turret. Right now it's 2 turrets down and the Lord hasn't even reached the base yet, by the way.
There's a 10,000 gold lead favoring the side of RSG. They're picking up the pace, cycling them. Roy gets purified. Same force laid
gets
down.
thrown back. Damage is enough to put him down. In the backline though, Gear frozen. Hazard goes all the way back for Gear, but he just gets blown up there. Lord is here. RSG wants to close it. And now the real manipulation pops Ryzen off. They go straight for the base here as RSG closes game number 1 in their favor.
That was a stunner of a match. RSG absolutely base racing. Actually destroying, not even base racing, just absolutely pummeling through the doors of HomeBois SG. HomeBois SG not having the chance to defend even. This is so one-sided.
Very, very one-sided. No one to tank the front line, even though you have a front line heavy draft like the Fredrin and the Hylos, even with the Cho as well. But it's just not enough. CS just overtook the entire game. Yon swept the early game and just snowballed the momentum through the entirety of the series.
Yeah, I think execution is also completely different here, you know. Like, you saw HomeBois, so you saw RSG, when they had a lead, when they had a couple wins, they immediately went to the next objective. They were rotating around the map as if they were bots, basically. Like, not bots, but like, you know, programmed, like...
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I get you.
A well-oiled machine. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yes,
there you go.
yes.
Sorry.
They're calculating every trajectory, every movement is all perfectly calculated.
Exactly.
Systematic.
There you go. There you go.
That's why we have you.
English is a language. I just need to use it, right?
Yeah. You're so smart. You're so mature. You're so demure.
No, stop it.
Too much, sure. It's too much.
Hey, man, when May's on the table, when May's on the desk, You know.
Anyways, yeah, so what do you think
who's
about
the-
Anyways. RSG though, I think they finished that in under 11 minutes.
Yes.
It was really, really quick.
At the end of the game, it was 12k gold lead for RSG. So the MVP, actually, I do gotta say, like, I think Closer should deserve this one. He was always present. He's finding the back lines. He's creating the space. He's making the plays.
I personally enjoyed CS's play. Like, he was going in and out and maneuvering away from the team fights, yet he was dishing out damage. But none of us were right because Roy is the MVP for this match. And I can also understand why he was. Because his RWMs, if you look at it, right, were perfectly placed. For team fights, he was always finding the right angle where he was out of kind of a dangerous spot, but being able to cover the entire team fight and dishing out the damage he needs to do. But not only that, his rotations actually to the top side. If you saw the ganks, where all of the RSG was collapsing onto HomeBois SG, his RWMs were the things that was slowing people down and was stopping people from moving forward.
Right, yeah. I do like the fact that, like, the artillery mages are actually coming back. Especially like the Yeeves. I want to see like stuff like the Farsa, but the Yeeves provide so much utility. It sort of pseudo counters the high loss a little bit.
Yep.
Throws on Glorious Pathway. You throw in an RWM of your own. That's pretty much like a Walmart kind of Glorious Pathway, but it's a zone, right? Okay, take a look at the itemizations. All Marcus couldn't even finish the Trinity, and RSG got the Holy Crystal. That's way much
Two pieces
more
to
ahead,
the next
man.
thing. Probably building the Divine Glaive at that point, I reckon.
Yon also at 9,000 gold. CS at 9,000 gold. It's basically HomeBois SG. They're playing from the back. It's so difficult for them to come up in. And I think one of the main reasons I can attribute this to is the fact that like the tank jungles don't really work as much now as they did before. Yes, you could always go into like the Baxias or the high loss in the jungle, but that's really very like situational. Yeah, it happened before. But it's very situational because you really need to protect your own jungle. But right now the mobility is in question because of the rotation speed that and the higher pace of the game. RSG, once you pick up the assassin, once you pick up a lot of high rotations, you see even Closer clearing up the lanes. He knows his job, he knows his roles, and just rotates up to the opposite side of the map through the jungle when the turtle has the speed buff.
Yeah, and I also want to point out something else which could be a good contributing factor is Lord Zul, right? I mean, the thing is that, yes, we saw his pick work. He got first blood, right? So all credit goes to that, but that's it. It stops there. He was able to do damage up until maybe the 4 or 5 minutes of the game, but after that, every time he went in, he died. Right, he wasn't even able to kill. He wasn't even able to use Wave the Dragon to kick people back into his own team or kick them out of position, because every time he would shoot Jeet Kune Do in, he would just die. Like there was no way for him to even. There wasn't a time for him to kick him out, to kick people out, because he either gets CC'd or he just get bursted down. So honestly, if Lord Zul wants to pick his Cho, let him pick his Cho, but he needs to change the way that he plays.
Yeah, I do agree with you. And also, I want to add to the fact, there's no easy way to say this, but it might sound a little bit crude. HomeBois SG, they're playing as 5 individual units.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, it's like no one knows what's happening, and no one's making the right communications. It's all over the place. All Marcus in trouble. Lord Zul goes up, but that's pretty much it. It's a 2v4 battle up top, and Sop slowly farming down at the bottom. There's no communication right there. You could initiate a lane swap that's happening, because you need to know your win conditions in this round. And the win condition, I could say, is all Marcus, but it was just so scrappy at best.
Yeah, I honestly, the win condition for HomeBois SG was to play the late game, but with a 12k gold lead, there's no way that you can play it safe. There's no way that you can, turtle up, because you're just gonna get smacked around by the wallet. And look at that damage dealt. 2 times more damage dealt by RSG.
And I think to your point, right, you can see here the teamfight participation when they're playing alone, generally across the board, just not having all of them in the fights that they need as well. Whereas on the other hand, RSG's, percentages are, higher relatively.
For sure, and I think another contributing factor is I wish I could count the number of times Hazard used that Glorious Pathway to kind of go in, but no one went in with him. You know, so I think what our HomeBois SG needs now that they've got like kind of the 5 mainstay players, is a shot caller. A shot caller is going to make a huge difference for the side of HomeBois SG. And I believe that if they want to go into the next game with a chance of winning RSG SG, which by the way, they look as if they've gone back to form, right? They need someone, they need to very quickly identify a shot caller.
Yeah. I think it's all over the place, right? Like for Lord Zuo, he's supposed to be the roam. He's supposed to be able to set the tempo, orchestrate different picks and pulls. But Hazard using the Glorious Pathway defensively 90% of the time in this game, or basically even 100% of the time in this game, and not amounting to any kills and waiting for RSG to just come in was just way too much for them. It was interesting because right now in the meta, it's always a 4-on-1 composition. You always need to send one person down the split side, and that's all Marcus. But all Marcus can't be alone because he needs some time to build his power up, to get all his power spikes. He hasn't even completed the Holy Trinity, and that's a huge, huge problem for HomeBois.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, actually, I don't blame all Marcus for the situation that he's in, because I think the thing about it is that Moskov can can be in the off very, very safely. He's able to just get out with the Abyss Walker and just keep, throwing his spears while teleporting out. But the issue is, I think not the issue, but the good thing was that RSG noted that the win condition was on all Marcus, and what they did is whenever they saw Moskov by himself, they would send 3 people there to kill him.
Yeah.
Right, and HomeBois just could not react, which is why I think Roy was given the MVP, because the thing is that with Yi, every time you saw the Moskov by himself, Roy would rotate up and then RWM the back, right? So then all Marcus is very difficult for all Marcus to escape, because he has Abyss Walker into the RWM and then Abyss Walker out of it, but there's still like a 5-second cooldown in between, and every time he's stacked inside the RWM, you just die.
Yeah, there's a different way to look at it as well. It's more about the early to mid game rotations.
Yep.
And you're looking at the mid lane wave clear for both sides. Both actually have decent wave clear, albeit I think HomeBois SG a little bit slower just because Lord Zuo doesn't have the concussive blast to help out Rising with the wave clear. But once RSG clears that wave, they move on to the next target, yawns quickly behind, because you know how speedy that Ling is. Having a Fredrin along doesn't really bring much to the table, especially when you're taking so slow in the jungle right now because of the recent battlefield changes and things like that. It doesn't provide a lot of opportunity. Yes, you had one really nice kill onto Yon, just preventing him from moving at all. But
the lockdown.
But that was just it. Like you need to be able to build up those stacks to be able to find those kills, but your rotations are too slow, and one of the contributing factors is your wave clearing is way too slow.
Yeah, no, that's 100% it, and I think HomeBois SG, but I think if the game went on maybe for like another 10 minutes, maybe HomeBois SG actually has a chance to come back in, but RSG being able to bring gear into the picture, and they were able to just close out the game just like that. 923 gold per minute. We're seeing some really high numbers today.
Yeah. Now, one of the good things about the Ling and your opponent is a tank jungler is that you can invade right now because you're so fast. In the early game, you're in threat because you're under threat of the tank junglers going in because they soak up a little bit of damage, but because of the 2-minute kind of weakness policy, if you're entering opponent's jungle, you receive more damage. He is safe. And once he gets his power spike, he's farming in Saab's jungle instead of his own, and then just leaving all of his own jungle farm for
as
CS,
team members, yeah.
CS to pick up.
Feels so good when a plan goes right.
Yeah, I like that, across the top 4 here, you see quite a diverse setup. It's not the same people in the top 4, and I think that also plays to how RSG, each member now, seems to have stepped up to their roles, and overall their team synergy also looks really, really different just from the addition of Gear himself, right? I think the communication, the shot calling, like Youngin said himself yesterday, and how that just gives confidence to the entire team.
Yeah, they look so much more like the old RSG that we know and that we love. But we're going to go into the highlights to see some of the epic plays that they made in the first game.
Let's break it down right here for the MVP of Roy.
Yeah,
Before
so-
we get into that, Roy has been playing phenomenally well over the past couple of seasons. It's good to see some of his teammates actually stepping up to the plate as well and just really accentuating him. I think he was one of the only last remaining members of RSG as well.
Yeah.
Original members.
Yeah, for sure, you know, and I'm glad to see, you know, just the change of one person makes such a big difference, you know. Yeah, you're saying that Roy has been there for a very long time, being the center of it all, but now with Gear into the picture, look at some of the plays that they're making, right? It's very snap decisions if you see here. You know, yeah, because I think this is the one fight actually HomeBois actually was really good at. Managed to get 3 kills off from the side of RSG SG, but I think it just stops right here.
He couldn't move. He's knocked up, stunned up.
That's kind of funny to see there.
Yeah, yeah. but that's the beauty of like a very high CC composition. With the Cho, with the Fredrin. I think this was an unnecessary sacrifice from Lord Zul because they were going to wait for the minions to crash in anyway. But I think all hell broke loose after this because Sop was just staying in the midst of battle. He thinks he can take out everyone, but the economy was just way too far behind. Yarn coming in from the flank, trying to clear out everyone. It's a very good trade coming from him.
Yeah, for sure. So we just see as the rest of the highlight reels get played out, RSG just being absolutely dominating. And honestly, all this, so now that I look at it, right, almost all the heroes have some sort of zone control, which I'm pretty sure our good friend over at the analyst portion will highlight later. But you know, RSG showing us a masterclass on how to win whilst ahead. Right, we see some teams like Bleach just now suffering a little bit in terms of closing the game when they're ahead, but RSG be highlighting and identifying some key objectives across the map and just being able to rotate to them when the time is right causes them to finish the game in very quick fashion.
I do like also the Roy CS kind of combo with Zayman Force inside RWM. Very
so
beautiful.
Good. So good. And then after that, you just land the penalty zone
Yeah,
there.
the penalty zone as well.
Yoink,
or in the last
yoink,
fight, right?
yoink.
Closer landed that first.
Exactly.
Actually, everyone was just playing their hats off.
Exactly. So I think we want to take a look at what the analyst has to say about this first game and how they're going to have to adapt, I think, into the second game. Take it away, Jace.
Thank you very much, Claude. And in fact, I will talk about that exact zone control and that one-ball combo. True was talking about that, but that all boils down to the draft. I really like what Younging is cooking here in terms of this kind of draft, especially how, you know, we play around Roy and, you know, effectively he is the MVP as well. But you gotta have to give a little bit of credit over the side of HomeBois Singapore because they know if Sup is going to go into this jungle Fredrin, you need a form of an assassin, which it comes in the form of Lord Zul. By the way, Lord Zul has been playing 3 Chos in a row, hint. All right. Apart from that, you also gotta admit like how they, in order to overcompensate for Sup, Lord Zul had to go in for the damage. But there's one big problem. Right now, in this current patch of the day, you have the likes of Ling, right? Especially Yon on this Ling could just rotate from one point to another, and HomeBois Singapore are always left to play catch-up. I'm going to continue on this sequence, especially this is the first turtle fight as well. And usually, tank jungles, especially in earlier parts of the game, you're strong in actually maintaining this small turtle presence right there. But once you start to go into the later parts of the game, you'll find yourself struggling, which you'll see later on. Of course, you got to highlight Roy is actually level 4. Ryzen is sticking to level 4. He doesn't have his ultimate yet, so there's probably some pathing issues coming in for the side of HomeBois Singapore. And apart from that, if you realize how teams are starting to use the Aurora, the Eve to counter the Aurora, because there's no way Ryzen can just go in and try to catch everybody there. And once the box is set up, what RSG evolve the whole game revolving putting people inside the box, right? So that's where, you know, you got CS to basically land down the Zaman Force, you got slows with the real world manipulation, you also got closer that could gap close onto you, land down the penalty zone, you cannot run away from this particular box. And also, Yon with the Tempers of Blades, that's a pseudo knockup, and heck, of course, Gear on the Edith. So everybody is just trying to put HomeBois in a box, and basically that real world manipulation became a coffin for HomeBois Singapore. As you continue on to see RSG, because of the link, you're able to just hunt down and clean up everybody so easily. The best part of this is that, you know, once you have even though you have Glorious Pathway to use Hazard to chase down every single buddy, and to be honest, HomeBois Singapore actually did this really well. So what Hazard did, He screens CS, Lord Zoo, goes for Roy. It feels like HomeBois Singapore does have a game plan, but in the end of the day, it's ultimately the draft that really dictate why RSG SG is really strong. And with that said, I think the rest is kind of like a literal highlight reel for how RSG dominated HomeBois Singapore via the draft. So with that, I'm going to throw it back to two handsome boys and one pretty lady. Thank you very much.
I'm flattered. Thanks, Jace. Appreciate that. All right, but let's take a look at what maybe HomeBois SG needs to do to overcome this kind of this wall, right, that RSG has kind of built up. Any thoughts, May?
I mean, Jace pointed out that it was also part of the draft, right? So the way that, yes, they had a game plan, and I think it showed that, you know, they could pick off somebody, and they had that in the beginning as well when they managed to nail down, you know, even 2 kills, including Gear in the mid lane. But just somehow towards the later parts of the game, it wasn't a strategy that they could quite pull off anymore.
Yeah, I think something else that they need to do, right, is to maintain a cool demeanor. Right, they need to really keep calm and kind of understand how to play around the game. You know, something cool like the roto eye drops. Right, so gamers are always staring at their mobile phone. So maybe they just have a little bit of a drop to cool off.
Can I
not
do it
only
on stream?
their eyes. Yeah, do it on stream.
I want to do it on
stream
because I never really put eye drops before.
This
So
is
I
gonna be
wanna see
epic, guys. This is gonna be
how
epic.
It feels.
Go ahead, do it.
Am I doing it right? Am I doing it right? Okay.
Why do you assume that I put eye drops?
Yeah,
I don't know. Because,
don't
like,
put eye drops.
context. So this is one of my biggest fears. I don't dare to touch my eyeballs.
Well, anyways, as he's going, right, you know, I think this is what do you
I'm
do? You
scared,
just
I'm
squeeze
scared,
it this
I'm
way?
scared. No.
Dude, you need to do it like 180 degrees
I'm scared,
up, bro.
man. I'm
Then
scared.
don't
I'm
do
telling
it.
you.
Do not watch. That's like a bad example of how you should use the eye drops.
Oh, he's doing it. He did it. Oh, he did it.
I
Just
mean,
put one.
I guess it's so simple that even someone who has never used it before
can use
knows
it.
how
There
to
you
do
go. Real
it.
life
There you
example,
go.
guys.
There
I'm
you
crying. I'm tearing up.
No,
is this normal?
Yeah.
You do need it though. We stare at the screen for so long.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Yeah, I
but
guess.
I don't know. I'm gonna be like partially blinded for this, but it is cooling. I can see why. I can see why Abstract likes it so much.
Yeah,
it's the cool one.
And guess what? From now till the 30th of September, right, you can purchase any 2 of them, and you get 400 MLBB in-game diamonds, just like Abstract says.
Well,
and you can also stand a chance to win a secret lab chair. So you can get diamonds, sit in your chair, put eye drops, and play the game.
And be cool like that, bro.
I will do it for the other eye. I think I need to balance this out, but. Before we get into that, let's jump into the draft.
Yeah, all right. So as Churros puts it in his other eye, we're going straight into the drafting phase, guys. We've got Youngin banning out the Moskov as well as the Aurora. Not wanting Ryzen on that Aurora. Very smart. I mean, he was actually causing some troubles, at least in terms of zone control, for the side of RSGSG. And Nakra choosing to ban out the Chip. Chip being a real big problem, I think, when it was let go yesterday, and even NIP Flash, man. You know, if it shows that Chip is good against a team like NIP Flash, Chip can be good anywhere.
Still 100% win rate so far. No longer.
Taken by yesterday's game.
Yeah, taken by yesterday's
But it was
game.
very, very close.
Very close. It's close to 100%.
It will get you to a very close game. But then Nakra really changing up the draft style, banning out the Juice instead. Maybe they want to try something a little bit different. This time around, opening up a lot of the assassins. The Hayabusa was banned out, the first ban for Nakra in the previous game. So this time around, you might want to leak it over to the side of HomeBois SG, but Yon plays a lean main Hayabusa as well. And Hayabusa actually wins a lot of games.
Yeah, I think Hayabusa is definitely should be a priority ban for the side of HomeBois SG.
It's the Alpha being banned out.
Being getting rid of. I'm surprised actually that RSG is just letting Cho go. Actually, not really surprised. I think he's being cheeky. You know, I think he's being cheeky because the thing is that Cho, they know that they can deal with the Cho already, so it's pretty chill.
Yeah. For the Alpha, it's more of like Sup's comfort heroes, comfort picks going into this one. Sup doesn't really play a lot of the assassins that we are very used to. He likes to go back to basics, living in the previous meta, so to speak. But this time around, this looks like a high loss going to be opened up again. RSG might have a different take up their sleeves. And Phobius is also open.
Ruby's also open.
Ruby's also open. It's gonna be Hayabusa. They don't want to face up against Yon's Hayabusa, so they got that for them. So RSG has a lot of options. Hylos, Phoveus, Ruby.
Even Roger, if they want to play Roger for CS.
Yeah.
So many options.
I think Phoveus might be good here, but it will be the Fanny. First pick for RSG. Yon's very comfortable with it and wants to go for it. Actually, it's more of to deny Sop, because like Sop kind of only knows how to play like the Fanny in an assassin kind of role.
Really?
I think that's
Interesting.
what RSG is trying to go for, trying to deny Sop of the Fanny.
I mean, if that's what they're doing, it works, right? Because, I mean, unless Sop has somehow picked up Ling, which is not a super easy hero to pick up either. I mean, like, to play as the first time on stream, on the show, it's, yeah. He's going to force Sop into, like, a, what, again, Fredrin? Baxia?
It might be an Akai. Akai would be a very, very good counter. There's going to be the Roger, and there's going to be the Phoveus. Yeah. So very, very thick lineup, very similar, but it all boils down to execution. We all know that. In this case, Youngin still has quite a bit of options. He could go for maybe even the Valentina, Aurora, the Vexana again, since Aurora is being banned out here, creating a lot of space, buying a lot of time for CS to come back. You got a Barca and the Eves as well, or the Baroness.
Nah, but we're going for the Hylos. Hylos, really, really solid pick into Phoveus as well. And, you know, Phoveus can't really do much, doesn't really have much dashes for the side of... Actually, doesn't have any dashes for the side of Hylos.
Yeah.
So it's not going to proc Phoveus' passive that much.
But because you have the Fanny, you don't really need a lot of mobility. If Hylos is being played on the EXP side, which I think closer will be gunning for the Hylos, is going to be pretty good. It's going to be the Vexana, yep. Vexana is going to be open there. HomeBois SG, to be able to face this composition, especially on the level 4, is going to be super difficult just because they need some form of shred. A carry would work out well just to defend himself against the Fanny, able to kite around. Deal a lot of true damage to Hylos as well as the Eternal Guard once it gets popped down.
And Kufra gets locked in for the side of HomeBois SG. Very, very beefy lineup from HomeBois SG's side. I really don't mind a carry from the side of RSG, but we're likely going to see her ban, I think, if HomeBois SG drafts this properly.
Hey, it might be a Claude too. Which, we haven't seen the resurgence of Claude in MPL SG yet.
True.
But it's like super, super bursty, especially in late game. Throw down a Blazing Duet. Your early game, you don't really have mana anymore to worry about. So you can stay in the lane for as long as you like. Just need to heal up in your health. And there's going to be a huge, huge buff for Claude.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and you can always just pop right out with the skill 2 as well. So that is also a pretty good pick. But the
carry is being banned.
Yeah, I mean, carry is straightforward, right? Because the thing is that the side of HomeBois SG, they have thick health bars, and what counters thick health bars? Percentage true damage.
But the Harith is still open, though. RSG could very well pick that up.
But the thing is that Harith, if you pick up the Harith, Phoveus is there to just slam in your face, which is very, very concerning. And the thing is that the trade-off between getting slammed in the face with a Harith instead of a carry is that carry does a lot more damage to tanks.
But the Phoveus mechanics has changed a little bit. Last time, yeah, you do have to use your demonic force onto someone that dashes in front of you. But right now, you have to initiate your own dash. You initiate your own crowd control to be able to land that dashes.
No, but whoever dashes around reduces the cooldown.
But of his first and second skill, his ultimate doesn't have a cooldown.
Yeah, it doesn't have a
anymore.
cooldown. Exactly. Yeah. So that's the concerning thing, right? If they're dashing around, they can still bonk people on the head.
Angela? Is it Angela?
Oh, wow.
Interesting. They might want to try out something a little bit different here. Could it be RSG is thinking that HomeBois might want to pick up the Alice again? We've seen that from FMM this morning and Vanix yesterday.
It could very much be, yeah, I mean, Harith is open, Hanabi's open as well. That is the Valentina lock-in.
Hanabi Lolita.
But
Still
Lolita can,
viable.
Yeah, viable, but not priority anymore, right?
No.
And the thing is that in a composition like this, Hanabi is just gonna get locked up, feared, and
no, you don't get it.
Oh, right,
When
because
you have the
it's
shield,
immune. That's
yeah,
right.
it's
That's
immune.
maybe.
There's reason why you want to get the Lolita and Hanabi. We could go either ways, though. Could play with the Claude a little bit more, you know, defensive maneuver right here. Just gun for the late game. Then you have early game in the form of that Fanny and the high loss in the Vexana, in the late game in form of the Claude, and then just Fanny comes in and sweep up, clean up shot.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I do kind of like the Claude. Yep, we do see the Claude be locked in, and we see the Ruby. This is actually a disgusting lineup coming out from the side of RSG. So much just control. I mean, look at that, right? You have the Ruby with the I'm offended to pull people in. You have the high loss to Glorious pathway out so that no one can. It's very hard for people to move out of your zone. And then you can also combo that with the Eternal Guard from Vexana. And of course, you have Fanny and Claude to do the damage and clean up. It's beautiful.
High CC, really tanky front line, especially with the Eternal Guard in your possession as well. That's 6 players, quote unquote, for the side of RSG. And right now, HomeBois' last pick could be the Harith. Could go back for the Harith. No, that's Nathan. It's a Nathan.
To me, it's a Roger Jungle.
Roger Jungle, yeah. Yeah. It could go either ways. I think they don't want to risk it with the Harith just because the Ruby's there. If you dash around, Ruby just locks you down, and it's so difficult to dash in your dance in the Zayman Force.
Yeah, it's gonna be extremely tough. But they luckily don't have to deal with that. So Natan is also a pretty smart pick, right? Because the thing is that he has a front line to defend him from coming in, as well as the Kufa, the bouncing ball, would just bounce people like the Ruby or prevent people from like the Ruby or the Fanny from moving forward, right? And so honestly, I think I like the lineup from HomeBois SG as well, but RSG's lineup is just killer.
Yeah, it's very equal lineup. Both have equally good amounts of CCs, tankiness, early game and late game. It's an all-round draft for both sides. We'll just see how both teams play it out. In game number 2, RSG just 1 game away from taking the series and sweeping it 2-0.
And for Prevent, more importantly, is one step closer to being out of relegation, right? We've never seen RSG SG in this spot before, and thankfully, thanks to Transfer Week, I think we won't have to see that. But you know, I may have just cast a curse to this thing, but we'll see what's gonna happen in this second match of today.
Yeah. I like what the mid lane is doing. They're not immediately clearing out that waves, and this is because you want to delay the EXP, so Ryzen needs to get that recall. If once you see that Ryzen gets for that recall, clear out that waves, push the wave in so that the turret will take it out, and then Ryzen is losing out on a lot of farm, so this gives a lot of early game advantage towards Roy as well as Gear.
Yeah, but not able to clear it out fast enough. We see Ryzen making it back in lane, or closer, having a lot of poke right now in Hazard. Lane just getting shoved in.
I think it's more of the rotations coming in from Fanny as well, because Fanny needs that level 4. Yon already has that level 4, looking for a kill.
Sap also just hit level 4 as well. Doesn't necessarily give him anything as a Roger, but at least he's even in retry damage as well. The first turtle spawning in just about 30 seconds. We should see some action happening on the Land of Dawn right now. But actually, it's a very quiet first game. Gear just taking damage to the face from Lord Zul.
Yeah. They're sitting it on the mid side, Lord spawning up in 8 seconds. The rotation's coming in for Roy, down to the EXP side. Try to get that level 4 right before the turtle spawns up to get in position. Oh, nice steal away from the gold crab. This is going to be very minute.
EXP great.
Yeah, minute lead in terms of EXP. So Roy's in position. Ryzen not yet, just because of the early game recall, but he will be very soon. Lord Zul doesn't have the ulti just as of yet at this point. Oh,
Here
nice!
though, Flicker is in, the knockup is there. Eternal God as well. Ryzen forced to flick out Glorious pathway there. Nailed for HomeBois SG to search forward, and they put out the damage. Infernal Pursuit by Hazard. Not going to be enough as Yon secures the turtle. Hazard comes in only to get killed, and it's 1-for-1 trade, although RSG does get the turtle.
1-for-1, but Gear went in a little bit too early. Yon was just patiently waiting for the right opportunity to come in, sweep up the turtle. They got that. They got what they came for. It's okay if Gear goes down because he's just that roamer. But they got down. They took down Hazard. That's gonna be an EXP overlay over to the side of RSG.
Yeah, it's definitely the trade definitely went in favor of RSG as well, and you notice that they immediately started rotating to different objectives. You see CS is being caught out slightly,
popping the blazing duet and using battle mirror image get out. It's still okay for now despite Lord Zul being there.
It's a power spike for Yon. Might be looking for the next kill.
A very scrappy fight breaking out.
Oh, the Eternal got onto 2. I'm offended as well by Gear here. Yon comes in with the slice and dice, puts Sap down, and now it's gonna be another Eternal Guard from the side of HomeBois SG trying to fend off the members of RSG.
It's a very good pickoff. Towards Sop, delay his farm a little bit more. RSG coming online slowly but surely. That's a 1K gold lead. It's seeping through to RSG's favor, but it's a very slow game, I have to admit, okay? Spoke too soon, that's a jump onto Gear.
CS with a blazing duet onto all markers. Not just enough damage to close that out yet, but Lord Zul rotates as well. Almost finishing Gear off there, but not just yet.
Yeah, this fight, it's what happens when you have two very tanky teams fighting each other. But as I speak,
Yon again with the cables here. Stun against the wall. Will it be enough? He lands the cutthroat onto Sapman again. Goes down closer, and Hazard not quite done yet, but I think they're just going to brawl it out. Roy, though, coming over from the mid lane.
A little bit too slow. Hazard narrowly escapes death, but the turtle is up. Yon looks like he's in a better position contest for this one. Sop just respawned, so everyone's making their way down a beeline towards the turtle pit.
Making their way down the lane to the turtle, but we see RSG actually having a good perimeter, I think, around the turtle. So HomeBois actually not super concerned about giving the second turtle up, but RSG does not spot that. Well, as I say that, they're moving their way down to the turtle. It's going to be a free second turtle for the side of RSG actually.
Well, HomeBois SG actually focusing fire on that top side. RCS is in a spot of bother right there. Lord Zul starts to engage, will not amount up to anything. But Yon, there's no trades over at HomeBois SG. RSG slowly seeping the economy towards their favor. Now 2K gold lead in the 5-minute mark. Things are going to get spicy. Let's take a look at itemizations. This is the first core out of 3 for CS. It's almost 1,000 gold lead ahead of all markers.
Yeah, that's one whole component ahead, right? But we see right now in terms of the items that they have built already, it's very, very, very even at this point in time.
Yeah, it's the communication that I'm talking about because like whenever Lord Zul is there, then Sop's not there, but hold on. Yon actually took a kill down mid side.
Oh, Yon, man. I mean, he's just coming in to just steal the kills. It's perfect. I mean, it's basically just everyday business for him at this point.
Yeah, you
He's
caught me
looking
off.
real different though from when RSG first came into this season.
He's in his element.
The pull in by Gear, Terrify, Eternal Guard, knocks him up, forces the flicker as well. He has to back away, and this is just RSG, including Yon, on a different look this game, and. I think CS so far has also been holding his own really well, despite Lord Zul, always being on that top side. He's farmed up enough to be 2 levels ahead of Marcus. Now closer in the backline, Terrify, Glorious Pathway, not enough. It's gonna put him down for now. Gear, the pull! Oh! I'm offended into 3! Blazing Duet popped as well, manages to get sub, puts him into Dust Hazard in the backline. Too much damage for him.
Gone.
Misses the mark. Roy does not land that burst damage, but Hazard with the counter plays, but still the triple goes to CS.
It's a 3 for 3.
Wow, he got offended, that's for sure. That pullback distance was massive.
Yeah, Yon's having a good time, laughing it out.
Dude, they're all having a good time. Roy just died and he's just like, it's fine, guys, it's fine, it's fine. I'm still 0-1 and 5. It's fine if I die. CS just got a triple kill. And this is a Claude that's not fed, by the way.
Let's break this down closer, lay down the Glorious Pathway. We'll try to create some space to take down that T1 mid side, but the fight ensues.
Oh my gosh.
Gear pulling back 3. Yon actually dicing into that target because it was a nice pull, and Yon straight trajectory just calculated a little bit differently. Wasn't expecting, I think, Gear to pull that back. That would have been a very, very nice kill over to Yon.
That's still beautiful, though. I mean, honestly speaking, the mechanics coming up from Gear is beautiful on the Ruby. Pulling back, and it's not just the I'm offended, man. I mean, the Don't Get Away Wolf King, I think, also just managed to corral all of them together. It was the perfect combination. And not to mention the fight that started it all, right? You know, with Roy just landing the Eternal Guard as well as the Terrify, just locking down the target. It's, I don't know, man. This is RSG looking top form right now.
With the Tyrant's Rage here, onto 2. Hazard follows up, knocks down Roy, has to flicker out now, in some trouble. Yon gets sapped. In the meantime, it's 2 down on the side of HomeBois. Traded out for 1 as CS keeps going. Is going to use the BMI just to get out.
Speaking of keeps going, Yon actually tore down the T2 down mid side, so both of the edges, HomeBois SG is barren, and they're looking to take down T2 mid. RSG knows their objectives, they know their goals, and RSG always putting one member on that side lanes. The macro game is winning for RSG, but HomeBois SG needs to desperately try to delay time enough for all markers to come up to speed. We've seen this happen in the previous game with Luxenstein, and right now all Marcus is in that spot. He really needs to show up in that late game. That was a really good engage by Lord Zol, but unfortunately though, there was just a little bit too far ahead. The defenses was not enough damage for HomeBois.
Here with the conceal, the pull. Don't run Wolf King onto Zul here. Surging forward, strikes first onto Zap. I'm offended, gets him. CS in the meantime putting all the damage onto Ryzen. It's gonna be Lord Zul that falls first though. Zap one hit, closer nails that one. Hazard trying to front line this for HomeBois SG, but CS, my goodness, he's just going. Wow. That was close.
Playing with his life.
That was ballsy, man. CS just living with a sliver of HP left. Looking very confident though, I have to say. You know, you don't see a Claude go in like that unless they're ahead.
Oh, you don't see a Fanny going in like that?
We see a Sky Piercer on freaking Vexana?
Oh, that's cool. Okay, because he's getting a lot of kills right now. The pullback by Gear.
Yep, I'm offended. onto Hazard and Ryzen. Whereas Pathway Pop though, and they have to back out of this. In the meantime, Lord goes the way of RSG.
And Yon wasn't even there, by the way.
Yeah, it's just CS doing like Claude things. This is just late game Claude. It's just that power spike, the Trinity power, the Holy Trinity. Once you get that, Claude just becomes unstoppable. You deal a lot of damage. Ryzen really needs to run away. Sop's not having a good game this time around. 1-5-2. He's always caught out, especially by Gear.
And this is the Roger that we're talking about. You know, Roger needs to get high. Needs to make an impact in the early game, but no, he just fizzles off, right? Which is what's happening right here, right now.
Yep, Lord crashing down this mid-base turret here. Like you said, they don't really have the defenses. It's gonna go down. Gear in the front line, stunned out though. Hazard goes in with the Infernal Pursuit. Tries to zone them out. Lord Zul in the back line gets Yon, but he dashes in as well. Lord Zul can't hold them for long. Has to back out with the bouncing ball. RSG taking down this mid and bottom base turrets for themselves.
Well, don't stop, don't hold your breath, because we see CS making his way down the top side as well. I don't think this push is just finished yet. We see the bottom minion wave crashing into the HomeBois base. Right now, top turret getting really close to 50% right now.
Yep, they want to strip everything right now from HomeBois SG. Not just enough creeps to do that yet, so they have to back out, playing the disciplined game here.
The saving grace for HomeBois is that they do have decent wave clear in form of All Marcus, but he needs a little bit more time. If I remember correctly, he's got the Stardom, he's got the Feather of Heaven, but it's not enough as of now to be able to get that set up and get that engage going. Gear taking the brunt of damage.
The flicker does not land it though. He goes down instead, and in the backline, CS using so much damage with the Blazing Duet. Yon picks up Sap all the way at the back. And it's going to be HomeBois SG again on the back foot of this.
Yeah, but
One for one.
Lord Zulo, the conceal!
Oh!
Flicker does not land it. Roy kites that away. Hazard with the pull of the Dark Wave onto 2, closer as well, just standing there, deflecting all the damage with the Vengeance. Bit of a flex there.
Do you see that damage onto All Marcus? It's all reflect damage from that Vengeance itself. I'm interested to see how much of the items he's actually built, maybe even a Brute Force Breastplate, but damage dealt highest going over the side of CS. He's had every single item. It might be going for a Sky Piercer at that point. Might be fooling around there,
way.
but yeah, that's the punching glove.
Yeah.
Boxing glove.
When Lord Zul went in just now, Roy did not even use the flicker. Oh my goodness! Still cleans out that one.
There's a lethal ignition coming into play.
You know, just every day, man. It's normal at this point. Just coming in for the kills. 7-0.
You know, I don't know if you're doing it on purpose or like
Oh, yeah,
Not
100%.
intentional.
Oh no, 100%, man. It's all part of the plan, bro.
It's all part of plan.
Alright, the Lord should be spawning in right now. There we go. It's gonna be a free Lord, and this should technically be the final push from RSG. We do see the minion waves all kind of crashing in. They need to catch the bot wave, but I think Yon is going down for that. And once they do that, it's gonna be mid and then top and then bot push, which is ridiculous when it's planned perfectly like this from RSG side.
Yeah, it's so systematic coming in from RSG.
Yeah, look at that. Mid wave pushed in, top wave pushed in, Yon coming in from the bottom side.
We got around 4 seconds until the Lord spawns up.
Exactly, and then Closer doing some recall action there. You know, just all part of the plan, baby. All part of the plan.
Yeah, now it's just a long wait, especially for HomeBois, for the Lord to march down the mid side.
Well, thankfully he's marching down the middle lane, right? So he's got that much less distance to cover. We see the Lord knocking on the doors right now. Yon.
Lord Zoo tries to go in, misses Yon there. Hazard as well trying to fend them off. But is it going to be enough though? They are pushed to the back, but the Lord still crashing in. And RSG, they go straight for the base, trying to land the hits as well. And they do close that out, 2-0.
2-0. Look at RSG having so much fun, smiles all around across the teams. They are having a good time, guys.
I'm having a good time right here. There was a masterclass of like wing the early and then snowball through to the late game. Everything was done to the T. It was just very perfect gameplay, down to the macro, down to the micro, and just yawn. Oh,
yeah, you know,
just another day.
Just another day at work, guys.
Just another day
at work.
To HomeBois, it might be the biggest game of their life. But to Yon, it's just a Sunday.
It's just a Sunday, guys.
No,
you know,
I'm just kidding.
I'm playing Fanny. It's all good, guys. I've got my hero.
Yeah. That's why they want to prioritize that Fanny. It was so difficult for Sup to even get any farm whatsoever. He was taking so much of those kills right from the early game.
Can I be honest?
Yes.
You know, when you said it's so difficult for Sup to farm, right? I was thinking, wait, what does Sup even play?
Yeah, how does he even play?
No, I was like, what did he even play? Because he was just completely invisible.
Okay, because he's like
forgot.
always,
yeah,
he's always in graveyard.
I actually forgot what he played for a second there. I had to like recall that.
Yeah. The Roger actually did a lot of work, especially with the first turtle, because you have a little bit more defense, but once Yon actually makes that play and just really get that momentum going, snowballs through, the damage coming in, the itemizations, all really stacking up. At the end of the game, it was around 10k gold lead, seeping into 11. It was just too much for HomeBois to handle.
Yeah, that's for sure. But guys, I want to ask, who do you guys think are is your MVP? May take it away.
Gonna go with Yon for this one.
Yon? Yon?
Yeah.
Alright. Let's take a look.
I want to see that in the play-by-play.
MVP is the Yon. Alright.
He needs like an emote or like a sound effect just for himself.
Dude, actually, look at the build that he's building. I'm not sure if that's like...
This War Axe?
Rolling?
No, it's not. So typically you use that for a little bit more sustained, because if your energy management is good, like we see in Deck and Yon's Fannies, you can stay in the midst of battle, heal everything back up, and then just enough cables to get yourself back out.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's more of a sustain.
And TQRS?
And TQRS, yeah. Typically, sometimes you even see Fanny building up a Garden Helm, but this is just in like in really like ranked games, because Fanny wants a little bit more defense because your base attack is already scaling up so high. Yeah.
Interesting. Well, yeah, Yon definitely be the MVP. You know, I think maneuvering, showing off his micro skills on the Fanny, right? Being able to go in and out, and also targeting key points as well. So definitely huge props. Very well played by the side of Yon on the Fanny. Well deserving of the MVP.
Yeah. Speaking of like MVP, I feel like every single one of the members of RSG should be considered for
MVP.
sub MVPs then, because like everyone's just doing their job so well. And there's the Winter Crown instead of the Skypiercer. It got me for a second, because I see that I see that boxing gloves. I always go for like, okay, that's gonna be the Skypiercer.
Okay, look, I still want to call out the Skypiercer and Roy. Bro, you guys are definitely like trolling us at this point, right? definitely throwing a wrench in the works.
That's pretty interesting for the Sky Piercer. But I think he is confident in getting kills after he gets the glowing wand as well as the divine glaive. So
So what you're saying is execute damage. Is
execute
important.
damage, yeah. Especially since like they like to take team fights when the minion waves are crashing. You got to time it perfectly. And once you terrify, you burst all the minions. You got the passive going in. That's basically double bombs everywhere.
Press X to doubt, but it's definitely an
What?
interesting build.
What? Hey man, it's a brawl build. And brawl, everyone.
No wonder you know this. Okay, there we
Everyone
go.
goes for Sky Piercer and brawl. Hey man.
Of
Okay,
course,
let's take
of
a look at
course.
the this. It's interesting to note
Weakness
what the Claude is actually using. So the Assassin Emblem giving him a little bit of health. I've seen yesterday, I can't remember who the player is, but the Claude was actually using the Tank Emblem instead just to survive in lane. Well, this really propels CS, especially in the early game, to deal a lot more damage coming in. So turret damage for HomeBois SG virtually at nothing.
It's not virtually, bro.
It's virtually nothing.
It's nothing.
It is nothing.
It's not virtually.
Reality.
It's literally nothing.
I was trying to sugarcoat it.
No, bro. Dude, you can't sugarcoat a single digit 0.
Oh man, you're being so mean to me.
Don't take it personally.
Yeah, don't take
It's
it
all about
personally,
you.
man.
It's not about me. Why is
It's not you, it's me, bro.
Man, but to be honest, it's so difficult. Even if they did get a nice little push, especially Lord Zool, I have to say that he has made a lot of nice little setups with the jumps and with the Tyrant's Rage, but it wasn't enough damage coming in from All Marcus or Ryzen for that matter. We won't talk about Sop because like he wasn't even able to play the entirety of that game just because he's always the first one being caught out by gear.
Yep. And you know, the thing is that the key difference between HomeBois SG's lineup and Vanguard's lineup, like we saw earlier in the day, was that, yeah, both teams had the Natan, but the thing is that HomeBois SG was not able to keep themselves in the game long enough for them to be able to dish out that much damage, right? For the Natan to scale. You know, so that's a huge issue, I think, coming in for the side of HomeBois SG, where they weren't able to kind of turtle up and be the Vanguard for all markers. But it's just unfortunate. Anyways, looking into the top 4, Yon being the rich guy, 863. And then we got CS dealing 115k damage in, what, 14 minutes? That's pretty high, man.
Yeah, it's sort of like a deja vu from the previous match that we see. Everyone's in the same position.
Yeah, exact same. And I think that also shows the Claude, right? After the buff, having the ability to use different emblems, and CS being able to make full use of that on this Claude.
Yeah, I love to see how Claude has been adapting so well to the meta. I want to see more Claudes because it's so interesting in those games. But hey, enough from us. Let's hear it from the players themselves.
I know entry turtle key how turtle key how, turtle key how.
Help me.
I know there, turtle, I know there, I know entry not coming
Yep. Sunny, help me.
Hey, come the front guys, hit the front.
Front 9.
Yeah.
You can dive.
Yeah, can.
Hey, they all low. Nice one. Me. Try.
I can run.
I think
Hey,
I
hey, we can fight guys, we can fight.
Mati. Set, pocket. Hey, you want what, pocket, bro. Hey, breathe. Just end now.
Yeah, next game.
Nice one.
He's damn low.
Nice one. Hey, Roger.
Wow, they low.
Yon.
We can fight. Nice one.
You can chase, they low.
Nice one.
Yours.
I got second skill.
Sandwich them.
Second skill.
I think it now. Yeah, taking the backline.
Nice. Hey, we can fight one.
There. Just see. Hey, no flicker, Kufa. Nice one.
Get what?
Hey, bisa. Hey, bantai, spike them. Go. Hey, Valen, double dash. No ulti, Nathan, no ulti. On the back.
Just going.
Hey!
No.
Two below.
Hey!
Go for the kill! Wait!
This is golden. Gear on like 10 HP and he's like, we can fight. And then he like stuns them and pulls them back and they fight.
Hey, that's Gear for you.
It's true.
He had a moniker last time. It was the, child prodigy?
Yeah, child prodigy.
Was the child prodigy.
Well, beside Bray, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think he was. Yeah, beside Bray, alongside Bray.
Alongside Bray.
That's his like
Monka.
rival. The rivals.
Hey, well, the rival is serving the nation right now, right? Or something like that. So
Yep.
you know, we may have to wait a couple seasons before he gets back here, but. We are gonna throw it over to Jace to break down the game for us. So over to you, my man.
Thank you very much, Kwan. My name is Jace. Thanks for that history lesson, by the way. Bray was actually in Season 3 debut. That's why we gave him the Child Prodigy moniker, because he won that season for RSG. Gear, on the other hand, he was basically the Child Prodigy Season 2, and you can see him literally popping off during that season, and now he's finally back. I think we need to give him a new nickname. We're going to give him the Showmaker. So I think we start off our analyst segment for this one. Let me scroll all the way back. Is to talk about not just the draft, but of course about the early game movements. Immediately from right here, you immediately realize what's going on already. Roy is level 4. Ryzen is hanging at level 3. Immediately, something is wrong with the pathing already, or it could also potentially be Roy was able to wave clear even faster, technically speaking, because he's a big Sana, and that actually costed this particular team fight. Unfortunately, because, you know, immediately that's Ryzen's pathing problems get caught up by Roy immediately, and everybody is just in this zone, just pouring down the damage, the glorious pathway to make sure that people don't run away from the damage of Roy is just a little bit insane as well. Sub's positioning is really good, but someone is actually lingering outside. Yawn is just hiding in that pixel bush right there, just to make sure that, you know, the HomeBois Singapore was able to just burn off most of the utilities and then go for the steal. And unfortunately, this one ends up with Yawn, you know, taking away the turtle in just a nick of time. He missed a couple of cables, but it's okay. At least he gets the job done, right? I think generally speaking, I can see what HomeBois Singapore is doing, but RSG is executing this a lot better, especially when it comes to, like, you know, these macro plays. I think let's also pause just a little bit right here, because right now, if you are if you are HomeBois, you see RSG, they've got like what, two men right here, basically engaging and sieging onto this particular top side. I think the biggest question you have to ask, this Phobius needs to start to push and actually go down there and just, you know, get some trades, because right now the problem about HomeBois Singapore is that RSG is forcing all these fights against HomeBois Singapore, and HomeBois Singapore doesn't know how to react, right? The Phobius could have actually went down and actually start, you know, wave clearing, start pushing that lane instead. Don't really even bother, because right now all Marcus is taking a lot of pressure, right? If it's all about a push and pull in MOBAs, right? Whereas the enemy is pushing up top, you want to be able to trade by pushing this way. You see this yin and yang happening right here in terms of the MOBAs. That way, unfortunately, it is a little bit awkward for the side of HomeBois Singapore. RSG forced that error out of them in terms of these kills. And I want to talk about one of these very interesting pointers, especially this one, right? So remember how I talk about drawing lines? I love drawing lines, right? I like drawing this kind of line, but Closer draw a bigger line than me for this one, because literally the Closer literally zones out everybody, especially the main damage dealer. So immediately what happens is that the main damage dealer for the side of HomeBois Singapore is getting zoned out, right? So Ryzen and all markers right there, Closer is stepping in this way. Saab cannot basically join the fight, getting blocked by Closer, whereas the rest of RSG member deals with the person one by one, takes down this turret, and then continue this push on. But of course, this is the crazy Gear, the showmaker, the playmaker kind of highlight reel right there, because Gear after that just I'm Offender takes 3 members down with him along the side. And you can if you notice also the decision making for the side of RSG, like what I mentioned, whereas they are taking down one person, they're also hitting the turret, and then after that they can step forward, gaining more space. So you can see that bit by bit, HomeBois Singapore is really losing a lot of real estate right here. And of course, Gear at the 1 dot, I'm Offended right there. That's why I think we really need to start calling him the playmaker. And immediately, another line has been drawn, and immediately Yon comes in to basically just assassinate Ryzen and all markers. And the worst part is, if you notice how HomeBois Singapore, they're really hesitating right there. Ryzen and or Marcus don't dare to step up because the threat of Yon is right there, and it's just how, you know, RSG is forcing a lot of these mistakes coming out from HomeBois Singapore. And I think right here, another thing, right, is just another siege that's happening around. We need to see more of this coming out from the side of HomeBois Singapore. Hopefully they can, you know, go back to the drawing board, review all these clips, and really fix. Once again, this is a Lord Zul moment right there, but there's no follow-up, right? The fact that, you know, RSG is so far ahead because of these micro plays, because they've been gaining real estate, and I guess that's how the cookie crumbles for this particular series. That I'm going to throw it downstairs to Surstrike to talk to one of our winners.
Thank you so much, Jace. And here I have with me is, of course, Closer from RSGSG. One of the few reasons why I absolutely love being behind the desk and sitting down is because I will not be exposed for the lack of my height. Especially standing right next to this guy. First things first, how tall are you?
189.
189. Bloody hell. No, I mean, at this point in time, it kind of like make my neck a little bit painful. So I need to like kind of stand a little bit further. Okay, this is like very comfortable range for me to be able to see this guy. But okay, but for real, right? When it comes down to this game against HomeBois SG, right? Typical questions, right? I'm gonna ask you this. Is this an expected result?
Definitely.
Definitely, wow. So is a 2-0? Is a 2-0 simply just kind of like walk in the park kind of thing? But what exactly do you think is the contribution to getting this 2-0? Considering the fact that, you know, the start of your season, you guys were pretty rocky, right? You guys admit that. But why is it that you all came in here today and expect to have a 2-0 victory against HomeBois?
Firstly, after starting their games, we noticed they are actually as rocky as us. And another factor is the addition of gear to our roster, which boosts our team confidence. And that gives us the expectations to win 2-0 today.
Understand. So gear really it definitely leveled up the level of play for RSGSG lah. So you guys pretty much understand. Okay, so with gear, you guys will be able to do what you guys wasn't able to. So what is it that it unlocks for you guys? Is it just purely just aggression in the game, or was there something like communication that gear is able to give to your to your team?
Communication is definitely the key, as before gear, our team's communication wasn't as good as right now. And with the addition of gear, he actually boosts the team's vibe and atmosphere, which actually gives us more confidence to do what we want to do.
Right. So when it comes down to the previous roster, we all know that Bray has always been the shot caller. He's always been the one that kind of like controls the team, right? So right after Bray, so we've got your current lineup, and before the transfer window with Yunsky, is Roy the one that is the shot caller, or who's the main shot caller?
Before the transfer window, it would usually be a bit from everyone. There wasn't actually a main shot caller.
Oh, okay. So then with the introduction of Gear now, is it more that Gear has been speaking up a lot more and he's really the one that kind of like dictating how your team moves?
He kind of helps the team make the correct calls with his experience from previous seasons. And
right.
It actually helps everyone a lot.
I see. So this is where transfer window comes into play, right? When the team realizes that they are lacking certain aspects. When you can definitely bring in a player that is a lot more experienced and will be able to get them out of, technically speaking, the relegation spot, right? So now you are just one step closer to getting out of relegation. The next team that you guys are going to be fighting up against with is Front Yardigans, a team that has quite a bit of ex-MPL team, or rather ex-MPL players. They have come back and they have become an MPL team again. So we can't really call them ex-MPL team anymore. But what do you guys expect going up against Front Yardigans?
I think the game will be equal, as I don't think Front Yardigans is a bad team. I think they are pretty decent.
Oh, wow, very respectful. But is it going to be a 2-0 or 2-1?
We will definitely be wishing for a 2-0 against them.
Right, okay. But what is one player, right, out of Frontier that you guys gotta be careful about? Who is that one person? Name me one.
Will definitely be their jungle JH.
Oh, so would that be a point in time where you guys will focus all around him as much as possible? Or, you know, what exactly do you guys have? You know, kind of give me a little bit of a hint lah, huh? How are you guys gonna play against them?
We definitely won't be focusing on one player, just one player, and we'll more of just try to win them, all 5 of them in the game.
All right, so thank you so much, Ova, once again, the closer. Thank you. Thank you so much to the tall guy, which kind of puts me in a really weird spot. Yeesh. Well, anyways, with that all said and done, we've got RSGSG that has managed to get themselves this 2-0 victory against HomeBois Singapore. Definitely did manage to show us exactly what they're made of, and that this definitely makes me want to look forward to see them play next week, which we still have one more game for them to find out if whether they will still be at the bottom of the standings or not. But in the meantime, we are going to go off for a short little break after this match. We will be back with you guys for the 3rd series of the day after a very short break. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you guys come back after, you know, going to the toilet or drink some water and such. Make sure you'll come back, okay? Come back, okay? We've got more for you. See you guys.
Crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the Land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab Evo Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
is the most broken hero?
Huh.
Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL queue.
They need to nerf this hero turret.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushi, so it's pretty broken for me. Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? They one-shot me every time.
Okay, what phobia?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why CC?
I hate to fight against it.
Can basically one give. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see? What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors? M6 is gonna be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
They are the curse breakers, the two-time world champions!
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's gotta be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking? I don't know. But more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm kind of dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH.
Oh, non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals? North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
yeah, I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We gotta talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we gotta talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming MSEC. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our lifetime?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style, you know? Like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future forwards.
Cool.
Yeah, and then
the BMI because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
What? You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song. So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're going to use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages,
We've done
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations,
Good
yeah.
times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy. Whoa, wait a minute. Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
we've had enough.
We've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players. That's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because, you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know
who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy, but in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
How do they think
yeah, for
the
Swiss
format's
format,
gonna play
yeah.
out?
No, okay, so okay, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third game, or rather the third match of MPL SG Season 8. We managed to wrap up the previous game when it comes down to RSGSG. They did manage to have a flawless performance against HomeBois SG. As such, they have managed to finally find themselves the second match won to their name. So we are definitely looking at some of these teams that have managed to come in with a resurgence. So perhaps we'll be able to see a little bit more in this entirety of today. We still got 2 more matches to go, and let's not forget about next week. We still have 1 entire day to bring the entire of regular season to an end. But before we even move on towards that, let's focus on this upcoming match that is coming up for us between Frontiadigans versus Evil. The both of these teams gotta have to duke it out once again, and of course with Evil standing at the top of the mountain, even though they managed to go up against NIP Flash with a single loss, that doesn't mean that they are out of the picture just yet, as they are still definitely standing real high and real tall still after that loss. But let's take a look at who's going to be playing for this team, or rather for this game of Evil's lineup. Evil coming in this game with most of the stakes that is already disappeared. There's not much stakes going up anymore. As such, we do apparently have Powerful that is going to be taking a quick little snooze, I suppose, that is going to be on to the stands for now, watching his team perform. In the meantime, we do have Carrot, the coach that is now going to be taking over Powerful's role as a roam. So we're back to the original Evil, where it is just the 5 players with not a single coach behind them. How's that gonna fare? And how's that gonna work out? We're gonna have to wait and see. Well, in the meantime, Evil, they will be going up against yet another team, and they have showed promise. Who are they? It is Frontiadigans. Frontiadigans, the team that we have seen for quite some time, and of course are decked out with quite a bit of veterans as well. So Frontiadigans, they do have quite a game in front of them. They're gonna have to deal with one of the top dogs of MPL SG Season 8 so far when it comes down to the regular seasons. How is that gonna work out for them? I'm super interested to find out. Is it gonna be a 2-1 or would it be a 2-0? And in favor of whom? Well, for now, we're gonna take a step back and of course, be real comfy, as we do have got our casters upstairs that's ready to bring you and deliver the mighty action between these two teams, Evil versus Frontiadigans. Off to you, casters.
Thank you very much, Strag, and my name is Jay. Joining me here on the desk is Scrubby. Finally get to cast review this regular season. Yeah, first time, and of course, Croissant will be here at your service. Yeah, what do you guys feel? Sit back, relax, and enjoy the match?
Yeah, sit back. I mean, you can see Evil as well, right? Not high stakes for them. I mean, they've gotten over the worst of it already. Top 2 secured, so they can experiment around a little bit, change up the roster.
Change up a roster, would that actually do anything for Team Evil?
No, honestly, I think Carrot coming into the picture, Powerful and Carrot, they're both actually very respectable players. We've seen them play in Season 7, and they both can hold their own, I guess, throw in their own chip to the pie, right? So honestly speaking, I'm very excited to see Carrot playing. You know what I mean? We've seen him in the background kind of coaching for the rest of the season so far. But it's going to be interesting to see what he's going to do when he's actually in the game this time around.
Yep, that's why. And speaking of Team Evil, let's pull up the team rosters right here, I think what we clearly mentioned earlier just now, Carrot, being the coach that's currently playing in a sense, replacing the Rome, replacing Powerful this time around. But Powerful is a very vocal player, right, for the side of Team Evil. Do you think that the leadership element is still there for Team Evil?
For sure, Carrot coming in as a coach, it means he needs to be able to strategize for his team even before the game starts, right? So being in the game itself, I think is going to showcase, is going to test Carrot to see whether or not he's going to be able to strategize and execute at the same time. But keep in mind that Carrot was a player first before he became a coach, right? So that means he would be used to doing something like this. So in fact, I'm actually intrigued to see whether he's going to be able to play better now that he sees things from a macro point of view.
Yeah, that's definitely very interesting, right? Like, especially for Carrot, right? In the past, when he was back in Team Evil on the player role, right? When he starts talking, Team Evil will shine. So I agree with you to a certain extent where, Powerful being there, where the Carrots have been there, I think they're interchangeable right now. But of course, let's take a look on the other side of the aisle, right? Scrubby, can you take us through the Frenyadigans roster as well when it appears on screen?
Yeah, this one looks quite the same, right? As opposed to Evil's draft. We have Vendetta, EXP, JH Jungle, Chesty, Mid Kirby, Rome, and Bonk QD Gold Lane. Now, same roster throughout. Currently, they are the 6 in the standings, though. And today, they really need to maximize their points that they get in order to stay in the top 6 and get a shot at being in the playoffs. Yesterday they made the game too difficult for the Titans, the Giants, and IP Flash themselves. So whether or not they can continue that and do the same against Evil.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like Frenyadigans feels like they are able to do so, right? If they get the right heroes. If you notice right now, the gameplay for MLBB is very fast-paced. It's actually faster paced as compared to the previous seasons where it's mostly tank junglers. I mean, you saw what happened to HomeBois Singapore. And right now, it's a lot more assassins, a lot faster, and then after that, a lot snappier. People go in, people kill, people die, trading for the resources. But right now, I think let's take a look at how Frenyadigans was able to do, especially if they get the necessary heroes. I think Chip was a very pivotal one, but unfortunately, it is like 100% full-on, almost pick ban in this particular regular season. But we do have some statistics, some numbers to crunch for the side of Team Evil. Can you take us through, Kwasong?
Yeah, of course. So for the side of Team Evil, we've got some... well, Carrot hasn't played all season, so I can ignore the stats on that side of things. We do have Boyet having 38% turtle control rate. Once again, want to reiterate the point that we've been making all day long. Turtle control rate has dropped significantly when it comes to a lot of these junglers because they're prioritizing their own buffs because they are assassins, right? They're no longer the tanks. So turtle control has dropped off slightly. And whoever kind of makes it to the turtle first and establishes kind of that front line, the other team kind of handshakes it away and goes for another objective across map. I do want to highlight though, Sailor's average damage dealt per game on the Zas has been pretty dang high. 41k is not a small number, and he's also participating in a lot of the team fights.
Yeah, personally, I'm a gold laner, so I'm always looking at Marquis, right? Marquis on the Harif, he's crazy, he's good. But now I feel like NIP Flash has already identified that, takes the Harif away, and all of a sudden Marquis doesn't look really, really strong anymore. Now, so we're going to go over to the side from Yadigans, FYG. Scrubby, anything that pops up to you?
Kwa, you were talking about the pretty turtle control rate as well. Looks pretty high here on the side of JH, right? 50%. And I think also because he has been playing early game heroes like the Julian a lot as well, so contributing to that. I think the rest of the stats compared to Evil there is also not falling too far behind in terms of, Chesty has been really there in the team fights, playing a lot of support heroes like the Angela herself. And for Vendetta going up against Ken though, I think Ken has an especially high KDA compared to the rest as well, and a lot of damage taken. He plays the Phobia so much to soak it up. Not so much on the side of Vendetta. I think we're seeing slightly lower, maybe more damagey type of EXP laners.
Yeah, definitely. When Ken picks up the Phobias, man, he turns into a very different being, right? He became from Ken, become Ken.
Right? He channels the dark energy, man.
Yeah, not only just that, he basically just goes, just literally Super Saiyan, right? So really excited if they will be able to take the Phobias at all. But we do have a little bit of a small little segment. Do take note that these are recorded before week 1, right? So let's take a look at what each other have to say about each other.
I'm not that shocked they qualify for this
MPL because all of them is like ex-MPL player and stuff. So I think it's quite reasonable for them to qualify this season. I'm not so sure about how well they will do and what are their standings, but I think if they are able to communicate and work well together, I guess it's not going to be a problem. But if they are not able to like work well together, communicate, I would say it's going to be very, very tough for them to get even a top 6. If my team go against FYG, I would say it will be a 2-0. I'm confident about getting a 2-0 against them.
For Front Yardigans as the new fresh players, the very fresh team into MPL this season, I'll just give them a tip to just be confident and don't be afraid of getting defeated by other teams, because it's very normal for a new team to be getting stage fright. So just stay confident. As for this Chesty, with the addition of Kirby also, I think they will be able to teach the new players well as to how to adapt to their gameplay. As for with reference to Asteris, you see they have a veterans player like FMM, and they also have a new player like Chu. Chu was able to succeed because of the help of the mentor. So same for Front Yardigans.
I like how powerful go to a room because he's a very vocal player, so he can communicate with the team well as being the leadership and the all powerful we know lah. So as of this season, our team has prepared to fight off with them as what they are good in, which is team fight as well as clashing style. So we have prepared to like train our chemistry as well as work well together with each other, communicate with each other, to face off against their new lineup.
I think Eva will do just as well as how they did last season, because now that Powerful is going to the roam position, you wouldn't know how well he will do in the roam position. However, they have goal laner from Geek Fam like Maki, who is pretty strong, but I think I will destroy him pretty hard. I think that Eva's new roster without JC's entries would be pretty significant, because they are basically the founders of the team, you know, like they have been there since like the first few seasons when they came in. So losing them, I think, will be a pretty big change, as they wouldn't be able to adapt to the new players quickly.
Newsflash, they're not facing Powerful, they're facing Carrot.
Psych, guys, you thought you had us all figured out, but guess what? No, you don't.
I don't. It's kind of funny. Like some of these, you can start to see the age of these videos, right? Don't forget, there's also the transfer window as well. But both these two teams are slightly untouched. But let's talk about a little bit of a predictions, right? What do you guys predict?
Well, I think it's quite, I mean, you're talking about top of the standings versus, somewhere mid to bottom. So it's pretty standard course.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, that is like, bottom 3 for the side of Front Yardigans as of yesterday. Do you think they will be at least able to take one game from Team Evil?
Okay, I think it's going to be a 2-0 clear stomp, but the games itself is going to be very, very close.
Definitely.
Right? There are going to be moments and times where Front Yardigans, I think, has shown us signs of life, and it's just whether or not they're going to be able to capitalize on it. And it seems like the audience agrees with us, man. It's going to be a clear stomp for the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, definitely. Audience prediction presented by McDonald's as well. 90% in the favor of Evil. That bar is red.
It is, but we don't know everything, and sometimes the players tend to prove us wrong. So I'm excited to see if Front Yardigans pulls something really special for us, and maybe something that Evil wasn't quite expecting as well.
Yeah, I mean, Evil was the one that struck first, right? Haha, I'm putting Carrot right there. That's a massive statement, because the last time we see something like this happen was NIP Flash.
Yep.
And when especially like Evil Singapore at that time, when they pull a switcheroo as well against some of the lower of the table teams, right? But of course, Front Yardigans, this is a kind of a battle for the survival, right? Bottom 3 right now, don't forget, bottom 2 teams it literally gets eliminated. Relegated. There's no take $200 from Go. You just go straight out of MPL Singapore.
It's funny you mentioned that, the swapperoo, because I think yesterday it was Evil talking about how, you know, they want the respect and not for NIP Flash to swap things out, and now they're doing the same.
I mean, when you're on top of the table, this is something that you can possibly do. Let's go into the draft, ladies and gents. Right off the bat, Fernyadigans in the first pick, Evil in second. Chip ban away from Evil. Fernyadigans, you know, you don't give the chip over to Fernyadigans.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, if they gave the chip over to Fernyadigans, they're gonna be asking for a whole world of hurt, man. And we saw what Fernyadigans were able to do with the chip yesterday against NIP Flash, and Evo very rightfully saying, nope, I do not want to do anything to do with that. But looking at the other picks and bans, Fernyadigans have banned out Ling, Zask, as well as the Hayabusa. And on the side of Evil, they've chosen to ban out the Hylos and Chip. Very, very, very standard blanket bans so far. Fernyadigans respecting Boyette's assassins, you know, but they do leave out the Fanny. But actually, interestingly enough, Evil choosing to ban out the Phoveus, which I thought they would have actually picked up for the side of Ken.
Interesting. Of course, right? Now, you don't really want to give Fernyadigans that first pick on the Phoveus, right? So Fernyadigans using the first pick, they opt to go for the Edith instead. There are definitely other heroes that I personally feel is also worthy of that first pick, because don't forget, the Harif is wide open for the side of Fernyadigans. They did not go for that one. You're gonna give that to Marky again?
Yeah, no, this is it's very, very interesting because we've seen Edith today just being a very, very high priority first pick, I think, in almost all the matches that we've seen so far. Evil opting to lock in the Roger and the Ruby. Very, very, very deadly, especially in the hands of what could potentially be a Marky Boyette or Marky Carrot. Actually, you know, now to think about it, Ruby could be in gold as well. So the permutations here are basically two flex options, which opens up the possibilities for the side of Evil.
Yeah, that's why, you know, the Ruby and the Roger, one of the first field picks right off the bat, right? They're usually picked in conjunction together, very strong picks.
Wow.
In fact, Roger being picked almost 18%, 9 times in the first 2 picks from the side of the red side. Fernyadigans go for the Faramir side, giving over to Chesty, JH going for that Nolan. He actually plays a really strong Nolan, by the way. The Harif ignored, giving it back to Evil. Evil literally gave Fernyadigans multiple chances to get this Harif away, but, you know, it seems like Fernyadigans are not interested in it.
I mean, could spell the fact that Bonkuji maybe not super comfortable in the Harif, right? And if that's the case, then, and if he's not comfortable with the Harif, then, you know, Marky is super, super, super happy with that. So it seems like Evil definitely closing out on the Lunox, identifying that the counter ban from the Harif would be the Lunox, right? So just straight up banning that and removing any kind of issues from the side of Evil.
Yeah, definitely, right? You take away the Lunox. I think that's a kind of no-brainer, right? There's like literally coaching 101. You don't need a coach to know that. Of course, for the side of Fernyadigans, bans away the Valentina as well, because you want to make sure that you have the Netherrealm to yourself. Evil takes away the Moskov. Rapid bans coming off of both of these two teams.
Yeah, removing the Moskov is smart as well, right? You can't reposition the Harif away from his Zaman Force. So I think this is a very good bans coming out from the side of Evil. And Aloy final ban from the side of Fernyadigans. You know what? It's funny you say no coach, right? But the coach is in the team, so technically it's not no coach. Objection?
It's a little bit too early in the morning for me. Objection! I literally raised up my finger and I was like, well, yeah, technically speaking, you're right. And then I gave the Obama face. But okay, Team Evil right now, right? Now they've secured their mid laner. Sorry, their gold laner, definitely. Ruby could go into EXP, could go into Rogue. But looking at Evo, this Gato Kacha being selected by Team Evo, the jig is up, right? Definitely Roger goes to the jungle, Ruby going to the EXP, Gato Kacha going into the Roam.
Hey, it could be Gato Kacha EXP, bro. Ruby Roam. It really depends on what positions they want. That is also true. Exactly.
Yeah, I wish that you can show us right now. I literally raised my finger again. And literally, yeah, you're technically right. But okay, Evo, technically speaking, personally, I feel Gato Kacha going into the Roam is a lot better because, you know, he's got the more global presence, right? You'll be able to jump from the mid lane if you're roaming around to the side lanes to support your stronger sides, right? Now, Fernyadigans, this is going to be very important. The last two picks, it's going to be a Claude, it's going to be an Arlott selected. Decent draft coming out from Franyardigans, but I feel like there's a lot of missed opportunities. For example, the Harif, right, that was so wide open, and now Evo, in order to counteract all these dives coming from the Arlott, coming out from the Edith and the Nolan to a certain extent, even the Claude, right?
Yep.
Frigid Glacier is right there for them.
Yeah, the Aurora pick rounds out the team composition from Team Evo very, very, very smartly, you know. And not to mention as well, with Franyardigans, I think Franyardigans also has a really good lineup with the Claude as well as the Framus kind of combination, right? Where Claude, if Claude dies, it doesn't matter because he's going to be in Framus's ultimate as well. But now they have an issue because if everyone's going to be grouped up together, then Aurora is going to have a really good time.
Apart from the Aurora, the Armor Fended as well. The Gatukacha Avatar of the Garden as well. You want more? Zaman Force as well.
Give it to me. There we go. So Farama is actually potentially biting them in the butt, but you know, an extra life is always good for the side of Franyardigans. As we dive into game number 1. For this potentially fatal match for Franyardigans.
Definitely, Franyardigans battling for their survival right now. They probably have to make a deal with the devil, evil devil themselves, hopefully sneaking 1 point, or perhaps 2, or perhaps 3.
Oh, perhaps 3. We'll see. I mean, this is the first game, and we don't know what's going to happen, right? With Carrot thrown into the mix, will Franyardigans be able to get a good read on them as well? Because the only thing they've been able to study so far is when Powerful is in the mix. And when you change up the roamer, you could change up a lot of things.
And Kwang, you know what I like about Scrubby? Scrubby just literally said, like, hey, we don't know anything, but like, hey, we kind of know a little bit of something.
well, that is true.
Yes, I suppose in simple terms.
Yes, but no.
Thank you for the TLDR.
Yes, but no. But what I do want to point out, though, right, is I think Carrot's playstyle, at least from what we've seen last season, is very similar to Powerful's playstyle, right? They're both very, very tanky roams. As you see a bit of an action happening on the bot side. Oh.
Yep, Marky being forced into the turret here, but Carrot coming to the rescue. Emblems though, Boncutie with a slightly tankier choices here.
Going for the tank Claude, right? Tank Claude build, I guess? No?
Tank? Well, I mean, they just want to survive, right?
I'm just joking. But okay, speaking of which, right? I mean, this is our first time seeing Carrot be in the playing field this time around, this particular regular season. I personally feel like you don't suddenly forget how to play. Oh, ooh, that's a lot of damage. Sayla has to flicker away. That's Carrot engaging.
Yeah, they still want to go for it. The pull here by Chesty going to disengage from that one. Sayla using that flicker though in this fight that will be coming up next at the Turtle. Might be dangerous.
Yeah, the Turtle spawning up right now. We do see both teams actually pretty spread out. We see a little bit of a fight exchange rather going up from the top side. But this shouldn't amount to nothing. Vendetta just trying to clear out the minions right now.
I mean, this is a pool noodle fight, right? They're just going to regen off each other, especially with Arlott doesn't have the mana anymore. Members of Evo is actually focusing on the
Onto Kirby, actually. NetherRealm already used here. The Fracture as well. First Blood lands onto Carrot. Kirby goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Turtle still standing for both of these teams taking.
Yeah, they're just taking off each other for now. I think it's A-okay. If you realize the amount of turtle control that you always like to talk about, right? It's not really that because it's really tough, especially when you don't really have your level 4s up yet, right? Now you see Carrot finally has level 4, has access to the ultimate. Maybe this time around, Team Evo will set up shop around the turtle pit.
Yeah, it seems like they're doing that exactly right now. You know, they're all kind of gathering around and hoarding the turtle together. FYG actually kind of spread out right now. So Evil, this is looking like a ever-increasing angle for Evil to kind of start the turtle, and we see that just happening right now.
Chesty doesn't really have the Nether Realm as of yet. That ultimate has a very long cooldown, especially in the earlier parts of the game. Team Evo has all the ultimates up, but the longer that Team Evo dilly-dally around there, Chesty will have his Nether Realm up.
Yeah, not to mention Boncutie just got his Blazing Duet up as well. We see a fight happening.
Yeah, Avatar of the Guardian going in the back line actually, and now NetherRealm is popped for the sustained. Frigid Glacier as well to freeze them in their tracks. Sayla nails Kirby. It's gonna be the wheel. Oh, I'm offended. Gets pulled in there. No, Shadow Stampede actually on the side of Chesty, and they get 2 down on the side of Franyardigans.
Yeah, Chesty just kidnapping 3 members from the side of Evil. If sending out Ghostbuster, that's a lot of damage that Team Evil probably is not waiting for that. And like what I mentioned earlier just now, Team Evil did it dallying over there just a little bit longer. I think even though, yes, they lost that turtle, but imagine if it could have gone even worse because Chesty had that nether realm up just in the nick of time.
Well, it could have gone even better, I think you mean, for the side of Team Evil. You're going to could have been a dead turtle as well as an even exchange. JH maybe being able to do something to Ken. Nope, he just nopes right out of there and heals back up.
I don't think he cannot.
Yeah, exactly. Well, looking at the map right now, there's about 1 minute left before the turtle spawns in. Map states pretty even across. Plays actually haven't been taken down too much, actually. So we see a lot of the players just kind of farming up a storm at this point. But this next turtle fight is going to be a big one. All ultimates up, all of them at level 6 or 8 right now, actually.
Yep. Team Evil right now, I think they have a very strong mid-game power spike, right? Expect them to snowball out of control during the second or third turtle fight, but Yardigans do have that late game, right? Towards the later parts of the game, Chesty will have the nether realm up almost every time because of his cooldowns that's lower. Bon Cutie as well, going towards the later parts of the game. Yes, it's a tank emblem Claude, but does have the sustainability, especially during earlier parts of the day game. And don't forget, bottom lane.
Oh, wow. An assassination on Marquis right now.
Right outside.
And it's perfect. It's actually perfect because the turtle's spawning in only in like 8 seconds, right? So now it's actually on Evil to try to get a catch before the turtle spawns in. If not, I do want to see them make a cross-map play. But they are opting to stick around right now.
Ooh, Kirby with the flicker gets frozen though by Sailor here. Chance for Carrot to go in. Vendetta tries to zone him out. Carrot goes in though. Dives there. JH secures the turtle. It's going to be Carrot trying to chase them down as well. Boyet with the dive in. Does not manage to finish him just yet, but the taunts as well as the hailstones will nail that kill for them.
If you notice what Team Evo is doing right now, they're literally giving up a turtle, but they're winning all these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's the team competition fight break up.
Vendetta onto Vendetta, immediately blown up on the side though. JH comes in for the flank, gets chased down by Evil, is gonna get away safely.
Yeah, that's a lot of ultimates being thrown right there, trying to take down somebody from the side of Yardigans, but Bong on the other side, actually hard pushing right here, getting caught by Team Evil.
Trying to close the gap here. Ken and Carrot will not catch him so far. Almost taking that tier 1, that outer turret on the top side.
Missed opportunity right there. He cannot get it.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing! He cannot. Oh my god.
You look at him, Scumby's face like, I'm done with these 2 boys.
I'm done. Take me out.
I mean,
no. Actually, no.
If you insist. No, alright.
I don't know what
I cannot deal with this.
I mean,
well played, man. Well played,
yeah,
man.
well played. Literally well played. I don't know what we're just talking right there, but that sounds actually really funny. But you know what's funny right now for the side of Team Evil is that, yes, they're slowly starting to get all these mid-game power spikes coming in at the same time. They're controlling. They have down one bottom turret taken down. Top side, Bonkyudu tried to take it down, but unfortunately Team Evil caught him red-handed slightly.
Carrot finds Kirby. Not going to be enough just yet. The onward. Oh, the conceal as well, getting away. Carrot dives in with the Avatar of the Guardian Iron Fender as well. NetherRealm tries to sustain them, but Evil's pouring everything onto them. Sailor with the Frigid Glacier. Chesty is going to get taken out by Boyet, and that's 2 down once Evil flips that switch.
Icy cold switch indeed. Sailor freezing everybody there from the side of Yardigans, and they made it look easy. Evil's roster is so easy to execute.
Yeah, you know, and I think it's you asked the question earlier, right? Does Carrot and Powerful make a difference? My answer to this is no. I mean, look at that. Carrot made the call. Well, what it felt like, Carrot made the call to go in, and everyone went in at the same time, and the execution was flawless, right? They were layering CC upon CC upon CC, and right now we do see Evil leaning heavily into the mid-game power spikes right now. For the side of Yardigans, though, you know, they just need to pull on to maybe the 15-20 minute mark of the game before they can actually have a chance to fight back.
Yep, item check right here, ladies and gents. Claude did not go for the corrosive sign, went for the Demon Hunter's sword instead. Needs a lot more sustainability in the early game. Maybe that's the idea. Then after that, go for the golden staff. So technically speaking, this Claude does a decent amount of damage, does have a little bit of a sustainability, but Yardigans probably need a little bit more damage, right? Because Team Evo seems like they're getting away with a lot of things that they're doing.
Yeah, look, keep in mind for Honest, right? The longer it goes, the more damage it's gonna do as well, right? So, like I mentioned earlier, right now we're looking at the middle game, and this is the zone that Evil likes to be in. This is where Evil likes to play, right? Because right now all the heroes have a huge power spike, and they are capitalizing on it really well. They're pushing in the mid, they're shoving in the bottom lanes as well. But on the side of Front they've kind of identified that and are pushing on the counter side. So they had to send Evil had to send Boyet to deal with that.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Like the slight push and pull a little bit. There's also what Churros like to say. There's a 4-member down on the bottom lane controlling the bottom part. But you take a look at where Boyet is, trying to sneak off a turret or two to make an opposite pressure, right? Front on the other hand, is just hiding inside their own jungle. They're not trying to give a lot of information over, but that means that they're not farming.
Kirby looks for Ken, jumps onto him, Flicker is out of that, and now Marky goes in with the Zaman Force as well, putting out the damage. Not quite reaching them yet. Boyet, like you said, in the meantime, manages to take out the macro on the side, on the top side.
Not only just top side, right? Mid side is already cracked, so which means that Team Evo is going to get even more real estate. Right now, Front is slowly stopping up in terms of the gold.
They are getting robbed of this game. First Lord just spawning in right now. We do see Evo already starting it out. Honestly speaking, if I was Front I would not be looking at this Lord, but they disagree with my sentiment. 4 people are starting the Lord.
Yep. Lord being contested right now. Vendetta will show themselves just a little bit. It's all about Carrot scouting it out.
Ooh, he dives into it though. Kirby with the onward does not quite connect yet. They are still looking for the Lord, but Evo on the backline. Vendetta dives in, and it's going to be JH taking out Ken. In the meantime, all the CCs coming out from the side of Evo to freeze them and to put out the pain. Bon Cutie and Boyet, that 1v1. Boyet's going to be able to put him in the dirt, and now Evo, they've lost 2, traded out for 2, but they still have the Lord in their hands. Carrot zoning him out. Vendetta tries to find an opening here. Oh, he's just taking hailstorms to the face, and Chesty has to go on the run. Boyet is going to rip him apart completely, and now Evil, they have free reign over this jungle and the Lord.
They're literally tearing Front apart, right? Putting them in the backyard this time round. Boyet, they literally forgot about the Lord right there. Just the bloodlust switched on. They turn into these blood cold-hearted killers.
Yeah, man, it's cloudy of a chance of icicles right now for the side of Front as we see Sailor just doing so much damage, so much work with the Aurora. First Lord goes to the side of Team Evil, and my question is, this actually potentially could be a game-ending push. They could really push hard for it right now.
Yeah.
Look at the minion waves, right? It's all right now in the middle line. They're pushing in from the mid, Lord spawning in from the top. There is potential for them to do something with this Lord. They could be able to, okay, maybe not end the game.
Nah, I don't think they can.
But crack the base turret.
Yeah, I think they could probably crack at least 1 or 2, but don't forget, Front does have their second tier still alive for now. But yeah, I love that analogy where literally it's Sailor just landing down hailstorms after hailstorms. I think Front need to start wearing Parkas.
Yeah, man, Parkas is not going to do it, bro. They need to carry like metal-covered umbrellas or something. And even then, they may not be able to survive the hailstorm of Sailor.
True.
Aurora just doing so much damage and control right now, which is absolutely bonkers. And by the way, even if you do have steel umbrellas, you have a Gato flying down from the sky. I don't think Gato umbrella is gonna prevent that from falling.
I think they need a bunker, a bunker that can move around literally. Because speaking of which, Front are starting to lose a lot of ground. The bunker.
Oh, Ken flickers in with I'm offended as well, and the whole team dies in. Netherrealm, is it enough to save them? They give them a second life. Evil tries to crash in again. The throwback with the onward as well, and it's actually just 3 members. Bon Cutie shuts down Carrot there. Boyet, in the meantime, though, just takes the bottom base turret, and now FYG, they want blood, they smell it. JH goes in. Marky will be able to stop him in his tracks.
And Boyet is just literally shaking right there, right? Recalling right there, telling, yeah, you want me, you want me. Marky is just right there waiting for JH.
He's like, psych, guys, no problem. You can try to kill me, but, look at this. Okay, so knock. Evil comes and tries to do something. Ken actually having a really good Don't Run Wolf King, but, they just weren't able to actually secure any kills. There were a lot of low HP bars for the side of Front but Evil not being able to secure those kills, not having to clean up. And we see here, the chase down where Boyet almost dies. Rather calls an ambulance, but decides to call it for his opponent's teams in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's being kind. That's not being evil.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, right? Calling the ambulance
Call
for
an
your
ambulance, but
victims.
not for me.
But the best part is, right, Evil at least penetrates down bottom lane as well, exactly what we're talking about. And now, another engage.
They catch Ken, and now the complete zone with the Avatar of the Guardian. Marky goes in with his Alpha Force as well, puts out the damage. Evil just runs through the entire draft of FYG. Only JH, the lone man standing. They are chasing him down in this mid lane. He is so slippery, though, with all the rifts. Carrot still chasing. The Cyclone Eye goes into the turret. This man is taking them around the entire map. Finally catches him in the brushes. They have him dead to rights. The stun out, the damage. Ken lands the final blow. In the meantime, Marky as well as Sayla in the base. Chesty gets taken out immediately, and now they go straight for the end. Evil. That was really, really evil of them to pull that off.
The fact that, you know, JH decides to take Evil on the sightseeing tour, trying to buy sometimes just a little bit, but Evil has the goal right set in their eyes. Marky and Sayla sent to take down the base.
Guys, this is Grand Theft Evil right there, man. Dude, they were chasing. It was a grand chase down between the three members of the side of Team Evil.
And a car crash at the
car
base.
crash, exactly. Bam, that's it. It's go over. You know what they should have played? Johnson. It would have made the analogy even better, man. Come on, guys, get the picture.
No, I feel like, you know, you were talking about, like, you know, clearing out aisle 9 or something. Yeah, that feels like, you know, driving down aisle 9.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, but of course, you know, Evil really powerful in this one. No pun intended.
Pun was intended. No, don't even try. Like,
sorry, my puns are uncontrollable. The pun chose me. I did not choose to pun.
The pun life chose you.
Yeah, the pun life chose me. But okay, back to the game right here. I feel like right now, it's just looking back at this particular game, Fnaticons feels like they're kind of disjointed in terms of what they want to do. Team Evil, on the other hand, I feel like they're more succinct in what they want to do, but I feel like it's the Aurora just landing the hailstorms after hailstorms over and over again.
I mean, like I said, right, it's cloudy with a chance of hailstorm, and I mean, I wasn't even kidding about that, because if you're not careful of your positioning, you're gonna get stopped in your track by either a glacier or a hailstorm. Like, pick your poison, right?
Yeah.
Or rather, pick your weather condition.
Yeah,
and they had the Nether Realm as well to try to sustain through that, but even then it wasn't enough. There was just too much to shred through that first life and the second life.
Yeah, I have to say though, you know, I think the Nether Realm did work for certain fights, right? We saw them surviving for that 5 more seconds, but with that 5 more seconds, they weren't able to do too much at that point.
Yep, I think this is a perfect segue into our MVP as well.
Sayla.
Because it is definitely going in the hands of Sayla. This frigid glacier, the ice cold queen right there is just freezing up everybody from the side of Fnaticons. They cannot stay in the front yard, nor the backyard. They gotta stay at home.
I mean, even if they stay at home, dude, they have Gato, they're slamming through the roof, bro. Like, yeah, boom, and then, you know, it's just over. It's like Geronimo, and everyone gets knocked up, frozen in place.
My goodness.
And even with the Nether Realm, you know, even their Nether Realm was in a good, even if they tried to escape in the Nether Realm, they couldn't escape.
Yeah, so I personally feel like, once again, if you look at the draft, it all starts with the Faramis problem, right? That's Faramis baits everybody from the side of Fnaticons together. Then what? Evil just sends a flying Superman. After that, sends a Red
Riding Hood.
Red Riding Hood. And sends a wolf as well down the throat. And also someone from Let It Go.
A man in a gold armor.
Who's the man in the gold armor?
Man in the gold armor.
Gato?
Gato? No, but that's Superman, man.
Yeah, I call it Superman already.
Because he flies down from the sky. Whee!
Okay, I got it. Okay, there you go, yes.
And then someone from Let It Go, right? And once Sayla starts singing Let It Go, everybody literally starts frozen up.
Let it go. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna sing. I'm singing. Everyone's gonna be.
I don't know why. I don't know why I'm
please
so
don't.
punny today. But anyways, taking a look at the stats right here in terms of the item builds, I really feel like the story is not about the item builds. The story is really about the draft, and we've already went through the draft over and over again. Gotta have to look at game number 2 right now for Fnaticons. We also question the fact that you give Marky that Harif. It's not Coconut. It's Marky. I never knew Coconut could look that handsome, by the way. But yeah.
Okay, no, but look, I wanna let's talk about the draft, right? Because I think in terms of Fnaticons, they let the first pick go over to. Sorry, they started the draft.
The start of Edith.
Edith, right?
Yeah.
Edith, I think, was definitely a really good start. A lot of priority on Edith this past few weeks, rather. Then on the other side, for Evil, give me the recap.
Roger and Ruby.
Roger and Ruby.
Yeah. So practically, what happened is Evil gave Frontierdigans so many chances to pick up the Harif for themselves, but Pacifist decides not to go for that one. So I think that's really telling, right? I think going back into the ban, I think instead of banning the Ling, the Zars, the Hayabusa, I think you really need to take that Harif again. But problem is, going into the second game, Frontierdigans will be flipped. They're going to be second pick. So it means that they need to really ban out the Phobius, because that's where you ban out the Phobius.
Yeah, not only that, you know, I think not only banning the Phobius is going to be important here, but actually, you know what? I would argue that banning the Harif is more important than banning the Phobius.
No, you want to... Are you sure you want to give Ken the Phobius?
No, hear me out.
Okay,
hear me out.
okay, hearing.
With Phobius, right? You can technically outplay Phobius, right? Or just not play into his hands. Right? You pick champions which are a little bit more stationary. You pick stuff like the Yi, like the Farsa, right? Things which don't have as much dash, that do not have any much dashes, or you just don't enable the Phobius by giving like the less mobile or the less movement displacing heroes to the side of Evil, right? So you kind of like cut off his hands a little bit.
But do you not see Ken on the Phobius?
I do.
I think in the world of players, there is Phobius players and there's Ken.
Really? That much respect, man?
I have a lot of respect for that dude, my man. Like, he's literally 1v9, 1v10 people from yesterday as well.
Solution. You have 3 bans, just ban the Phobius and the Harif. There you go.
Yeah, exactly,
and
right?
And the chip, right?
And the chip, right? So I think Frontierdigans definitely have to take some notes. Looking through the emblems right here, I think we correctly pointed out Bong goes for the tank emblem instead. But you also start to see Vendetta on the Arlot, right? Ever since the rework, the Arlot doesn't need mana anymore. So going for the tank emblem instead of the fighter emblem, I mean, they're both sides, right?
Yep.
Do you want to play more on your life steal, or do you want to have more innate tankiness?
Yeah, I think the Brave Smite works for Arlot. I like it.
Yeah.
Especially in the EXP, you need someone who's a little bit more tanky, right? I mean, the thing is that for Edith, so on Frontierdigans, you have Edith, but you have your main tank, and you do need an off tank, right, to deal with, to soak up some of that damage. So tank build for Vendetta makes sense in this case.
Yep, taking a look at the stats right here. Damage dealt 171k for the side of Team Evil. Frontierdigans is just struggling to really find the damage onto Team Evil.
Yeah, and look at it. You know, Frontierdigans not being able to push out a lot as well. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so far you can see, you know, the side of Evil, a lot higher in terms of teamfight participation, the Evil magic that we always talk about, right? A sub 80% teamfight participation, and taking, I think, actually not that too far in terms of damage dealt. It's not too far away from FYG considering the fights that they have taken and the amount of kills that they've ended up with.
Yep. I think mainly from here what we can also take away is the turret damage, right? I think that's the biggest difference right here between these two teams. Team Evil is definitely prioritized also on the macro, right? You see the 4-1 split for the side of Team Evil, Marky, Carrot, Sayla, Ken, and then you send Boyet all the other side lanes to start rampaging around the villages. You don't attack the main castle as of yet. Frontierdigans, they're building the bunker. They're invested into that bunker, right? They're trying to stick together, and I feel like that also could be the downfall.
Yeah, the bunker is definitely not the strategy here, especially when you see the stuff of like the Garuka as well as the Aurora. It just spells absolute doom, you know? So I think they wanted to go with the Pharaohs, which is not a bad pick still, in my opinion. But you should do it as the last pick, right? So you kind of want to hide your strategy with the Pharaohs and pick it the last instead of picking it in the middle. Because if you pick it in the middle, then you're going to get counter-picked with the Garuka as well as the Aurora as the last effects.
True. Yeah, because if you notice, Team Evil, they picked up the Garuka and Aurora in response to the Faramis as well. So really nice, even though like really smart draws coming on Team Evil, by the way. So let's take a look at the rich guy, definitely Boyet. He's been farming, rampaging, and also pillaging the side villages. Marky, most damage dealt. Kirby taking the most damage. And of course, Carrot, best flyman.
So, okay guys, question. Carrot,
Carrot can fly.
Roam?
He can.
Can he fly?
Was a role player.
He was a roam.
Exactly. No, I mean, but this proves the question, right? You guys asked if Carrot will be able to fill in the shoes that Powerful left, rather for this game, right?
Yes.
And I think it shows.
Yes, definitely. I think Powerful brings brings a lot of command and also a lot of like what's that called leadership into Team Evil, right? Let's take a look at the highlights as we went through. Scrubby, can you just quickly run us through this particular fight?
I mean, we're looking at the MVP here, right? Eyes on Sailor to be able to put down the CC as well as the Hailstorms. I think in a lot of fights you can see his positioning just way back for him to be able to secure that zone for his team.
Wait, do you say ice on Sailor?
Eyes on Sailor. Eyes from Sailor as well.
Yeah, he is ice cold. Actually, I'm very impressed by Sailor's Aurora as well. He's always at the right place at the right time. Don't forget, Sailor does especially as an Aurora, right? You don't really have any dashes, so your positioning is king. Right, and you can tell from Sailor's how confident he is, especially using the flicker to gap close to get the nice angle to catch as many people inside a Frigid Glacier. And time again, it's really, really showing in this particular game.
Yeah, look at the executions of Sailor. Look at the Hailstorms. Look at the Frigid Glaciers. You know, the timings are absolutely bonkers. And this replay, man, this is so disgusting, bro. It's just like, really, it's call an ambulance. This is the exact meme. Right there.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. No, actually, I feel Evil literally are murderers that call the ambulance and the police to the crime scene as well. Just say, hey, I did this. Literally.
I'm curious to know if, you know, throughout the entire game, Sailor actually did pop that passive, the Pride of Ice. And like, he ended up with 0 deaths as, you know, a lady who skates and can't get away and just a flicker.
Yeah, and of course, apart from that, you know, having the extra life as the Aurora, that's what he brings onto the table as well. And I feel like we do have Professor Churros ready on standby, ready to go to show us his amazing skills of analyst. So ladies and gents, let's take it over to Professor Churros on Off the Desk.
What's going on, guys? Professor Churros again with Off the Desk. Carrot is back. Woohoo! This brings so much of a new layer of team play and gameplay into the hands of Evil, bringing that magic back. I first want to start off with the draft, starting with FYG. Picking up the Faramis in the first phase is sort of like basically a suicide for not yourself, but your team. And this is because the Aurora and the Gato was picked up after in the second phase, just to directly counter. I have 3 examples of how this is done, and basically why Sailor is the MVP. Notice how Carrot starts the fight, baiting Kirby in. Sailor, Ken coming into play, Boyette just patiently waiting. But notice how once Carrot comes in with the Avatar of the Guardian, Ken sees an opportunity to just go in straight for the front line. It doesn't matter what, because once you take that front line, the fight will definitely start, just because you need the extra damage to have sort of like any counterplay. Also, I think FYG in this fight, you see JH on the sidelines trying to find a flank in, but it was a little bit too much too late. Ken comes in with a flicker play and moves in. And this is where I need to really slow down and pause at this moment, just because Sailor just holds his ultimate all the way till after the Nether Realm, and this was basically just free farm for the entire side of Evil. I know this is gonna be a very, very slow play, but at the moment everyone's Nether Realm ends, he starts it up again with the Frigid Glacier, and that was just an immaculate gameplay coming in from Sailor. I'm gonna speed past ahead to the next clip where he does the same thing. Fight starts the same way again and again and again. Carrot coming in with the team fight as well. So this Sailor holds his ultimate until the Nether Realm ends. Notice also how he slows down and goes in, waits for the right moment, and bam, the Frigid Glacier starts at the exact moment where they start getting silence, because it takes some time for the Frigid Glacier to grow as well. So that was the moment. Pixel perfect. You got trapped into a moment in time, and when everything goes south, you know, when Carrot actually starts that fight, a lot of the members, they try to run away, but this baits Chesty to use the Nether Realm to come into the entirety of that gameplay. So again, a very, very nice, patient Sailor, and why he's also so pivotal in a lot of these games. Again, coming in with Carrot with the Avatar of the Guardian, forcing everyone to go out of the way. Chesty was a little bit hesitant at this point, just because the Avatar Guardian was laid out. You know that Ken's coming towards it as well. Marky just lays down the Xamon Force and dances around. And Sayla slowly and surely waiting for that right moment to pop the Frigid Glacier. But he doesn't even pop his ultimate. And that was where the entirety of that team fight, Evil Magic, it comes into play. The commitment, the understanding of the highs and lows of every single hero, how to layer in those team fights. I'm so excited for game number 2. Gentlemen and lady, take it away.
What gentleman, and then a very mindful, very cutesy, very demure lady.
It was an afterthought.
Overdone, man.
He
Come on.
just remembered after. Gentlemen, oh, and a lady.
Anyways, I'm really happy to see you back on the desk with us today. This time around for this
Happy to be here.
season, Scrubby. By the way, we're going to talk about even more. I think a lot of hopes, a lot of wishes for game number 2, especially from Fnatic Deacons, how they kind of locked themselves into that Theramis pick, right? So I hope that they are able to do something in game number 2.
Literally locking themselves into a zone to play actually with the Nether Realm.
Thank you. I was going to point that out. You know, I just hope as well that they learn, and I just don't want to see them lock in Faramis as the 3rd pick again.
Yeah,
I really, the second half, man.
Yeah, I really don't think that's the case, but looking through my shopping cart right here, if it loads up, that is. But of course, speaking about shopping cart, why you hear me talking about my shopping cart is because, man, go to jdsports.com.sg right now. You get a 500 free diamonds with a minimum spend $110. So on top of your existing money that you're going to spend, you're going to get even more diamonds as well. And on top of that, they've got really sick drip that could raise yourself up. Wait, why am I talking about
Why are you speaking like a Gen Z, bro? Dude, stop trying to sound young, man. Come on.
Yeah, and so that you can stop around.
You want good positioning like Sailor? Get good shoes.
Bro, you see, that's so much better. Get good, man. What the heck?
I mean, I try, okay? I try.
Thank you.
There you go. But anyway, so basically what you're saying is about 10% cashback, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I've never felt insecure in my life. I gotta get more JD Sports stuff.
You wanna be secure? Get good shoes.
Yes, and of course, apart from that,
you need to get better at team fights, get new shoes.
Yeah, if you want to be better or get better, just change your glasses and also your outfits as well with jdsports.com. Just go check it out. They don't sell glasses there, but of course, apart from that, I'm looking at the track suits. It actually looks kind of cool. Yeah. Focus on game right now. Team Evil on first pick, FYG on second. Pacifist right there bans away the chip. Evil bans off the Hylos and the Phobius.
Yeah, so look, once again, Evil banning out the Phobias, not letting the Phobias go in the hands of front Yardigans. But like I said, I really am slightly confused in terms of the Phobias ban. I'm wondering if it's a bigger play that Evil has in mind, or if they're just doing like a blanket ban kind of thing, because they know that they can play Phobias and they get first pick. But by banning out Phobias, it shows that they don't want the Phobias, at least in the first pick. You understand what I mean?
Sorry, you lost me there.
Okay, so look. Evil banning out Phobias.
Okay,
right?
okay.
What does that mean?
So Evil is trying to bamboozle from Yardigans.
Well, they're bamboozling me, because at this point, you know, you think that Evil wants Phobias to be left open and force front Yardigans to ban it.
Yeah, because Phobias is usually banned in the red side, not the blue side.
Not only that, you know, because we're talking about how Ken is really good at playing Phobias as well, right? So the thing is, they already have that threat of leaving the Phobias open, but they still choose to ban it. So this tells me that Evil has probably cooked up a plan against the Phobias, or rather, cooked up a plan and they don't want Phobias to be a part of it.
Yeah, that plan also is a ban out Ken of three heroes from Ken, literally trimming down the EXP lane hero pool, which is like really small right now.
Wait.
It's their own pool though. Is
Coconut's
That's
playing.
why he's being bamboozled right now. So Evil not prioritizing.
I'm sorry
Ken's
I'm sorry,
heroes.
Coconut. I said Marky is more handsome than you. I'm sorry.
I don't even. No, so Coconut's playing.
Coconut's playing.
Okay.
That's him on the screen right there.
Okay, that's Coconut. Let's go. Okay, not too sure. Okay, the Edith is going to be first pick once again, coming from Evil, but definitely can be flexed into Carrot or be it Ken. Right now, for Yardigans, there's still the Harif that's open. There's still the Zaz, technically speaking, that's open, but Zaz has fallen off. You also see Jusin being picked up recently because of the rework.
Yeah, Jusin having a lot more mana to work with, I believe. But Zask open. You mentioned from Harris open. I don't know. There's so many options from Front Yardigans, and honestly, I have to give credit to Front Yardigans, right? I think as players themselves, they aren't bad. They just need to have a bit more communication to work around with. And we saw that a little bit in the previous game where they had a game plan, but they just weren't able to execute it properly, right? So, okay, so we do see the Nolan getting picked up for JH again. We had a pretty good showing from JH on the Nolan, and we have the Tigreal as well. Tigreal, very, very, very good. Kirby showcasing actually some Tigreal action as well before that. So excited to see what he can bring to the team now.
So you first pick Nolan and Tigreal with Harif, that's wide open. Technically speaking, we've seen how links are used to counter the Nolan.
Link got banned
as well. Oh yeah, the link got banned. That's why Fernandes is okay with it. But yeah, are these your best two picks for red side?
I mean, I really don't, because to be very, very honest, right? Front Yardigans has shown us so many different styles of play, right? So I wasn't sure what they were going to go for. Tigreal first pick, it makes sense to me. Nolan first pick is weird, right? Because typically you want to save it for either the third pick of, like this pick right now that they're looking at, so you don't reveal who your jungler is. Because right now, what Evil was going to do is they're going to pick the Hayabusa and be like, look, you can have the early game, but we're just going to scale from mid to late, right? And that's fine.
Yep, albeit even Terizla is nerfed slightly, right? But I feel like Fernandes could have gone for that one because the penalty zone is just so impactful, especially in team fights, right? And right now, Team Evil picking up the Hayabusa and Terizla for themselves, it means that Edith is definitely going into the roam. Fernandes, I think they can also go for perhaps a chip, sorry, not a chip, perhaps a Yeve as well, because that's what Chesty used to play a lot. You push everybody into the box with the help of the Tigreal as well, and it slows down, it allows Nolan to just abuse the fractures, but no, Fernandes go for the Claude pick instead.
Yeah, Claude. So right now, this is a bit more telling, right? So you have the Claude with the Blazing Duet as well as the Tigreal with the Implosion. It looks like they're trying to go for a bit more of a team fight composition. Evil banning out Aurora, also very strange. It feels like they're kind of purposely putting themselves in the back foot here.
No, I think Evil this is the dive comp, right? In order to counter the dive comp, you will pick an Aurora. So yeah, I think it's wise from the side of Evil going ahead and ban Aurora, because Fernandes is going to come out from the banning phase picking first. And I feel right now the Eve is really something that's really hot commodity right now. But Evil does have a bit of iframes and a little bit of a penalty zone to basically get close very quickly.
Yeah, we see the ban of the carry. So they're trying to target down Coconut's champion pool, or hero pool rather. And in fact, actually, I think the only hero, gold lane hero left. Actually, no, sorry, Harif is still around. Alright, Harif is still around. Moskov is still around.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing Coconut on Harif in the past few seasons. I remember his Clint, actually quite strong. But I really don't think you'll bring Clint in this particular patch. Last time.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I haven't seen Clint in like God knows how long. Choosing ban makes sense as well. You know, once again, you're talking about control and stopping people from coming in. Choosing is definitely going to have that effect on the team as well. So they just want to get rid of all the control style mages, but it does leave the siege mages online.
Yeah, definitely. I think Yeve is a perfect pick coming out from Pacifist here. You do have lots of AoE. You have the Claude and also the Implosion. I think Eve just fits right here. Just a perfect fit like the Cinderella shoes.
And there you go. There's a Eve.
Yep. They've been literally hyping that one up as well. Now over the side of Evil, now you know you're facing an Eve. Last time when you face an Eve, technically I feel like Evil has already prepared for this, right? Hayabusa does have the iframe, the Terizla has a penalty zone to gap close, but I think you can potentially find more against the Eve. I'm also curious to what Evil will pick for Coconut.
They also need the backline access, right? I mean, they have the Haya, I suppose. They have the Terizla, but I feel like they picked the Bruno.
Interesting, Bruno. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense, right?
Lane bully against the Claude in the early game. You just need Heart's Claws, and hey,
you can't get me out of the lane.
Yeah, basically Coconut just say, I'm your daddy right now. Then after that, you got Zask coming in from the side of Sayla, that secondary zone denier as well. You just jump into, you just go in DD, right into the real world manipulation. Eve is going to have to disable that RWM.
Also something that I think Coconut used to play a lot in the past seasons. Bruno is something that he's super comfortable with. And with, you know, Tigreal trying to group up everybody, the Worldie could do some serious damage if, you know, he manages to scale well, winning this laning phase.
It's a Khalid! Wow, okay. Diablo cosplay?
Or, no, I mean, Khalid works well in Terizla, right?
Yeah, not only just that, the Khalid also works very well in Eve. We've seen this kind of roster before for the side NIP Flash just yesterday as well. And it also lanes decently against the Terizla. Heck, like level 1.
Well.
Yeah, level 1, you do have a little bit of advantage, but don't forget, yesterday when we saw Diablo picking up the Khalid, he went in a little bit more slightly tanky. Hopefully FYG would do the same.
But the only question I have is, does FYG have enough sustained damage in the early games? It seems like they're playing a long, dragged out fight, right? They want the Claude to scale. That's all they have. I mean, they have Yves as well, but Yves is also kind of like mid to late game. They had the Nolan to kind of cover them in the front, but they don't really have any kind of form of lockdown, I suppose, when it comes to for the Nolan in terms of the early game.
Well, I'm looking at Implosion. I'm also looking at the Sacred Hammer and the pushback from the side of Tigreal. But ladies and gents, we're going to go into game number 2 for Team Evo versus Franyardigans. Once again, a battle for survival from Franyardigans. At the very least, in this particular draft, I think it feels a lot better, right?
Yeah, I think it does. It feels more intentional, definitely coming out from Franyardigans. And I think that last pick, Khalid, not showing all their cards this time, you know, in the middle of the draft, only bringing that out at the last pick.
Thank God they learned from the first game, man.
Yeah, it's all about learning, right? There's no such thing as losers in games. It's all about learning. That's what Marco likes to say. But let's take a look at the emblems right now. It's a lot of war cries from Team Evil.
Dude, it's Edith EXP and Terizla Rome. They switched it up.
Oh. They bamboozled us 3 times in a row.
Yeah, it's Edith EXP.
Okay. Let's take a look why. Because right now Ken is definitely gonna try to slow it down at the very least. Yes, Ken does have a decent. That's a losing lane, right?
What, the Edith into Khalid?
Yeah, I need abstract here.
It's fine. I mean, what Khalid is gonna do is that he's gonna wave clear forward, right? And then the lane is gonna push into Edith. But Edith is gonna be so tanky in the front that she's gonna be fine to just farm under turret, honestly speaking. So I think that's the reason why they did the lane switch in the end.
Interesting. All right, we're gonna go take a look at the bottom lane matchup as well, right? Bonk Duty. It's gonna take a long time to basically, you know, get this corrosive side, get his golden stuff, and then blah blah blah. Coconut though, Heart's Claws is cheap. You can get it very easily, and then he's instantly online.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Actually, this lineup that we have from Evo is actually more of like early to mid game lineup. And for the side of Franyardigans, we have a mid to late game lineup, right? So the sweep point for Team Evil is probably going to be in like this 8-minute mark. So is they working slightly on the timer at this point? Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. Don't forget, Boyet can, if Boyet lands down a very good shadow kill, can immediately burst down Bonk Cutie and also, you know, to a certain extent, Chesty, right? But I'm looking forward to what Franyardigans have for us, especially in this kind of roster where we're looking massive team fights with real world manipulation and everything into the box.
Yeah, looking at levels right now across the board, we see Franyardigans, most of them actually do have the ultimate. The key ultimate in Implosion is the only one that's lacking at this point in time. On the other side of things...
Ooh, the knock-up and the throwback onto Kirby, though, in the mid lane here with the real manipulation, trying to save him there. The flicker, Carrot, and Sayla together will put him down. That's first blood to the credit of Evil.
Kirby set up really well right there, but how did Evil actually get out there?
The knock-up here will be enough, and it's gonna be Boyet landing last hit for Chesty as well. Boyet sneaks a double kill, goes in with a shadow kill. One more does not get JH just for the moment.
Wow, Team Evil really aggressive right there. All the observers didn't really need to move. That place had became a crime scene twice.
Yeah, man, there's so many bodies on the floor, but they do set eyes on one more body in the turtle. Evil extending the gold lead to 1.5k at the moment. It's only 3.5 minutes in the game right now.
Yeah, you're expecting Vendetta to have a little bit of damage. Taking a look at the items, that's a furry hammer already built. For the time, Vendetta, if you're following Diablo's build, is going to go into Oracle as well to more healing. And also Thunderbelt first before the Oracle. But look at that, Coconut already securing the Heart Claws already. He's online.
Yeah, that's all Bruno needs, man. And the thing is that Claude is still not even first item completed. he's going for the corrosive scythe at this point in time, so it's going to be a little bit more. And even with the corrosive scythe, doesn't give him too much more. But penalty zone.
Penalty zone onto Kirby as well. The damage is enough. Boyet cracks up another. It's going to be Evil really putting the pedal to the metal here, stepping up the pace because they need to end this game early.
Yeah, I mean, 2 ultimates for the price of 1. I mean, like, oh.
With the buff as well, trying to steal that away. Carrot backing up. Vendetta going in with the flicker. Manages to secure that one for himself. So 1-for-1 trade. Ken looks like he wants revenge. Does not choose to pursue that yet.
Oh, another missed opportunity for a pun right there. But of course, a missed opportunity for the side of Yardigans, right? I think they could have gotten even more. Don't forget, I think Kirby setups are wonderful just now, but if you notice how Team Evo is just literally jumping onto Kirby with 2 ultimates and hoping for the best. There's no way Kirby could get out of that one.
Yeah, it's not even hoping for the best. I mean, it's really, really smart from the side of Evo, right? They're waiting for Kirby to come in because they know that once Kirby comes in, he can't go out, right? And the thing is that they're baiting him in positions where Kirby is one man by himself, right? There's no one else supporting him once he does go in. So props to Evil for identifying these kind of win cons. But Turtle spawning in 13 seconds. Chesty maybe caught out.
Oh,
beautiful.
The flicker does not save him. Boyet again getting another one with the shadow kill just in time as well for the Turtle. They've put so much pressure on this gold lane as well as the mid lane for them to secure that control over this objective.
Yeah, literally macro 101, right? Turtle gonna spawn bottom. Hey, we're gonna put a lot more pressure on the gold lane, right? Hey, apart from that, you gotta have to admit, Boya just styling right there on the shadow kill and using the quad shadow to get out, toss a little bit before he does.
Exactly. I mean, look, it's very signature Boyet, and with all that confidence, he does deserve that. Because he's just been playing so dang well on whatever hero he picks up, whether it's the Roger, the Haya, the Ling, the Fanny. This guy is nigh unstoppable, man.
Yeah, especially his Hayabusa, right? That's something very nice to see. But now for Yardigans, what's the plan, right? Hold and hope. We wait it out. Wait out the storm, technically speaking. Right now, Evo is literally knocking in the mid lane.
Oh, Kirby flickers in though. Does not get anything from that engage. Trying to stop them from engaging onto this mid turret here. Gonna be Coconut taking the bottom as well. Bonk Cutie having to escape from any more aggression.
All right, let's...
Oh, Raging Sandstorm though! Pays back with Coconut. Now they're on the run. Vendetta trying to get out. The real manipulation immobilizes Ken. He's left alone. 1 against 4 though. He's still there. The damage coming through. Boyet comes in the back line with the Ouija shadow kill. Lands the last blow onto Chesty. Trades out JH as well. Sailor lands that one, nails it, and it's gonna be Evil fighting back, trying to secure more, but that's all for it now. Boyet not giving up, going ahead of the turret. Just like you said, style points and then traveling back to his shadow.
Yeah, that's the power of Hayabusa, right? Literally just starting, but hold on a second, Vendetta looks like he wants Boyet.
He might want blood here, chasing down, but he's so slippery. Sailor, though, on the other hand, does not land the escape, and he's going to be taken down for the count.
That fight was a little bit overextended for the side of Team Evo, I would say. They already secured down bottom already, but yet they still kind of push on for Yardigans bite back just a little bit.
Bro, no problem, man. Look, you can get the kills. We'll give you 1 and 2. We'll be a little bit generous. We'll take a top turret, though. It's all planned, right? Yes, it's an extended fight. Yes, it seemed like Evo was throwing a little bit, but at the opposite side of the map, Coconut was just knocking at the turrets, kicking it down literally with footballs, man.
Kicking it down with footballs. I was thinking like kicking down with his feet or something like that.
No, he's literally kicking soccer balls at the tower until it falls down, right? But anyways, looking at the turtle just spawned in. This would be the 3rd turtle of the game. Kirby, really good implosion angle.
Implosion gets 3 though. Real manipulation as well as the knock up here. The damage comes through, not enough to knock Carrot down. It's gonna be Boyet nabbing that one. 3 down on the side of FYG. Boyet cleaning up this scene.
Man, his Sky Piercer stacks is just crazy right now for Yardigans. Even though it was a wonderful implosion, it was a wonderful real-world manipulation, but it seems like Evo is untouchable.
Look at this, look at this.
Another one going on to Bonk Cutie though. Uses the Purify just to get out, and he burns that off of Bonk Cutie.
It's so worth it, man. Dude, Boya didn't even use his OE shadow kill. It's absolutely disgusting.
Wait, why did he burn Purify?
That's a good question, and we'll find out maybe in the interview post-game. But maybe it's a panic press, maybe.
Oh man, that's one massive resource that Evo was able to just take away from Bonk Cutie right now. Ken's knockup is gonna hurt.
Wait, do you hear that? free. From the side of Team Evil. I mean, dude, honestly, that's a free battle spell just used right there. And Coconut takes down another turret.
Yeah, absolutely free. Like especially when you get 500 free diamonds with a minimum spend on $100 on jdsports.com.sg. I'm just reading what's in front of my screen, bro.
It's about 10 minutes late, but all right, we'll take it.
We'll take it.
We'll take
indeed.
it. I mean, you know, soccer, shoes, yeah, maybe it ties back into the game.
Coconut was listening to the comms. He heard. He heard.
Anyways, take a look at the items. I'm sorry, guys. This is a little bit of brain rot moment happening. Scrubby Cheeks is like, why am I here with these two boys? But item check. Berserker Sphere and Malefic Roar already secured for the side of Coconut. Look at Terizla. Full-on damage. Radiant Armor and Dreadnought Armor already secured for himself. He's one tanky boy. And of course, we cannot stress enough, but yet Sky Piercer stacks are insane. 7 kills to his name already.
Mate, dude, the guy has a BOD and it's only 9-10 minutes into the game.
Vendetta gets caught here, goes deep in, trying to, you know, find vision as well. Has been doing a lot of work on this Khalid. And with the sustain is able to heal himself for now, but I think coming into the team fight is going to be super important to get those, you know, raging sandstorms and help the zone. The bottom though, but yeah, taking them on a scenic tour. But it looks like JH is gonna be the one to put him in the dirt.
And that's massive, by the way. That's a
it's what is Lord.
Not only just that, the Lord's up as well. The Sky Piercer stacks are a little bit diminished, and also, you know, that's a shutdown gold that you give over to FYG. Maybe this is the turning point for FYG.
Potentially, but I think FYG needs a little bit more. But keep in mind that we are currently in the mid-game mark. It's already kind of 11 minutes into the game. So FYGs, this is their time to shine. This is their time to flip the script.
They're trying to do that, care of the immune with the penalty zone. The Sacred Hammer pushes them back, though. Evil looks like they're on the back foot here as JH gets the Lord for free, and then 3 down on the side of Evil.
Yeah, exactly. FYG found the timing, and this is exactly what we're talking about now. This is a late game drive that FYG has secured. Evil wasn't able to secure a snowball, and they played with their food, and now the food bites back.
Yeah, man, it's like playing with an octopus and then, you know, trying to eat the octopus raw, but no, it just sticks
I'm thinking more
to
fish.
you. But
I'm thinking more fish.
Well, both, you know, both can bite back extremely hard, but looking at Franyardigans, they're doing a stand-up push right now, but look at this fight. You know, it started really, really well, and then it didn't, right?
Yep.
Look at it. So now 3 people of Evil. That's perfect implosion from Kirby.
Yep. It all starts with the implosion, right? After that, Bon Cutie goes into Blazing Duet, just spreading the damage. It's basically free damage given over to the side of Team Evil, and they cannot swallow that one.
Yeah, and honestly, that was perfect execution from the side of Kirby. And now things are looking so much more dangerous for the side of Team Evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, knocking down the top base turret as well, getting that almost to half health now with the Lord. And that's the tables turning, right? Bon Cutie managed to close that gold gap he had to Coconut. You know, level 13, I think he's got his items up as well. And at this point, if he gets the Wind of Nature also, Boyet's going to have a harder time trying to target him, and he can just start free hitting.
Yeah, Boyet, Coconut is the one that also picks up the Wind of Nature. He definitely needs that one against Bon Cutie. We're starting to step into the later parts of the game right now. If you notice, the mood has slightly shifted for the side of Team Evil as well. They're not really, you know, exploring the map as much as possible already. I think earlier just now, that implosion was the one that could potentially change things for the side of Franyardigans, and Kirby is looking for more of that.
Yeah, the angle is perfect. Look at where Chesty and Kirby are standing in relation to each other, right? I think Chesty is noticing how to kind of position himself for the team fights. And dude, Kirby's just standing there, man. And Kara's just standing there. They're just kind of chilling and looking at each other at this point in time.
AFK Gaming.
AFK Gaming, indeed.
I mean, that's Carrot, right? He needs to open up the map, provide some vision so that the rest of Team Evil will be able to, you know, play around the side lanes. Now, Evil taking majority control of the bottom lane, which is the weak side of Franyardigans, whereas Franyardigans, you know, they already cleaned up most of Evil's turrets, right? So everywhere is slightly dangerous for Team Evil, but Franyardigans are starving out on a lot of information. Team Evil, they're not too sure what to do.
Yeah, but look, the good thing is that the Lord is actually spawning on the strong side of the map for Team Evil, right? So once the Lord spawns, it can kind of maneuver their way. Carrot maybe actually No, he probably missed out the vision in seeing Front Yardigans reposition, but they know that this is really close right now, so you can actually, like you mentioned before, see this change of play, change of style of play that Team Evil is going through right now.
Yep, change is the only constant for the side of Front Yardigans, right? And they're able to find that pickoff right there. Really, ever since Boya gets assassinated earlier just now, it just went downhill for Team Evil.
Yeah, but this is the power spike from Front Yardigans now. Now they've hit the 14-minute mark. All the heroes are online. Yves, Claude are both
Especially
online.
Claude. Right, especially the Claude, right? Like you can start seeing him like just literally gunning down every single birdie from the side of Team Evil.
And that was just a Malefic Roar that was just built as well, right?
Yeah, even more shred.
That's so much damage that's gonna come up from Bon Cutie, and you know he is very agile as well, you know, so it's gonna be really difficult to lock him down unless he gets caught out completely by maybe like a penalty zone or something.
Or maybe Boyet on the shadow kill, right? At least tags onto him, follows him all the way wherever he goes, especially when BMI's back. Don't forget for Yardigans, this Yves, the power of the Yves, especially in this particular meta, or the previous metas, is that you can use her as a siege weapon as well, so that you get the Lord just penetrating down bot at the very least.
Oh, Boyet. The 1v1 with JH though, Boyet goes back to the shadow, flashy plays, managed to secure that one. That's good though, they are at numbers disadvantage now for FYG, crashing down the mid base turret. Carrot with the flicker, penalty zone, real manipulation, tries to cut them off. Kirby tries to retreat, will get nabbed by Coconut, and that's 2 kills down for Evil in total.
Yeah, it's not just 2 kills down, by the way. Look at Bon Cutie. His summoners, his spells are down as well. Vendetta, I don't know what he was doing. He was just coming out from the side and he was just taking free damage. Coconut was just kicking his face until he had no choice but to use his Raging Sandstorm out of there.
Yeah, maybe because Front Yardigans really wanted to take this mid lane turret, right? But at the cost of 2 lives. Yeah, technically speaking, that was a Lord that sent down against Team Evil, but you gotta admit, that Boyet kill right there was stylish. The last time I see something like that was the Minato scene against Obito. You guys know watch that?
Yes,
Right. That feels like that, right? You get a reference? Oh, you don't watch.
Never know.
Never mind. Anyways, focusing a little bit. I'm sorry, a little bit distracted today. Yeah, I don't know why. Like today, it just feels like a very fast day for me today, and you know,
you said today 5 times. Anyways,
it's the pace of the game.
Yeah, it's the pace of the game, right? And not only just that, Front Yardigans actually putting a good show, right? And we thought this could be a potential to. We thought it could be fast as well, but Team Evil seems like they're a little bit struggling this time around.
I was alluding to this, right? I mentioned the Front Yardigans, even though they're bottom 3, they always felt as if they had a say in the game. First game was completely different, but this is the Front Yardigans, which I respect, right? I believe that they have the capabilities to be a top-tier team. They just needed to work on the communication, and now they actually have a decent draft going into game 2. I mean, yes, okay, this is not Evil's primary lineup, right? You've got Coconut playing, you've got Carrot that's also playing, but at the end of the day,
Carrot taking the damage from the fracture, still has their immortality, but half his HP gone. Kirby with the Sacred Hammer and the implosion. Ken gets blown up there. Now FYG have an advantage over this Lord. Carrot and the team trying to hang around this Lord here. For Vision, Carrot engages with the penalty zone, so does Vendetta, but flickers out, takes too much. Boyet goes in the backline looking for something, but gets stunned out by Chesty. And now it looks like Carrot again pops the immortality. JH with the burst damage will put him down for now. FYG has a full advantage over this. Does not look like they might get it unless Boyet comes in for the 50-50. Nope. Bon Cutie takes that implosion onto Boyet, and somehow FYG get that and more.
Man, Kirby has been like, the implosion cooldown, that was one sequence when he used it twice, right? And that's how long that dance actually went. Team Evil right there thought they could have a stand a chance against FYG, but don't forget they have a very strong mid-game power spike. Now we're in the late game. Now we're in the end game.
Yeah, now the end game spells doom for the side of Team Evil. They took this match a little bit too casually. They weren't able to close things up in the early game. Now they have a Lord knocking on the front door.
Looks for the flank. JH goes in. The real manipulation as well for the the zoning in the backline. Boncutie with the Blazing Duet doing the damage. And now they go straight for the core. Boncutie lays the last hits and finishes that off. FYG somehow racked themselves up a 1-1 even score, bringing us to an unexpected game 3.
Yeah, but like this is exactly what Fernandigans wants, right? They need at least a point or 2 or perhaps even 3 from this one.
Well,
but
you can't get 3 anymore.
Oh, you can't get 3 anymore. But then again, this is basically, don't forget, they're battling for survival and it starts from here. JH must be feeling wonderful for himself. An excellent showing of Nolan for the past 2 games. But don't forget that Tigro as well just enables Fernandigans so much. Like what I mentioned, it boils down to the draft. If Fernandigans gets a very good draft, they have a good game.
That's true, that's true, that's true. But you know, one question has been like lingering in my mind. Powerful, have you checked your PayNow account maybe? Because that dude, I mean, honestly, right? Like, subbing out 2 players like that, it feels a little bit shady. But no, I'm messing here.
Wow, okay. But of course, you know, Team Evil, I mean, this, I think, apart from the PayPal account, I think this is also a story of the hare and the rabbit and the tortoise, right? Like, yes, you've seen Team Evil is super comfortable in the top 2 teams. Yes, you're going down with bottom tier, bottom of the table team like such as Fernandigans. Definitely, I mean, they're bottom 3 right now. And then now you give 1 point over to Fernandigans, and then you start subbing like this. You start questioning yourself, hey, maybe Team Evil, I think the time to play has ended. I think you should at least take this game, number 3.
Yeah, you know, I think they're definitely going to switch back to their rosters. I think we're going to see maybe Powerful come back or maybe even Marky come back. But more importantly, let's talk about game number 2, right? MVP.
Definitely. And MVP in my mind, definitely the Tigro, right? The Tigro has been setting it up really, really much. But apart from that, another mention is definitely JH. What about yours, Scrubby?
Yeah, I think the setups by Kirby there on the Tigreal and in the most unexpected ways as well. But we're going to see who this MVP is. And you're right, Kirby.
Yeah, Kirby. I think also, if you notice the fleeting time coming into into that item slot, really well done, by the way. That's why in that very last team fight, you get to see the implosion going off twice. Even in a very short amount of time. Because don't forget, that ultimate should last very long. But area assist, that could actually help.
Yeah, fleeting time is a really interesting build. I don't think it's super common. And correct me if I'm wrong, lads, but I don't believe it's super common on a Tigreal. But it's super smart because they identify that they're going for the late game team composition, right? And the fact is that by going for the late game team composition, fleeting time stacks up, right? So you have a higher cooldown reduction on your ultimate, I believe. Yeah, you have high cooldown on your ultimate later in the game, especially if you get more assists, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing is you get that refresh, right? Especially lowered cooldowns for your ultimates. I think that's a key point. And they played around Kirby this time around. Especially, it enables the Claude a lot, especially, right? Like, you just catch everybody and then after that, Blazing Duet. I actually cannot do that.
That's pretty much how it plays out, right?
Yeah, because I play Claude a lot as well, and I'm really glad to see Claude coming back into the meta because of the mana remove. But let's take a look at the items, as what I mentioned. If you see Fernandigans, yes, you point out the Malefic Roar, very suitable against Carrot, right? Look at him stacking us a lot of these armor, but I think there's one big thing that we're missing out from the side of Team Evil. Where is that Dom Ice?
Yeah, man, it was building up too late. Carrot was going for it after the immortality, right? And it's too little, too late. I mean, honestly speaking, the Dom Eye should have been built arguably as like the second item, right? Yes, he was worried. I think he was worried about the damage coming in from the Yve, the Radiant armor. But honestly speaking, Yve, I mean, you had the time. You had the time to build the Radiant armor after the Dom Eyes, and the fact that no one else was suitable, I would say maybe Ken could have built the Dom Eyes earlier as well.
I think Carrot could have done. Carrot's on the way, by the way.
Yeah, he's 2 items.
Yeah, correct. Remember, I was pointing out the Radiant Armor, definitely the first item, because they're expecting the damage coming out from Chesty. But then again, after that, the main character for the side of Fernandigans switched because Boncutie was just outputting damage out of control.
And I think it was down to that one team fight, right? At the Lord, with the setup from Kirby as well, that really turned the like the pace of the game and the favor in the hands of FYG.
Yeah, the tempo just swung, literally flipped the script, right?
Yep.
I mean, the thing is that it was completely in Evil's control, and then once that fight happened, Fernandigans took the script and they're like, ha! Flipped it.
Wait, there's a script? Where is it? Underneath the table?
You didn't get the memo, man?
Oh no, I did not.
Clearly you don't check your emails, bro.
No, I don't. I don't check my emails. Anyways, yeah, but like I think right now it's back to the drawing board for both these two teams as well. It seems like we're going to go into a game number 3, obviously, stating the obvious. But like really, Boyette going into that kind of items as well. BOD, like what you mentioned, if Boyette unable to catch onto Bon Cutie, he's going to spell imminent doom.
Interesting. Once again, okay, so to me, before today, right, Warcry Edith was a very, very new thing. For me, I've always seen it as like maybe the concussive blast to add on, especially for roam Ediths. But now of all the Ediths I've seen today, it's all Warcry.
Yep.
That's probably because you can just link up the 3 skills very easily, right? You have the Earth Shatter, you have the Advance. And then after that, you just auto-attack once and then your Warcry procs.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? So Ken wants to go into Primal Wrath as much as possible.
Yeah.
Even pick up the attack speed emblem at the same time. Yeah. So he's just gonna output a lot of damage, especially in his realm form.
Yeah, I think for Chesty as well, right? You see him using that real world manipulation so much, picking up the cooldown as well as the Bargain Hunter to get online as soon as possible. Ice Queen Wands as well, so much utility in his kit, helping him use that to create an entire zone that Evil finds it really challenging to fight in. And even if you land a penalty zone, even if you have the Dominated Descent, it's just difficult to get in and out to land those kills onto Bon Cutie or even Chesty himself.
Yeah, I was expecting like, you know, the Sailor on the Zarge should be the solution to deal with it with the Eve, but if you notice Sailor time again always goes in and then after that is forced to like retreat just a little bit to basically peel for the rest of Team Evil, because for Yardigans they've got Dive, they've got Vendetta and also JH, which is also popping off in terms of the damage.
Yeah, JH actually really did well in terms of identifying who to go for, right? It doesn't mean that, I mean, he only has 3 kills, but it doesn't mean that he wasn't doing his job. Because what it shows is that he was dealing enough damage to get people out of the team fight, in the corners of the fight, right? So that it prevents the advance going into a team fight. So it immediately eliminates 1 or 2 people. And they can't participate, basically.
Looking at this stat screen once again on your screen. Damage dealt, damage taken, turret damage, total heal, almost similar, because I think it was a very fair fight in the early parts of the game. But then after that, once, you know, FYG's draft starts coming online, Team Evo just couldn't deal with Bon Cutie Power Spike. They couldn't deal with Chesty once Chesty picks up the Ice Cream one as well.
Yeah, also looking at the participation, Kirby, 53%. But, you know, being the MVP, I think it's just testament to how he sets up the fight so well. Even if he dies later on after setting up the fight, you know, it's something that is a really, really good segue for Bon Cutie to come in, for JH to dive the backline as well, and just to finish up, you know, the fight on Evil.
Yeah, so I think if you notice, most of the pointers that we've been bringing out, especially for today, is really all about the draft, especially in this particular patch. Right now, it feels like it's 70% on the draft instead of 30%. It used to be 60, but now I added another 10% because you can see how tough it is for the side of Team Yardigans in game number 1 when they drafted the Fire Mist. But now, Team Evil, I think this one, technically speaking, is also the drafting for the side of Chesty and Vendetta, but you gotta admit, Yardigans played this draft really well.
They played the draft really well, but also I feel like they weren't able to go back to their win con, right? We talked about how Evil needs to win before, you know, within the 10-minute mark, right? And the thing is that they weren't able to push the advantage that they had. Because if you think about it, you know, I think it was like 4 minutes in the game, they had like 3k gold lead. Right? So they should have pushed the advantage and closed the game out. Once again, I want to reiterate that they're not playing their main lineup, right? So maybe they weren't able to communicate and play the macro game better than, or rather as well as they should have. But it's no excuse. They didn't play to their win con, and they gave their win con over to Yardigans, basically on a silver platter.
So taking a look at your top 4s right here, Rich Guy goes over to JH, Sailor, the main carrier of the game, 116k damage. It's just outputting tons of damage. Carrot the one absorbing most of them, whereas Chesty added best wingman as well. Total assist 9 because of the real world manipulation. It's just making sure that it's just basically. You start to see the Eve coming back in this particular meta, right? Just make sure that everybody stays inside the box. He does the damage.
A lot of zone control, right? And JH actually being the rich guy on the top 4 there, despite having being on the back foot behind Boyette so much in the early game as well, means he was probably farming out of his mind going into the mid to the late game.
Yeah, definitely try to catch up in terms of the gold lead, right? But we shall take a look at the highlights brought to you by also, you know, just want to make sure how this cookie kind of crumbled, because we talk about the early to the mid parts of the game. And evidently, like, Team Evil wasn't able to end. This is Evil playing on the side of the map of Frenyadigans. Especially, you can see how dominating they were because of their rosters. But once, you know, the Kirby starts to pick up the critical implosion, I would like to point to one positioning where Boyet gets killed. I think that's where, you know, Frenyadigans starts to get a little bit more market share.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even this fight that Evil took, right? It was also a little bit questionable. Like I mentioned before, you know, yes, they managed to get down to the top turret. You know, you see Coconut here running straight for the top turret, but you know, they really didn't have to take this fight. Rather, they could have, you know, grouped up mid. If you see right now, the mid lane was completely free and it's completely open, but they opted to take the fight and kind of distract them from going to deal with the carrot problem.
Yeah,
speaking of carrot problem, the coconut problem.
Yeah, but speaking of carrot, right? You saw that was an empty penalty zone. Doesn't connect into anybody. You can see Frenyadigans sidestep this one. Oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah, the setup there from Kirby. I think, like you said, right, Carrot with that penalty zone gave Kirby the opportunity as well. He was waiting for Carrot to you know, use that, and the moment he did, he was able to set that up just smoothly and without any repercussions from the side of Evil.
And JH, like what we were talking about just now, right? Even though he doesn't really have a lot of kills, but his damage, his burst is enough to push people away from these key objectives. And I think that's the main decision, right? Yes, even though after this Lord, you can see how Kirby still continues to chase onto Boyet as well. And after that, it was an endless cycle of doom for Team Evil. Frenyadigans really getting one game out of someone from the top of the table.
Yeah, Frenyadigans played this out really well. You know, I want to go back to mentioning that, you know, Frenyadigans, like I said before, don't count them out. Yes, they are bottom 3, but individually, they've been looking really, really, really solid throughout the entire season.
Yep, with that said, ladies and gents, we do have a very handsome and dapper young man in front of the big TV screen, and that's none other than Professor Churros to break it down for us for this particular game number 2.
This was a story of David versus Goliath, but David found Goliath and punched him in his back or stabbed him in his back when Evil actually had the biggest part of the first half of this match, and FYG playing on the back foot, they're struggling, but when Evil made a mistake, they took it and took advantage of this. I'm going to skip over the draft. This will be a very, very short segment because FYG is going to be very, very strong within a lot of these counter team fights, counter engages, the identified mistakes that Evil has made. Let's go into the drawing board. This was the fight where Boyet was taken down on the bot side by JH, and I think it was either Bon Cutie or Chesty coming in, and they were still contesting for that Lord. Sayla, Ken, as well as Carrot already within position down in that Lord pit, and they want to be able to secure that Lord by enough time for Boyet to really come back, but they're gonna FYG is gonna just blitz it. They really have a plan, and I think that it was down to positioning error, maybe the skill canceling. Carrot has his eyes set on JH as well as Bon Cutie, whereas Kirby, his eyes is set on Sayla as well as Ken. Bear in mind, he doesn't have vision on Coconut just as of yet, but they're going to be coming in. Coconut going to be a little bit more aggressive into that fight, not knowing that Kirby actually still has his ultimate ready, as well as Vendetta crossing in. Carrot makes a mistake. I think he was canceling his ultimate skill, and it just went south. He airballed right at that moment. Vendetta identifies this, sees where Coconut is. Kirby and Vendetta makes the call, goes towards Coconut, and I think this was just an immaculate play coming in. Bon Cutie dealing that damage, and they're just, at this point, just funneling Bon Cutie all the way through, getting that damage done. This was the second turtle. I'm going to be skipping over to the second turtle, the second Lord, or fourth Lord, last Lord of the game. Notice where Kirby is. Pretty much moving in the same rotation as Carrot, just sitting in that bush, waiting for the right opportunity to pounce, and knowing that Ken is going to be out of position because he needs to be able to set that Lord, checking that bush. Kirby pushes him back, lands his implosion, and takes out Ken. Now, 4 members down, 1 member down, 4 versus 5. Bon Cutie has his eyes set on getting onto that back line. So what he will do is make a beeline towards that backside, and try to make a play, knowing very well that he has the Wind of Nature as well as his ultimate, as well as an escape mechanism, so he will put his BMI back into this position so that he will be able to get back in time. So we'll see how this plays out. Vendetta sees an opportunity, knows where Sailor is. Once Coconut steps out of position, that's where Vendetta will pounce. And Coconut, again, really needs to watch his positioning right there. Carrot makes the play. Vendetta goes in, and Bong Cutie down that back front will slow this down just a little bit more. The Wind of Nature just popped, but that is all in the plan, because right now, the entirety of Evil, not enough health to contest for this Lord. No Ken, not enough health. They have to retreat, and JH just takes out Carrot at that point. This is a very, very interesting play out in turn of events in FYG. No one have expected them to really take over the game, especially in game number 2, and bring us to a game number 3. This is going to be a spicy match. I'm excited to see how this plays out. Stay tuned.
Thank you very much, Shiros. But the last time I read about the story of David and Goliath, David slain Goliath not by stabbing him, but by a pebble.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
But what pun?
Okay, never mind. It's an inside joke. It's an inside joke. It's an inside joke. It's an inside joke. By the way, also I think this game really is a David and Goliath kind of storyline, right? And not only just that, the Team Evil right there, literally just subbing in Coconut, subbing in Carrot, thinking that, hey, we should have this in the bag, but no, Friend Yardigans to bite back, because don't forget, Friend Yardigans also pushed NIP Flash to a tipping point like yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know, I've said this like twice already, but the thing is that Friend Yardigans, these guys are old MPL players. These are veterans, you know, you really can't count them out. And they're showing the reason why they can push NIP Flash to the brink yesterday, and why they can steal a game off Evil today, right? You raise, I mean, it's just maybe at the start of the season they were working on the communication, right? But now it seems like they've kind of found it.
Yeah, it feels like they're like old couples right now, right?
Old couples?
You know,
what? I don't
young couples.
Where are your
analogies coming from today?
Young couples, you know, they squabble a little bit, especially at the start of the season. They're not really confident. What are you looking for?
Your puns.
The reason for your puns.
Yeah, I don't know where they're coming from, dude.
But now it feels like they really fixed out the communication, like literally old couples, right? No?
Well, yeah, I agree. And it seems like their fights are a lot more sharp. Like, they're sharper. When Kirby goes in, they've caught one immediately. They fall in line and manage to take that person out. But like you said, it all depends on the draft, whether or not they get their heroes. And it comes down to this phase for Game 3.
Payla, Count Coconut's still in.
Okay. Team Evil, I don't know what they're cooking. They're really biting down on this one. It's going to be still Carrot and Coconut playing for this one. Pacifist bans away the Hayabusa. Team Evil, I think that's a Phobias ban. There should be a Phobias ban for Team Evil.
Nah. Why? It's not gonna be Phobias ban.
Why? Well, who else?
Sorry?
Who else?
They're gonna. I told you it's not Zeev.
Oh my god.
Duh.
Oh my god. Team Evil is opening up the Phobias already. Friend Yardigans, they need to snap pick that right on away. If not Team Evil, you give that over to Ken. Ken is just gonna come online.
No, but that's what I mean, right? This is what Evil should have done just now. They should have left Phobias open so that it forces Friend Yardigans to ban it, and then Ken this was just a free pick for Ken. This is what they should have done the previous game.
Now, first pick. Very important for every person. But now it seems like they're gonna first pick a Ruby instead. Kinda telling if you ask me. Now Team Evil, full access to the Phobias. Team Evil probably played Friend Yardigans into this one for the draft.
Yeah, and I think that's completely fine. They're more than happy to give over the Ruby, right? I mean, Ruby executionally is pretty challenging to play. I have full confidence that Kirby or maybe even Vendetta is going to pick that up and will be able to utilize that well. But the question is, Phobias?
Yep, I think Phobias. I mean, Phobias is a very open thing, right? And of course, you know, a Bong QT also plays a Ruby into the gold lane, so it's a very strong flex pick. Well done for Yardigans, but don't forget, Phobias loves people who dashes around. Ruby dashes around. Now, Team Evil also packs on the Tigro as well, so that's going to go into Carrot, and Ken gets his own Phobias.
Very, 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 very strong first two picks, Integral and Phobias. Not to mention that they are highly flexible as well when it comes down to team compositions, right? So Evil can really just take the core of these two and take it to almost any kind of team composition, whether they want to do a team fight one or whether they want to do a pick composition as well, this completely works. And if they want to do a 4-1, that's fine as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I'm playing Tigro, if I catch 5-man or 4-man, hey, I'm a clash com, right? But if I catch one person, hey, I'm a pick com. But now for Yardigans, that's Chesty's signature. That will be the Lilia going in with the Clods coming in from the side of Yardigans. They're going to bring that Ruby, could be flexed into the roam or the EXP lane. But it's this is also what Chesty likes to play, right? A lot of AoEs coming in for the side of Yardigans. You got the Ruby to really lock person down, so Team Evil has to play a little bit safer this time around.
But the beautiful thing about Team Evil right now is that they have enough things at this point in time to lock down the Lilia, right? They have hard CC and burst as well. So I think the Lilia pick into this is, I mean, yes, even though it's his signature pick, I'm not sure if it's going to necessarily work.
I think it works well because like your ultimate also gives you a secondary life, especially against the Nolan as well. And I think...
But you need to be fast enough to press the button.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
Right,
I mean,
and if you get locked down and burst it down, you can't press the button.
I think Chesty's pretty quick on the button though. Remember the heart guards and Angela?
he's quite fast. And I mean, it's one of his comfort pick, right? So rest assured, he will pull that trigger, especially when he sees a Nolan as well. Well, before the damage comes in, right? But now Team Evil bans away the Julian. Yardigans takes away the Nathan. Yardigans start targeting down Coconut's hero pool, and maybe the next could potentially be a Bruno ban for the side of Yardigan. Evil, on the other hand, needs to can either continuously lock down the junglers or continue to lock down the EXP laners-ish.
Have you seen GH on the Fanny? No, right?
Let me double check.
I think he has played
one,
it.
We've seen it once, yes.
Played. Not to success. I don't think
I
they've
think I
won
remember
that,
him
but
lost that
yes,
one.
he's played quite a number of assassins.
Well, Fanny? Question mark?
Nah, I don't think so.
Aramis ban.
Yeah, Yardigans banning away the Aramis, which is kind of interesting. Like Aramis kind of left the meta quite some time ago.
One whole season ago.
Yeah, and then after that, you start to see the rise of the Eves. Unfortunately, it's get banned out. The Zask is still available, by the way, albeit enough, but you can see the damage and also the zone denial that he can provide. Speaking of a zone denial, there's Aurora that's still leaking.
Yes.
Around.
Gets a carry, okay. Well, the Aurora is wide open, right, for the side of Evil.
Yep, it can be done, but they don't need to pick it, right? They need to quickly just pick up something from the side of the marksman pool. I guess that's what they're thinking about. But for Yardigans, though, they need a jungler, they need an XP, or they need a roam.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, they technically have free choice for both the gold laner as well as the mid laner, right? Because on the side of Yardigans, they've already locked down their gold lane and the mid lane as well, so they could really just do whatever they wanted to go. Seems like Yardigans locks down the Gatto and the Joy.
Wow.
I was wondering what JH was going to pick up, and my thoughts was either the Joy or the Fanny, but I've not seen JH perform on the Joy just yet, personally. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether they're going to be able to execute this lineup. Okay, Zask makes sense for Sayla. Both of them denying zone control. But honestly, just looking at the lineups, Evil has the easier execution.
Yeah, definitely. Press ultimates, everybody win, right? But also the positioning of Carrot is going to be very important. But I'm looking at Yardigans, right? There's a lot of escape mechanism from the side of Lilia. There's a disengage tool from the Gatot and also the Ruby. And Joy just goes in happy with the ultimate. I think can easily burst down Zask's ultimate, right? So that's something that Yardigans does have. We're going to go into game number 3. Looking at this roster, I think it's kind of balanced. Both has secured kind of prior picks as well, especially for the side of Evil. But Yardigans, these are comfort picks they've secured for themselves.
Yeah, Yardigans looking really comfy with these 5 heroes. But the question is, and rather my eyes are going to be focused on the Lilia. Will Chesty be able to do what he wants to do by churning out damage and surviving? We are going to take a look at this in game number 3 of match 3 of MPL Season 8.
Oh, you're still counting, huh?
I am, of course.
I actually lost count already, but how I know this is game number 3. If FYG is able to secure this for themselves, I think any point is better than no points going into and trying to stay unrelegated, right? Because don't forget the bottom 3 table right now.
Yeah, it's gonna make a huge difference for them. For Evil, not so much, but Front Yardigans playing this game, this past game, out so cleanly. You know, you can't help but to kind of root for them, but...
Sacred Hammer into the knockup. Dark Wave as well puts a lot of damage onto Kirby, enough to pull him back. And that was, you know, tit for tat. A lot of pressure on Sayla in the beginning as well, in the mid lane, thrown out by Chesty, which is, you know, quite what you wanted to see.
It's a beautiful setup so far, you know. Right now we see a lot of just trades happening. Yeah, we see a little bit of wet noodles being thrown around at the EXP lane right now. Oh, JH going in a little bit.
Yeah, does have the ultimate, but would not pull that off. This is Kent's Phobias that we're talking about. I think FYG is giving a lot of respect, sending 2 members to try to deal with him.
In the mid lane though, Carrot, Boyet, and Sayla, mid trio, just hanging around here to, you know, help Sayla out a bit. Looking forward to the rotations that's going to come up, especially with the turtle spawning in about 15-10 seconds now. Vendetta being pushed all the way to his turret.
Yeah, so Vendetta is being shoved right back in. Turtle seems to be spawning at the bot side of the map right now. Evil pushing in Vendetta completely under the turret. Vendetta not even at 4 just yet. Can just hit 4. This is going to be pretty big. In fact, I think, yeah. Oof. Front Yardig is just going to handshake the turtle away to Team Evil. I think it's the right call.
Looking for something mid. Dark Wave pulls Kirby. Vengeance popped as well. Chesty cannot do anything, and First Blood goes the way of Evil. Vendetta, though! The rude I'm offended together with the flicker gets Ken under the turret. Now Boye comes in. Fracture as well. It's going to be JH taken down for the count, and 0-2 now in favor of Evil.
But I tell you, like, I thought Ken would have been dead right there with I'm offended. Then I remember, oh wait, sorry, this is Ken's Phobias, right? He's very comfortable. Look at his discipline using the ultimate, right? To get out of the turret damage, and then after that, see what you need to do next.
I guess you can say that he can do it.
Yeah, he can. He definitely can.
There has to be a limit to these.
No, I'm sorry.
To a single pun that you can use.
No, dude.
That should be a challenge. Like, count how many puns can I do?
You can't stop me.
You can't?
You can't stop me.
Because you said can't, right? That's how in American English, right? But in British English, we use can't, right?
Yeah,
so that's,
you can't stop me.
Yeah, so
it still works. It's still a pun.
Yeah, it's still a pun. But okay, I'll take it. Looking at the top side, right? Coconut versus Boncutie, Claw versus Carry. It's kind of an easy lane, but Coconut should have a better shot because of a wave clear. But you know, towards the later parts of the game, Boncutie does have better bursts compared to the Carry.
Interesting, actually. I noticed that. Coconut kind of just gave up the gold crab to Boyet. Trying to farm up some... Oh wow, that's so obnoxious, the recall.
That recall is obnoxious. So get yours right now with the free diamonds that you get from jdsports.com.sg.
All right, I'll take that. He's still trying after 2 games.
I'm just
Dude, I don't know. I don't know where these are coming from.
I don't know. But Turtle's coming in 3 seconds now. And again, Evil shoving the mid lane as well as much as possible. Ken putting pressure again on JH as well as Vendetta to be able to take control of this map. Entirely in the favor of Evil here, zoning them out.
Mental pressure, man. He's not even doing anything. He's just pressing recall.
Yeah, I think that's a recall. It's the recall pressure right there, right? But his mere presence just shoves Yardigan away from, you know, even them challenging the turtle.
Flicker implosion and immediately blows Vendetta up. Cannot even react, and JH, bit too late to the game, tries to land some blows onto Boyet here, but cannot do anything. And I mean, it's 1 against 2.
Yeah, you know, you cannot do anything. I love it. I love it. Hopping on to the punch train. We need to get like a Ken counter going here, guys. All right, we do see Kirby getting...
Onto Kirby, and it's Ken again, Avatar of the Guardian being popped just to escape as well.
Yeah, escape to it right there, right, for the side of Kirby. But you start to see Evil ramping up in terms of the damage and also the aggression. They got 2k goalie for themselves.
Oh, Blazing Duet here, tries to get away. Boncutie. Vendetta is there, though, for the backup. In the backline, though, Ken goes on to Chessie as well as Boncutie. Launch one more for the black shoes. Gets him out. Boncutie actually pays that back.
Well, nobody died there.
No,
In fact,
Ken
it was
died.
only
Ken
Ken.
died.
Yeah, only Ken died, right? Ken was just outputting so much zone right there, but I'm also expecting Evil to kind of shove the top
Okay,
wave down.
Carrot.
Conceal Sacred Hammer misses the mark. Vendetta kites that one out, stuns out, taking too much damage as well. Kirby comes in, tries to land enough, but Coconut with the wheels able to force the disengage.
Pixel, the 1 pixel away, that out implosion would have been landing onto Vendetta, but a missed opportunity from the side of Team Evil is that the other Team game number 1 Team Evil, when they do that, you expect topside turret to go down, right? But this game number 3 Team Evil, topside turret is still standing.
No, I was gonna say the implosion did actually nick Vendetta, and Vendetta was stunned in just for a little bit, but it wasn't enough to actually convert that into a kill. And this is a Ruby that we're talking about. She is slippery, dude. Very hard to lock down.
But now, we're not seeing a lot of macro plays coming from Team Evil. In fact, they're just out for blood, out to look for, bodies from the side of front Yardigans. But at the very least, Team Evil does have 2 turtles. But because of that scuffle happening earlier just now, the goal is reduced for the side of Team Evil.
And doing so much work here. Bottom side, Boyet trying to clean that up together with Carrot as well, rotating all the way down just to force him back. In the meantime, yeah, that gives space for FYG to go down the mid lane instead.
Wait.
They do get the turret.
Yeah, and not only just that, that's a massive problem for the South Team Evil, right? Your mid lane is cracked open. But Yardigans suddenly have more space to start invading.
Boyet in trouble, has to back out here, but nowhere he can go. Boncutie is going to snag that one. And now with that map control, they rotate down to the bottom and get another kill off of that.
This is a very different Team Evil. No pun. I mean, it's obvious, right? Because you have Coconut and also Carrot. What? What's going on?
Nothing. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah. But and also Team Evil losing mid lane. It's so early on. Even though they were having a lead just now, it's just uncomfortable for Team Evil.
Yeah, it's looking really, really different from what we're used to seeing.
Kirby goes in, dies for Ken. Sayla forced to use the Dominator's Descent as well, disengage the fight here. It looks like they're having a tough time defending against FYG, and now Evil has to play the cross map as well, sends Boyet up to defend the top lane.
Yeah, Coconut was shoving down bottom lane. At the very least, they get that one. From Yardigans, really making a good showing though. At the very least, they're still focusing on the macro this time round. Boncutie picking up 2 kills, that is massive. Means that he's actually a little bit closer in getting his items.
Yeah, he's accelerated. And Boncutie and Claude, when you get Claude accelerated, it's absolutely disgusting, right? Because he's able to get his late game state that much faster. I do want to highlight, I just realized this, that Carry is doing a war cry as her emblem of choice.
Okay. Okay, I mean, more damage towards the later parts of the game, but your early game was kind of suffer because you don't really have that sustain. But Boncutie, going for the more traditional route, go for Quantum Charge. We also see JH picking up a Holy Crystal.
Oh, Vengeance as well. Ken, the knock up onto Kirby. Coconut just lays light wheels on him. It's enough to send him to the death pit. And now Evil, they have control over this Lord here. JH tries to make his way, but not going to be quick enough. Boyet secures the first Lord of the game.
Yeah, that's exactly what Evil needs, right? To basically put a full stop against Yardigans' shenanigans. And bot side already clean up for the side of Yardigans as well. Boncutie.
JH, the stun, the damage as well. Tries to retaliate, but it's not going to be enough. Coconut takes care of him. That's another one in favor of Evil. So looking like, signs of life. And I think Coconut, they're really relying on him for this late game damage. Hopefully it's starting to pay off now.
Yeah, Yardigans suddenly turn on the macro button.
I was gonna say, this team fight was really well played by Ken. If you noticed just now, and I'm pretty sure, Churus is gonna break this down for us later, but Ken was always scouting for the angle that JH was coming in. Just now when they was trying to clear the Lord, they found JH before JH could actually walk up and steal the Lord. Same thing that they did for the fight just now, right? Ken was positioned in a way that he was corralling JH into a corner. And the moment JH showed himself to try to kill off Coconut, he just prevented that from happening. It was absolutely well played by Ken.
Definitely, right? Ken just having the map sense and game sense to kind of predict where JH is coming from. Really well done right there. Evil is now ramping up the attack, taking down turrets left, right, center, but the mid lane for the side of Yardigans still holds.
This is the Evil which I know and I love and I support, right? And I mean, honestly speaking, there we go. Chessie's got cut out.
Finds the Infernal Pursuit onto him. Carrot zones Kirby, out pops the Vengeance, the Implosion, and a knockup onto 3! Evil pouring out the damage now onto FYG, 2 down, and it's gonna be JH in the backline finding Boyette. Chesty trades that one out, so it's 2 for 3 in this fight.
Wow.
Yeah, in favor of Evil. I mean, look, FYG was getting, showing that they were doing pretty well in the early game, but now we've hit the mid-game mark, boys, and it seems like the script has flipped yet again.
Like I said,
this time,
like I said, is there a script? Because Claw, I'm looking at Team Evil right there. I mean, yeah, I think they're really forcing that team fight a lot, but hold on.
JH, the dancing
Oh.
joy goes in the backline, finds Sailor, immediately blows him up.
Damage coming off from Coconut and starting to leak through. And to be honest, yes, this feels more like Team Evil 1.0. Remember the new and improved Team Evil 2.0 with, Powerful and Marky being in that. You can feel like there's a lot more macro sense in terms of these team fights. But this time around, this is the true Team Evil that we used to know, right?
Scrappy.
Scrappy. We like to get our feet and hands dirty in the mud, and then after that, we win team fight for some weird reason.
It's not even a weird reason, man. Dude, Coconut's scaling so well, This is a carry. Both of them are, late game heroes, right? But the thing is that the advantage that carry has over Claude. I'll stop right there.
Finds them again, pops the Vengeance, Dark Wave pulls Vendetta, the Sacred Hammer onto him, they're all crashing. All the damage poured onto this poor man, and he goes down. It's going to be a numbers disadvantage for FYG as they are 4 men against the full roster of Evil as JH makes his way there. Chesty in trouble, damage comes through. JH still on the Lord here, but Ken pops the Infernal Pursuit, chases them down. Coconut freewheeling all the damage in the front line here, and Boyette in the back trying to find Boncutie to no avail just yet, but they get the control over this Lord.
Okay, EXP traded now. What's the game plan for the side of Team Evil? They don't go for the Lord instead. They're just looking to brawl it out against Franyardigans.
The Lord is right there. I mean, they see where JH is. Honestly speaking, they have enough damage. They have a carry. Carry should be able to just burst down the Lord, but they opt to send the carry up to the top?
Yeah, maybe try to wave clear, I guess. But then again, Franyardigans right now is just going to abuse that because don't forget, Claw going to the later parts of the game, he's starting to hurt like game number 2 earlier just now.
Yeah, honestly speaking, like Evil is not... I'm personally feeling not making the right macro calls at this point in the time because they had the opportunity to take the Lord with carry there.
I mean, don't cry about spilled milk right now because the Lord Pit is gonna be mostly Team Evil setting up shop. But don't forget, Kirby can take away that shot by just crashing in the middle of everything against Team Evil.
All ultimates out there definitely looking for this one. A reset comes through here. Kirby in the back finds Carrot. A bit of a brawl. Ken goes in. Here comes JH all the way in the back to Boyette, and that starts the fight. Vendetta is the first to go. And now in the back, Kirby as well being caught up by 4 members. The taunt, the damage. Sailor takes care of that. And again, this time Evil does get advantage over the Lord.
Okay, you take Lord now, Evil, right? Yes, okay.
Yes,
At least they're gonna
they do.
They have to try to do it, but
JH in the mid lane, yes, putting that pressure on the macro, like you said, has to send Ken to deal with that.
Okay, at the very least, Team Evil this time around secures a lot for themselves. JH manages to push down that one, a little bit of a damage control for the South Franyardigans.
My brain is hurting, man. This really shouldn't be this difficult. But yes, I think that was definitely a really well played move from JH. Identifies that he can't really do anything to stop the Lord, but he'll try to do a separate play elsewhere on the map. Speaking of the map, so many, like the map is looking very, very barren for both teams, Mid turret for Team Evil looking less healthy than the mid turret in Franyardigans, but we do see the waves pushing in right now. Lord passing the halfway mark. Mid wave is also pushing in right now. Bot wave also pushing in, so they have to defend on 3 different sides.
Boyette securing the BOD earlier just now. Coconut has the Rose Gold Meteor. Means that Coconut will be a little bit more, has a little bit more resistance against the damage coming out from JH. You can take a look what Franyardigans' game plan is, but hold on a second. Carrot.
Boncutie making quick work of the Lord. Carrot looking for something here. Getting hooked by Vendetta, but not going to make too much of it. Oh, JH!
Off the screen, literally. I love this patch, right? This patch means we're gonna see more assassin junglers. This means that we're gonna see more ego challenges, right? On the other side of the screen, it's gonna be mostly like, oh chat, 1v1 me right now, sent by JH against Boyet.
There's been so many of those 1v1s,
Yeah,
right? You
off
see
the
the
map.
Nolan up against the Ling, and it's always like off the map, but they do get that. And now FYG charging down this mid lane here, looking to take the base turret off from Evo. JH on the bottom one as well. Ken trying to defend that. Evo on the legs of defense here.
Yeah, at the very least, Fanyadigans is playing on Evil's side of the map. Earlier just now was mostly Evil playing on their side, right?
But, sorry, go ahead.
No, so I'm okay. I'm just thinking like because of the assassination of JH onto Boyet, yeah, all of a sudden Evo lost a lot of space.
Yeah, for sure. But I also want to bring your attention to how low the HP bars are on Front Yardigan's base turret, as well as the inner turret of the bottom lane for Front Yardigans, right?
Yeah.
Both of them are literally about to go down. So honestly, one more push is all Evil needs to crack the base wide open and for them to start building the advantage which they need. I do want to give, I do want to highlight that, Front Yardigan's win condition is now active. They've got the Joy. Joy is dealing so much damage right now to the squishy Coconut, to the squishy Sailor, to the squishy Boyet. And also you've got Bon Cutie in the Claude. The Claude Blazing Duet is going to be doing so much damage. Not to mention they also have the Ghetto Ultimate, right? The Avatar which is going in and just layers so nicely.
Yep, Evo on the other hand, the win con for them. Carrot needs to land a perfect flicker implosion or something like that. Can to just distract Fanyadigans being that sandbag that Evo needs to be. Fanyadigans, I agree with you. Once Vendetta managed to catch people, once Kirby managed to catch people, JH just runs it down against try to push Team Evil's damage dealers away. He doesn't really need to kill them. They just need to remove them from the fight. But hold on.
Carrot's trying to do that. Conceal
There we go.
with the flicker, Sacred Hammer, and the Implosion. Kirby and Vendetta, they get two, but nothing. Kirby now on the counter, engaged with the Avatar of the Guardian. Ken with the Vengeance pot as well as the Infernal Pursuit, but Chesty's just gonna round that up with the Black Shoes. Vendetta goes down. They're still going on Evil. Has the upper hand. They surge forward. Takes away 3 members of FYG, and now they do get this lore.
They definitely get this lore right here. Ken, he's just literally playing with ice right there. You can see how Kirby think that he could jump onto Ken, but this is Ken's phobias that we're talking about. Buys enough space for them, for Evo to step forward to send Sailor with the Dominator's Descent. They take the members of FYG and they take the Lord.
Can he do it? It was the question. The answer was yes, he can. Absolutely bonkers, I think just being there and just soaking up so much damage. I thought he was gonna die so many times, right? But the thing is that he was just able to sustain himself with his ultimate, with his passive. It's just, I'm starting to understand why
Are you a true believer of Ken phobias right now?
Not yet, but
Not
yet? Not yet.
After all that?
Nah, bro, no.
What does this man need to do to
little
please me?
faith.
Sorry?
Oh, ye of little faith.
Not with a
Believe in
penalty zone.
Believe in the Church of Ken's phobias because he has delivered space for Team Evil earlier just now. Now for Yardigans, they need to defend against this push right here. Team Evil gotta need more of that Church of Ken.
Look. I'm Asian, okay? You need, if you're striving for an A+ right now, you need to get like an S+, okay? That's what it is.
Stop being an Asian, Dad.
We'll see. He's trying to get the A+ for you, but the flicker in with the Implosion as well gets FYG. Vendetta is the first one to go now. Kirby with the Vengeance trying to fend them off Evil. They are trying to charge in. Lord is at its last leg, gets taken down. JH backline does a number onto Boyet here. Retri as well uses the Winter Crown, but he is going to... Oh my goodness, pops the Immortality, still manages to get out. And now Ken is also in trouble. Bon Cutie finishes him off, and it's going to be a disengage coming from Team Evil.
A good push coming from Evil, though.
Chesty doing so much work.
Yeah, I told you. Do you believe in Chesty now?
Okay. You know what, guys? You know Yes, I do.
Okay,
I believe in the chess.
Let's take a look at this replay, right? How it really started. Lord is actually shoving up top. JH is looking for opportunity to enter at the very last moment. Kirby with the avatar kind of creates a little bit of space, but if you notice how Fnaticans need to revert back to really defend that Lord push, so that's A-okay. Team Evil thinking that they had the opportunity to really step forward, but JH is holding on to that ultimate for so long. And Chesty, the bombs coming in, man, just outputting so much damage. The AoE is not something that, you know, the members of Evil wants to react to.
Yeah, Boncutie putting in the work and the damage as well, just being able to stop Evil in their tracks. It's looking really good, I think, for both teams. But Fnaticans is not out of the hot water yet. Lord is spawning in 30 seconds right now. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Fnaticans is going to play this. Whether they're going to handshake the Lord over or whether they're going to try to group up for a 5-on-5 team fight. JH catching the wave at the top side, so it's going to grant them a little bit more space. But can he reach the Lord in time?
The unfortunate thing is also, but hold on,
Boyette trying to dive in here. The Lord spawning soon as well, and both teams want to set up for this.
There we go.
The pull Vendetta! Avatar's got a combo into Team Evil, and they're getting blown up here. Absolute destruction on the side of Evil and FYG. They finally found this opening they're looking for, and this might be it if they take the Lord. It's one major push. Sayla and Coconut hanging around to see if they can make an impact.
That is absolutely disgusting coming off from Fnaticans. They caught Evil off guard, and now they're going to push that forward, ignoring that Lord Pit, and also just using, hopefully with the mid lane minutes, it's now up to Coconut and Sayla to defend this one.
Putting in the Nightmare spawn as well, but they make quick work off that mid-base turret and retreat to take the Lord. Boncutie now fully online, and he just charges through those defenses so quickly.
The Lord's going to get bursted down. There's no way Team Evil will be able to take that away unless Sayla does something really nutty. Oh, say hi a little bit, but Sayla...
He tries that Dominator's Descent, but he does not last. Pops out. Boncutie with the Blazing Duet is going to execute him right there. Lord still standing. They force the reset though, and now Evil gets to come back into this.
I thought Sayla was suicidal. I thought that was suicidal coming off of Sayla, but Sayla bought enough time to reset that Lord, and now FYG needs to go back to defend, and notice that the Team Evil regained Lord priority.
Mind-blowing plays, Sayla. Wow!
Fnaticans, they did a push in mid trying to close the game, but they didn't have the minion wave. It baffles me.
Okay. But at the very least, you know, Team Evil delays a little bit of time. Right now, Fnaticans does have 5-man, Evil only 4. Carrot needs an implosion right here, right now, and it has to be a good one.
They need to replay this again. Kirby, the damage onto him. Ken in the backline as well. I'm offended onto him. The Winter Truncheon, the Winter Crown popped to mitigate the damage, but he still dies. Kirby, Avatar, the Guardian in the backline zoning out. Coconut doing so much work. They cannot find an entry into this point here and forced to back out. They take the Lord here. Boyette, is he going to go for the 50-50? Does not look like it, as Chesty is there with the bombs. Lord goes the way of FYG.
Man, FYG abusing the fact there's one man down for the side of Team Evil, and not only just that, Team Evil sends 3 members right there. There was a really of a half-baked decision to really try to contest with that Lord right there. Instead, Boyette didn't join the team fight, instead focuses on cleaning up, and now FYG has friends.
Look at Boyette though, he is trying to go for a backdoor. This is a good angle as well.
This is insane. This is insane. Carrot goes in. I'm offended. Boyette almost does it, but he gets stopped by JH. And now it's going to be FYG charging through the base of Evil. Coconut last one shut down by Vendetta. Straight for the car. FYG take game number 3, winning the 2nd position in the standings of MPL SG right now.
Well, we're going to have to work on our power rankings right here when we go back home. Fnaticans gave a lot of problems over the side of NIP Flash, and now they take one series away from Team Evil. Absolutely fantastic plays, albeit not the main full roster of Team Evil, but it does show that Fnaticans does have what it takes.
Yes, they do.
Oh
do,
my
and I'm
goodness.
smiling.
Oh my goodness.
But you voted for Team Evil.
I did. I'm smiling, but like I said,
You voted
always,
2-0.
I did. I voted 2-0, but I am more than happy
have
to
receipts.
be proven wrong.
Absolutely.
I'm not going back on my word, you know? I'm not going back on my word. I believe that this was definitely Team Evil's win, right? And in fact, the ball was in their court, by the way.
90% to 10% predictions?
Yeah, the 10% actually went through.
No, but honestly speaking, like this is what I was saying from the start, right? And I'm not trying to say that. Oh yeah, I called it straight, but I called it straight, guys. Look, Franyardigans can't be counted out.
Brother, I have receipts on Instagram. I have receipts on the Excel list right here. You voted 2-0. But to be honest, guys, when is the last time you missed a 90% chance shot?
This is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
You
I'm
guys-
still in disbelief.
Yeah,
I have no words.
Check the paint knock, guys.
Anyways, we're gonna have to take a look
Must
as
be a
well
big
for the
sum.
side of the MVP as well for Franyardigans. I'm gonna give it to Chesty because my man is just wave clearing like nobody's business, but it is gonna be given over to Vendetta. Producer, you don't agree with me.
I mean, the entire team played out of their minds, right?
Yep.
And Vendetta with the setups as well, the lifesteal keeping him alive through that to be able to keep with the stuns, with the pulls.
Okay, I must say though, okay, in the early half of the game, Vendetta was invisible. But that was not his fault. It was because Team Evil just targeted him down non-stop. In fact, if you think back at the game, he was actually 0-4, I think, before he actually finally started getting kills. And the reason why I know this is because I was looking at the Ruby the entire time, and I was like, I don't see this Ruby doing anything. Then I quickly realized that he was just getting targeted down team fight after team fight after team fight. You know, so honestly speaking, it is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, this is gonna mess up not only just my power ranking as well, it's also gonna mess up everything, especially the plans of RSG, because if Franyardigans wins RSG next week, RSG will get relegated.
I'm excited.
It's great. This is down to the wire. It literally is down to the wire. This is playoff life here that we're talking about.
Yeah,
Where's Fanny?
Huh?
Where's Fanny? It's down to the wire. Where's
Okay,
the
I now know what you feel when I
Thank
go
you.
on that pun.
Thank you.
And I want to murder this guy on stream. And I have motive right now.
I am not sorry, guys.
But this is definitely sending a lot of panic signals over to RSG fans, right? Youngin right now must be also slightly panicky, right? Because man, FYG actually did a really good showing against Team Evil, and to a certain extent, NIP Flash, if they pick up their own heroes, like what I mentioned, comfort picks coming out from FYG, truly trumps against Team Evil's, you know, main lineup like this one. Sorry, main
sub lineup,
meta lineup.
Oh,
of
main
heroes.
meta. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it now. No, but I think I do want to give a bit of credit to RSG. They have looked like a different team since Gear has stepped back into the picture, or stepped into the picture, you know. So I think RSG is going to put up a good fight, and I'm really excited to see the FYG versus RSG matchup next week. But let's take a look at the items right now. You know, FYG ended up on top with a 7K gold lead at the end of a 23 minutes game. That's such a long... Dude, the games have been getting longer and shorter at the same time. I think previously we've seen an average of like maybe 15 to 18 minutes of games, but now we're seeing like 23 minutes, if not 10-minute games.
It's like extreme, right? You either have a really short game or they drag it out into the super late game.
Yep, and I also feel like, just looking through the items, man, JH even go for the War Eggs as well. More absorption, more lifesteal, yum, and also Winter Crown coming
More
in very
demure.
clutch with the ultimate. Yeah, you look very demure when you go Frozen, and as well, and maybe holding on War Eggs in your hand. Just wonder how GH actually as a joy. I just don't. It doesn't make sense how you put all that items into your pockets. Sorry, I'm just going on a bit of a rambling tour as well, but.
I think to interject there, right? I think one of the questions was, can JH play Assassins? I think this was the question that we asked at the start of the season, right? And as the season has progressed, this man has been proving himself more and more and more. He looked a little bit shaky with the Assassins at the start of the season, but now he's picking up the slack that he had, right? Now he's picking up Joy out of nowhere, and honestly speaking, it looked pretty good as well. He was target prioritization was there as well, and he was causing so much havoc in the backline just by walking around and popping off his ultimate. So JH needs to be given some credit as well.
Yep, of course. You know, apart from that, I agree with you. I was initially pressing a lot of F for doubting onto JH's assassin. Turns out he can play the Nolan quite well. This is a secondary choice, but this means that, you know, you're leaking out a lot of information over to everybody else. Don't forget FYG. I bet Youngin is watching this right now. He's like, I think he needs to come up with a plan to deal with JH. But apart from that, it's just comfort picks, right? Once Chesty picks up the Yi, once Chesty picks up the Lilia, you can see how comfortable he is on this particular one. Looking through the emblem very quickly right here, and you know, you see Coconut going even for Weapon Master in order to go and scale towards the later parts of the game.
Yeah, the carry build is very, very interesting. You know, Warcry as well. So used to seeing the Quantum Charge on the carry. So I don't know, 3-1 and 6. So let me see, he spaced himself pretty well. He was also very active in team fights. But I'm not sure how useful the Warcry was at the end of the day. I just wish there was like a Warcry kind of. I'm just sorry, there was like a emblem usage, you know, usefulness kind of percentage there.
I mean, every little bit counts, right? But I think what counts more also is the ability to get in the fight and do the damage. And I think, especially towards the end of it, Coconut was zoned out of so many fights that he just couldn't get in. It was either Chesty or it was Kirby and Vendetta, just making sure that no one could come close.
Actually, Chesty on the Lilia is also a very wise choice coming up from Pacifist, right? Apart from landing down the bombs, it also gives you good wave clear. You know, when the base defense require it, you also deny, you know, short-ranged marksman. Imagine a marksman just walk. It's like setting up a minefield for a short-range marksman to walk through, and also, you know, set up a minefield for Ken as he jumps into the air, slam, 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 and you know, he's gonna be right in front of you with those AoEs. It makes it Chesty a lot easier to just output the damage.
Yeah, and I have to say, today's games have just been so long and so close. You know, we started the day off by saying that we haven't really seen much of an even kind of scoreboard at the end of the day, but so many of these games today have just been very close. You know, damage taken it's what, 60k? Sorry, damage dealt is like 60k. It's not that much if you could look at the grand scale of things. Turret damage is 4k difference only. You know, honestly speaking, this game was close, and it's just showing just from the raw stats itself.
Team Evo was literally balancing on hair right there when they managed to send the push against FYG, but FYG bites back.
Yeah.
They bit back hard. I mean, it was even until the late game, it could have been anyone's game coming down to the important fights, right? Like Sayla with that move as well. Still a numbers disadvantage. But looking at the top 4 members here from the game, JH asked the rich guy Chesty. There you go, the carry. And poor Ken on the Phobius as the sandbag. Kirby with his setups.
A lot of damage coming out from Chesty, man. 240k?
Wait, hold on.
That's no joke.
So total damage dealt from the side of FYG is 260k. Total amount of damage dealt by Chesty is 240k.
No way.
No, wait. I mean, JH was doing so much damage as well. I don't believe, like, there has to be a glitch somewhere.
That's interesting. Anyway.
There has to be a glitch.
Okay, it's usually AoEs that that does a lot of damage, right? It goes into the numbers as well, so that's why the damage calculation is a little bit icky sometimes. But you gotta have to give it to Chesty right here. Without his damage, without him really just pushing, just dealing and chipping down Team Evo, especially onto Ken, right? Yeah, it's just gonna be really hard for FYG to take that one. Of course, speaking about Ken, he's the sandbag, 94k damage taken.
I guess you'd say that he can't do it this time. I'm not done.
Okay, take me out.
I'm not done, guys. We're still here for one more game, and I'm looking forward to all the potential puns.
Oh no, what have I signed up for? Anyways, okay, also, Best Wingman goes over to Kirby as well, but it all, likewise, what I mentioned is like, it's kind of interesting because when I look at the draft earlier as we go into this particular game, number 3, you just look at the draft one more time. Yes, Evo takes up a lot of prior picks, right? The Nolan, the Phobius, and to a certain extent, the Zask. FYG just say, hey, I'm going to play something I'm comfortable with and just run it down.
Run it down, they did, you know, honestly speaking. I wouldn't say run it down. I mean, it was so close. Anything could have happened. You know, it's a testament to FYG's playing style, you know, and how they've grown as a team throughout this regular season. And that's why we have a regular season, right? It's for the teams to practice with each other as well, and you know where the stakes are high for them, right?
Yep.
So I think Fart Yarnigans are really superior, not superior, but looking really good as a team going into the final week of MPLSG. So I'm really excited to see what they're going to show us next week.
Yeah, speaking of what they're going to show us, I am interested to showing you guys what they were discussing in the upcoming mic check.
Nice.
Gato on me.
Hey, we good. I'm low.
Can come back.
They revitalize. You cannot just back. I pull.
I know energy.
Slowly. Try. Back, just back.
Never mind, it's fine.
Right there, man. Hey,
Like that. No. Come.
Watching. Hey, look.
I got
Monkey behind.
Oh, I'm there.
Hey, Monkey, back. Slowly back. Might be it. Just get a tower. Get a tower and back. Back.
Get out.
Hey,
Help me.
Hellbong.
Just back. I'll die. Just leave me. Just back. If. All back.
Running. It's okay, we got 2 inhibs.
Go.
Can set
Hey, this guy's testing.
Outer.
Going. Hey, I'll take them.
Hey, got coconut.
Hey, can.
Hey, we win.
Space, please. Guys.
I'm hitting base.
I hit him.
Nice.
Hey, I thought him.
Forwards coming, Tigreal coming.
Nice.
Forwards and Tigreal coming.
Clear and back. Let drop.
Pick up ulti.
Can back first.
Kabi, you need to out.
Already. Just slowly. Can clear the lot first.
They conceal.
Lot first, please, lot first. I'll defend first.
Hey, Joy going crazy.
Nice.
Run away. I'm okay.
Okay. Tigreal still have also.
Hey, come!
I'm coming. Hey,
Oh, I'm dead. Hey, Sabar.
Hey, carry weapon.
Chasing you.
Hey, tiny, you're taking.
Wait, relax.
Wait.
Just end.
Go, me, all the way.
Nice.
Joy going crazy here. Literally, in my mind's like, Joy is that goose on the loose, literally.
And it was from their team.
Yeah, it's true.
The joy going crazy was on their team.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, head no thought.
I'm very sure that JH really enjoyed that one, but speaking about enjoying, hopefully you guys will be enjoying this dapper gentleman that will be breaking everything down in terms of game number 3. So I'm going to throw it over to Professor Churros.
Literally backs against the walls, just fighting for survival. FYG makes it up on top, and this was a really back and forth wrestling match. Everyone's fighting, no one's actually really dying, and when every single Lord fight or pre-Lord fight, people die, they wait and come back online, and then they clear out the team fight. It goes either ways. So I'm gonna break down 2 different team fights to see how FYG actually adapted to their strategy and to their composition as well. And speaking of composition, this is what we'll be starting in first. Let's go back to the drawing board. So in this lineup, we'll see Joy as well as Lilia, who are amazing damage dealers, dealing a lot of high damage in terms of getting into the back line, trying to zone out everyone, and that's what Chesty likes to play, those long-range artillery strikes. The Lilia is a perfect choice for him. He's played it in his time in Stellark, and he's played it perfectly well. Just going back to his element, he's not conforming to a lot of the new metas that are coming into play. On the other side, though, Ken on his signature Phobias, that brings a whole new other dimension to the team fights that they're going to be having. This is just the first example where, if you take a look at the minimap, we see Bong Cutie as well as Chesty up on that top side, and Vendetta as well as Kirby down on the bottom side. They're playing it as a sort of like a wraparound. Their goal was to try to maintain this position and try to wrap around on both sides. But the issue was that leaves Bong Cutie as well as Chesty, mainly your damage dealers, in a spot of bother when things go south. So Carrot identifies that they're playing in this way. Boyette follows him up, gets the implosion onto the tanks, try to buy time for Ken to just do his thing, and creating a lot of space between the main tanks, Vendetta as well as Kirby, from the rest of the team. and Ken, being the Fovia's genius himself, pops that Winter Crown just in the nick of time, buying time for Sayla to pop the Dominator's Descent. I have to rewind a couple of times to see if he was actually holding in his Dominator's Descent all throughout that fight, because Coconut, Carrot, and Boyette, they were not in position at this time. We need to wait until they get that wraparound and make sure that they're comfortable to get a front-to-back team fight, which is what Team Evil likes to do. Boyette and Carrot sees the opportunity. Ken is confident. He goes in, and Boyette and Carrot cleans up shop. So this was one of the breakdowns of FYG's composition. If they separate too far away from the damage dealers as well as the frontline tanks, they will lose every single team fight thereafter. Fast forwarding into the final fight, this was just an amazing connection from Vendetta, knowing where Boyette is, knowing where Carrot is, and this is due to our little friend, the Letho over here, giving a lot of vision to the space that's around. No, he knows where Carrot is hiding. He knows where Boyette is hiding. As long as he, the Lethal Wanderer, sees that, he understands where this position is, because he still has his flicker ready. So watch what he does. At this point, his flicker is ready. He's throwing it all in because the Lethal gave him that information. Chesty, in that point of time, was around this position. He knows where and when to start that engage. Pops that flicker and goes in. It's all in. And the chain combos with the Gotcha as well. And all hell breaks loose. It was just pandemonium at that point of time. FYG must be feeling so proud of themselves at this moment. And this was the last fight, the penultimate fight before they took the Lord and actually cleaned up shop. And with that, this is my breakdown for game number 3. There is quite a bit. There's quite a bit of things that FYG has adapted to, picking up the signature heroes, picking up something that they're comfortable with. They go out, they still go out with a huge bang. And with that, I want to throw it over to our beautiful host downstairs. Sure, take it away.
It's abstract, not sure. Never mind. Here I have, we got Pacifist from Front Yardigans that will be joining me in this segment where we will talk a little bit more about what has happened thus far. And of course, first things first, congratulations on the victory on your side.
Thank you.
We gotta focus on the crux of the issue, right? Because we know that when it comes down to, on a completely separate issue like NIP Flash, they sub in and out between LOLC as well as JPL. Do you think that when it comes down to Powerful as well as Coconut, this kind of thing going on, do you think that this is a similar thing that is what Evil is doing to you guys?
I mean, personally, I think they are quite safe in upper bracket already, so they just want to let their subs have a game.
So just try a bit lah.
Yeah.
Mouth test a bit here and there.
Yeah.
But in the end of the day, are you guys still happy with the win, regardless?
Yeah, we're still happy with the win, of course. Like, we hold on.
Okay, so when it comes down to this game, were you guys prepared to deal with a Powerful, or you guys kind of knew like, okay, when it comes down to this, they know that there's no stake, we'll just play all the way through?
Oh, we were just prepared to just give it our all today.
Oh, okay. Now, when it comes down to this game today that we have thus far, we managed to see the game all the way to the full 3-game series. Between first, second, and third, which one is the game that you like the best when it comes down to drafting, that is?
Game 2 and 3 was definitely my favorite because those were the games that were like we were really on our final life already. Then they really then they wake up.
Really test you guys to the absolute limit, right?
Yeah.
Technically, that's what we've been talking about. But first things first, right? Before we continue, right? Thank you so much for not being too tall. Wait, how tall are you, by the way?
I'm 178.
178.
And I'm single.
It is still... Guys, Pacifist, coach, player as well. You guys know where to hit up. Go on to MPL Official Singapore if you guys want to, get his contact information. Let me know. I will be his matchmaker for a little bit. Very, very handsome. One side, okay, 2 side. Okay, he's got 2 side earring, unlike mine, so he's more cool than me. So make sure you guys let me know. Give yourself a quick little shout out. Where do they find you?
It's hard to spell. It's KOLNEWO.
KOLLEWO.
Kolnewo.
Oh, L-E-W-O. Oh, what does that mean?
It's my name backwards.
Kollewo.
Newo.
Newo. Owen. I
Let's
can't
move on to the next segment.
Yeah, I can't. Okay, generally the next segment is basically me shaking your hands, but we can do it the opposite way. Thank you so much for joining into the interview.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Never mind. But thank you so much and congratulations once again. We are going to be going in for the next game very soon. You can move over to the side. And, well, as much as I want to do and kind of like play around with that segment a little bit by doing the opposite things, I'm not good with the opposite thing, as you can clearly tell. But once again, congratulations over to Front Yardigans for having that amazing win over Evil. Pretty sure that Evil is definitely going to be looking at Front Yardigans and be like, yeah, they are definitely a contestant that they cannot underestimate. With the third series that is done and dusted for today, we are going to be going in for a short little break. And once we are back, we will be able to join in with you guys for the fourth match, and that will be the last match of the day. Make sure you guys don't go away too far. We'll be right back with you.
Crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the Land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab People Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh? Broken. Bro.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL queue.
They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushi, so it's pretty broken for me. Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? He one-shot me every time.
Okay, what phobia?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why to see?
I hate to fight against it.
And basically, one gift. As long as you can play the hero very, very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see? What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors? M6 is gonna be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
They are the curse breakers, the two-time world champions!
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's gotta be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking? I don't know. But more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true though. I'm kind of dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We gotta talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we gotta talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming MSEC. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style, you know? Like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
the
I
BMI because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always, the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm going to be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good times.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is?
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute. Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
we've had enough.
We've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have to suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players. That's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players, because well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough. They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say, because you know he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even on the group stage, you know who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy, but in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think
yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizy, like what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent, you can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the Land of Dawn with the coolest reward for every single one of you guys. Why? Because it's raining diamonds all over here. Because all you need to do is buy 2 of Roto's eye drops and you will qualify yourself with 400 MLBB diamonds. But not only that, don't say bocho, because we do have a free Secret Lab People Titan worth $679 that we are going to be giving away to one of you lucky winners as well. Who's your champion today? Roto!
Who is the most broken hero?
Huh?
Broken.
Bro.
Because I very sadly lost to this hero in MPL queue.
They need to nerf this hero started.
The damage of Julian is so high.
This idiot can fly. That's why. Very gay.
Angela's just annoying.
Why you say Moscow?
I Moscow.
Because he can split push and go to the other side of the map very easily.
For me, every time I use hard roam, it's very hard to play against Zushi, so it's pretty broken for me. Why?
Me, Aurora, because his heart is so fun.
Huh? You one-shot me every time.
Okay, what phobias?
Because right now, his ulti can spam. Don't need dash also, can get stacked. Then does a lot of damage also.
So why is it?
I hate to fight against it.
Can basically one give. As long as you can play the hero very well, I think no one can actually kill you.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final game, or rather, the final match of the day. My name is Abstract. I'm going to be your host for this final match between Rift Esports versus NIP Flash. When it comes down to the previous game, definitely we did have a major upset with Evil that unfortunately didn't manage to get themselves their 2 games win against Front Yardigans. Definitely a surprise for many, but of course when it comes down to Evil realizing, yeah, there's not much stake on hand, they did manage to come in with a little bit of subs here and there, which kind of changed the dynamics of the game. So this is where the question we gotta have to ask. Will this kind of situation for Evil be the same thing as NIP Flash? Will we be looking at NIP Flash kind of, changing things around? Well, we shall take a look at their roster in a bit. But for now, we're gonna have to bring in the very first team up onto the podium. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Rift Esports! Rift Esports, they are now on their battle stations and very ready to deal with the top dogs of MPL SG Season 8. What do they have in their battle plan? What do they kind of strategy they may have hidden thus far? It is time for us to find out. In the meantime, we talked about them, NIP Flash, time and time again. We have seen different kind of variations when it comes down to heroes. We'll come to see different players in and out to play. But what's going to be the battle story this time? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have NIP Flash! NIP Flash with their latest 5 roster. It seems like we still have JPL in the mix. They'll be joining with the rest of the team to play in this game against Rift Esports. Definitely not that typical changing that Zarte has always been kind of playing about by putting Lolzy in here and there. But who knows, maybe when it comes down to Game 2 or Game 3, we might be able to see a little bit of a change. Well, it is all highly dependent on what Zarte decides to do. But ladies and gentlemen, let us just jump right in over to the caster's desk and take a look and listen out to what the casters have got to say.
Well, thank you very much, Strike, and of course, it is still us. Jace, and we also have Croissant, we also have Scrubby. We'll be casting for this particular series. What's going on? Is there something
Still
wrong?
us? I mean, bro, you make it sound as if, yeah, you want to get rid of us or something. Still us. Sorry, okay, I can take my leave now.
Hey, it's okay. You can stay. You can
There,
stay.
there.
You can stay too. You can stay. It's okay. But anyways, we'll be casting for this one. NIP Flash going up against Rift Esports. Rift Esports, you know, I think top 3, top 4 right now in terms of the standings as well, in terms of power rankings. You could also say that. I think right now we're going into like the second last day of the regular season already. So, you know, any thoughts about Rift versus NIP Flash?
Yeah, look, Rift, I think, is looking, has looked pretty good this season. They started off really, really shaky, I think, in the first week, first day, actually. But then they really started to prove themselves once they got their footing, and now they've got a new jungler as well. Yep. And they've looked pretty good, I think, yesterday, in my opinion.
Yeah, they did. And in fact, you know, you talk about the new jungler coming in. Yesterday, we do have the roster up on your screen in just a bit of a jiffy. And literally, Canonio, the jungler that was added in by Rift Esports, replacing Slowly.
For now, right? For now.
For now.
But yeah, you know, I think I'm really, really excited to see this team. You know, and this team has evolved, right? I mean, Rift coming out from Asterisk, not the full roster, but they're looking really, really good, especially with Bear back in the picture as well. Bear being super, super pivotal, I think, in this meta as well. You know, season we saw him on champions like on heroes like Benedetta, and things like that. But this time around, we've seen him play the more of the tanky heroes as well, and he's able to adapt. So that's the bear trap is still active. But they do have a huge, I think, mountain to climb if they want to look at beating the champions, the Goliath,
definitely
that they're facing right now.
Definitely, like a lot of these teams, especially the top 3, top 2 teams, the likes of Team Evo, the likes of Rift Esports, to a certain extent RSG and also Bleed. I think they really want to try their luck against NIP Flash because that's where you really know exactly where your power ranking is. And we saw yesterday, if Fnaticans can also make it really difficult for NIP Flash for game number 2, anything can happen, especially in the regular seasons.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not every day that you get to, play against giants as well. So it's a tall order, but maybe they can learn a thing or two from this team that you see on the screen. Now, we have role swaps coming in. It's going to be JPL on EXP, Vanix in the jungle, Curtizi still in the mid lane, Diablo, Rome, and Hades Gold. So you were wondering, why JPL still here? They're going to pull out the Swaparoos in a different manner today.
Yeah. Look, at least we can prepare for this, right? It's not like they do it in the pick and ban phase. At least they're telling us up front, hey guys, we're doing this, so just be prepared. Okay?
What if they show you they're doing this after that, then they pull a fast one?
They can still choose heroes that are not meant to be in those lanes.
Don't do this to me.
Because right now I'm looking at my stats, and speaking of which, we do have stats showing up on screen. Those stats are going to get very, very wonky. But first, let's take a look at Rift Esports first.
Yeah, Rift Esports, we talked about Bear a little bit earlier. 3.73 KDA is actually pretty average for an EXP laner, but then we want to bring the attention over to Chu. Chu has really, really grown, and I think, Jace, you mentioned earlier in the season how Chu is one of your gold laners to look at. And 720, the Rising Star, 728 gold per minute is on the higher end of things. And damage to Tara, pretty decent as well. Moskov being one of his signature picks for this season, right? Really, really, really good. And actually, okay, well, I was going to look at the total control rate from Canonio, but that's only from from yesterday's matches, so it's not really a fair statistic to look at. But Pancake as well, look at the damage taken, 113k average, showcases that he is in the middle of the fight at all time.
Yeah, and speaking about NIP Flash, we're going to go over to their stats as...
Yeah, Nutty. You asked for Nutty. Here is Nutty. Literally no stats.
I'm just... Okay, guys, I am already I'm just literally feeling the burn that I need to go through these Excel sheets again and just like everything is messed up. Thank you very much.
I love it.
No, I don't like it.
In case anyone who's watching this doesn't get it, they've all swapped roles except Curtizi. That's why there are no stats on the screen.
And look, even though Curtizi is in the mid, I'm fully expecting something non-normal.
Okay, to be honest, it's Vanix going back to his old role. When he first debuted in Zion Esports back in Season 3, he debuted as a jungler. Back then, he was a one-trick Leomon. So maybe we may see that later on. But before we go into, our predictions or everything, we do have a little bit of a head-to-head video. See what spicy stuff Zarate has prepared for us.
Between Lozzy and JPL, I wouldn't compare them because they're both like veterans and very experienced players. But it's more fun to go against Lozzy, as knowing him in real life also, he's quite a entertaining old man. And yeah, I just like his vibe. So I would prefer to go against Lozzy.
So I think they are an all-star team, so they bring in different knowledge and different play style from their old teams, and then they come together and they really sit down and talk to each other how they gonna play it and all. So I guess when I see them, what makes it special is that they have different play style and they can adapt fast. That's why I think that they are really strong.
So I think S3's last season, also known as VV Sport, is
strong because I think the mid duo are not bad. Like I think they, especially FMM, I think he, from what I heard, he lead the team lah. Then with the departure of him, I think the Rift Esports now might do badly. And slowly, I don't think he can carry the whole team.
With FMM and Kiwi leaving, right, I think this team would have better leadership and do even better. You know why? Because if it was so impactful, right, FMM would be able to lead his open qualifier to victory. But he didn't, and took the easy way out to join another team. If Melon is able to perform, I think I'll be quite surprised lah. Reason being, you know, open qualifiers, if you cannot even win, what can I say?
I fear for Zarate's life.
The bird.
He needs a bodyguard 24/7 right here, right now, because if he's going around antagonizing every single player, I think that's a bit of a morale warfare already set up by Zarate.
The thing is, though, they live up to that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You can't do
They
anything.
walk the talk.
Yeah, they walk the talk,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, literally, there are big steppers, underground methods, everything. They're just throwing it right at these teams. And with that said, let's pull out our predictions for the side of this desk. We shall see 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Yes, pretty normal. We can take that away. Okay, I think it's pretty standard, right?
Well, now that they've swapped roles, though, right? You're going to see how they're going to perform on the different roles and still be able to achieve that 2-0. I think that's going to be what's interesting.
If that's said, I can take that away. Let's take a look at your predictions as well. 100%?
99%? 95%?
Oh, 80. Well, the math
Wait, the
don't
math
add
is
up,
wrong.
but I think it's 20? No, it's
90%.
90%. Okay.
Is Abstract working on this percentage? Is that why the math is wrong?
100%. Master strikes again.
Yeah, Master strikes again. 90% leaning in the favor for the side of NIP Flash, of course. But we've seen 10% happen before. It just happened last series.
And okay, one fun fact, which I've heard as well, is that if NIP Flash takes this game 2-0, they would have gotten a clean, undefeated 14 matches. And
True.
that's making history in MPL SG, never before.
True, that's actually pretty interesting pointers, right? And I think the most important thing that we also have to talk about is that there's a head-to-heads that we do have. Apparently, from what I heard,
Keep in mind, it's the only one.
Yeah, it's the only one. Yeah, from what I heard, it's all. Oh yes, because there's no stats for the rest of these players. It didn't click in my head. Oh my goodness, but here you go. The player head-to-head, 79% versus the 72% team fight participation. Almost similar in terms of average damage dealt, and also very wide different pool, hero pool, right? But Cortese definitely the same similarities that you see is the Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora has been proven to be one of the top, if not the premier picks of this season, and you can see almost any mid laner who is worth their stuff plays Aurora, right? So honestly speaking, these two players very, very, very good. Cortese obviously having the international experience, I think, has shown his prowess on the Lanadon.
Technically speaking, for the side of Rift, you have Pancake and you also have Kendall Neo. Technically speaking, they are experiencing that international experience as well, right?
Yep.
Albeit from a different team, and also right now being in MPL Singapore, right? Trying to make a name for themselves. We've seen players like these before, right? We've seen the likes of Lucian Cutie, right? Who's now in MDL ID, Pex as well, also working quite well in MDL ID. Don't forget the coach, Coach Dolly, back in the good old days, who coached RSG, right? A lot of these players, and also to a certain extent coaching staff, come over to MPL Singapore to make a name for themselves. But speaking of which, they need to try to make a name for themselves against NIP Flash, against the Singaporean Tyrants.
Singaporean Tyrants. Indeed, we're going straight into the picks and bans phase. We see NIP Flash banning out the Phobias, banning out the Ruby, and for the side of Rift, you're seeing them ban out the Chip. Very, very, very stock standard bans. I am very much more interested in the picks this time around, guys.
Right now, Chip definitely banned, like what you mentioned. NIP Flash bans over the Phobias and the Ruby. High loss is also open. And Rift is tackling this as if NIP Flash is gonna play standard. I think Riv right now is also confused. If you're RL19, imagine you prepared NIP Flash by watching all the games, and all of a sudden Zarate does something like this, switcheroo. I think RL19 is confused.
Checking out here, guys.
Hey, don't leave me alone. Scrubby, help me.
No. I mean,
don't leave me alone too.
Jokes aside, right? Alice ban, it's interesting because I mean the thing is that you don't usually see Alice ban so early in the picks and bans phases, right? You're predicting them to do something funky, or you're trying to prevent them from doing something funky. So in this case, I'm thinking it's the latter, right? In terms of some sort of prevention from accessing of the backlines. So I'm curious as to what Rift is cooking right at this point, RL19 specifically.
Yeah, I think RL19, the dish they're cooking is probably just banning things that they don't want to meet, like the Alice is also really strong in this particular meta as well. You saw it yesterday, Maniac
today
by Vanix as well, and even today, right? Used by FMM, albeit to a decent extent, the amount of space that she can create, the amount of zoning that she can create, right? Riv bans away Moskov right here. Hylos open, Zarsk open.
They're trying to pinch Hades' pool. Oh wait.
It's not Hades, so...
They have no information. We have no information, guys.
Wait, do they have
we
information?
We are confused as RL19 because I don't know what Hades can play in the gold lane unless he plays the Roger.
I think to your point though, Jace, it's also about playing your own game, right? Rift with their own game plan. You have to kind of focus on that as well, because there's no way, absolutely no way you're gonna ban out every one of NIP Flash heroes.
No,
it's just not possible.
It's
so
impossible.
focusing on your own game and doubling down on that might be the way to go.
Okay, I hear Hylos coming out from the side of NIP Flash. Feels pretty normal right now, but Rift will be able to take the Link and also the Terizla away. Bear does play a very mean Terizla in the EXP lane. The penalty zones literally feels like you're trapped there with him. That's how he earns the moniker of Bear Trap.
I guess you could say that, you know, whoever lands in his penalty zone gets a penalty. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Bro, that's mild. That's normal.
I'm sorry.
Try harder.
I'll step up. Okay.
Try harder.
All right. So going back into the picks and bans, you know, I think you're right. Terizla Ling, pretty standard duo right now for the side of Rift, and then on the side of NIP Flash, we've got Yves, whom I thought was going to be a different pick in the mid. But
okay, that's a Fanny.
Wow, we've got a Fanny as
Should
well.
not be a mid Fanny, right? Okay. Luckily, it's Cartesius already picked up the Fanny or the Yves already, but that will be Vanix playing the Fanny this time around if we were to believe the roles that NIP Flash told us.
I'm right now just thinking if like they are just trolling us with the role swaps and they're not actually playing those roles.
Yeah,
right.
That's why I was telling you guys, right?
Standard pick, unless you see like what Fanny mid Yves Rome.
Actually, Yves Rome works. It was brought up by Blacklist International once a long time ago. Oh my Venus did it.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not. Okay, I may be cooking a little bit too much here, but you know, could be like a Yves Rome, Fanny mid once again.
Y'all, NIP Flash has gotten your hits.
Yeah, that's why. That's what they're doing, right? That's what they're doing to RL19 as well, right?
They're living freaking rent-free in my head, man. Having to try to figure this out and analyze this is so hard.
Oh, thank God you're on the analyst.
Somebody save me.
Oh no, I'm doing color today, so can we swap?
No.
Scrubs,
All right.
Can we swap? Can I do play-by-play?
So we've seen the Tan ban coming out from Rift, and you're right, you know, Scrubs, I think you mentioned that Rift is just doing their own game, right? They're just trying to execute their own game plan, and to be honest, on paper, everything looks quite stock standard, even though the players themselves may be playing a different role than what they used to. Everything else seems pretty tame for the side of NIP Flash right now, but you know, I may have just cast a curse that as we go into the last bans for the side of Rift and NIP Flash.
Yeah, not only just the fact that NIP is coming out from the banning phase with 2 solid picks. These 2 solid picks would definitely bamboozle things. Rift, on the other hand, they need to pick it right? If not, NIP Flash would just suddenly pull a fast one and leave us all jaw-dropping.
I mean, this wouldn't be the first time that NIP Flash has done something like this. And like I said, whenever I see them playing, I always get really, really excited because you know, you never know what they're gonna do, right? So
yeah, I agree. I feel like the fact that, you know, like, sorry, where am I going for this? I was thinking along the fact that if that excites you, I don't know what else.
All right, so we do see Cho getting picked up for the side of Rift, taking that away from JPL maybe, as you know, if JPL is playing the EXP lane, you could have seen Assassin Cho Part 2 in the hands of the true master maybe. But once again, we're likely gonna see the last two picks like done in very quick succession.
Yep.
As you know, part of the NIP Flash MO. My breath, I'm holding on to it.
Okay, Claude, very standard. Okay, NIP Flash is playing really standard right here, unless this last pick right here. From the side, NIP Flash will throw us all away. Rome is open. Not too sure what they will go for there.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep silent for this.
That's a Kufra. Okay, this is very standard coming off an NIP Flash, but it is Diablo on that Kufra, Claude on Hades. Yeah, I think it's still standard for coming from NIP Flash.
Yeah, it feels very standard.
Maybe, really, Zarate really got into our heads.
He has been living rent-free in my head for the past 3 weeks, man. I can't. Whenever I go, I hear his voice in my head, bro.
Fanny, man.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no. Okay. But you know, I think there is definitely a world where the role swaps make sense.
Yeah, definitely. Don't forget, ladies and gents, if you're realizing that Suyu is also playable by you guys, it's not playable by MPL players because there is a 2 weeks freeze. It will be coming back online around October, just before we started playoffs. So you'll be able to see it in playoffs. But right now, Rift, last pick, that would be a Vexana coming in from the side in the hands of Melon. So tons of knock-up. There's also the penalty zone. There's also the Cho as well for the knock-up. So it's decent picks coming out from Rift. You solve the problem of not having enough HP bars by dropping an internal guard.
I'm just laughing. I'm just thinking of Vanix playing Fanny, man. I mean,
hey, come on. He used to be a jungler back then, right?
No. Don't get me wrong. He used to be a jungler, and all credits go to that. But Fanny is one of the hardest junglers to play around, or one of the hardest heroes to play around, right? And honestly speaking, it's gonna be a true, it's gonna be a true testament to his skill, right? If he manages to palette the Fanny well. But this game, I don't even know where to start, man.
Okay, I'm looking at my Excel sheet right now, and I feel like there's a lot of potential problem because Vanix jungle, Hades Claude in the gold lane, going up against Chu as well. Ling should be able to dodge the Fanny sometimes because, you know, you can just dash over the wall. You cannot spin, you cannot reach unless you have the cutthroat ultimate on. But we shall see, ladies and gents. We're going to go into game number 1 between NIP Flash versus Rift Esports. NIP Flash on the way for a 14-0. No losses, especially in this particular regular season.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'll be feeling really uncomfortable if I was NIP Flash, hoping that they go 14-0. Pancake just comes right in to try and steal it.
Ooh, lands the first blood there. Pancake also burning that flicker just to try and get away. Super aggressive on that Cho.
You sure that's not Hades? Maybe they swap phones.
I mean, like you said, Vanix was a jungler, right?
Yeah, but that looks really clean.
That looks really clean from the side of Vanix. Forget me doubting him. We do see some recall action happening at the EXP lane. Wet Noodles kind of just showcasing that, hey, look, there's no point in fighting. We're just going to recall in each other's faces. A little bit of a mid lane movement right now. We do see actually Ling coming to counter jungle for the side, invading the jungle for the side of Fanny.
Yep. Assassin emblem for the side of Hades though. Usually we've seen tank emblems, you see marksman emblems, but Hades going for the destructive option, the more armor penetration option. But it gives you movement speed as well, so I think that's what Hades is looking for.
I mean, why defend when you can just attack, right?
Yep.
All right, we're gonna see. Wow, Vanix putting in the work.
Yeah, mid lane. That's Melon get taken down even before our observers can also go over that for now. The turtle should be spawning very soon. A quick refresh is definitely needed for the side of NIP Flash. You can see the movements coming off of Curtisi going down to the bot lane to get that juicy EXP. JPL though, this kind of rotation feels awkward. Did he forget that he is a he's a EXP laner?
No, I think he's purposely doing that, right? Because they want to give him the priority, get to level 4 right as the turtle is spawning.
Yeah.
Yeah, the knock-up onto JPL and Diablo Glorious Pathway popped as well. Tempest of Blades there. Cannonio secures the turtle, and enough damage being put out on Diablo now to force him to back. Bear takes that one. Vanix comes in, but too little too late.
Yep. Bear taking that kill, absolutely okay. Rift also walks away with the turtle. So NIP Flash, I don't know whether this is a good or bad thing.
No, I think it's fine. I mean, honestly speaking, right now the gold lead is only 100 gold towards the side of Rift. Yes, they are one turtle down, but I think this is perfectly fine. Vanix has a 2-kill lead right now, and he's just going to snowball that from here.
Lethal Ignition as well. He's really aggressive. He wants to really aggress onto Rift. He's finding the pickoffs, right? Exactly what we want from a Fanny, especially in early games. Because towards the later parts of the game, if you don't get that,
Real
Cartesi.
manipulation. Pop here, Pancake, flicker again defensively to get out of that. A lot of aggression here in the mid lane.
Using that in order to avoid getting kicked and also knocked out by Pancake is truly a testament. And Cartesi, using the real world manipulation, burns away the flicker from Pancake. If Pancake didn't burn that flicker, I think that would be a good trade coming out from Rift.
Yeah, that was a really, really good move from Cartesi, actually identifying that using the RWN. And it's going to be really, really good. But the thing is that I think the flicker is going to be... Oh, no, actually, the flicker is going to be on cooldown for the next turtle fight, which is going to be pretty massive for the side of NIP Flash.
Exactly, and it's a very bad timing. Vanix.
Oh, coming in with the cutthroat, love damage onto 2, but he takes too much turret damage as well. Has to back out of that. Hades, though, in the backline, does pop the BMI to get out. Pancake, giving vision, just walking around now. Putting pressure on the other side of the map, and the turtle now spawning on the bottom in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, but Vanix doesn't have the purple buff yet. Cannonier also doesn't have purple buff yet. Hades goes into Blazing Duet. And I think because Vanix waited out the ultimate of True, that gives Hades a lot of space.
Yeah, man. Not only that, the thing is that with the Blazing Duet actually used by Hades.
Vanix comes in with the cutthroat, does manage to put him down, so it's 3 kills now for him. Turtle, though, the knockup onto NIP Flash here. Rift chasing them down. It's going to be enough to send them back off of this turtle. So finally, Rift get control of this and another objective in their pocket.
Hold on. Diablo's HP bars is suspiciously low. You're expecting more HP on Diablo. The last time I see him going on roam, he was playing a Franco, but damaged Franco with BOD and Blades of Hephaestus. Take a look. Okay, fine. At the very least, he's still going tank items. Okay, that kind of scared me just a little bit.
Damaged Kufra, man. What year are we in?
Why not? Imagine the Kufra with BOD. The bouncing ball is truly gonna hurt.
Oh my gosh, dude, the scaling of that thing isn't even that great.
I mean, Diablo can make it work, right?
It's true, it's true. Alright, we do see Rift kind of identifying that they want to suck down Hades. They can't let the Claude farm up, right? So I really like the grouping that Rift did, but NIP Flash stopping them, realizing that Claude is going to be the win condition in this late game of the fight. Yeah, actually, let's talk about the late game a little bit. Or at least the state of the game. Right? Both teams actually are looking for a late game team composition, right? If you think about the Terizla, you think about the carry, as well as the Vexana, they're going to hurt a lot on the side of Rift. But on the side of NIP Flash,
they do. I mean, Hades does scale really well to late game. Cartesi as well. Vanix is the one that probably will fall off just a little bit. That's where the Link truly shines. And yeah, I think in terms of late game, both teams want to scale, but from what I'm seeing from NIP Flash's roster, I think they got a lot of HP bars that Rift has to go through.
Pancake looking for a fight. The knockup in the backline. Diablo with the Tyrant's Revenge here. Uses Bouncing Ball to get away. Glorious Pathway popped as well. Rift going to disengage from that one.
Yeah. JPL is working on his KDA. Usually his KDA is mostly A in the assists. I think he's looking for more Ks.
Yeah, JPL playing a more aggressive role, a more playmaking role.
Diablo with the bouncing ball. Tyrant's Rage as well. Pins Chu to the wall. Hades, though, gets zoned out by Pancake there, so not able to close out that kill. But they do get that turret on top. JPL in trouble. Bottom side, Eternal got popped. Gonna be Pancake finishing him off there. Here comes Cannonio. Cartesi with the flicker. Tempest of Blaze. Late on him into the real manipulation. And a Blazing Duet is popped as well. Does not seal him. 1 HP. And he gets away from that. In the meantime, Vanix comes in with the finish onto Cannonio, and it's going to be packing the back and forth. Still here, the shield from the Shunpo So 4 members down on MIP Flash.
Hey, Qua, that's a little bit rude, right? Come on, that's a bit rude.
I'm laughing with them. If you look at the screen, the player cams, the moment Vanix was using his wires, all of them started laughing. They all saw the same thing.
Yeah, because he missed everything.
I've never seen people so happy to be missing their skills and like getting deaths on their team.
Oh my goodness me. But anyways, right here, Rift, by the way, trust me, they are doing a pretty good job. 3 turtles into their pockets. A decent goal lead, healthy one. Mid lane of NIP Flash cracked open. Rift does suffer a loss up top though. Diablo.
Yep, terrified here. Pancake still hanging around. They're gonna be fine for now, and the turret on the bottom still stands.
I'm immediately thinking of all the TikTok content that's gonna flow out of that one when Vanix plays the Fanny, and then then they just those replay with those cables.
Man needs some warm up, okay?
Dude. It reminds me of. I have the perfect analogy, okay?
Wait, we're gonna go into a replay? Oh my god, we're gonna go into a replay!
Alright, so as we see right here, right? We see a team fight happening right now, and Riv actually manages to lock down Cortese. Cortese is completely out of the fight. Canon Neo actually manages to escape with a dot of his HP. But if you look at the map, this is where Vanix's time to shine. He comes in, kills Canon Neo, and then he becomes a Star Wars clone trooper.
3.
Right? This is where he becomes a Star Wars clone trooper. Pew, 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 but misses everything.
But actually, at the very least, NIP Flash does trade for 2. And we talk about, scaling towards the later parts of the game. I personally feel that, NIP Flash, especially on Hades, right, on the clock, right, will start shredding. But Chu is poised to basically just be the constant DPS, especially when it goes into light wheels.
I also want to bring your attention to the map. Actually, sorry, before that, taking a look at the in-game equipment, Kufra, Diablo actually going for the Thunder belt first, which is very interesting. So it's still slightly off-built, I suppose. Both gold laners, actually right now, Hades just managing to finish his Holy Trinity. Chu very, very close to finishing his at the moment.
Yeah, Chu definitely needs at least one more, like the Wind of Nature, because you're dealing with a Claude, right? So once you survive the first burst, Vanix goes hunting.
Once again, Clone Trooper Syndrome strikes again.
But at least he hits the cables.
He missed a few.
Hey, it's about percentages, right? As long as you try as much as you can, one of them will hit.
Definitely.
Alright, okay, Vanix.
Rift comes in for this. Pancake kick onto Vanix. Knockout. They do shut him down here. Damage dealer is gone. JPL on the run. Diablo with a Tyrant's Rage here onto 2. Stops the onslaught. Backline though. Chu in some trouble. The 1v1 against Hades, and he wins out that one. It's going to be 2 on the side of NIP Flash. Cortese on the run. Bear chasing him down. Here comes Diablo with a bouncing ball. Does stop them from advancing further.
Okay, I think fun time is over for the side of NIP Flash. Rift has scaled.
Rift is scaling as well. Keep in mind, this is not the final form. They're going to keep hitting harder and harder, but it's the same thing for the side of Hades. I do want to say, though, NIP Flash is definitely still in this game. In terms of tower objectives, right? They're dead even right now. Even with the Lord coming in, okay, now it's no longer even.
I like how you switch codes right there, because right now there's a Lord push being done by the side of Rift. Rift is going around the extremities of the map, dismantling turrets left, right, center. NIP Flash locked back into the base. Only Bastion outside of their base is only at the bottom lane.
Yeah, I would like to ask whoever was thinking that they could go 14-0, whether or not they still think they can go 14-0.
I mean, it's a goal here, right? If they do clear this undefeated, it's gonna make history. And don't count NIP Flash out, right? Because we've seen them come up from the bottom.
Okay, that's a continue play.
Speaking
Knock
of
up.
that, on the bottom lane, Pancake flickers in the kick. Vanix disappears from the map. Glorious pathway as well to stop them. But here comes Diablo. Oh, he gets taken down. Instead, trying to go in. Cortese in trouble. Damage poured on by Canon Neo. Tempest of Blades. The shield, though, keeps him alive. He slits and dices. Still manages to knock him off, and it's 3 down
bottom
on the
lane.
side of Rift, on the side of NIP Flash, and now Rift. This is their window of opportunity going in the bottom. Pancake trying to create that zone. JPL though with the heals and the sustain keeps him alive, and Rift looks happy with that for now.
Yeah, definitely. If you're fighting against an NIP Flash, you definitely are happy, right? You're already taking down most of the turrets all the way out back. Hey, Hades.
Well, I mean,
The flicker has been committed by the side of Bear, but you're like back to my topic earlier just now. Rift taking down the bottom lane turrets as well, cracked open the base NIP flash. To be honest, ladies and gents, if I show you, if I cover the team name, right? This is actually looking very bad for that team.
For the team on the left.
The blue team. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but look, I think it is gonna be a true test. It's next 25 seconds. The Lord is about to spawn in. Yeah, sorry, no, I just kind of choked at the surprise.
Can't believe that NIP Flash is in this predicament.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But we are going to see once the Lord spawns in, right, whether or not NIP Flash is going to be able to do something, whether it's to take a cross-map play and to tank another Lord that's going to march on their lanes, or to fight for it, but find the angle at which they're going to be successful in taking key picks like Melon and Chu.
Yeah, but Pancake really doing a wonderful job right there. Gotta have to give credits where credit's due. Locking down Vanix. Once you remove Vanix from the equation, not a lot of damage will leak through from the side of NIP Flash. But Hades, Curtizi still needs a lot more time because, you know, Glowing Staff is already committed.
Oh, Pancake again with the kick, this time on to JPL, and the damage comes through. Hades goes in the backline with the Blazing Duet, trying to do as much as he can, but is it going to be enough? Canonio takes the Lord, Melon goes down, here comes Vanix spinning to win. Canonio gets a triple though and cleans that up, and it's still going to be Rift with the kills. Diablo gets taken out by Chu, and it's a complete wipeout there. Rift takes that and more, and now they're going straight for the end with the minions crashing down on the base. They're making history in their own right, taking one game off from NIP Flash.
Yeah, even though, let's just take a look at the players, right? Rift Esports, even though they won one game away from NIP Flash, they don't look extremely happy.
No, they're not. I mean, to take a win of NIP Flash like this, I don't know, man. I wouldn't be satisfied.
Yeah, and because NIP Flash just refuses to show their full strength, right? Especially, you know, during the regular season, the only person that they did was against Team Evil. And that's a statement.
That's true, that is true. But let's take a look at, you know, this game, right? Honestly speaking, would things have been different if they didn't roll swap?
Definitely,
right? Is that even a question?
And now this game will go down to history as a black dot on a white sheet of paper.
What?
A black dot on a white sheet. Yeah, I mean, if they had won it, it would have been clean completely, right? But just this one. But you know what? I mean, the moment they did this, I'm sure they were prepared to, you know, have
take an L, take an L.
Yeah, take an
L. Okay, take a knee as well. Speaking about taking a knee, they need to definitely take a knee in order to study the game number 1 as we go into game number 2. But before we go there, let's take a look at the MVP of this particular game for the side of Rift Esports. I would say it is definitely Cho. Yeah, that Pancake is just kicking Vanix non-stop, and if one boots that he's bought as a tough boots, it's not enough. He's got Wilderness Blessing. He got more movement speed. He's just roaming around like Sonic.
Enough boots for 4 feet. Hey, you know, like two. Okay, you know what? Yes, Pancake making the plays, being the playmaker. You know, I think his way of the Dragons were immaculate, right? Being able to shut down key targets, like Vanix, or rather repositioning them in a way that they do not want to be in a place where they do not want to be in, right? So honestly, Pancake having kill participation of 73% as well. He was maneuvering around the map really, really well as well. If you notice, you know, I think taking a page out of JPL's book, actually. Wow. Always being in the face of NIP Flash and identifying where they are at any point in time.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? We also talk about how the Cho was able to just put a lot of threat against not only just Vanix, right? Even Curtizi, you see Pancake forcing out a real-world manipulation over and over again because he has to be CC immunity. Taking a look at the items right here, I'm just a little bit disappointed that Diablo didn't go for damage Kufra. That's the only thing I'm a little bit disappointed for.
Dude, if he was playing damage Kufra, he wouldn't just be at 0-5 and 4.
I think that would be interesting though. Imagine that Tyrant's Rage slaps people right into the wall and they actually hurt.
I mean, it still hurts.
And the bouncing ball.
And the
bouncing ball, gosh.
Yeah, that's actually a cannonball. But of course, before that, if you take a look at TZ on that Eve, right, it doesn't really have enough items as of yet. Need to buy a couple more mana, a couple of mana necklaces in order to buffer up in terms of his mana pool. The glowing one is already secured, but don't forget there's a bit of a nerf on the glowing one as well, so it's not as potent. And I feel like Eve needs a lot of time in order for that Eve to really do a lot of things in the team fights.
Not only that, if you actually take a look at the kills, right? Vanix had 7 out of the 8 kills, which actually signifies a very big problem. In that if Vanix dies, NIP Flash does not have any DPS, right? And the thing is, if you look at Rift, Ho is able to actually pick off one person, but guess what? When all the gold is in one person's pocket, you just go for them, lock them down, and that's it.
Yeah, it's a lot
that's
more.
your fight.
Yeah, it's a lot more spread out, right? Bear, take a look, 607, KD8. And even Chu as well, 623. I mean, Bear's going up against a high loss, right? And for a period of time, if you notice, JPL wasn't really engaging in lane actively against Bear. But Bear's penalty zone also locks down the members of NIP Flash. I mean, if you look at how NIP Flash was playing in this particular game, NIP Flash doesn't feel like they're working together, right? It's usually they really work together as a single unit in the original role, but now they have to like focus on each other, the other role. This feels like a little bit of a cultural exchange thing happening right now.
Here, have an understanding of how my role is played, Vanix.
Yeah.
Why don't you play the Fanny now, huh?
Yeah.
You think it's so easy to just dive in and just slice and dice and run out?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Maybe not. Sorry, I'm just trying to, you know, emulate. Channel what Hades may have thought.
Yeah, and Diablo is probably like, now I feel how hard it is for JPL to use the Kufra, and JPL is like, huh, EXP is that easy? I think we have too much fun.
Yeah, look, NIP Flash always giving us a treat when it comes down to their games. But if you take a look at the stats itself, you know, damage dealt, about 60k less from the side of Rift, for the side of NIP Flash, a lot more damage taken. Turret damage very, very low. And, you know, I think you're right. This is actually showcasing how NIP Flash did not work as a team.
Yep.
You know, it really felt very disjointed in terms of what they were planning to doing versus what they actually did, right? If you notice just now, in fact, I think it was Hades, Cortese as well as Vanix that were trying to do a dive, but because it was so uncoordinated, you know, Vanix took a lot more damage than he was supposed to, and in the end they just ran away after killing one person.
Yeah, Hades thought that he could retreat the tower instead. Didn't know he needs to press AAs. But of course, you know, let's take a look at the top 4 right here. Rich guy goes over to Cannon Neo, is just farming heroes. He's actually making a good... he actually plays decent well under the Rift banner. And of course, you know, as that link. Now you also got Melon that's outputting a ton of damage. Of course, the AoE damage for the side of the Vexana. JPL taking the most damage taken. Why is this so normal? And Pancake, of course, best wingman as well.
After swapping roles, he still is the sandbag. Just no matter what he's playing, he still is the sandbag.
Yeah, because I feel like a Roam and an EXP, technically speaking, switchable in terms of this particular meta, because you're playing similar, you're playing tanks, you're playing like your engagers, right? As we go into the highlight, you'll be able to take a look at how JPL basically played that particular role. It's also quite wonky because he is actively moving around the map as if he's a roamer.
Yeah, it feels really weird to see JPL in the EXP. We do see, you know, right from the early game, right? Even this fight, you see JPL use the Glorious Pathway, and he does it really nicely to cut the team, the Rift from moving around. But there was just no follow-up, and this happened multiple times, right? Where JPL would lay the Glorious Pathway, and you see, he's like, "Hey guys, I've got the pathway. Wait, where's my team?" You know, and it seems like nowhere near him, right?
Yeah, and
this, beautiful.
Oh, this one.
Nice kill. But beautiful wires, man. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Oh.
Oh, man. Do we really have to... Don't tell me Churros had that clip prepped up for the end of the segment. Oh, yeah, he did. He's shaking his head.
I mean, there's been enough replays on that one.
I love it, though.
Definitely expecting the TikTok memes coming out.
Highlight reel.
Having a lot of fun this one. But, of course, you can see the mere threat of Pancake as well. Just flying right at NIP Flash, threatening to kick them away, defending Chu, creating a lot of space. Bear as well, by the way. That penalty zone didn't connect.
Whiff! But anyways, it's a skyball right there. But it's fine. They did not skyball their win against NIP Flash, you know. NIP Flash kind of gave them the chance, and they definitely took that as fast as they could. You know, Rift as a team has been always very, very impressive, especially with their macro plays and their communication. We've seen them grow as a team from Season 7, and in this season, they're looking even more impressive.
Yeah, definitely. And we should have the Churros ready to be. Professor Churros, sorry. I forgot,
man.
I forgot honorifics. We'll be doing the analyst segment. We're going to hand my time over to Professor Churros. Take it away.
This is so unprecedented, and I think just NIP Flash just wants to have fun. I mean, they're already on the top spot. Hey, man. And L is not really very different for them. This is going to be a very different analysis portion because it goes against a lot of what I think the NIP Flash should play and how it goes around. I think they're just trying things out, and like Jason, I think Croissant has said, like, hey, it's not easy playing a Rome. It's not easy playing EXP. I think that's one of their training arcs that they're going into. Let's get into the drawing board. I only have 2 very, very short clips right here on how they managed to dismantle NIP Flash to the point that they can't come back. Notice this is just Pancake's game. He knows his target, taking out Fanny whenever he comes close. Vanix, even though he's got an early start, the gold economy on both sides is still very, very wide. And the fact of the matter is we have the entirety of Rift actually playing in sync. They all know who their target is. They're all triangulated, protecting Chu. Knows that Chu is the main win condition for the entirety of that team. We have Canonio actually having that split push moment as well. Macro plays, everything was just in sync. Unfortunately though, for NIP Flash, the same cannot be said. Canonio blocks off that back line, and this was just a very, very well-oiled machine coming in from Rift. It's bound to happen when you're swapping roles with the rest of your team. But yeah, let's get forward to the second half of this game. This is where Pancake actually makes the right call, pushing out JPL. Actually, I keep thinking that is Diablo, but it's actually JPL. Kicking JPL right into the fray, into the midst of where Canonio, Chu, and Melon is, the main damage dealers for the team, while Bear actually zones out that backline, trying to get in over to Curtizi. We'll see how that happens. Fanny's not in the area just as of yet, but when he comes in, knowing that the Lord is very, very low, I think the communication from NIP Flash could have been better. This could have been a very, very big turning point, just because if he was able to go straight into the fray and try to engage into that Lord, try to engage a Lord steal, that might have been a turning point for NIP Flash. But unfortunately though, he changes his cables, goes directly for Melon, tries to take him out, which creates a lot of space. But then again, I would attribute the win and the main damage over to the economy difference that Rift has built up over NIP Flash, and I'll let the rest play out. This was just a very, very good fight over for Canonio, going over, taking out Curtizi, and then switching the target down onto down onto Vanix, and then Diablo wiping it out. I don't know, man. I hope NIP Flash gets a little bit more serious or really changes up their strategies. I actually heard them laughing over the training room, so I think things might be different for game number 2. We'll just see. Over to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Heroes. I'm surprised you still find things to analyze from that one, because I'm looking at the screen right there. I'm looking at Vanix. That was the segment where they got a full team wipeout, and Vanix just laughing right there.
Maybe they think they have a chance. Let's go to game 2, game 3, and let's make the castle's life a little bit more difficult.
It definitely made my Excel spreadsheets go wonky already, because now I have a gold lane Fanny because of how I've worked with my Excel sheets as well. But of course, you know, the more important thing we have to talk about is, I think it's around dinner time now.
Yeah, pretty much. And you know, if you're tired from trying to wrap your heads around what NIP Flash is doing, what you should do is
take a break with McCrispy.
Yeah, take a break with McCrispy as well. Of course, it has never been tastier as well. Catch all the MPL Season 8 action, complete with the experience of a crispier crunch in the all new, old and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery as well, right up to your doorstep. No matter where you are, I hope, and I'm very sure McDelivery will find you as well. That's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you as well. So go on, smash your hunger as well. And of course, that was a very spicy game, I would say, for game number 1. You tried to call me out for something.
No. I was gonna say I actually smashed my hunger yesterday with
Ah.
McCrispy, and I have to say the pineapple soft serve is immaculate.
Wow.
You guys
That's an idea.
need to go down to Macca's to get yourself a pineapple.
Wait, what do you call that?
Macca's. Sorry. That's very Australian. It's very Australian of me.
You're showing your roots.
It's true. Look, I admit it. Okay, I admit it. I'm yellow on the outside, white on the inside. It's fair. It's normal.
Yeah, but of course, you know, that's why I was like, wait, what do you call it? Because I know that's how Australians call McDonald's, but of course you can get yours right now. So head on down. But thank you very much, McDonald's, as well, on behalf of the production and also the rest of us. Thank you very much for supporting us for the 2nd season.
But yes.
No, I was just gonna say you should get McDelivery, so you don't have to go to the store.
No, but you see the soft serve. You think it's melted.
And well, I'm sure they have a way to send you the ice cream.
Have you tried the soft serve like cone?
I have not,
ice?
but I think it goes well with McCrispy,
It does,
especially if it's spicy, right?
I can definitely vouch for that. I had that yesterday.
Yeah,
Once
so
again.
what you can do
So
is you
good.
get the soft serve, and then you dip the McCrispy in it.
Okay, so going into game number 2. Going into game number 2, guys.
Guys, I actually know a person that actually does that with fries and McFlurry.
No, fries make sense. McCrispy, bro, no.
Anyways,
So the big question now is,
game number 2.
are they gonna pull the same thing again?
I feel
Yes, they are.
I feel so. Yes, it seems like the roles did not change. I think they're going to continue on with that, but the bans are still similar. Rift bans away the Phobias and the Alice. NIP Flash bans away the chip.
It's no longer about which heroes are getting picked or banned, right? It's about how each of the individual players in NIP Flash is going to be able to adapt to their lanes and whether or not they're able to actually adapt it in game number 1, in between game number 1 and game number 2. All right, picks and bans, like I said, don't really make a difference right now. I think NIP Flash is just banning out whoever they think is going to give themselves the most trouble, as well as the heroes that they don't want to play in their respective roles. And on the side of Rift, they're just going to ban out whoever they had in mind in terms of the game plan, right?
Yep, in the previous game they banned Chip, Alice, and the Moskov as well. So Phobias is banned, Alice is banned. So do they ban the Moskov here?
I mean, why not?
Why would you ban the Moskov?
Why wouldn't you?
Why would you?
Because Moskov is so good.
Moskov
goes brat brat brat.
Yeah, there's a word from our production. NIP Flash would have broken the history in MPL Singapore if they did not troll game number 1.
Hey. Look, it's not a troll because Rift is respecting the Vanix fanning pick. They decided to target ban Vanix. You know what's my theory in that? They saw the cable management and they were like, we can't let the players at home learn from this. So they just ban out the fanny to preserve all our eyes and our sanity.
Yeah. I mean, NIP Flash has been doing nutty things on this fanny, right? Especially Kurt Teasy on the mid lane fanny as well.
Yeah, look, I'm deadpan serious. Do you see me laughing here, Jace? I'm serious. This is why they banned the fanny.
Oh, that was supposed to be. I thought you were joking.
To prevent any kinds of shenanigans that NIP Flash is gonna have.
All right, NIP Flash.
No, I was joking, by the way.
Come on! Stop pulling a fast one on me. NIP Flash takes away the high loss. Doesn't want to give it over to Rift. Rift first pick. The Harif is open, and well, the Ling is open. They're gonna snap pick that one right on the way. NIP Flash. The Harif is open. Well, technically speaking, Zaz and Jusin is open. The Yves is also open. The Edith is also open. It's a lot of choices.
So many choices, so few picks. We're gonna see what NIP Flash want to prioritize. In my opinion, they're likely gonna prioritize something that's comfortable for Vanix to play.
Harris jungle?
Well, why not? Actually, though.
It happened before.
Why not? Why not? In fact,
Very old.
Yesterday I was playing with a group of friends which I haven't played with in a while, and I saw Cyclops jungle. And it worked, apparently.
Oh, don't tell Abstract. Did he hear this? He's downstairs probably hearing us right now. Guys, don't give... Abstract is not going to be able to play MLB right now.
Cyclops jungle, man.
What? Okay, that's a Faramis being picked up by NIP Flash. But once again, we've seen this before, right? Faramis being snap picked. So look at Pancake. He's also a little slightly confused right there. Faramis being picked so early on. Rift can also go for the Aurora to counter. We've seen this before. NIP Flash also picks up the Edith for themselves.
Oh, deja vu, maybe. Faramis may... Hey, actually, now that I think about it, Faramis could be in the room.
He can be in a row.
Faramis can be in Rome, right? So maybe this is not a Katizi playing the Faramis.
I think we let Zarate get into our heads already. Yeah,
That's true.
Okay, let's just take it as a Faramis mid. Now we see Valentina being responded right there from the side of Rift.
And Terizla as well.
And Terizla.
Absolutely deadly.
Yeah, and they did not go for the Aurora road. So now we're going to have 2 Nether Realms, and it's going to make our life a little bit harder once we cast this one. This Scrubby's nodding.
So many Nether Realms around. So less deaths.
Yep. Okay, that's a Hayabusa. NIP Flash will pick up that one. Go into the hands of Vanix. I think he can execute that. Hayabusa is, at least in terms of mechanical difficulty, is actually quite low. As long.
What? Have you tried to manage your Shadow Clones properly?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
well, I guess we're on a different level then.
Okay. Managing Shadow Clones. Picking up 4 swords with the Ling. Don't forget, it's not as easy as you think. And Cables, which one's harder?
Cables, for sure. But I'm just saying that Hayabusa is not easy by any standard. Do you know who's easy to play? Layla.
Of course, you just point and shoot.
Exactly, no, but that's my point, right? In terms of scaling, in terms of difficulty of mechanics,
don't give NIP Flash ideas. Last season they did that as well. They brought a Layla to.
Why do you think I brought it up?
Sorry, I don't know why we're on a different wavelength today, bro.
I have no idea, mate. But anyways, looking at the bans, we see NIP Flash banning out the Terizla, not the Terizla, but the Tigreal, and we see Rift banning out the Harif. Taking out the Harif from the board, as you were mentioning earlier, right?
Yep, Harif being removed. I'm surprised they actually got banned in the second phase, because usually people will snap pick it right on away. NIP Flash nor Rift was interested in that hero at all, which is kind of interesting. NIP Flash right now, the last ban, do they lock down more roams, or do they start locking down more gold lanes?
I mean, if I was NIP Flash, I would ban I would ban a roam, right? Because the thing is that Rift being able to kind of control the pace of the game with a roam is definitely going to be harder for NIP Flash to maneuver around, and I believe they agree with this. Getting rid of the Cho. The Cho was a problem on their side, and you know the Cho was being played very, very well by the side of Pancake. So I think getting rid of that is definitely the right move.
Yeah, Cho was a big problem earlier just now. A bit of a nod, a bit of a... I think Pancake can sleep better tonight, feeling that, hey, NIP Flash bans away my Cho.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, look, I don't think Cho is going to work very well in the lineup of NIP Flash right now at the very least. Because if they pick the Cho, they don't really have a lot of tanky options, right? And the Claude being banned out, targeting maybe the pick that Hades was playing just now. Trying to see, okay, if you guys really want to do a role swap, we're going to see how wide your champion pool actually is.
Yeah, of course. NIP Flash, man, you gotta have to give it to them. Yes, and the main role is definitely like, you know, the assigned roles, but of course, they also play MLBB sometimes in ranked games, and they can flex around. Now, Carry will be selected for the side of Hades, just to make sure that he doesn't bring Retri into this next game.
I do like the carry though. I think the carry makes sense, especially when you're facing down Terizla, right? Because carry is one of those heroes which is able to just shred down Terizla's armors. You just go right through all the defense reductions, right? Or rather the defense increase, because you're doing percentage health damage. So carry, very, very good pick. The question is, okay, I'm not going to repeat this though again, but the question is, can Hades pilot the carry?
I mean, carry is very easy to play, right?
Okay, carry, yes, carry is
kind of easy to play, right? As long as your position is right, you got dashes that goes off cooldown very quickly, and then, you know, as long as you lane properly, it should be fine. And with NIP Flash, you need a solid front line, and right now, looking at what they have as of now, the Edith is there. They need...
Ooh!
Oh, Beatrix, wow, true. Bringing it back once again. And also, that's a Minotaur, which is perfect to counteract against the Faramis.
I really like the Minotaur. The Minotaur is such a good pick as well, especially when you partner him with something like the Terizla and the Beatrix. Beatrix is gonna do so much damage.
Yeah, early lane bully as well. And apart from that, you also have a form of high ground to wave clear using your Bandit's Rage and the Bandit Bombs itself. Now NIP Flash, what is your last pick? Don't forget, Edith can go roam, or it can also go to the EXP lane.
I've given up trying to figure it out.
Sometimes, especially when NIP Flash goes with this kind of trolling, I wish I just don't care anymore. I just don't bother to analyze. But okay, it's going to be an R lot. Technically speaking, it can go. I mean, it is a roam / EXP lane. So NIP Flash is pretty smart, right? Even though they're trolling around with the rolls. Come on, make up your mind. Come on, make up your mind, NIP Flash.
I think it makes sense in the hands of Diablo, right?
Yeah,
because he plays the EXP, he would have played Arlet a lot as well. So being really comfortable to that, just playing that in a roam role instead. And he could use that to a lot of effectiveness, setting that up for the team. And at that time, they were also missing someone to help set that up for them because the only thing they had was Edith. So adding that frontliner to their roster as well. Seems like it might work out this game.
I don't know, man. I mean, the thing is, executionally, Rift has the easier option, right?
Definitely.
Because it's just penalty zone over Minoan Fury, over Valentina stealing the Netherrealm.
And then after that,
and
I send the
Rage.
bombs.
Yeah, and it's just so much easier to execute.
Yep.
And the thing is that they don't even need to find angles because NIP Flash wants to go into them, right? So they can just counter engage, and it's gonna be really hard once once Rift groups up as 5. But I think what NIP Flash needs to do is out-macro them.
Outmaneuver
and out-macro them, right? And then just take the 4-1 fights or just maneuver around the map in a way that they do not let Rift stick as 5.
Yep, ladies and gents. On to game number 2 this time round. NIP Flash lost that clean streak in terms of games. But, well, they will still at the very least continue on. But hold on a second, Diablo.
In some trouble here. Takes the damage. Courtesy there to save him. Shadow Stampede pulls him back as well. And they disengage from the fight.
Okay, still A-okay for now. Normal stuff. Vanix semi-forward right there.
The knockup though takes a lot there and has to back out into one of his shadows. Still manages to get away from that. I think earlier on also what you were saying about the team compositions, right? I think it really comes down to, I'm looking forward to watching the team fight as well. Trusting NIP Flash to be able to bait out a lot of these huge ultimates from the side of Rift, and you know they have the sustained damage in the form of Hades as well to be able to continue that fight or re-engage.
Yeah, they're definitely not lacking on the side of damage, but you know, NIP Flash, they do have the Edith, they do have the Arlott, but they do not have anyone who is inherently super tanky, right? So I really wonder how NIP Flash is going to maneuver this with this specific lineup.
Oh, Shadow Stampede pulls him in, does enough, but not just yet. I mean, still the early game here, but Vanix as well as Cannoneer already at level 4, and the turtle is coming up in about 10 seconds.
I love how NIP Flash is positioning, right? Around they were like angling around the turtle really early, and it's very reminiscent of the old season of season 7, right, where they group up in the turtle really early and ensure that they're securing it, which is not what we're seeing from the assassins this meta.
Yep, and not only just that, you know, Courtesy went all the way to EXP lane. Now, hey, everybody's level 4 for the side at NIP Flash at the very least, except for Diablo, though. Vanix.
Yeah, not everybody. Ouija Shadow Kill popped on the pancake. Flicker there. The penalty zone to the backline as well. Knocks both of them up. And first blood secured by Chu there. 1-for-1 trade across both of these teams. And the turtle going the way of Rift Esports.
Yeah, the worst part is actually Chu 1v1. Hades up top, and Chu got off. Is the victor of that skirmish. Don't forget, Beatrix does have a lot more priority against Carry in the early game.
Yeah, Beatrix has a lot of poke damage as well. It's just a lot more damage right now in the early phases. Carry is only really effective once she's only online when she's got her Holy Trinity, which is gonna probably be around the 8 to 9 minute, maybe 10-minute mark of the game.
Yeah, but at the very least, the 3 attack speed items are really cheap, right? But hold on, but if you look at Chu, your items.
Oh! Nibiru's passion here. Here comes Cannoneer. Tries to help that, but not enough. Instead, he gets Vanix.
You see, this is the Shadow clone. I told you, it's a hard mechanic, man. He ported down when he's supposed to have port right. I told you.
It's like, I think at the very least, oh, hold on.
Oh!
Pancake pulled into the turret and still okay for now. He's the beefier one, right? So they've pulled him multiple times now. I guess that forces him to be aware and also to have to back out and prevent any engage. But so far, it looks like still quite, even Stevens across the board.
Hades is playing very aggressively with that one. Master Assassin as well. Common emblem for mana. Going up against Chu. Chu went for full-on Assassin emblems too. So he's going to shred. Not only just that, look at the confidence on Chu. Picks up the armor instead of her boots. Has the Fury Hammer already on the way to BOD.
Yeah, that is so fast. Chu finally manages to get taken down.
Just a little bit of spread of the Nibiru's Passion. Hades, look at the HP bar down low. But that at the very least free up a little bit of pressure up top.
Knock up onto Curtizi. Pancake trying to go for one, but the Shadow Stampede again. Curtizi has been so on point with these drags to stop the engage and the aggression onto him. Vanix comes in for the cleanup. The knockup JPL as well flickers in, but the Nether Realm here being able to sustain them for a while longer. Diablo goes in as well. The final slash will force the flicker out. Penalty zone in the back line as well will force them to back. Diablo goes down under the turret, and now it looks like NIP Flash trying to look for something, trying to look for the scraps. Tempest Blades onto JPL, but the Nether Realm on Curtizi sustains him enough.
Man, Curtizi, that positioning, that was so safe as well because it's over the wall. Turns out the Nether Realm also leaks through that one, providing a bit of a secondary life for NIP Flash to basically continue on just a little bit more.
Yeah, I really like how NIP Flash kind of navigated that team fight. Even though, yes, they weren't able to secure kills on Pancake, but it did not matter. They managed to do an even trade at the end of the fight, and that's what actually matters, right? Right now, gold lead, 600 gold to the side of Rift. 700 gold to the side of Rift. Nothing too crazy at this point in time. Second turtle has already spawned in and has been alive for a while, actually.
Yep, Chu already has the BOD. That's a massive power spike for the side of the Rift's gold laner. Hades, on the other hand, I don't see a lot of items being built right there. JPL, that's a knock up and onward.
Yep, they begin to engage. Final slash there onto Bear. Does not choose to pursue this further, but JPL, the knock-up onto a penalty zone as well. The damage comes through. Knock-up onto Diablo again, and it looks like Rift gets one up on top of that. Make that two. Diablo goes down as well. Melon with the flicker and ends that. It's going to be the mid-tier 1 turret along with that.
Not looking very good for the side of NIP Flash already. Rift is really rolling out on Swing Vanix.
Comes in for the cleanup, forces the Tempest of Blades. Canonio survives for now, but that's one ultimate down in that 1v1.
Yeah, trading ultimates for ultimates, right? But then again, there's a massive hole that Rift was able to penetrate through NIP's Flash ship. That mid lane is going to hurt in terms of the rotations. Rift is going to get a lot more map control.
Yeah, it's all about vision as well, right? The vision control is super important in the mid lane because it just opens up the entire map. Vanix manages to finally take down the turtle, which is going to be evening out the gold slightly. But don't count NIP Flash out yet, guys. 7-4 is not a testament to the state of the game right now.
Yeah, but the mid lane's cracked open though, Kwa. That's kind of worrying if you're on the more paranoid side, right? Rift, on the other hand, if you notice, yes, Bear burned away the flicker, so no flicker ultimate's coming up for the next at least 100 seconds, right? JPL finds Canonio right there, and you can start to see JPL is like, oh wait, I'm an XP laner? Why am I roaming?
He's not taking those fights.
A lot of damage. Curtizi pulls Pancake in the back line though. The knockups and the Nether Realm pulled by both teams here for the sustain and the reset as they both take second lives. Canonio finishes that out. Diablo, Curtizi, and JPL are all down. They go for Hades in the back. Bear with the penalty zone, but the flicker saves him from that one. And this time, Hades has a flicker to use.
Yeah, 1 dot for Hades, right? I think he's like, what is this battle spell? How do you use this? Wait, you're not supposed to kill the nearest creeps with that? Oh, that's what we call flicker, right? But we're going to go in a snap replay right now to find out more on how that team fight breaks down.
All right, yeah, if you take a look at this, done perfectly by Cortese using the Shadow Stampede to bring back Pancake, but Pancake with the Million Fury Flicker was absolutely pivotal in knocking the entire NIP Flash up, and Rift was just able to just sweep NIP Flash. Hades does survive with a pixel HP, but that fight was perfectly executed from the side of Pancake, and hey, Cortese, if you're listening to this, maybe not drag Pancake into your team.
They never drag a angry Minotaur into
half bull, half man.
Yeah, never drag it into your team, especially when he's like, you know, about to erupt with your ultimate, right? So yeah, a little bit of a miscomm right there coming off from NIP Flash. Rift right now, like what I mentioned, because of the mid lane crack open, they start to leak into and also kind of threaten Hayabusa's farm already. Evidently, you just take a look at the level difference. Canonio level 13, Vanix level 11. So in terms of neutral objective challenge, the Rift should have a bit of advantage.
Yeah, well, looks like the Lord has spawned up and Rift has started to engage with the Lord. I feel like NFP Flash can actually take this fight. They just need to find the right angle.
Oh, looking for Pancake disappears from the map there. Vanix goes in, tries to get it, but does not. Cannoneer secures that Lord for themselves, and they choose to back away from this one.
Perfect. Trinity Zone coming out from Bear. This is the Bear that I want to see and continue on. I've seen this before. Oh, hold on, Esther's. Sorry, Vanix. Sorry, I'm still thinking about Esther's Bear.
Look, I don't blame you, man. Vanix running, or manages to run away just within a hair's breadth of Cannoneer.
Yep.
The Shadow Clone's actually throwing him off there, thinking where could he potentially go. He just decides to back in the bush, man.
Yeah, that's what we call shadow management, right? For the side of Rift, though, there's a Lord marching down in the mid, and that's a very weak-looking turret. NIP Flash needs to bolster their defense and hopefully do something with this.
Yeah, I gotta find a pick and then go in for the next objective, right? But the Lord is marching down the mid. 1/, 2/, the tower is down. Lord finally goes down, but is definitely in favor of the side of Rift Esports right now.
NP Flash suddenly lost a lot of map, right? Top side as well will be going down very, very soon. Choose just a couple more shots from Bandit will do that trick. Bottom lane, Cannoneer 1v1, Vanix, and Vanix unfortunately go down. Maybe he should stay in the gold lane.
Maybe they should just stay in all their lanes, you know, just a one-person kind of lane swap that they've done in the past. This is a 4-man lane swap, which is absolutely bonkers in my eyes. Well, at least they go down in history for something.
They almost had 14-0.
No, they did a 4-man lane swap in season.
I mean, NFP Flash has done weirder stuff. Oh, hold on.
Diablo with the final slash gets Pancake, but just that. I mean, you didn't get the priority target as well. There's no point really engaging on this one. So Rift, they choose to back out. Did not manage to take out the base turrets of NIP Flash, though.
That's a Flicker ultimate committed by Diablo. 100 seconds on that cooldown. Looking at the Lord time of 56 seconds. Right, and back to my topic earlier just now. I mean, I've seen weirder stuff coming up from NIP Flash. And I think at this point, this doesn't surprise me anymore.
Really? Your facial reaction is told a different story when you saw the initial lineup, man.
Yeah, I mean, but right now, just take a look, right? How NIP Flash is actually struggling with this kind of roster. And Rift, you know, just have a bit of a gold lead as well. We're looking at, ooh, that's actually a very cool recall. Getting a little bit distracting here. Take a look at the items. No, Hades didn't finish his boots. Decides to go full on out to make sure that he gets his attack speed. 3 items. Thunderbelt for Diablo as well. So yeah, right now you're starting to see some form of core items being formed by NIP Flash, but of course we gotta have to take a look at Chu, BOD, Wind of Nature as well, good for good measure, the Malefic Roar, the Fairy Hammer as well, on top of the Assassin Emblems. Everybody looks squishy even though you stack armor.
Yeah, man, this Beatrix is definitely a problem right now. But all NIP Flash needs to do is hold on for another maybe 6 minutes and then Hades will be online.
Looking for something with the conceal, finds Bear, the pull onto him, they isolate him, pops the penalty zone as well to try to fend them off. They've gotten the Lord though, Vanix in the back like Cannoneer picks him up. After the Lord, Diablo, they go right into Chu, almost dead. Diablo lands that last hit there, and Melon, he's the only one left alone with Cannoneer. Oh, here, again picks up Vanix just slashing now on Diablo, the 1v1, and he knocks up a double. Looking for JPL now. The onward, the Earth Shatter stops him, but Tempest of Blade still there. Comes in with the Nether Realm, stops him in his tracks, and he finally gives up. Here's Melon, 1v3, takes half of his HP, and now they finally decide to give that up.
That fight was a little bit indecisive, if you ask me, early just now, but Rift does send down the Lord earlier just now. We're going to hop into a quick replay right here, and just to take a look at how, literally, the members from the side of NIP Flash was trying to pull Bear in, but that's exactly where Bear wants you to be, right? He wants you to be trapped with him, creating a lot of space. They secure the Lord right there, and of course, you know, Vanix using the Shadow and the 1 dot just to be able to find Assassination on 2, and NIP Flash thought that they had the game in hand, that fight in hand, but Ken and Neo, just take a look at the DPS on that Ling is just way insane. Jumping onto the wall, mind you, to dodge that final slash from Diablo.
But in all that time, though, they actually took down the Lord, Cartesi, and Hades in the mid lane. So now Rift is going to have to find another opportunity to push instead.
Yep, looking at high ground defense, there's not a lot coming up from NIP Flash. This is a roster that needs to be on the aggressive to be defensive.
Yeah. Alright, so taking a look at the state of the map right now, NIP Flash is down almost 2k gold. And honestly speaking, it is still not too large of an advantage right now. They're death balling for some reason at this point.
Yeah,
trying to trying to bait people.
Run down top.
To come find Vanix, and if they find Vanix...
Oh no, does he know the rest are here though? The Tempest of Blades pop to get away. Here comes the rest of Team Rift. The Bear come in with the penalty zone as well. Knocks them up. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but NIP Flash, they come in with the counter engage onto Chu. It's gonna be able to secure him. Double kill for Vanix, and now it's a full-out trade between these two teams. Can and Neo cleaning that up for Rift Esports.
And man, 4-man down. Actually, make it 5 because Cartesi comes back on with the passive. Yes, NIP Flash was able to pick up the main damage dealer for the Sun of Riv like Chu, and now Neo is literally knocking on NIP Flash's door.
It's down to Melon and Canonio to make this play. They charge down the mid turret here, do manage to take off the base turret.
Yeah, and look at that. That fight earlier just now, it was wonderful coming out from Rift as well. Bear literally trapping every single, almost not every single one, the main characters from the side of NIP Flash into that penalty zone to follow up immediately with the Mirror's Passion. And heck, if you want to try to escape a penalty zone, Melon took the final slash, push it right into Chu's Let's Bullets.
It's absolutely beautiful the way that Rift played that last team fight, and this is the reason why they're number 3, right? They're so strong going into today's match, and you know, I'm pretty sure they are licking their lips as they see NIP Flash doing the roll swaps, because they're like, yeah, sure, bring it on. I can definitely beat you this.
Oh, Pancake goes in again. Bear starts the engage here. The knock-up and followed up by the Minnow and Fury and the Nibiru's Passion. That's a nasty combo there. Yep. As Canonio knocks up the top base turret as well. It's going to be the base cracked open almost, except for the one on the bottom. Vanix and Canonio battling out a little bit, but they're still fine for now. Rift looks like they want to press the issue, but no more minions yet. They have to wait it out.
Yeah, Diablo looking for angle right there. Don't forget 3 members defending Diablo down a little bit low. We'll be engaging.
Yep, the Netherrealm already popped, and they've come through the draft of NIP Flash, taking down its core, chunking it down, and Rift Esports turns all of our predictions around with this roll swapperoo to get themselves the entire series.
Do you know what I've learned today, guys? 10%. 10% is always right.
It seems to be the case.
Yeah, 10% seems to be the magic number for being proven wrong. And we see NIP Flash go down to Rift Esports 2-0. I guess this is a welcome to MPL SG present towards Canonio, you know? It's like, welcome to MPL SG. We're gonna play for fun, and this is what MPL SG is about.
And I mean, NIP Flash, man, like, okay, but Rift Esports, you gotta admit that draft was kind of nutty, right? Like, we would never had thought like the Beatrix being used this way, right? The Bennett's Rage right into the Viewer's Passion, literally shredding everybody. Don't forget that you were actually just scrubbing all the way back, right? Just to take a look at that. It's the penalty zone that catch everybody in together, follow up with the Nibiru's Passion.
And the Minnow and Fury.
And the Minnow and Fury.
You're just stuck there in that zone for a long time.
You cannot play the game.
Yeah.
Bonk. You just put down your phone.
Bonk.
Just put down your hand.
Bonk.
Just put down your phone. You know you're gonna get stuck right there for a long period of time.
You're stuck, and then you get gray screened after that. I mean, at that point in time, you just go back, you get a glass of water, reset, and it's like, oh wait, I spawned back again. You go in, you go for another team fight, right? And then bam. Oh well.
But it is a massive blunt. Now that stain is a massive stain on a white sheet of paper for the side of NIP Flash. Dropping one series, not one game. Dropping the first series, by the way, in to Rift Esports. And because of that, don't forget, they've already played another game, 2 games yesterday. They will not be back here in MPL Singapore
For the
regular season, at the very least, next week, because we only have 3 games next week.
Yeah, so MVP, guys.
Yep. So
Chu.
I would say it's Chu. Okay, Can
Neo,
as
yeah.
well. But I feel like it's a really this is a very team effort kind of roster, right? Coming out from Rift, like the way they stack up the ultimates together, and of course, Ken and Neo was just split pushing 1v1. Vanix at the same time. Hayabusa almost said Hades, by the way, and Ken and Neo as well, just dodging everything using the walls as well. So pretty nice control on that link.
I mean, and I'm sure they might have been playing together for a while now, but for someone coming into this team, right? He came in during this transfer window as well, being able to synergize so well and coordinate with the rest of the team. It seems as if, he's been there all along.
Yeah, and his mechanics is checked, right? And not only just that, I think the communication between the Rift Esports, don't forget, they used to be like a half or Xco, half Asterisk, but now it seemed more like they're Asterisk Chu, Chu, and Bear, and then you also got RL19, basically the brain of the draft. And I gotta comment this once again, just insane wombo combo coming out from Rift. The Beatrix was the cherry on top, the cherry on top, the icing of the cherry of the cake.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to image that in my head, and it doesn't make sense, but I'm just gonna nod and carry on from there.
Yeah, agree to disagree, Kwa. Agree to disagree.
I don't disagree, I'm just nodding. But yes, Canonio, 11-1-4, absolute stunner of a showing in MPL SG. This is, I believe, his first week on the Land of Dawn.
Second day,
and he's playing very, very well. Yes, albeit that NIP Flash was not playing their main roles. They're just here to have fun today. It's still the way that he plays the lane. He's able to. I sound a bit like a broken record, but target down specific players, right? And this is what you want to see from your assassins. You want the assassins to have pinpoint accuracy and execution when it comes down to executing the enemy team. Yeah, I was talking about how, the Chu's assassin emblem as well, a very aggressive one coming out from the gold lane or Rift. Also looked at, the rest of the emblems feel kind of standard at the same time, but I think I just need to point out Chu, because I find a bit of a dilemma as a Beatrix, right? Do you go for the marksman emblem or do you go for the assassin emblem? Because I think both offers best of both worlds. But Chu picking up an assassin emblem means that I really want to just penetrate through the armor, because after that you start to see Chu's damage just NIP Flash is feeling all of it. Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. All right, so I think I don't even know how to analyze this game properly, because this is not NIP Flash's mainstay. It is a mainstay roster, it's just not the mainstay roles. And honestly speaking, it's very hard, I think, for us as casters to kind of break down a game like this when the players themselves aren't really looking at it from a serious lens, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they're not even using the full force, and I don't know what. Oh, okay, I was looking at Chu. I was a little bit distracted right there. It's like zooming into the recall of Vanix. That's actually a very cool recall animation, but of course we should be going into the next stat screen as well, where we talk about more of the damage dealt, because rest assured, just look at the damage dealt by Rift, is a lot more at the same time. NIP Flash couldn't even touch the turret, evidently. Just take a look at the turret damage, only 5k. A lot of thousands shy away from what Rift has offered in
That's
this game.
so little. And usually when you see a graphic like this, right, NIP Flash is on the victory screen, and then whoever they're facing is on the other side.
Yeah.
Right. So it's really weird to see this lineup. I know they're having fun, guys. It's fine, but it's just very it's very disorienting. I think that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think
see
that's
a graphic like this.
Definitely, right? And it's like you're like, Am I watching an NIP Flash game? That's why I think when we're looking through these stat screen at the same time, we just don't know what to say about it, because NIP Flash is not really using the main roles that they're supposed to be playing, but I feel like this is literally what I was talking about. Like this feels like, you know, NIP Flash saying that, hey, I want to know more about the other role, so let's just swap around so that we don't complain when we actually go into the playoffs.
I mean, yeah, probably. Objectively speaking, though, I mean, if you look at this like any other game, and like you said, Jace, take away the nameplates there, right? You know, a lot of damage taken on the side of Rift as well, but in the same coin, a lot of healing. So the sustain coming through that kept them in these team fights in the Wombo combo. And now we see the top 4 players of this game here, Canonio as the rich guy and the carry.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the gold per minute definitely translates into what he's doing. He's doing a lot of damage all across NIP Flash. Once again, JPL being the sandbag. I mean, he's always been, even though he either one, whether he's an EXP laner or a role. Because I feel like right now, Pancake is actually really, really strong as a roamer because of how he's setting up. You can ban away his Cho, but it seems like his Minotaur also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Cho, Minotaur, all both make really a lot of sense. You know, JPL, you know, being the sandbag, I think its name is kind of synonymous to this top 4 positioning right now. But, you know, it goes to show that he is still going in and he is still trying to tank up most of the damage from his team. All right, so it shows that even though they aren't really taking the game too seriously, their bodies are moving based off muscle memory, right?
Yep. And looking at looking at a draft earlier just now, I think the Faramis was kind of interesting coming off of NIP Flash. I wasn't expecting it to be first pick material, right? Especially when you're going into this. But really, it's just Rift Esports. I think with like what we mentioned earlier, it's an easier draft to execute, right? Everybody, if your bear catches somebody with the penalty zone, just follow up all the ultimates together. Be it, or if the Minotaur actually catches people, just follow up with the ultimate. With that said, we're going to go over to the mic check just to see and hear what Rift are communicating, how they're communicating, especially when fighting up a Titans like NIP Flash. Here's the mic check.
Can we fight?
Yeah,
I stand too. Diablo.
Just Diablo, out guys after.
We out.
Nice, out, just out. Again.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
I know.
I'm coming. Guys, we can fight. We can fight.
Oh, they stuck.
No flicker Eve.
Nice Prince. Good. Bell. Push bot.
The Fanny.
Pani, no energy.
What the fuck?
I know. Me, just team. Push mid, guys. Push mid.
Let me get a mid.
The bunny. Burst Lord. I will kick the bunny. I kick now the bunny.
Hey, watch the Fanny.
I stun. Just kill. Bunny. Ada bunny there.
Dashing.
Ini guys, ini.
Bunny.
Nice.
Nice one. Hey,
I jump to.
Hey, watch the cut. Iba. No cloud here. Prince. What? Just me first. Hylos.
Hey, I jump.
Jump. Hey, Cobra flick. Vexen on me. I'm protecting you too.
Eve.
We can chua.
Yeah, can.
We can chua. Trust me. And then the Prince.
Okay.
Prince.
Hey,
Go. Let's go. I just knock up. Poking.
We can fight blue.
No flicker Eve.
No flicker, Eve.
Go.
Focus. Targeting guys. I abil.
I'm gonna get ball.
Carry.
Okay, watching bear.
No flicker.
I have winter.
Watch me.
Watching.
Nice one.
Go.
No carry guys, no carry. Chu.
What the?
Melon na.
Nice one.
Ulti.
Just go me.
Watching. Tower guys.
Tower.
Tower up grips guys.
Nice one.
Nice one.
No, and indeed, you know, I really like how Melon seems to be the main shot caller here, right? He's always telling his team to go in, and he's like, guys, don't worry, I got you.
I'm hearing mostly Pancake.
Oh, sorry, Pancake, not Melon. What is
exactly.
I was thinking
You're different about a different food.
Yeah.
I'm hungry, guys. I need something McCrispy after this.
Okay.
But look, Pancake, sorry, yes. Pancake being the main shot caller, and it's really, no wonder you guys were giving me weird faces.
Yeah, I was like, but yeah. I'm very sure Melon doesn't sound like that, but you know, what I know is the fact that Churros really sounds really good as well, especially when it goes to the breakdown. We're going to throw over to the analyst desk, over to Churros to break down that game.
You know, as much as NIP Flash is fooling around, this really shows like the camaraderie, the synergy, and the composition of Rift really starting to get together, even after the transfer week. And Rift is really taking this extremely seriously, especially from R19, pulling out an insane wombo combo, unga bunga kind of drab that Abstract likes to say, coming into this team fight. So I want to start first with the drab, especially coming from Rift Esports. This is the Minotaur to Rizla as well as the Beatrix combo, and I have 3 clips that shows how effective this combo is in 3 different fights, always winning them these team fights, and it shows that Rift is always up ahead. So this was the part where Cortezi actually pulled Pancake away from the rest of the team fight. So initiating this off, he knows where Chu is, he knows where JPL is gonna be because Bear has vision on that. So you're gonna see that combo coming in. Minoan Fury flickers backwards. When we see JPL going into the mix as well, Chu immediately comes in with Bear at this point. Canonio knows that that is the main spot to get that engaged with, and creating such a lane pressure that Cortezi is unable to enter even with the Nether Realm. So this creates a lot of opportunities for both sides to actually come in, but Canonio coming in with a lot of damage. Note that he's 2 levels ahead of where Vanix is at this point as well. So this is a very, very scary Ling at this point. Bear cleans up shop. We're going into the next fight happening soon. So this was right before that lore. I'm gonna scroll back just a little bit more and I want to break this down to you. So Bear and Pancake knows the objective, try to create that space, try to draw a line around that lord. And as much as NIP Flash is experimenting or testing things out, they don't really have their focus on the main objectives, and that is the reason for their downfall, especially for the second game. Canonio and Chu knows that, okay, let's take down that Lord. It's going to be Lord spawning up in roughly around the 41-second mark. Let's take this down and let's make a beeline straight for their base. Bear and Pancake actually creating so much pressure down that back line, bringing Chu over, but look at where Canonio is, knowing where they are. This was actually one of those turning points where NIP Flash was able to come back from this. Vanix really down low, but he wants to go in a little bit more. And I was analyzing this clip. How did Canonio dash in? And this was that part where Vanix was actually still visible outside that bush. It was just 1 pixel away from getting that bush. Note that whenever you're in that bush, we are still able to see sort of like the eye symbol that Canonio actually has. So Canonio knows that Vanix is right there. He makes that dash, takes him out of the way. So this was just a really, really long, drawn-out fight. We'll skip to the last team fight where actually Rift Esports was able to execute the same kind of energy that they have with that combo. Bear starts things off. Pancake going towards, he knows that that is the main target. You want to take out Cortezi as well as Diablo, so you prevent that Nether Realm from popping as much as possible. You want to have that Minoan Fury, knowing that once that flicker is out, Bear takes control of that game. You're pushing everyone away, and that is a really, really good prediction from Bear. And as we know, all hell breaks loose from Chu as well. Well, this was an exciting series. I can't wait to see or hear from the players there's downstairs to the over to the beautiful Abstract. Down to you.
Thank you, Churros, for actually saying Abstract. Alright, so of course, congratulations over to Rift Esports. I do have Chu here with me for this quick little interview. But as per normal, you know, before we start everything, I see that we are almost eye level. But I'm on the fence about that. What's your height?
170.
Sorry, excuse me?
170.
170?
Yeah.
Really? I feel much better. Do you feel how I feel now when I was talking to closer?
Yeah.
Sure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry. We'll just do this for a while. Okay. Maybe too tall. Okay. I feel a bit uncomfortable. Okay. Like this. Steady. Okay. Now let's talk about this. Right. NIP Flash. Clearly, they are fooling around, right? They have got a massive roll swap all the way through. What do you think about this?
Thank you for the 3 points. We appreciate it.
I mean, technically speaking, yes, it is a 3 point, right? 2-0 victory throughout this entire game, right? Even though we are looking at their roll swap, right? Something completely different. Do you still feel that despite them playing something that is out of their nature, do you still feel that they put up a good fight?
I honestly thought that it would be a hard fight. I think we are just lucky.
Really? You consider it as lucky? Technically speaking, right, I would say that this really brings out what Rift Esports, or rather who Rift Esports is. So don't doubt yourselves. I think that you guys did very well already. Now, throughout all of this game, right, when it comes down to their role swap as well, right, what would you say they are, their caliber? If they were to make a team like this, which team are they equal to?
As in, after the roll swap?
Yeah, let's say this is their new team. Let's say this is their new team. Which team are they equal to in the current MPL?
HomeBois.
HomeBois! Okay. So if whether that's good or bad, that's up to you all to decide. Actually, being tall is not exactly all that fun. There's a lot of bending around. I apologize to all the tall people. It's tough being tall. Okay, so now let's see. So we talk about roll swap and all. So now that you guys want them in a 2-0 fashion, do you have anything you want to say to the fellow NIP Flash boys?
Please give us chance inside playoff also. We appreciate it.
How bold of you to think that. But regardless, I'm pretty sure that you had fun. I'm pretty sure that everyone had fun as well. Now that this is not your first time doing interview on MPL SG, right?
This is the second time.
Second time. Okay. Now I'll give you the opportunity. In Rift Esports, within your team, give me one good roast of one of your players.
Wow, this bear are damn dirty, bro. Every time burp and fart inside the house one.
Excuse me, you disgusting fella!
Then his bear, the plushie, right? Get thrown around the floor everywhere, then he still kiss it.
Ew! Where's your bear? At home, What? Goes around by? Tossed around by the teammates, and you still kiss it. It's very unfortunate. He claimed that the bear is his girlfriend. Once again, Matchmaker Abstract is here. If you guys want Bear's Instagram, let me know. I can hook you guys up. Are you single as well?
No.
Okay, don't look for him. Alright, so thank you. So I believe that when it comes down, aside from Bear, right? Aside from Bear. Okay, you know what? This is gonna be fun. Let's have Bear join you for a little bit, right? So, I think we can have a little bit of context. Okay, this one I want to stand up here like this. Don't try. Oh, it feels so good. Now, Bear, tell me a little bit. Wow, steady. Dangerous, but okay, strong man. Let's see how long you can stay like this. Okay, this is a test for you. Okay. Come, how about this?
Hi.
Okay. So, guys, this is what teamwork looks like.
This is what a relationship looks like.
Between you and the bear.
Yes.
Tell me, what about this bear that we talk about?
It will be shown next week because it's against FMM and Kiwi.
It's what, sorry?
It will be shown next week because it's against FMM and Kiwi.
It's against FMM and Kiwi. Okay. So I'll ask you the same question. Do you think that it is disrespect from NIP Flash that they did this role swap? Do you think that they think that you're easy?
You can think that, but my goal is still to lane Diablo. I still love Diablo.
In case you can't see, it's a cute little heart shape down over there, alright? So a little bit of a bromance between Bear and Diablo. How are you coping? Are you holding true well?
I'm good.
Okay, I shall not hold you guys back anymore. You can walk back over there. I was expecting you to keep holding him, but that's great and all. I am Team Liquid. You are Team Liquid. Can you do one of that Team Liquid pose for us? You need to do the top flex, huh? You got top flex also.
Right.
The Team Liquid, the horse got do the big flex one.
My chicken, you like? My chicken hands.
Thank you so much. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, there we go. I enjoyed being tall, and I don't mind being taller for the last time for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys thoroughly enjoyed the entirety of MPL SG Season 8. We played through the entirety of today, and we have a lot of upsets. But we still have one more day left, and that is going to be next week, week 4, day number 1, and that is the final day until we go over to the regular seasons. Or rather, sorry, to the playoffs. We are currently in the regular seasons. All right? Now, before we even close the day, let's take a look at the standings, as I'm pretty sure that there has been a lot of developments to the standings. Let's take a look. All right, so right all the way at the top, we still have NIP Flash with a total of 6 match won with a total of 18 points. And Evil, they lost in today's games as well with their subbing. As such, they have 5 match won with a total of 15 points to their name. Rift Esports up in the 3rd place. No changes from the start of today until now with a total of 4 games, or rather 4 matches won and a total of 12 points. Vanguard Esports, 3 matches won with a total of 9 points. Bleed Esports at 5th place, 2 matches won at 8 points. And similarly, RSG is slowly climbing up, and they are no longer in the danger area for now. With a total of 2 matches won with a total of 6 points to their name. Front Yardigans, they do have a total of 5 points to their name. And finally, HomeBois SG at the bottom at 8th place with a total of 2 points to their name. So, the developments are definitely wonderful. The only changes that we've really seen thus far is all the way at the lower parts of the bracket where RSG managed to bump themselves up a little bit higher. So most of that is more about how week 4 would look like. But how is week 4 exactly gonna look like? Because that is going to maybe a biggest change to the standings, and if whether any of these teams are expected to go up or expected to go down. So let's take a look at the match schedule for next week, week 4, day number 1. And the first game that we have is HomeBois SG versus Vanguard. As such, this is definitely gonna be one heck of a game that we're gonna have to watch. And typically of Nick Stain, I would love to hear what Nick Stain have got to say about HomeBois. With match number 2, we've got Front Yardigans going up against RSG SG. Alright, so with HomeBois SG and Front Yardigans going up against these teams, they are definitely in the contention of relegation, and so is RSG. RSG would require to win in a 2-0 format, and I will say that Front Yardigans gonna have to do somewhere around there as well. The match number 2 of that day is going to be extremely important, so make sure you guys note it down on your calendar. In fact, don't note down 12:30, note down 10 a.m. to watch all the way from the start to the end. And finally, the last game of next week is Rift Esports going up against Bleed at 3 p.m. We end the day early as we did move forward. Ooh, we did move forward one of the games to yesterday. That's why we had a total of 5 games yesterday. As such, next week, we will only have a total of 3 games, ending off the day at roughly about 5 p.m. plus minus. And of course, I hope that with all of that set up for you guys will be super interested and really want to find out how that game is going to look like. Mark down on the calendar. Make sure you guys follow us on our Instagram, our TikTok. We have a lot of content brought it up for you. Like and subscribe on our YouTube as well, and support MPL SG Season 8. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you will have a great week ahead. And I'm going to be signing off. Abstract, your host. I will be back on the desk next week. Take care and have a good week ahead.